The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When you apply wax to the various surfaces around your home, I wonder if you realize how many different purposes you're serving. I'd like to mention 4 important ones, and I'll be brief. First, and something that's both patriotic and essential today, you're practicing conservation. Johnson's Wax, regularly applied, gives protection against wear, makes your things last longer. Second, you're adding rich, glistening beauty to every room of your home to be enjoyed by your entire family. And third, you're saving yourself many hours of work all year because dirt does not readily cling to a Johnson waxed surface. And fourth, which some of you may not fully realize, you are helping to protect the health of your family. It's an obvious fact and easily proven that a waxed home is a clean home, and a clean home is a healthful one. So it's definitely profitable to invest a very small amount of money and a modest amount of your time to enjoy all these advantages made possible by a regular use of Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. The Squire of 79 Wistful Vista is full of the spirit that will win the war, the spirit of 1875. Yes, with $20 in hand, he's gone downtown to buy a bond for 1875. His wife is telling a neighbor about it on the phone as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, of course, we've been buying bonds on a regular schedule, too, Mrs. Toops, but McGee suddenly got $20 for selling an old camera, and he was going to use it to make a down payment on a new gold-mounted elk's tooth. But I talked him into buying an extra war bond. I guess I should have gone with him, but...
Hey, Molly, look what I got. Hey, Molly, look what I got. Molly.
Just a minute, McGee.
Huh?
I was right, Mrs. Toops. I should have gone with him. I'll call you back. Goodbye.
Look.
What's all the excitement?
Look. Take a gander at this.
Heavenly days, a diamond ring.
A diamond ring? This is the diamond ring. This is the ring of your dreams, baby.
Oh, dear.
Look at the size of that. Why, you could cut your way out of a department store window in 3 minutes with this.
Now, stop jumping around a minute, McGee. Calm yourself. Now, where'd you get this diamond and why?
I've been trying to tell you. I was on my way downtown to buy this bond, see?
You mean you didn't buy it?
No, because when I met this guy...
But you went downtown for the one and only purpose of buying a war bond.
Yeah, I know, but when I met
And
this...
you didn't do it.
No, look, will you let me explain?
Oh, go ahead. Just pretend I'm an American soldier from Bataan in a Japanese prison camp and try to make me understand what was important enough to keep you from buying a war bond.
Oh, my gosh, when you put it like that, it don't seem like such a good deal. But I thought it was well, gee whiz.
Well, tell me about it, dearie. I don't want to scold you before I know what to scold you about.
Well, now, look, here I was on my way downtown, see? So I stood in front of the jeweler's to look at that beautiful gold-mounted elk's tooth that you made me buy a bond instead of. And up comes this guy.
Was he 9 feet high?
No, of course not. Why should he be 9 feet high?
Well, if this is one of your tall stories, I wanted him to be able to see what was going on.
This is the absolute truth. May lightning strike me where I stand if I ain't giving it to you straight.
Now, that's no fair. You got rubber-soled overshoes on.
Well, anyway, this guy ups to me and he shows me this ring he found lying in the gutter at 14th and Oak Streets.
I wish you wouldn't talk to people who go around lying in gutters.
He wasn't lying in the gutter. The ring was lying in the gutter.
Oh.
So the guy shows me the ring, see? Very pretty, I says. What do you mean, very pretty? He retorts. This stone has got enough fire to roast marshmallows on. Oh, I ejaculates. A hot rock. Oh. No, he screams.
Now, look, McGee, never mind the actual dialogue. Make like it was for the Reader's Digest. Condense it.
Anyway, this guy tells me I got an honest puss. And would I take the ring and watch the want ads and see that it was returned to the rightful owner? So I gave him the $20 to show my good faith, and this is the ring.
I see. Well, if the ring is so valuable, why didn't the man watch the want ads and collect the reward himself?
I knew you were going to ask me that. And I'll tell you why he didn't wait. The man had to catch a train.
Why, McGee, he was just a confidence man.
Sure he was. He had enough confidence in me to know that
I mean, he was a crook.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to meet more crooks that would sell me 4-carat diamond rings for $20. And whoever advertises for it can hardly offer less than $100 reward. So instead of buying one war bond for $18.75, I can buy 5 of them. See? I'll probably have it by tomorrow, and I can dash
Listen. If everybody who was going to buy bonds tomorrow would buy them today, we could be a lot prouder of yesterday tomorrow. When I think how those poor...
Oh, hi, Alice. Hey, take a gander at the diamond ring I just bought. I'd better just squint at it at first. It's pretty dazzling.
Yeah, our rolling moss has just gathered himself a stone, Alice.
Jeepers, that's quite a diamond, Mr. McGee.
I'll say.
Like an ice cube looking for a glass of water. How much would it be worth if it was real?
What do you mean if it was real? By George?
He says it is real, Alice. A man found it and sold it to McGee for $20, and McGee can claim the reward, if any.
Oh, that reminds me. Well, may I speak to Mrs. McGee alone a minute?
Why, sure, Alice. Go fix the furnace, McGee.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing's the matter with it. Go shovel off the sidewalk or something.
I did shovel off the sidewalk just this morning.
Oh, for goodness sakes, go away, dearie. Alice wants to speak to me privately.
Oh, well, gee whiz, why don't you say so? I can take a hint.
Will you excuse me, Mr. McGee?
Sure. And if you shot somebody and want me to help you dispose of the body, just say so. I belong to the crime club.
Oh, what's the trouble, Alice?
Oh, Mrs. McGee, I feel so ashamed.
Oh, don't be silly, dear. Everybody makes mistakes. That's why umpires wear so much padding.
Well, to think that at my age, you and Mr. McGee have always been so nice to me. I feel that I think you should be the first to know that I can't pay my rent this week.
Oh. Well, it's about time. You know, you've been so prompt every week, I was beginning to worry. But now, what's the matter? Have you been laid off at the airplane plant?
Oh, no, but I spent my money this week for an extra war bond.
Well, good for you.
Oh, I really hated to do this, Mrs. McGee. But just so I won't be too far behind in my rent, here's the $15 for next week.
Oh. I see. Well, you can't pay your rent this week, but you're paying it for next week.
Yes, that's the least I can do. And thank you for waiting for this week's rent. You can come back now, Mr. McGee. See you later, Mrs. McGee.
Okay.
What's the kid done now? She in some kind of a jam?
No, she couldn't pay this week's rent is all, and it embarrassed her.
Oh, I know how she feels. That's why I never owned a trunk when I was a young guy. It's too hard to lower a trunk out of a window at night. I remember one time...
But listen, she paid next week's rent, so she wouldn't get too far behind.
Well, that was very decent. Wait, she couldn't pay this week, but... So she wouldn't get too far behind, Let's see now. If she paid for next week and didn't pay this week, next week rent would be 2 weeks behind when the... No, that'd be... If next... Oh, this is ridiculous. Or is it?
Well, now, let me think. 1 week's rent is... But if she paid for...
Billy Mills and his orchestra playing I'm Just Wild About Harry.
paid for next week, it's the same as paying for this week, isn't it?
Why, certainly not. She said this money's for next week, so she's paid for 2 weeks, you see. Except that she owes us for 1 week.
No, if she owes us for 1 week, then she's only paid for... Hey, where's my ring? What did I do with my diamond? Oh, my gosh, I've lost it. Where is it? Hey, help me look for it, Molly. Help me.
Oh, calm yourself.
Huh?
Look, you're wearing it on your finger.
Oh, whew. Boy, what a scare. I got an investment in this thing. I got to watch the want ads pretty close, too, now. Hey, what time does the evening paper show up?
About 3 days after the paper boy hides it in the shrubbery.
Now, you keep an eye peeled for the paper kid tonight. If somebody offers $100 reward for this ring, I don't want to miss the chance to...
Come in. Oh, heavenly days, it's Mr. Wellington.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. You're looking very charming. And McGee, you're looking...
Hi, Wellington. I'm glad you came in. We were at your theater the other night, and I got a complaint.
If it is in reference to the patented seats which spring up when you lean over to speak to someone, causing you to squat on the floor with some violence, they have already been called to my attention.
Well, I think he wants to complain about your newsreels, Mr. Wellington.
Exactly. I don't mind spending an evening watching Francis X. Bushman throwing his profile at Beverly Bain. But you might at least get some up-to-date newsreels, Sig.
Yeah. We know Woodrow Wilson was elected.
Yeah. And we know Pershing got back from France all right.
And that they're now carrying mail in airplanes.
Yeah, we know all that. And furthermore, we get awful sick of seeing shots of women smacking a bottle of champagne with the front end of a boat.
Have you finished? I don't want to interrupt.
Yes, Mr. Wellington.
What was it you wanted, Sig?
Not a thing, old fellow. Just strolling by, cold day, stopped in to get warm. I am. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Wellington.
And I shall take your criticisms under serious consideration. Though I may spend less time in the future as manager of the Bijou Theater, so the results of your complaints may be rather
Factory?
Yes, if my draft board insists.
Maybe we're a little rough on him, McGee. He's rather a nice man.
Ah, he's too fine-haired to suit me. He takes too serious the fact that he was born in Superior, Wisconsin.
Say, is that anywhere near Starved Rock, Illinois, if you'll forgive my mentioning it?
Forgive it? Why, bless you, my child. I was wondering how I could get around to it myself. Good old Starved Rock, Illinois. I got an old friend living there. A fellow by the name of Fred Nittany.
Fred Nittany. Mm-hmm. That name is familiar.
I probably heard me mention it. Yeah. Fred was a fellow that he and I had a vaudeville act together.
Oh, that Fred Nittany.
Yeah. We trooped together for years, Fred and me. I ever tell you about the time we were...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
I was just going by, and I thought I'd stop it. Well, who gave you the phony sparkler, pal? Libby Owens?
It isn't glass, Mr. Wilcox. It's a real diamond.
Quite a rock, ain't it, Junior? This is bigger than the one the Pilgrims landed on. It's about 4 carats. Just bought it this afternoon.
Man found it downtown. McGee's just holding the ring till the rightful owners advertise for it,
It's a beauty, ain't it, Junior?
Yes, but I still don't think it's real. A real stone would have more sparkle.
Say, I thought this diamond had lots of sparkle, Mr. Wilcox.
It has. Why, with the light this thing shoots out, Junior, I don't dare wear it out at night. The moths would keep flying into it.
Oh, horse feathers. Hold it over here and compare it.
Compare it with what?
The sparkle and glitter of this Johnson wax tabletop.
Oh, my gosh. If we were showing him the Mona Lisa, he'd claim she was smiling because the picture frame was Johnson wax.
No kidding, folks. Look at that ring and compare it with the brilliant surface of this tabletop. Look at the luster of that waxed surface. Look at the depth and the beauty of the grain of the wood. Can you, by any stretch of the imagination, compare that to a repulsive old diamond?
Say, remind me to have this table set in the gold mounting, McGee. I'll wear it to bingo parties.
Yeah.
And when you think that a diamond is merely ornamental, and Johnson's wax is so useful, protecting and preserving and beautifying floors, woodwork, furniture, and 1,000 other things. Why, who'd want diamonds when they could get Johnson's wax?
I would. May Racine forgive me?
Incidentally, where'd you say you bought this ring, pal?
Downtown. I found it in the gutter at 14th and Oak.
Oh, I see. You mean he found it and sold it to you for $20?
Yeah.
And said for you to watch the want ads because somebody'd probably offer $100 for the return of it, and he'd do it himself except he had to catch a train?
That's it, Mr. Wilcox, word for word. Why, you must have been there and heard the whole thing.
How did you know, Junior?
How did I know? Oh, brother. So long, sucker.
I think he thinks you got taken, McGee.
Why, that's impossible. Anybody could tell that this diamond is extremely valuable. Might be a good idea to take it downtown and have it appraised, so... Oh, but that's silly. Just because...
Well, I've got to go write out my grocery list for dinner, McGee. Let me know how the argument comes out.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know whether you made an investment or a mistake.
Fine thing. Nobody ever believes I can do anything. Other people make fancy big deals and nobody sneers at them. What is it about me that makes people scoff? My gosh, I can't... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. You seen anything of the paper boy? What's so funny about that? I just says, have you seen anything of the paper boy?
Oh, the paper boy's a girl, I bet you.
He is? I mean, is she? Or since when?
Since Harry Toops, that's Willie Toops' brother, started working in Kramer's drugstore after school, and he sold his paper out to his sister, Teresa Toops, for $7, and threw in a bicycle pump, only the pump wouldn't work, so Teresa...
Now, wait a minute. I didn't ask for a history of the newspaper business back to Richard Harding Davis. I just asked you if the evening papers had been delivered.
You did not, I bet you. You asked me if I'd seen the paper boy, and Teresa Toops isn't a boy, she's a girl. And when she found the bicycle pump wouldn't work...
I don't want to hear about the bicycle pump. I'm not interested in bicycle pumps.
You got a bicycle, mister?
No.
That's why, then. Because when Teresa Toops found out her bicycle pump wouldn't work, she...
Stop it, will you? I tell you, I don't want to hear about any bicycle pump. I merely want to know if the evening papers have come. Can you answer that, yes or no?
No.
Huh? Doggone it, have the evening papers come yet?
Yes.
Oh, boy, that's the news.
But not yours, though.
Why not mine?
Because Teresa Toops didn't get this far because she had a puncture and her bicycle pump wouldn't work.
Oh, skip it. All you can talk about is bicycle pumps.
Oh, I've been talking about the same one all the time, mister.
Well.
The bicycle pump that Willie Toops' brother Harry sold to Teresa when his paper route...
For the love of Pete, stop it.
Okay.
Now, look, sis, let's be reasonable. Forget Teresa's pumps for a minute. I want to make you a deal.
Okay, mister, but you know about the woman power shortage. You make it good.
2 bits. You get me an evening paper and I'll give you 2 bits. Buy one, borrow one, beg one. But get one, see?
Gee, it must be pretty important, mister. What you want a paper so bad for?
I want to see the want ads, if you must know.
Well, then will you do me a favor, mister?
Sure, what's that?
If you see anything in the want ads about somebody wanting to sell a good bicycle pump, Teresa Toops...
That's right, don't get the paper!
The King's Man and the Surrey with the fringe on top.
When I take you out tonight with me, honey, here's the way it's gonna be. You will sit behind a team of snow white horses in the slickest gig you ever hope to see. Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. Watch that fringe and see how it flutters when I drive those high-step strutters. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With isinglass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. 2 bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no finer rig I'm a-thinking. You can keep your rig if you're thinking that I care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top. All the world will fly in a flurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. When we hit that road bent for leather, cats and dogs will dance in the heather. Birds and frogs will sing all together and the toads will hop. The wind will whistle as we rattle along. The cows will moo in the clover. The river will ripple out a whispered song and whisper it over and over. Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever and never stop in that tiny little shiny little Surrey with all the fringe on top?
Oh, my gosh, I wish that evening paper would come.
I thought you said the little girl for one.
Oh, that kid is disresponsible. Look, do you think I got gypped on this ring, Molly?
Well, frankly, yes, dearie.
Oh, I guess you're right. But I can fix that. Just watch me unload it on somebody. Maybe I buy dumb, but I sell smart.
Oh, maybe that's the little girl with the paper. Come in.
Hello, folks. Remember me? I'm Beulah.
Oh, yeah. Oops' new cook. Hi, Beulah.
How do you like your new position, Beulah?
Ma'am, I've been bending over a stove for 15 years now. Yeah, the job is new, but the position ain't.
Say, do the Toops children bother you very much, Beulah?
Oh, no, ma'am. In fact, one of the biggest moments of my day is helping them little children get off to school.
Oh.
Yeah. Watching them walk down the street hand in hand.
Oh. That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, sir. Only thing bothers me is I know sooner or later they're coming back home again.
Well, so you like it at Toops, eh, Beulah?
Yes, ma'am. Anyway, I never leave the place without I gives plenty of notice.
Oh.
In my last job, everything worked out perfect. I worked there 2 weeks, took 2 weeks vacation, and give them 2 weeks notice.
That's about what happened to the last cook we had. She was a good cook, as cooks go. And as cooks go, she went.
Oh, look at that. He really amused me, ain't he, man?
Well, I might as well agree it'd be 2 against 1.
Well, I hope Mrs. Toops don't work you too hard, Beulah.
Oh, no, sir. The work ain't hard. It's the walking back from the garage that wear me out.
Well, why do you have to go out the garage all the time?
That's involuntary, ma'am. Every time I goes out to the ice box on the back porch, I steps on one of little Willie's roller skates, and the next thing I know is I'm sitting in the garage.
Good thing they leave the garage door open.
They didn't the first time.
Yeah?
But now it's open permanent. Excuse me, ma'am. I almost forget. Miss Toops sent me over here to return his eggs she borrowed.
Heavenly days, I don't remember ever
Why,
borrowing.
that was Thanksgiving Day, Molly, remember? They borrowed an egg to make eggnog?
That's exactly the time, sir.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make no eggnog, so they returned the same egg. And it's as good as new. Thank you very much.
Well, that's okay, Bill.
Well, it's very thoughtful of them to return the same egg. Shows a great respect for property rights.
Yeah.
They weren't going to return just any old egg. No, sir.
Well, be careful with it. A 2-month-old egg is a lethal weapon.
It's lethal.
Oh.
What'll I do with it?
Left it near the front door. I'll return it to Mort Toops if I see him walking past after dark. Doggone it, I got to unload this ring. I wonder who I
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Ah.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Errol Smith. What's the good word? Epidemic?
Oh.
You know, McGee, there are times when you remind me of Mark Twain.
As a humorist, Doctor?
No, just as someone who's been dead for some time. He has a certain zombie quality that... Well, where did you get the racetrack diamond, McGee? In a box of Cracker Jack?
Genuine diamond, Doc. It's a beauty, ain't it? 4 carats at least. Just bought it this afternoon.
You just bought a 4-carat diamond? That's disgusting.
What?
What do you mean that's disgusting?
Why, a diamond that size must have cost $2,000.
Well, so what?
With the country needing every spare nickel to pay the cost of this war and pile up some savings to prevent inflation after the war, you've got a colossal nerve to stand there and tell me you've been buying 4-carat diamonds.
Yeah, but Dr. Gamble...
What's the matter with you, McGee? Haven't you got any sense of responsibility? Think you can hand a bunch of men some rifles and say, you go fight for me, chum. I'll stay here and buy diamonds?
Why, certainly not, but gee whiz,
Do you
Doc,
realize that American citizens have their choice right now of either storing up savings or storing up trouble? We can either buy war bonds and have a nice golden nest egg after the war, or we can throw our money away and kill the goose.
Yeah, but Doctor, when McGee bought that diamond ring,
Don't you know that with Tokyo and Northern Europe in our bomb sights, we're really just getting into this war? Talk about a second front. You know where the second front is? In your wallet, son, and don't forget it. Disgusting. Short sport like you with a 4-carat diamond.
Envious, huh? You ought to have a ring like this, Doc. Make you look prosperous.
I don't want to look prosperous. I want to look as seedy as possible. If I look prosperous, nobody'd pay their doctor bills. As it is, they feel sorry for me and throw me a couple of dollars now and then.
Maybe a little flashy for a doctor, McGee.
Oh, it's no such a thing. Here, try it on your pinky, Doc.
Well...
There. Why, it looks swell on him, don't it, Molly?
Sure.
I bought it to wear myself, Doc, but gee, when I see it looks so good on you, I'd let it go for $200.
$200?
McGee, why are you charging the doctor so much?
What do you mean?
You only paid $20 for it.
Oh. So he only paid $20 for it. Isn't that interesting? Why, you
Now,
chiseling
wait a minute,
little...
Doc, wait a minute. Now, let me explain. I merely want to get my dough back so I can buy a war bond, Doc. That's all. Cross my heart. Give me $20 and it's yours.
You wouldn't be coming to the conclusion that this is stolen property and getting cold feet, would you, my friend?
No, sir. I just want to get my dough back and go buy a bond.
Very patriotic. But just to prove that I can go along with the gag, here's $20.
Oh, thanks. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay.
I'll see that he buys a bond first thing in the morning, Doctor.
Yeah. And furthermore, Doc Gamble, you got no business buying diamond rings when the country needs every cent for war bonds. You know where the second front really is? It's in your big fat wallet, son. That's disgusting. A sports shirt like you with a 4-carat diamond.
Oh, don't get me wrong, McGee. I'm not buying this ring for myself.
Well, who are you buying it for, Doctor?
I'm returning it to the owner. Didn't you see the want ads in the paper tonight?
Huh?
This is obviously the ring that was lost at 14th and Oak Street that they're offering a reward of $300 in war bonds for. I'll let you know.
Why, that dirty chiseling double-cut... Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A while ago, your local announcer gave you a phone number. That's because we have arranged for your radio station to stand by the telephone to take your orders for war bonds. Will you please call them? Tell them you'd like to buy a war bond from Fibber McGee and Molly.
You've been wonderful to us all these years, and we don't often ask any favors, but won't you please buy an extra bond tonight? We'd like to make this the biggest evening in war bond selling. And all over the United States, radio station staffs are waiting to take your calls, and they'll wait all night if necessary.
Call the number that was given you right now. If the line is busy, call again. Our men in uniform don't fire one shot and quit, and we know you won't.
If it's impractical for you to telephone your radio station, send them a telegram or a letter, but please buy another bond. We don't think it's necessary. You all read the papers and listen to the radio. And you know there are things this country must do in Europe and in the Pacific, things which can only be done with bombs and bullets and men and money.
So get in touch with the station you're listening to right now. They're waiting for you. In just a few seconds, your announcer will repeat the telephone number in case you missed it the first time. An extra bond bought tonight will mean a lot to you after the war. It'll mean a lot to your country, and it means a lot to Molly and me personally.
The finest thing that could happen to us would be to have every individual listening tonight buy one $25 bond.
So stay with it tonight until you buy a little piece of victory.
And a little peace of mind. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, the Benederits, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. And back with us tonight, after 3 years in the Navy, Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple. Those of you who use wax polish regularly know all about how your home grows lovelier with every application. But if you've yet to discover the beauty of wax polishing, you certainly have a most pleasant surprise coming. For example, you'll really be amazed at the shining new beauty of your floors when you first wax polish them with genuine Johnson's Wax. For the very first time, perhaps, you'll appreciate the real beauty of your dining room tabletop.
because Johnson's wax brings out its beautiful natural grain and gives it a lovely mellow polish. Your chairs and sideboard and bookcase suddenly gleam with a lustrous, satiny, dry sheen. Ornaments, leather articles, picture frames are richer looking. And when Johnson wax polished, your lovely things are wax protected against wear, dirt, and spilled things. So for a lovelier home that's easier to keep lovely, get Johnson's wax. Paste, liquid, or cream. When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista sent her husband to the library for some reference books on raising cinerarias, she might have known he'd come home with 2 volumes on the history of baseball, 1 on big game hunting in New Zealand, and 3 murder mysteries, one of which he is reading now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
You mean you didn't get me that book on cinerarias, McGee?
They didn't have one. The librarian and I spent 45 minutes looking through the list, and it didn't have a single book about cinerariums.
Cineraria?
Yeah, that's what I says. Cinerariums. She asked me, what are they? And I says, flowers.
That was correct.
And then she says, how do you spell it? And I seen she had me, so I took these books and scrammed. You love these murder mysteries.
You know, one of these days I'm going to write a murder story, and it'll be autobiographical.
What you mean?
It'll be entitled, That Wasn't the Book She Wanted, and That Wasn't Sugar on His Wheaties.
Oh. Well, my gosh, when a guy runs into an ignorant librarian who don't even know a cinemastertium is...
Cineraria.
Yeah. When you run into an ignorama like that...
Ignoramus.
This was a woman. Takes a feminine suffix when used as a subjunctive.
Oh?
When you run into an ignorama like that, what can you do?
Well, now, don't expect me to read those murder stories. They give me the twitches.
Ah, Pata, you got to remember it's just fiction. Personally, I'm used to them. Boris Karloff could creep into this room right now, dragging 7 dead bodies, and I'd never... What was that? Something just crawled across my foot.
Oh, that was just my ball of yarn, dearie. Rolled off my lap.
Oh. All that effort for that. The reason I jumped was on account of this story. It's pretty gory. It's by far the best of the 3 I got.
You mean you've read all 3 of those mysteries since you got home?
Certainly. It's a cinch with my system. I just read the first 3 pages and the last 3 pages. That tells you who got killed and who done it. That's all you want to know in the first place.
That stuff in between is a shameful waste of paper, then, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose some people read all that padding. They did in this one, anyway. There's a loose page right here in the middle.
That what?
It ain't a loose page. It's a map. Somebody left a map in here.
A map of what?
I don't know. It looks like it might be a... Oh, my gosh. Molly. It's a treasure map. Look at...
Tear it up, dearie. Huh? Tear it up. With taxes the way they are, we can't afford to find any treasure.
No kidding. This is real. You see here? It says, due north from old mineral well, 200 paces. Strike line from loose rock in stone wall to foot of old oak. Then there's a big X, and it says, treasure buried here.
Where?
Right here in Wistful Vista. I know exactly where that old mineral well is, and the stone wall, too.
Oh, but, McGee, who would bury a treasure in Wistful Vista? The only pirate who ever operated around here is Alderman McClatchy.
Well, there was plenty of stagecoach holdups around here in the old days, kiddo, and plenty of bank robberies, too. Oh, boy. Imagine me walking into the Elks tomorrow and paying my dues with a handful of uncut emeralds. Huh?
Just the same, dearie, I don't think...
Oh, no, not a word about this map, baby. This may mean life or death if the word gets out.
Compared to me, sweetheart, an oyster is positively gabby. I can close up like a General Motors sales room.
If anybody knows we're on the trail of a treasure...
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Good afternoon, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carstairs. Just the gal I wanted to see. Look. Isn't there an old mineral well just west of your property?
Yes, but it's really on my property, Mr. McGee, and the well is no longer in use.
Run dry, Millicent?
Oh, no, but the water was only good to cure rheumatism and arthritis, and neither Mr. Carstairs nor I are troubled that way, so we had it shut off.
Oh. Why don't you cut down all your trees, too? Neither of you care for robin's eggs.
McGee. Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. You see, Mr. Carstairs loves to watch our feathered friends through field glasses. He's president of the Wistful Vista Bird Watchers, and why don't people pull down their shades clubs?
Interesting hobby.
My husband has a very powerful pair of binoculars. Mm-hmm. Last week he saw a purple-breasted chimney lark, a fan-tailed barn jay, and 2 new nurses at the lying-in hospital.
We've just been talking about some of the local landmarks, Mrs. Carstairs, like your mineral well and the old stone wall and those big oak trees.
Oh, yes. Mr. Carstairs inherited the estate from his great-grandfather, Long John Carstairs, who was a pirate with Captain Kidd.
Hot diggity, a pirate, eh? Did he bring home any Spanish gold and stuff, Carsty, huh?
Well, so far as we've been able to ascertain, Mr. McGee, the only things he brought home were a severe case of malaria and a parrot whose language is most disturbing.
Swears, does he, Millicent?
Terribly, my dear. Although we have tried to re-educate him with some success. He now says 15 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of Pepsi-Cola.
Dear, they say parrots do live to be hundreds of years old, Carsty.
Yes, I'm inclined to think so myself, Mr. McGee. This parrot is always saying things in Italian like, if I may make a suggestion, Chris, why don't you call it America?
Dear, tell Millicent about the bird you had once, McGee.
You mean Sherman? Yeah, I had a strange bird once, Carsty. Crossed between a stork and a parrot. Yeah. Used to fly around town and holler down people's chimneys. What'll you have, folks, a boy or a girl? Yeah, scared the tar out of a lot of people. You gotta go, Carsty?
Yes, I simply must be going. It's been such a cozy little chat. Good day.
You hear what she said, Molly? Carstairs' great-grandfather was a pirate. Don't that make this treasure map look reasonable?
Well, after your stork and her parrot, almost anything would look reasonable, dearie. But if the treasure's on her property, doesn't it belong to her?
No, sir. The law says finders keepers, losers weepers. It's all ours, baby. We're rich. Go order yourself a mint coat. Buy yourself some pearls, a diamond necklace.
Let's go all the way, dearie. Let's call the market and order a half a pound of butter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the bells of St. Mary.
Let me see now. I got a shovel, flashlight, a shovel, piece of rope, and a shovel. What else do I need to dig up a buried treasure?
Buried treasure, for one thing.
Don't you worry about that, Tootsie. The treasure will be there, all right. Hey, I know what else I need. A pick.
A what?
A pick.
Tooth, ice, or mandolin?
A plain, big, old Irish pick that you dig holes with. Maybe I should ought to take a black scarf, too, in case I have to put on a mask.
Why should you wear a mask?
I don't know, but digging up a buried treasure at midnight seems to call for a black mask somehow.
Why do you have to wait till midnight?
Oh, my gosh, you want the whole town in on this thing? If anybody sees us digging on Carstairs' property, they'll...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come right in.
Good evening, my dear. And how are you, Rover boy?
In the pink, Arrowsmith. I managed to stay in perfect health simply by ignoring all your advice.
He's just talking, Doctor. You know, the minute he gets a tummy ache, he loosens his belt with one hand and reaches for the phone with the other to call you.
Yes, I know. To me, his character is an open book. A cheap edition in a bad binding which should have been suppressed at the time of publication.
Horseradish. As a judge of character, you bulging bag of bedside baloney, you're a total deficit. For instance, can you look at me and deny that I will be a wealthy man in a very short time?
Now, careful, McGee, you might...
My dear boy, if you'll forgive my using the phrase, as you are neither mine, nor dear, nor a boy, I can take one look at you and say without fear of contradiction that you will be a wealthy man about the same time that I become the premier danseur of the Monte Carlo Ballet.
Okay, Fatso, take a look at that.
It's a map of buried treasure, Doctor. Right here in Wistful Vista. McGee's going to dig it up tonight.
And if you open your big fat puss about this to a single soul capsule, Happy, I'll personally knock you so flat you can go home in a mailing tube.
I ignore your empty threats of violence, wind tunnel, knowing that you couldn't punch your way through a damp cracker. And as for digging up a buried treasure, if you find enough Spanish doubloons to buy yourself a plate of tamales, I'll throw myself under the wheels of a passing roller skate. However, good luck with it, tumbleweed.
That old septic. He'll look pretty silly when I pay his bill with a rope of pearls. What time is it?
Oh, it's early yet, dearie. About 8 o'clock.
My gosh, don't the time drag, though. I'm just itching to get busy with that pick and shovel. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better do the digging while I stand guard with a shotgun. We might get hijacked out of the treasure.
You're sweet to do the dangerous work while I have all the fun, dearie. But you better do the digging because...
Hello, folks. Mind if I come in?
Mind if I come in, he says. That's like lightning saying, do you mind if I strike you? You are in, Junior.
And very welcome, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. What's the shovel and stuff for, Mac? If you're planning on digging for fishworms, I can tell you right now the ground is harder than a landlord's heart.
Can you keep a secret, Junie?
Pal, I am as close-mouthed as an Armenian's purse. What cooks?
Shall I tell him, dearie?
Sure, go ahead. And if you pop off about this thing, son, I'll give you the bus driver's curse.
What's the bus driver's curse?
May you stand on the windy corner and stand and stand and stand while the sleet drives up your pant legs and your nickels freeze in your hand.
That's a fairly vicious thought, sweetheart. Just take a look at this map, Mr. Wilcox. It's a treasure map, and himself here is going to dig it up tonight.
You want to go along, Junior? Glad to buy a couple of hours of your time, if you don't mind being paid off in diamonds and rubies.
No, thanks, Mac. As a matter of fact, I'm going on a little treasure hunt tonight myself.
What?
You are?
Yep. Don't say anything about this, but do you remember when the Limited was held up just outside of town 5 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, my gosh, yes.
Well, look, we think we know where the robbers hid the loot.
Huh?
And among it is 100 containers of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Heavens days, why should anybody steal that? You can buy it almost any place.
Yes, but with the war just starting, these bandits thought glow coat would become hard to get, you see. And housewives would pay almost any price for it.
Now, look, Waxy, that's a pretty far-fetched...
And it might have happened, too. Imagine how desperate women might have gotten, seeing their kitchen linoleum getting worn and faded, making their housework mere drudgery, and their homes look shabby and uncared for.
Yeah, but what that got to do...
They didn't realize they'd still be able to get their Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and keep their kitchen sparkling and fresh as always.
Yeah, but what that
making housework because a glow-coated linoleum is so easy to keep clean. It lasts so much longer and gives that proof of immaculate housekeeping.
Yeah.
Say, are you sure this treasure map is authentic?
Well, McGee thinks it is, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks it's an old pirate map.
Well, if you've got time, I could show it to my cousin, Big Peg-Leg Wilcox. He used to be a pirate.
Gee, really, Junior? On the Spanish Main?
No, in Pittsburgh. He played third base. Let me know if you want him to check it for you. So long now.
Please.
McGee, did you ever stop to realize that Mr. Wilcox almost always mentions Johnson's Glow Coat or Johnson's Wax?
Mentions it? He beat you over the skull with it. That guy's about as subtle as a garlic sandwich. Hey, remind me to wear my basketball shoes tonight. I want to walk pretty quiet. You know where they are, my basketball shoes?
You told me to give them away, dearie. You said the shoemaker had resoled them with truck rubber and you kept walking through puddles and splashing people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'll wear my bowling shoes. They got rubber soles.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. I'm glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. I was just passing by on my evening constitutional, and I thought I'd... well, what's this? Going to sink a well, McGee? Or going out to dig for buried treasure? Did I say something wrong?
No, you just hit the nail on the cuticle, Your Honor.
You guessed it, so I might as well tell you, Latriv. We are going to dig up some buried treasure.
No.
Yes.
Indeed. Here's the map, Mr. Mayor, see?
Well, this is an interesting document. Ever done any treasure hunting before, McGee?
Nope.
I have.
You have, Mrs. McGee?
When, Molly?
Every time you get through taking a nap on the Davenport.
Huh?
I've dug under the cushions and come up with as much as 64 cents.
Well, give it to me.
I had an interesting experience with that sort of thing once when I lived in New Orleans. I had a little catboat, and I used to sail through the bayou.
Take her with you all the time, Latrivia?
Take whom?
Your cat.
I didn't have a cat.
What's the idea of having a catboat, then? Passenger boats carry passengers. Cattle boats carry cattle. Don't catboats carry cats?
Not necessarily, McGee. A catboat is merely a small sailboat.
Well, just the same, it was a little selfish of you not to take her along with you, Mr. Mayor. Even as maybe just a mascot.
I tell you, I didn't have any... All right. I had a cat. It was her boat. She went with me every place. Now, may I tell my story?
Sure, Latrivia. Don't let us interrupt.
Thank you. Well, one day I left my little home in New Orleans, a Creole colonial house as I remember it.
What's Creole colonial, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a rather graceful variation of the Charleston colonial, Mrs. McGee. Narrow pillars, green shutters, high stoop.
Hi, Latrivia.
How have you been?
Fine, and you?
Splendid. Nice to have seen you again. Good day.
And here are the King's Men singing Hubba Hubba Hubba.
It's always fair weather when the hep-cats get together, and every time they meet, here's the way you'll hear them greet. Hubba, 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 hello, Jack. Hubba, 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 I just got back. Hubba, 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 shoot the breeze. Oh, whatever happened to the Japanese? Hubba, 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 ain't you heard? Hubba, 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 I got the word. I got it from a guy who's in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba, 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 yuck, yuck. Well, I got another mission. It's okay. And with your kind permission, I'll just say, hubba, 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 on my way, and I'll dig you later in the USA. Hubba, 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 just got in. Hubba, 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 give me some skin. You're looking mighty pretty. Curly locks, you're the gravel Gertie of the Bobby socks. Yakety, 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 you talk big. So you're the fresh tomato I can't dig. Let's have a heart-to-heart then. You'll decide that I'm a guy really on the solid side. Knock me flat, you're the kind of a cat makes me want to blow my top. When I feel this way, I can only say, hubba, 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 mop, mop. Glad we got together, you and I, you're really put together. That's no lie. If you want to date me, that's okay. Just dig me later in the USA.
it almost time for us to get going, McGee?
We'll give it another few minutes. Give old man Carstairs time to get good and sound asleep.
Say, are you sure this isn't stealing, dearie? Digging up a buried treasure on somebody else's property?
Why, certainly it ain't stealing. Buried treasure don't belong to anybody till somebody finds it. And that's me. Now then, have we got everything? Shotgun, rope, shovel, pick, shovel, map, shovel.
Who could that be at this late hour?
Search me. Come in.
Well, for goodness sake.
Wallace Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Well,
My, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Wimple.
It sure is, Wimp. We didn't know when you'd get in or we'd have met you at the station.
Oh, my wife, Sweetie Face, was there, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And you should have seen our reunion.
Pretty emotional, was it?
Yes. She really tugged at my heart.
Did she really?
Yes, but I was lucky. It didn't come loose.
Incidentally, Wimp, what were you in the Navy?
Homesick.
Now, he means what was your title or rank or rating or whatever you call it?
Well, you know what they call a sad sack in the Army?
Sure.
Well, in the Navy, I was known as the droopy ditty bag. You see, I was a physical instructor.
You, a physical instructor?
Oh, my stars, yes, Mrs. McGee. I taught boxing and jiu-jitsu and judo and wrestling and knife fighting and everything. And you know what I'm going to do if Sweetie Face starts picking on me again?
What, Wimp?
Hide under the porch.
Ah, you poor lad. I don't suppose it was a very happy homecoming, was it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. McGee. But it was certainly amusing. The minute Sweetie Face saw me, she just grabbed me up in her arms and started waving my legs up and down.
Why, oh, what was that for?
Then she threw me down very disgusted and said, "What do they mean, bell-bottom trousers? They don't make a sound."
Well, I don't like to be personal, Mr. Wimple, but don't you ever get tired of such treatment? Isn't the worm, if you'll pardon the expression, ever going to turn?
Well, yes, I suppose so, one of these days, Mrs. McGee. But I'm really very fond of Sweetie Face. She went for a little ride in the car tonight, and I locked all the windows shut so she wouldn't get cold.
My gosh, Wimp, that's a dangerous thing to do. With no ventilation, she might get knocked out with carbon monoxide.
Yes. Good night, Christine. Good night, folks.
Ah, poor little Mr. Wimple. What a life he leads.
I don't know how the Navy's going to get along without him, but I'll bet it wants to. Well, we better get going, kiddo. Now, you bring the pick and shovel and the rope and that stuff. I'll carry the flashlight on account of I know the way better.
Say, hadn't I better bring the piano, too, in case you get tired and want to lean on something?
No, I can use a tree. You all set? Let's go?
Making any progress, McGee?
Not much. Wilcox was right. The terror is really firmer tonight. What I ought to do is build a fire and soften the ground up.
Somebody'd see it, dearie. And goodness knows I'm nervous enough about being on Carstairs' property like this.
I'll calm her down with a handful of rubies as soon as I get this treasure dug up.
McGee.
Huh?
I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah, it's probably just some little animal. This ground is frozen so hard the rabbits sound like tap dancers.
Mr. McGee. Mrs. McGee, may I ask what's going on here?
Heavenly days, Millicent.
My gosh, Carsty.
Will you please explain, if possible, why you are trespassing on my property?
Well, you see, Millicent, McGee found a treasure map in the library book.
Yeah, and I was going to split with you when I got the treasure dug up, Carsty. Yeah. You know, a frail little woman like you wouldn't want to do any actual digging.
Let me see your map, Mr. McGee.
Okay. Turn the flashlight on my face, Molly.
No, she needs the treasure map.
Here, Carsty. You see? It says due north from Old Mineral Well.
I know very well what it says, Mr. McGee. I made this map myself several months ago and mislaid it. It was to help me remember where to put the flowers.
Flowers? Ah, but look. It says treasure buried here.
Of course. Treasure was the name of my pet turtle.
Oh, sure.
He ate a firefly last October and died of heartburn.
Heavenly days. What are you looking at, McGee?
The audience. Ain't this ridiculous?
I have only one regret about Johnson's Glow Coat, said a woman to me the other day. I regret I didn't begin to use it sooner. It really annoys me to think what lovely-looking linoleum and other floors I could have had all these years with so little work. Well, now, of course, we're always pleased to get compliments like that about Glow Coat, and as a matter of fact, we think they're well-deserved. It's really so easy to keep your floors beautiful and protected, too, with Johnson's Glow Coat. First, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself. And second, because spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy from a Glow Coat protected floor. The tough film of Glow Coat saves the surface underneath from wear, protects it from dirt and moisture. In fact, its regular use adds greatly to the life of your linoleum and other floor surfaces. Ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I just heard the old-timers getting out of the Navy next week.
My goodness.
Uh-huh.
How did an old man like him stay in the Navy this long?
He was the old salt they couldn't shake.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There's a phrase I've used before on this program, wax housekeeping, and I'd like to mention it again tonight. It helps explain why, for over 50 years, you've found Johnson's Wax to be increasingly helpful. When you think about it for a moment, you'll realize that that package of wax on your shelf is not just a product, it's a method of housekeeping, a means of protecting all kinds of surfaces all over your home, a way to save you hours of work all through the year and still have such beautiful floors, furniture, and woodwork that your friends envy you. When you apply Johnson's Wax to wood, leather, and metal surfaces, you're protecting them with an invisible but tough shield, a shield which guards them against wear and dirt. When you polish that wax shield, your floors and furniture glow with rich, mellow beauty that increases with each application of Johnson's Wax. When you consider the many extra uses for this wax throughout your home, you'll understand what I mean by wax housekeeping, with genuine Johnson's Wax, either paste, liquid, or cream. 50 years from now, the old-timers in Wistful Vista will speak of today in terms of the blizzard of 43. But undaunted by blasting wind and sub-zero temperature, the squire of 79 is about to brave the elements as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hand me my muffler, Molly, the plaid one.
You got the plaid one on.
Oh, well, then hand me the knitted one with the monogram on it.
Here you are. Say, where'd you get this? That isn't your monogram.
I know, this is FOS.
Who's that?
I don't know. To me, it just stands for Found on Streetcar. Where's my earmuffs?
You got 'em on.
Huh?
I say you got 'em on.
Speak up, kid. I can't hear a thing with these earmuffs. Oh. Now my mittens.
Here you are. And be careful when you take 'em off. The string is broken.
Yeah.
Have you a sweater on under your coat?
Huh?
Have you got a sweater on under your coat?
Oh, yeah, 3 of them. Well, I'm off, Molly.
Are you sure you want to go through with this, McGee? It could just as well wait till tomorrow, you know.
No, sir, you can't scare Fibber McGee with a little wind and snow. Well, goodbye, Molly.
Goodbye.
Don't worry about me.
I'll try not to. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, here I go.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
That's probably as big a howl as we'll get all evening.
I did it, Molly. I did it. I got the mail out of the mailbox.
Ah, dear, my hero.
What say?
I say my hero, and take off those earmuffs.
Wait till I get these earmuffs off. Oh. Now, what'd you say again?
Never mind. What's the mail?
Let me get out of some of these coats first.
There now.
Ah. Now for the mail as the time will allow, as they say on the radio. Here's the phone bill.
And Merry Christmas to them, too.
Oh. Here's a greeting card from old Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. You've heard me speak of Fred Nittany.
Yeah, Vaudeville used to be in you with him. What's that dirty-looking envelope?
That's a letter that's been stuck in the bottom of the mailbox for 3 years.
Oh, my.
Always wondered what it was. Wind must have blew it loose.
Well, for goodness sakes, who's it from?
Oh, can you imagine that? It's a letter from old Fred Nittany. From Starved Rock, Illinois. He says, Dear Boom Boom.
Who?
Boom Boom. Fred always called me Boom Boom. On account of one night I fell off the stage into the bass drum. Dear Boom Boom, enclosed is the $7 I owe you. I am well. Hope you are well. How are your folks? Hope they are well. My folks are well. Please excuse pencil. Your old pal, Fred. P.S. Forgot to enclose $7 in this letter. We'll send it later.
My. Ah, well, that's a beautiful letter, Boom Boom. A man must have a deep spiritual feeling to write a lovely thing like that. What's the little package?
Well, if it's what I think it is, Yes, it is. Oh, boy, this is what I've been waiting for. Now for some fun.
Oh, dear. From the Wizard Magic Novelty Company.
Yeah.
What on earth?
Look, handcuffs.
Handcuffs?
Yeah.
If you were thinking of giving me those for Christmas.
No. These are trick handcuffs. I'm going to learn some escape tricks, like Howdoony. Going to entertain the guys at the next Elk Smoker. Watch this. I clip them on one wrist. See?
I see.
Then on the other wrist. See? I am now securely fastened as any desperate criminal.
Well, if you had any idea of slipping those over your hips, dearie, you'll find you're a little broad across the pistol pockets.
No, that ain't the trick of it. The trick of it is to... Look, I'll show you. Turn your back a minute.
Okay, with pleasure.
Get that things off. Here they are. Oh, no. Thought I had them there for a minute. Hey, look and see if there's a little catch underneath there someplace, Molly.
No, dearie, I don't see any.
Isn't this silly? I thought sure I could wiggle out of them as soon as I...
Oh, McGee, Alice Darling is coming downstairs.
Oh, my gosh, don't let her see me with these handcuffs
Stick
on.
your hands in your sleeves.
Oh.
That's it. I don't think she'll notice it.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Was there a phone call from me a little while ago?
Yes, there was, Alice. It was corny. I told him you'd call back later.
Oh, thank you. I'd have come down then, only I was pouring on my stockings.
My, it's going to be an odd Christmas this year, isn't it? Alice gets her stockings in a bottle, and Uncle Dennis gets a bottle in his stocking.
Hey, those painted-on stockings are kind of dangerous, aren't they, Alice?
To the girls, you mean, Mr. McGee?
No, to us boys.
Oh.
I told Mrs. Toops yesterday that her socks were wrinkled, and I thought she was going to slug me. Hers were painted on, too.
Oh, Mr. McGee, you look so funny standing here like a Chinese actor with your hands in your sleeves. Are you cold?
Oh, he just had a little chill, Alice.
Pretty bad day, kid. Don't you go out if you don't want to. Weather's very inclementine out.
Oh. Well, I'm going to stay in today and write some letters to some of my boyfriends, which they're in the service. And I wanted to ask you, is there a hyphen in guardhouse?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think there is, Alice.
Always a hyphen in guardhouse, Alice. Makes one more bar to saw through. Look, if you need any Red Cross Christmas seals for your letters, we got plenty.
Oh, thank you.
Now, don't tell us one of your boyfriends is in the guardhouse, Alice.
Yes, they say he damaged some government property.
Yeah?
He used to be a leading man in Hollywood before he went into the Air Force, and he was just flying along one night, and they turned a spotlight on him, and he started to take a bow and hit a smokestack.
Wow, is he the one that was calling you 10 times a day and leaving notes under the door and waiting for you at the corner all the time and stuff?
Yes, but he can't help that. He's a pursuit pilot.
Say, you have a brother or two in the Army, haven't you, Alice?
Yes, paratroopers.
They are, eh?
What?
They're a paratroopers, are they?
I mean, he's a paratrooper. I've just got one brother, Benny, and one sister, Dinah.
Say, what's a paratrooper?
Well, those are the boys that they go up in a plane and then they holler, Geronimo, and jump out and come down on their umbrellas.
Oh. Oh, I see. Why did they yell Geronimo?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. McGee, except I think Geronimo was an Indian chief, and it's quite a feather in their cap when they jump.
I thought Geronimo's was a game you play with little wooden blocks.
No, dearie, those are dynamos.
Oh. Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. Dynamo is what farmers use to blow up stumps with.
No. Dynamite.
No, Mr. McGee. Benny might, but Dinah wouldn't. Well, I gotta finish my letters. Goodbye now.
Drat it, Molly, I gotta get out of these things. I'll have to practice up on them, I guess. Hand me the instructions out of that package, will you?
All right. Say, where'd you put the box that... Oh, here it is.
Well, come on. I can't do a thing till I get these handcuffs off. Well, what are you waiting for? Get me out of here, Molly.
McGee.
Huh?
There's nothing in the box but a printed notice on the inside of the cover.
Well, what does it say? Read it.
It says, due to the paper shortage, instructions for removing the Wizard Magic novelty handcuffs will be forwarded at a future date.
At a future... Oh, my gosh, this is ridiculous.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the karaoke.
must be some simple way to get out of these things. My gosh, they're just a toy.
Well, you'll either have to get them off or sleep in your clothes tonight, dear.
I got a big cribbage game on tomorrow, too. I'm going to look awful stupid shuffling and dealing with handcuffs on.
You're lucky it isn't a boxing match.
Huh?
You'd certainly be a pigeon for a left hook.
Please, Molly, this is no joke. See, if I only knew some amateur magician around here that would know how to get some of these...
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. And how are you, McGee, old fellow?
Hi, Sig. Hey, do you know how to get out of a pair of handcuffs?
Speaking academic, Ellie, my dear boy, the problem is not how to get out of handcuffs, but how to stay out of handcuffs. In all the annals of crime...
Never mind the animals of crime. How do you get out of handcuffs?
Yeah, himself here just got a pair of trick handcuffs in the mail, Mr. Wellington. He was going to practice some parlor tricks.
And they didn't send any instructions with them, see? Look.
Oh, yes. Fit very snugly, don't they? Mm-hmm. It's an odd coincidence that I, as an amateur practitioner of legerdemain myself, am giving a short exhibition of parlor magic for a group of friends this very evening.
Oh.
I fancy the occasion might prove to be quite hilarious.
Us?
By all means, if you care to come.
But look, Sig, if you're an amateur magician, you ought to know how to slip these off. Come on, please, kid.
The poor lad's wrists are getting all chafed, Mr. Wellington.
Regrettable, isn't it? I'm sorry to say, my friends, that my experience with sleight of hand does not include the so-called escape type of prestidigitation.
Oh, dear.
Were it otherwise, I should be most happy to elucidate.
Date?
December 14th, I believe.
And you don't know how to get McGee out of them, Mr. Wellington,
Won't you even try, Sig, old man?
My dear fellow, it cuts me to the quick, though fortunately I have a very slow quick, to be unable to assist you in this predicament.
Yeah, but look, Sig.
McGee, I have one suggestion to make.
Oh, fine.
When I entered just now, I was, may I say, rather perturbed.
Oh, indeed you may.
Thank you too much. I was rather perturbed that you did not offer to shake hands. I realize now, of course, your reason for withholding this immemorial gesture of abiding friendship. But I would suggest that in the case of other visitors, you either leave the room or conceal the handcuffs. They are, to be frank, a bit of an eye.
Sore?
No, just terribly hurt, that's all. Good day.
Won't even help a guy out of a pair of handcuffs. Hey, have we got a chisel, Molly?
The only chisel I know of around here is the one you always try on the meter reader.
What you mean?
The one that goes, you look tired, Bud. Let me run down, read the meter for you, and you just write down what I...
Oh, no. I don't mean that. Anyway, it looks like I better call the blacksmith shop. They'll fix me up. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Ooh, ouch. Oh, my gosh. Just a minute, operator.
What's the matter?
The handcuffs won't stretch so as I can hold the transmitter to my mouth and the receiver to my ear.
Well, here, let me make the call for you. You tell me what to say.
Okay, take it. Ask for the blacksmith shop at 14th and Oak.
Hello, operator. Give me the blacksmith shop at 14th and... Oh, is that you, Myrtle?
Oh, dear. Ask her how's every little thing is.
How's every little thing, Myrtle? It is, eh?
You say, what's a Myrt?
What's say, Myrt? Your grandfather took it on the lamb last night.
Gee, what'd he do that for?
Well, Myrtle's mother made some mint sauce last night, and he didn't like it on the gravy, so he took it on the lamb. What say, Myrtle? Oh, thank you very much. The blacksmith's out of order.
Well, doggone it, how am I going to get out of these things? I'd give $10 right now if I could put my hands in my pockets.
It's a deal.
Hey, where are you going?
To get your other pants.
Oh, my... Can't you take this thing serious? This is an awful predicament. Gee whiz, my wrists are all swole up, and I get...
Oh, McGee, it's Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, don't let him in. He's a terrible kidder. He'll blab this all over town.
We've got to let him in.
Why have we? Don't answer that, I know. Look, throw something over my hands, will you? A newspaper or something.
Here, take my knitting.
Knitting?
No, don't hold the needles like you were eating chop suey. Like this.
Oh, okay. Knit 1, purl 2, drop 3.
Come in.
Knit 1.
Hello, folks. Say, terrible day, isn't it?
Certainly is, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure is, Junior. I left my overshoes outside the door, and when I looked out the window, I saw them stamping around on the porch trying to get warm. Purl 2, knit 1, purl 1.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
What's Whistler's father here working on? Booties for a buddy in a boot camp?
Oh, lay off, Wilcox. Just because a guy doesn't like to idle away his time don't mean you got to start cracking wise. Hey, how many sleeves in a sweater, Molly?
Why, 2.
Thanks. Let me see. 1 over, 1 under. Drop 2.
Say, is this on the level, pal? Can you really knit?
Can he knit? He makes all his own underwear.
Yeah. Only the summer stuff now, though. Can't get enough yarn for the long one. How about me knitting you a hockey cap for Christmas, Junior?
No, thanks. I don't play hockey.
A necktie, maybe?
No, thanks.
How about a nice sweater to wear around the kitchen when you're applying Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to the linoleum to bring out the beauty of the pattern and protect and preserve the surface against dampness and dirt?
No, thanks. For that, I just wear my ordinary...
Well, how about
coat.
it if I knit you one that says across the front, Johnson's glow coat, shines as it dries?
Well, that's nice of you, pal, but don't go to all
I
that
think
trouble.
a nice red and yellow one to match the glow coat container would be nice.
No, I really don't.
Well, what do you want, Junior?
You really want to know?
Yes.
I want you to go get those silly handcuffs filed off and stop acting like a mug. Goodbye now.
He knew. How do you suppose he found
Well,
out?
that's easy. Mr. Wellington told him.
Oh, this is humiliating. Everybody in town will know it. I'll be the staffing lock.
Anyway, McGee, Mr. Wilcox must have seen the handcuffs. You know, you took your hands out of your knitting to scratch your head, remember?
Well, I can't scratch my head with my foot. I'm no fox terrier. Hey, I'm getting desperate, Molly. What am I going to do? Wear these Alcatraz cufflinks till those instructions show up? That might be weeks.
Say, look, maybe I can grease them off.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Get the bacon grease.
I haven't any. I just sent the last of it to the butcher for the fat-saving campaign.
Okay, then we'll use lard or cooking shortening.
We're out of that, too. All we have is butter. We got a quarter of a pound.
Well, for the love of Pete, the use of my hands is worth a quarter of a pound of butter, ain't it?
All right, dearie. I'll get the butter. I'll get it.
Gee whiz, it's a little... Ah, there goes a good kid. Any other woman would get sore if her dopey husband got himself locked into a pair of handcuffs. But not her. She just gets a little disgusted and lets it go at that. My George, if ever... Oh, my gosh, where's my knitting? Oh, here it is. Let's see, what am I making now? An Afghan. Oh, no, too hard. I know, a pot holder. Okay, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, sis. I haven't got time to shoot the breeze with you today. I got to finish this pot holder. This pot holder. I'm knitting the pot holder.
You mean you're making a sweater for yourself?
Don't mean anything of the kind. It's a thing to lift hot saucepans off the stove with and stuff. I'll beat it, will you? Anyway, this is no kind of a day for a kid like you to be out into it.
It is awful cold, mister.
Betcha.
That's why I thought I'd come in and get warm. Willie Toops and I were making a snowman, we were.
That's foolish. It's too cold to make a snowman today. You realize it's 7 degrees below zero? Fahrenheit?
Who?
Fahrenheit.
Who's he?
He's the guy, there's 2 ways of measuring temperature, sis. Fahrenheit and centigrade. We use Fahrenheit.
Why, is he a friend of yours?
No, I never met the guy. He just invented the system, that's all.
Well, maybe the centipede system is just as good, I betcha.
It isn't centipede, it's centigrade.
That's not much. I get a quarter.
You get a quarter for what?
I get a quarter a grade. Every time I pass a grade, my daddy gives me a quarter. A centigrade wouldn't be very much.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. What I'm trying to explain to you is... Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Now, go on. Run along home, sis. It's much too blizzardy to monkey around making snowmen today anyway. We're liable to get frostbitten or bitten.
Gee, honest, mister? Oh, gee, maybe I better tell Willie then.
Didn't Willie go home?
No.
Huh? Where is Willie?
He's inside the snowman. Sure. That's the only way we could get the right shade.
Oh.
Sure. Maybe I better tell him what you said. So long now.
Better make the right.
The King's Men and the daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières.
She's the daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. A Mademoiselle with up-to-date ideas. She can hinky-dinky parlez-vous the way her mother used to do. The daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. The daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. Her picture has the sergeant on his ear. It says my love belongs to you, but all of his buddies have one too. From the daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. The daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. Her mother has not been kissed in 40 years. But when it comes to being kissed, who gets the kisses her mother missed? The daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. Skin-a-ma-rinky-dinky, skin-a-ma-rinky, parlez-vous. Skin-a-ma-rinky, hinky-dinky, parlez-vous. Hinky-dinky, parlez-vous. We're the prance. This is what we're going to see. The daughter of the Mademoiselle from Armentières, waiting 'neath the lilac tree. I'll hold her hand and dry her tears, and she'll fall in love with me.
And me.
And me. And me. And me. Daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières, the flight of the Army Air Corps Bombardiers.
She's not a nurse to take your pulse, but she can get the same results.
The daughter of Mademoiselle from Armentières. Just wait till the smoke of battle disappears. Who'll get all the lusty Army Navy cheers? You'll find the men who never say die, captured and surrounded by the daughter of the Mademoiselle from Armentières.
Well, boys.
Well, it's no use, dearie. I've used up a quarter of a pound of butter, and those handcuffs are as tight as ever.
Yeah, and I just figured out what the trouble is, too.
What?
You know why I can't get these handcuffs off? My hands are bigger than my wrists.
You know, I have a feeling that the people who made handcuffs had that in mind, dearie.
I bet I got a swell lawsuit against those guys. No instructions, lose the use of my hands all day, make me an object of ridicule.
Now, look, sweetheart. You ordered those silly handcuffs of your own free will. Not that I will ever know why, but... Oh, dear, grab your knitting again, dearie. Company coming.
No, sir. I'm going to stick my hands back in my coat sleeves.
But the knitting hides your hands better.
I can't help it. That knitting scares me. I found I was getting interested in it.
Well, they're your handcuffs, Boom Boom. Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly.
Hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc. Kick your colored capsules into a corner and curl your corpus cozily up on a comfy cushion on the couch, kid.
Well, thanks. What's the matter with you? Hands cold?
No. Yes. Yes, they are.
You know his hands have been cold all day, Doctor? But then the weather's very bad, you know.
Very inclementine out.
Well, even so, it's quite comfortable in here. No reason why your hands should be cold. Circulation must be off.
Could be, Doctor. In fact, unless certain things come off, he won't be circulating for quite a while.
Oh, I'm all right, Doc. Gee whiz, just because the guy has cold hands...
Let me take your pulse, my boy.
No.
Come on. I'm not going to steal your wristwatch. Give me your left hand.
Go on. Go ahead, McGee.
No. Well, okay.
No, not both hands, just your left hand.
He can't do that, Doctor.
Why not? He isn't handcuffed, is he?
Yes.
What?
Yes, he is, Doctor.
See?
Well, hypodermic if he isn't. All right, McGee. Tell the nice doctor man all about it. And it better be good, Sonny. Have you been playing horse with the law?
No, he hasn't, Doctor. Those are trick handcuffs he got in the mail.
I got them on and I couldn't get them off. No instructions with them.
We tried everything, but they won't come off.
See how it is, Doc? Gee whiz, it could happen to anybody.
Yes, if there was anybody else like you, which there isn't. McGee, of all the addle-pated adolescent asininity I've ever encountered in a long life devoted to observing human stupidity, you are probably the blue ribbon example of subnormal gullibility.
Honest, Doc? You're not just saying that because you admire me.
I didn't get that out of it, dearie.
How any adult of your alleged intelligence can cling to the wild-eyed follies of his button-shoed youth as you do, I'll never know. To think that a grown man as old as you must be would fall for a set of juvenile handcuffs playing cops and robbers at your age.
Well, Doctor, after all, he was
Of all the childish little boy stunts, this is the most obnoxious...
Doctor, now please.
Gee whiz, Doc. Could I help it if there wasn't any instructions in the box?
Let me see those handcuffs, McGee.
Here.
No use monkeying with them, Doctor. We've tried everything.
Now, hold still, McGee. Now, turn your hand a little this way. That's it.
Oh.
Now, the other one. There.
Oh, Doc, you did it.
They're off.
Gee, what a relief. Oh, boy. Hey, how did you ever do it, Doctor?
Do they teach that in medical school, Doctor?
No, Well, it just happens that I have the same model at home.
Oh.
Wizard Magic Model number 22. A lot of fun when you catch on to them.
Yeah, you mean you got a pair of these childish, adolescent, applicated Oh, this is ridiculous.
a message for you young men of 17. You may now become a full-fledged member of the Army, Navy, or Marine Corps Aviation Enlisted Reserve by passing the examination of the Aviation Cadet Selection Board. You'll then receive an education estimated as being worth more than $25,000. Your training will be unsurpassed by any flying service anywhere, and you will have qualified for a grand career in a post-war world in which flying will be of immense importance. Talk it over with your parents and ask their consent. I'm sure they will see that there is no present need for you more urgent and no future more promising. Remember, the quality of American planes is superb. The training of American flyers is modern and thorough. The possibilities for the American flyer after the war are boundless. Go today to your nearest Army Aviation Cadet Examining Board or Naval Office of Procurement for further information. Be a flyer and see where you're going.
Imagine that big hulk of a Doc Gamble playing with kid stuff like trick handcuffs.
Amusing, isn't it?
Know what I got a good mind to do?
What?
I got a good mind to give him a toy air rifle for Christmas. In fact, I would if I was sure.
If you were sure what?
If I was sure he'd let me use it now and then.
Oh, dear.
Good night.
Good night, Hall.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This program was presented for the entertainment of the Army personnel and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago, WMAQ, 9... Chicago, WMA...
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I'm sure that our listeners in the far south, where snow is an infrequent luxury, will pardon me for a moment while I read you part of a letter that a railway man from Nebraska just sent in. It tells about one very special winter use for Johnson's Wax, and I believe it'll be helpful information for a great many of you. In the wintertime, he writes, I always apply Johnson's Wax to my snow shovel when I shovel snow off my sidewalks. This prevents the snow from sticking to the shovel, and certainly is a big help, especially when the snow is heavy and wet. You may want to tell Fibber and Molly's many admirers about it. Well, as a matter of fact, we do, and now we have. The next time any of you have snow to shovel off your walk, try a little Johnson's Wax on the shovel. It really works. This is just one of over 100 extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax, besides its main use for protecting your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you've been trying to get 79 Wistful Vista on the phone for the last half hour without success, it's because the Squire has been using it to promote a party. He's still trying as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hello? Wilcox resident. Is that you, Junior? It's Fibber McGee speaking. McGee. Yeah. Look, can you and Mrs. W. come over tonight? Molly and I are throwing a wingding. Yeah. Yeah, we're celebrating. Huh? We're celebrating. Oh, didn't you know? Our laundry came back today. Huh? Oh. Okay, Junior. Some other time. Bye.
Can't make it, huh?
No. Looks like everybody we called up is busy tonight. We can't celebrate. And me with 6 clean shirts.
Oh, there must be something we could do. Go out and ring doorbells or break windows, maybe?
Yeah, we got to do something. This is an occasion. I wonder if that laundry gave us special treatment or something. My gosh, they only had it since October.
Well, they always liked you anyway, dearie.
They did? How'd you know?
Oh, they're always keeping some little souvenir like a button off a shirt or the toe out of a sock.
Well, anyway, this is a great day. Let me sit down and hold those shirts on my lap a while. Don't they look beautiful?
Heavenly days, you know, if they continue to give us this kind of service, why, you can send your shirts out 3 or 4 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. What's the matter, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just restless. Here we are, the luckiest people in town, taking the fact that our laundry is back like it was an everyday occurrence. My gosh, we ought to be out painting the town red.
Well, hand me a brush, dearie.
Huh? You mean? Well, why not?
Sure.
Come on, let's go. I'll take you out to dinner. Then we'll go to some nightclub and we'll dance till the place closes up. What do you say?
Okay, where'll we go?
You leave that to me, Angel Puss. I'll find a joint. You creep into your minx while I change into my heavy watch chain.
Are we going formal, McGee?
Nah, nobody goes formal these days. You wear your black dress with the polite pearls.
Cultured pearls.
Same thing. Hey, how's my blue serge? Too shiny?
Well, it was. In fact, the tailor told me he had to wear smoked glasses while he pressed the pants. But I brushed it with a wire brush, and it's all right.
Oh, fine.
Say, where'd you say we were going?
Well, there's the Empire Room at Charlie's Chili Bowl.
Oh, no. The dance floor's too crowded there.
Oh.
The waiters have to take your food around the block and in the back door.
Well, how about the General Eisenhower Allied Victory Club?
I never heard of it.
Well, they changed the name. Used to be the old Heidelberg Student Prince Beer Garden.
Oh, yeah. Sweet music and sauerkraut. I remember the time...
Come in.
Good evening, folks. My name's Beulah.
Huh?
Yes, and I wonder, could you direct me to the residence where Mr. and Mrs. Toops live in? I'm a foreigner in this neighborhood.
Oh, well, certainly. The Toopses live in the 3rd house down on this side of the street. Are you their new cook?
Yes, ma'am. If they have good references, I'm is. You say the 3rd house down?
Yeah, that's it, Beulah. You'll see a sign sticking up out of the snow that says, keep off the grass. That's the place.
Thank you. If you ever having dinner with the Toopses, maybe I can return the favor.
How?
If I shakes my head, don't eat it.
You haven't worked in this neighborhood before, eh?
No, sir, no, sir. I've been working cross town. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only reason I left is they treated me just like one of the family. And I stood there as long as I could.
Well, now, if you go to work at Mr. Toops's, we'll proud to be seeing you, Beulah.
Yeah, we see quite a bit of them. And their neighbor, Dr. Gamble.
Dr. Gamble?
Uh-huh.
Oh, does he reside in this neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a fine man, Dr. Gamble. Yeah. He operated on my 3rd husband for Gladstone.
Gladstone's, Beulah?
Yes, he was a red cap at Union Station and 6 Gladstone bags fell on his head.
A suitcase, if I ever heard one.
Excuse me?
I says you should have started suit. He had a case.
He real amusing, ain't he, man?
Well, there are 2 schools of thought on that, and I've been expelled from both of them.
Well, give our regards to the Toopses, Beulah.
I'm afraid I can't do that, sir.
Oh, why not?
Well, I don't know who you is, if you is, and I'm sure you must be.
Oh, we're Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Hello.
Hello. Goodbye.
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 Well, I'm afraid she won't like working for Mrs. Toops, dear.
No?
No, she just keeps them long enough to use up their ration stamps.
Well, this ain't celebrating the return of our laundry, Molly. Come on. Let's go out and swing it.
Heavenly days. I haven't been out for so long, I don't know what they're dancing now. Are they still having Charleston contests?
Yeah, but now they call it jitterbugging. Though the big rage is the rumba.
The rumba?
Yeah, that's a variation of an old dance called the happy hound dog.
The rumba is?
What does a hound dog do when he's happy?
He wags his...
Exactly. That's the... Well, come on, Molly. Let's get dressed.
All right.
Where's my derby hat? I want to brush it off.
I've wanted to for years. It's in the hall closet.
In here? That's not where I want to put it. Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
Mills and his orchestra play My Heart Stood Still.
Molly, right up ahead there. The Club Flush. That's quite a spot, they tell me. They got a swell boogie-woogie player there.
Oh, boogie-woogie. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Isn't that the kind of piano playing that sounds like rain on the roof with the left hand and somebody playing the flute in the attic with the right hand?
That's it. If we can get a ringside table in here, we can... Okay, doorman, okay. Open up for a couple of cash customers.
Don't be impetuous, mister. There are very few places in this mercenarious world where cash is nil and void, but you have stumbled onto one this night.
Well, what do you mean? Aren't you open for business tonight?
Lady, was I to permit yous to peer into the interior of this abattoir, yous would recoil in horror. It is so crowded that the trombone player is flat on his back playing vertical.
Well, look, Bud, I ain't exactly innocent in this nightclub stuff. There's always room for one more couple if the proper arrangements are made. How's about a couple of bucks for yourself?
I agree that yous is not innocent, Doc. Yous is guilty of attempted bribery. I am stationed at this door to separate the heps from the icks. And I cannot betray that trust. Not for no $2. For 10, I could maybe arrange for you to sit with the band and eat off the drum.
Say, listen, we won't pay $10 to get into any nightclub.
That's outrageous, Bud. I don't mind tipping for services rendered, but by George... Hey, look, will $5 do it?
Sorry, comrade. $5 would put me too high in the brackets come March 15th.
Come on, McGee, let's just find a restaurant and have dinner and then go dance someplace.
Okay, and look, Bud, you can afford to be tough with the customers now, but wait till things ain't quite so prosperous.
Come those times again, Doc. My salary is raised 50%.
Why? Nobody needs a bouncer when they don't have any business.
Not to bounce people out, lady. Come hard times, I can stand out here and bounce people in. Now move on, friends. Ah, yes, Mr. Chilius. Your table is reserved.
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble getting in here, Molly. The Rhinestone Horseshoe holds about 300 people.
Looks pretty expensive, McGee. What's the cover charge?
Only $1.50. I can handle that, maybe. Hey, isn't that Alice standing by the door?
Alice, darling. Why, yes, it is. Hello, Alice.
Oh, hello there. Jeepers, are you folks going in this place?
Why not, Alice? Have they run out of tuna fish for their chicken a la king?
We're stepping tonight, Alice. Our laundry came back.
Yeah.
Oh, but my dears, this place is so crowded. I don't know why Bobby Sock ever brought me here.
Who?
Bobby Sock. He's my boyfriend. His real name is Robert Lyle Weaver, but everybody calls him Bobby Sock.
Oh, I see. Where is he now, Alice? Buying his hat back from those female bandits in the check room?
Oh, no. He's settling our dinner check, $33.65. He'll be out in a few hours.
In a few hours? Can't he write a check faster than that?
He isn't writing a check. He's washing dishes.
That's why I stay away from these clip joints. I always wind up with 5 o'clock shadow, tattletale gray hair, and dishwater cahans.
Is the music good in there, Alice?
Well, it's not bad, Mrs. McGee. It's Gordon Gherkin and his 12 pickles. They specialize on reviving old dance tunes.
Oh, that's for me. I like that.
Well, it's a case of have to with Gordon Gherkin, I guess.
Huh?
He's had so many musicians go into the Army, the only ones he can get are old men who just know numbers like, "Oh, you beautiful doll" and stuff. Criminy, those gates really creak.
Well, if this place charges such awful prices for dinner, it's not for us, McGee. We've got better places to put our money, such as it is.
Oh, we can afford it, Molly, just this once.
Oh, let's not kid ourselves. We can't lick war stamps with our tongues in our cheeks. Good night, Alice.
Good night.
So long, Al. Now let's see where... Uh-oh. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Where are we going, McGee?
I just thought of a swell place. Hey, driver, take us to that Hawaiian place up on 14th Street. The Waikiki Keyhole. Yeah, hurry, and don't spare the horses. Well, thanks, Bud. Here's your fare and 15 cents for yourself. Don't spend it in riotous living.
Well, looks like this place was doing a big business, McGee.
That's a very popular spot. You like Hawaiian music?
Oh, I love it. You know, I'd like to live in the islands and swing and sway the live long day in a skirt of hay, hay, hay.
I tell you, there's something about...
Well, hello, folks. Don't tell me you're going night clubbing.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
And what if we are, Junior? We've been downtown before, at night. Nobody has to tie us up when a streetcar goes by. We wear shoes, too. In fact, I even know how to catch a waiter's attention clear across the room.
Well, I've never known how to do that, pal. What's the secret?
Well, you walk over to him and stick a fork in his leg.
Hey, you told me on the phone you couldn't come to our party tonight. How come now we find you out night clubbing now?
Well, this place does such a terrific business, I have to come at odd hours to talk to the manager. He's an old customer of mine.
Here we go again, folks. Just bear in mind that Wilcox is to Racine, Wisconsin, what McCarthy is to Bergen. Except that Bergen is sometimes surprised at what comes out, and Racine never is. Excuse the digression, Junior.
Sure. But I was just talking to the manager about his kitchen floor.
Say, I wonder what he uses on the linoleum to keep the colors fresh and bright and preserve it against all the wear and tear and protect it against all the stuff that must be spilled on it from day to day.
Why, he uses Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
No.
My God. Well. It's a small world, isn't it?
You know, the kitchen in this place is immaculate. Every noon before they open up, the kitchen boys pour out some glow coat, spread it around, and in 20 minutes or less, the kitchen floor is a beautiful sight to behold. Gleaming, sparkling, spotless. Restaurant owners like Johnson's glow coat because they don't have to waste time rubbing and buffing it to a high polish.
Oh.
When it dries, it has a high polish.
Well, this is the place we've been looking for, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, we both love that soft, restful Hawaiian music. Hey, you think you'd get us a table in here, Junior?
Well, let's open the door and take a look.
All right.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't think it did either. Well, I see what you mean. Well, come on, Molly, let's go.
Well, this place looks a little quieter, McGee. Know anything about it?
No, we'll ask this guy coming out. Hey, Bud, you been in the Pelican Club here?
Yes, why?
Why do they call it the Pelican Club?
When you see the size of your bill, you'll know, madam.
What kind of place is this, Bud?
Horrible.
How's the music?
Raucous.
The food?
Atrocious.
How's the service?
Arrogant.
Crowds.
Maddening.
Prices?
Sheer larceny.
Well, if it's that bad, why do you patronize it?
I have to. I own it. Good night.
Well, frankly, McGee, I'm getting a little worn out. Can't you think of any place we could go and dance?
Look, let's stop at Kramer's drugstore and get a bowl of soup and a sandwich and then go to a nice dance hall. Like, for instance, the Cassidy Hotfoot up on the north side.
Oh, that's a swell idea. After all, a nightclub doesn't...
Well, now, who would I be meeting so far from home than Molly and Fibber, lad? Sure, and you're a sight for sore eyes, which I happen to have because of a slight argument with the head waiter at the Gay Paris.
The Gay Paris?
Hey, we were thinking a little earlier about going there for dinner and dancing, Uncle Dennis. What was your argument about?
Oh, the dirty, underhanded Almadun gave me a piece of steak that was stolen off the tread of a General Sherman tank, and I made a joking reference to the same.
Oh, I see.
I says, I don't mind eating the horse, Mansoor, but after this, would you be so good as to remove the harness before not quite cooking it enough? And the battle was on.
Oh, dear. Was it quite a fracas, Uncle Dennis?
Oh, it was a glorious bit of a brawl, Macushla. I led with my right. He countered with a sugar bowl. I crossed with me left. He jabbed with a ketchup bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I stuck me thumb in his eye. Still fighting fair. He kicked me under the chin. I slugged him with a passing busboy. He pours hot coffee down my neck. And then, that's when I lost my temper.
Well, nice control up to there. So what happened?
Well, I'm a bit confused from there on, lad, though I dimly remember shaking hands with the Gazoon and congratulating him on putting up a fine defense.
And what did he say?
Not a word, him being unconscious at the time, as far as I could see. Had a table across his face. Oh, you can have a grand time at the Gay Paris. Whoa, tread on the tail of me coat. Whoa, tread
The King's Men sing Deacon Jones.
Brothers and sisters and sisterettes, Deacon Jones sends his deepest regrets. So while the deacon's absent from the meeting tonight, there's something about the deacon that I want to set right.
What's that, brother?
Who is so respected? Deacon Jones. Who is kind and unaffected? Deacon Jones. When a sinner's moaning low, who will share his tale of woe? Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones.
Now who's so handsome and good-looking?
Deacon Jones.
Well, who can smell a rooster cooking?
Deacon Jones.
Who gets all the chicken breasts and leave the giblets for the rest?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Who is loved by all his neighbors and admired?
The deacon.
Who will help you with your labors when you're tired?
The deacon.
Who will help you beat the rug? Who will find that cider jug? Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Who's the first to church on Sunday full of pride?
Why, the deacon.
Who's the last to work on Monday sleepy-eyed?
The deacon.
And the balance of the week?
Who goes fishing down the creek?
Hallelujah, hallelujah, Deacon Jones. Now, brothers and sisters, you all know that everybody has his imperfections. But before we all adjourn and before the deacon return, we will hold the annual election.
Hold everything.
Hold the deacon.
Who takes charge of all the meetings?
Oh, you do, Deacon.
Who extends the hearty greetings?
You always do it, Deacon, when the ballots all are in. Who will count the votes and win? Hallelujah, 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 good old Deacon Jones.
Well, I'm getting a little fed up with this whole thing, McGee. Heavenly days. Even the restaurants are jammed.
Yeah, I never knew this town had so much nightlife. Maybe we should have made a reservation someplace.
I just made a reservation.
What?
Never to do this again.
Doggone it, there must be some quiet little place that has a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
I'd settle for a cracker and a harmonica at this stage of the game.
Oh, hey, there's Doc Gamble. Maybe he knows a place. Hey, Doc, wait a minute.
Well, hello there, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, McGee. You're looking very ship-shape.
Oh, you think so, Doc?
Yes, indeed. Particularly from the stern do you have a ship shape.
Oh, yeah? Will anybody ever tell you you look like a sub? Normal?
Now, stop it, boy, stop.
Certainly. What are you two doing roaming the streets? Didn't you hear the curfew?
We're celebrating, Doc. It's a big occasion for us.
Sure, our laundry came back today.
Well, congratulations. How did it look?
Ah, beautiful, Doc. Simply beautiful.
Yes. Drop by tomorrow sometime and see it, Doctor.
Yeah.
I'd like to very much. I sent out some laundry once. But it never...
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. Something you loved very much, was it?
Yes.
Oh.
4 sulka shirts and some no-sag underwear. It's very lonely without them. Sorry to be so emotional.
Oh, that's all right, Doctor. We know how it is.
Hey, Doc, we're looking for a good place to eat, and then we want to go someplace and dance. You got any ideas?
No, I'm afraid not, McGee. I hate nightclubs myself. I can get the same effect by kneeling down and banging my head on the sidewalk. And besides, I can never get a paper hat that fits me.
Oh, we don't want a nightclub, Doctor. Just a quiet place to eat. We can go dancing afterwards.
Yeah.
I wish I could go with you. I've always wanted to see McGee dance. I imagine it'd look something like a road scraper with a broken governor.
Oh.
Now, look here, Doctor. All we did was ask you a civil question about where we could get something to eat. But I'm not hungry anymore. I'm fed up with your wisecracks.
Why, you wouldn't know a wisecrack if it was tattooed on your forehead by Joe Miller. Without a lampshade on your head, you're the death of the party.
Oh, listen to him. I wouldn't know a wisecrack, he says. Why, you malpracticing...
Say, I just thought where you might go.
Really?
Where, Doc, old man? Tell us.
Now, look, if you want good food and good service with a minimum of expense, take the next Oak Street bus and go right on
down. Isn't this good coffee, McGee?
Wonderful. Let's dance one more dance and have another cup. I could use another order of that pastry, too.
Well, it turned out to be a nice evening after all, didn't it?
Yeah.
What time is it?
What do you care what time it is? Come on, let's dance. Or do you want to drink this one out?
I finished my coffee, thanks. Let's go.
Okay. Good floor, isn't it?
Be yourself, dearie.
Who was I being?
Harlow Wilcox. Why, darling, you're dancing beautifully. What was that last tricky little step you did?
That wasn't a step. I was scratching my left leg with my right foot.
You remember how we used to take those moonlight excursions on the Illinois River, McGee?
Yeah. The old city of Peoria. I think that was the steamboat that invented Fulton.
Yep. Used to go clear up to Starved Rock, didn't we?
Ah, good old Starved Rock. Remember Fred Nittany from there? The guy I was in vaudeville with?
Yes, you've told me all about him.
Oh, we had a great little act. We had one gag where I'd dance up to Fred and say, "Do you file your nails?" He'd say, "No, I just throw them away." And he'd hit me on the head with a folded newspaper. Surefire.
I'll bet it was. Does it bother you if I listen while you talk while we dance?
Not a bit. Yes, sir, those were great old days in vaudeville. I wonder whatever become of all those people. There was one act, Burns and Allen, they called themselves.
Say, could that have been Bob Burns and Fred Allen?
No, this was a guy and a girl. Oh, she was cute. He was always kind of barking at her. "Gracie," like that.
Yeah?
Oh, well, they're probably sitting around some broken-down theatrical boarding house. Living on their memories.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. Shall we go back to our table?
Yeah. Boy, am I glad Doc suggested this place.
So am I.
Yeah.
And you know what would make the evening perfect?
What?
Let's pile the dishes in the sink and wash them in the morning.
That's a deal. It's a deal. You haul them out while I turn off the Victrola. La Belle?
Whenever I spend a little time in my own kitchen, and that's quite often, I'll admit, I realize how important linoleum floors really are. When they're bright and sparkling, the kitchen is certainly a much pleasanter place to work in. That in itself is a good enough reason for using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. And yet that's only a very small part of the Glow Coat story. A more important reason is, of course, the way Glow Coat protects linoleum surfaces against wear and dirt. How it makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. Another is the way Glow Coat saves you work. Because it's self-polishing, it needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest. Even on linoleum that's been down for many years, Glow Coat works wonders. And if you're putting down any new linoleum, then be sure that from the very first day it's protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
McGee, wake up. McGee, the telephone is ringing.
Who set the clock for this time of night?
That isn't the clock. That's the telephone. Go answer it.
Oh. Hello. Who? Oh, fine. Thanks, Junior. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Wilcox. Said he got a reservation for us at the Chez Wen if we can pick it up in 15 minutes.
Isn't that nice?
That's wonderful. Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Uncle Dennis heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Wax has certainly proved to be very helpful during these days when we have to take better care of our household things. Take your refrigerator, for example. A great many of you undoubtedly use Johnson's Wax, probably the cream wax, to protect the outside against fingerprints, smudges, and dirt. But I wonder how many of you have discovered that you can keep the wire shelves from rusting by giving them an occasional coat of Johnson's Wax. Let me read you part of an interesting letter that just arrived from a prominent businessman. Our electric refrigerator, like all others, he writes, is reaching the used stage. The wire shelves were rusting, and I suggested to my wife that she should clean them and give them a coat of Johnson's Wax. It really worked wonders and completely stopped the rusty condition of the shelves. Well, I'm very glad to pass this man's suggestion along. Johnson's Wax does protect metal surfaces against rust and corrosion. Try it on your refrigerator shelves the next time you're waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you could follow a mail carrier for one day and see the mixed emotions that he leaves in his wake, it would probably wear you out. So let's just follow the postman to one address, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Mersey-do, a letter for Jones, a postcard for McGee, a kiddly-divey too, postage due. Oh, Mersey-do, send up, number 79. And dozy-do, so little Amsy peanuts wouldn't do. Indeed I would. Nobody asked me. Good day, sir. Have I the extreme pleasure of speaking to Mr. Fibber McGee?
You have, Bud. At least I am.
Are you the new mailman?
Yes, I am, madam, and please let the post office department know if there's anything we could do for you.
Oh, fine.
We'd be glad to take a letter or postcard almost any place you say. By the way, do you need any stamps today?
No, Bub, I don't believe we do.
Have you seen the new airmails? Very attractive and only 6 cents a piece.
No, I don't think we
Well,
do.
how about some 3s? I don't think any real American can have too many 3-cent stamps because...
Now, look, Bud, skip the salesmanship. You got any mail for me?
Yes, sir, I have. 1 letter. There you are.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Hey, what are you swaying back and forth like that for? You feel dizzy?
Oh, no, I'm just training myself.
Huh?
Someday I hope to be a railway mail clerk and just travel around like everything. Well, good day.
Great personality.
Yeah, reminds me of the Pony Express somehow. Around the neck, mostly. Hey, this is the letter I've been waiting for.
Who's the letter from?
Woman in New York that analyzes character from your handwriting.
Oh.
I sent her a sample of mine several weeks ago.
Oh, dear. What does she say?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. This woman is uncanny. She's got my character down perfect. Listen to this. Your signature shows definite professional ability.
Amazing.
Listen. It says, your writing shows a keen understanding of human nature, a deep sympathy for your fellow man. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to whistle for that mailman. He gave you the wrong mail.
No. Wait a minute. Now, listen to this. It says, it is to be hoped you are a physician, for you would have made an excellent one.
Oh, dear.
You are analytical. You have a deep insight into human nature, and you have what is more important, the common touch. You get that, Molly? I got the common touch.
Well. Why don't you study medicine, McGee? Or would you have to go back and finish high school first?
I always knew I should have been a doctor. Always wanted to be a doctor, in fact.
If people could see your bedside manner when you're looking for your slippers on a cold morning, I don't think
The common touch. Dr. McGee, physician and sturgeon.
Now, listen. Now, look, McGee, don't start believing everything you read in your mail.
To think of the years I've wasted, the lives I might have saved, the suffering I might have averted. All because I never knew till now that I had it. The common touch.
You know, McGee, I always thought you had studied medicine at one time.
Did you really, Molly? What made you think so? Because of my deep analytical?
No. Because no doctor has ever prescribed for you yet that you didn't give him an argument.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's because they all got what they know out of books. I got it right here, in the heart. If I was to ever...
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Good day, child. Please sit down. What's troubling you this morning?
Why, nothing is troubling.
Come, child, relax. You can tell me. This nervous tension is something to be avoided.
Well, how can she relax when you keep staring at the child, McGee?
Are you sure you're getting enough rest, my child?
Enough rest? Jeepers, I get 4 or 5 hours sleep every day of the world, my dear. That's enough for anybody.
For a girl her age, McGee, she's... Hey, how old are you, Alice?
4 going on 5.
4 going on 5. Well, what's the...
Oh, my birthday is February 29th, leap year day. I have my 5th birthday this year.
Ah, a 5-year-old child. Well, go ahead, doctor. Examine her. Maybe she's teething.
Please, ladies, please. Less levity. We can have any less. Now, child, I want you to stop worrying.
Worrying? Criminy, I'm not worried.
After all, things like this may pass off in no time at all. The main thing is to...
Things like what, Mr. McGee? Jeepers.
Oh, stop scaring the girl, McGee. There's nothing the matter with her.
Of course there isn't. Nothing serious, anyway. Tell me, Alice, do you have a slight feeling of hunger before meals?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Do you have a sort of a tired, sleepy feeling just before you go to bed?
Yes, is that very serious?
When you get out of the bright sunshine, when you go out of the bright sunshine into a movie theater, does everything go black for a brief time?
Gee, come to think of it, it does. Mr. McGee, is there something...
Now, Alice, what's the matter? You're getting pale.
I guess I don't feel very good all of a sudden. I think I'll go up and lie down.
The best thing you can do, child. I'm afraid you've been burning the candle at both ends against the middle. Here, have this filled.
McGee, what are you doing? You have no business writing prescription.
But this is just a blank piece of paper, Mrs. McGee.
Yes, that's to put your gum into. I don't want you swallowing it when you lie down. Now run along, child, and get plenty of rest. Drink a lot of milk, and don't worry.
All right, but jeepers, I feel awful.
Now, McGee. Jerry, what was the idea of all that?
The common touch, my dear, the common touch. Cheer up the sick ones and scare the bajunior out of the healthy ones. It's all a matter of human understanding. The common touch, and I got it.
Yeah, and you can have it.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Softly as in a Morning Sunrise.
Yes, the deep understanding of human nature, the humanitarian outlook. Take all the great physicians of the world. We all had it. The common touch. Now you take a great physician like Louis Pasteur.
Say, he discovered radium, didn't he?
Oh, no. You're thinking of the wrong Louis. That was Louis B. Mayer. Pasteur invented hydrophobia.
Oh. Well, it wasn't very smart of him. The world would be better off if hydrophobia had never been invented.
Well, that was his destiny, my child. When we got the common touch, like I got, we can understand that a human being is but a small cog in the vast machinery of the
Saved by the bell.
Yes.
Come in.
Ah, good day, Mrs. McGee. What a sight you are for sore eyes. And McGee, dear fellow, what a sight you are.
Nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wellington.
Hello, Sigmund, my boy. I trust you will forgive me for my rudeness at the Rotary luncheon this noon. I'm afraid I was not very tolerant, but that was before I knew I had the common touch.
What did you do that was so rude, McGee?
Oh, nothing really at all, my dear. It was really nothing. He merely sneered at one of my humorous anecdotes.
Oh.
The one about the little shepherd girl who disappeared, and they found her little sunbonnet weeks later out in the pasture.
Well, tell her the payoff, Sigmund. I consider it very amusing.
Thank you. The denouement of the anecdote, Mrs. McGee, is that the girl was victim of her own ignorance. Her name was Ivy, and she didn't know that little lambs eat ivy.
Yes?
Oh, that's all.
Oh.
It went big at the luncheon, Molly. You made a fine speech, Wellington. Incidentally, you better watch your diet.
I beg your pardon, old chap.
What about his diet, McGee?
For him, I'd recommend a high-protein diet. No roughage. Lots of whole wheat bread. No pork. Lots of milk products. Get lots of rest and cut down on the smoking, Wellington. Better come back again and see me in about 2 weeks. And don't worry, we'll pull you through this all right.
You'll have to. I won't go through it willingly. Oh, so sorry. I almost forgot what I came over for. Will you excuse me, Mrs. McGee?
Why, certainly, Mr. Wellington.
Thank you. I say, my dear fellow.
Huh? Oh, Oh, sure. Glad to, Wellington. And don't apologize. Remember the sportsman's motto. It isn't how you played the game, it's did you win or lose.
What a charming version. Well, I must go home and give my Great Dane his German lesson.
You're teaching your dog German?
Yes, in case we wish to travel in occupied Germany after the war.
Yeah, but how do you expect a dog to speak German?
But he already does.
What?
I started him off with Auf Wiedersehen, and already he can say Auf. Good day. Thank you, old boy.
Well, what did he want, dearie?
Wanted to borrow $2 till Saturday.
Well, if you didn't have it, at least you're getting it.
What?
The common touch. Though I suppose the touch for $1 would be even more common. What's the matter?
I just wondered if Kramer's drugstore's got a stethoscope I could buy. What's a doctor without a stethoscope?
Oh, now, just a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Don't go too far with this thing.
What you mean?
Why, the first thing you know, you'll be caught practicing medicine without a license, and I'll be writing tear-stained letters to the parole board.
Oh, come, my dear Molly, come. Medicine is merely a hobby with me. Remember, I have the soul, the heart of a great physician.
Really? Anyone I know?
Hand me the phone, my dear. I shall call the apothecary shop.
The what? You mean the apothecary shop?
Yeah, the drugstore.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore. Just below. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Busy. What say, Mert? Your uncle. Oh, that's tough. Lost a pair of rubbers, eh?
Doesn't he know where he lost them, McGee?
Sure, they went in the army. Mert's uncle runs a Turkish bath.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. The drugstore doesn't answer. Maybe they ought to...
Hello, kiddies. Remember me, the man who sells the you-know that's so good for your stuff and things?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, boy. Sit down and stop worrying about it.
Worrying about what?
The crease in your pants. It's all very well to be neat and clean, boy. But overemphasis on one's personal appearance indicates that one is socially unsure of oneself.
You feel all right, pal?
He's all right, Mr. Wilcox. The great physician was lost in McGee, and he's trying to find it again.
Health all right again, boy?
What do you mean again?
Well, you did have the flu, you know, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Yes, and I remember a guy named Von Zell came in here and nearly ruined me. If you've got to analyze a character, pal, work on Von Zell. There is one.
Why, fine lad, Von Zell. Splendid personality.
Hey, by the way, what do you mean I'm worried about the crease in my pants? That never worried me, and you know it.
No, Mr. Wilcox is just naturally well-groomed, dearie. If that's a character deficiency, you could deteriorate a little yourself.
Oh, come. I was merely pointing out that too much neatness and couthness is merely the result of the subconscious mind trying to overcome a natural tendency towards sloppiness. Is that clear?
Well, personally, I think it's a lot of mahula.
Ooh.
When people are neat and clean, it only means that they like to be neat and clean, that's all.
Ah, but look, boy.
Do you mean to sit there with your head between your ears and tell me that people all over the world use Johnson's wax because they feel socially unsure of themselves? Birdseed. They use Johnson's wax because they know how it'll save housework. It'll preserve and beautify their floors and woodwork and furniture.
But subconsciously, boy.
Subconsciously, they feel they're economizing, too. Because wax-protected things last longer and require less frequent replacement.
Yeah, but the common touch, Mr.
The
Wilcox.
most beautiful common touch in the world is the touch of a Johnson waxed surface.
Oh.
The satisfying, smooth, satiny feel of a surface sealed against dust and dampness.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, if you want to play doctor, pal, don't try it on me. I wouldn't let you examine the tongue on my coaster wagon. Goodbye now.
Been holding out on me, eh?
What do you mean?
He never told me he had a coaster wagon. Ah, well, it's them little weaknesses of people that endears them to me.
Oh, dear.
Hey, I wonder how I'd look if I grew a goatee.
Probably like a small buffalo, Bill. Now, listen, you can just sit here in your mellow little mood and love the human race. I've got to order some groceries.
Okay, Molly, dear. Ah, there goes a good kid. For her sake, I'm glad I never did study medicine. I'd have been constantly traveling all over the world, being consulted by famous people, with her sitting here alone, lonesome and neglected, watching out the window for her famous husband. I'm sorry, my dear, but my duty is to the world, I'd say. Did you know there was a petition to bury me in Westminster Abbey? No, not now. I mean after I'm dead. I can hear them bells. The chimes of Westminster... come in.
Hi, mister.
Good day, my child. Come in, little one. Do sit down.
Well,
I says sit down. I'm very happy to see you.
Are you kidding, mister?
No, my child. Why shouldn't I be glad to see you?
Well, gee, you almost hardly never are, I betcha.
But don't let my gruff exterior deceive you about my warm heart and great human understanding, sis.
Well,
Well, generally speaking...
My daddy says so, too.
Says what?
He says you're generally speaking.
Yeah. Your old man. Ah, yes, your father. Fine man, your father. Interesting example of a dual personality. If I can borrow a couple of pistols. Well, how do you feel today, sis?
Not very good, I guess.
You don't? I says you don't?
Don't what?
You don't feel good.
Gee, how'd you know?
Oh, just a gift for diagnosis. What's the matter?
I got a little sliver in my finger, see?
A what?
A sliver. It's too small for a splinter and too big for a sliver.
Well, that's nothing to worry about. I got one in my own finger. Come, sit on Dr. McGee's lap and I'll remove the sliver.
Oh, you're not a doctor, I bet you.
Well, you mean if I never went through the ridiculous formality of getting a degree? No. But I got all the qualifications, sis. Human understanding, knowledge of people, and the common touch. Now, hold still.
Okay.
There. Now, that didn't hurt a bit, did it?
Gee, not a bit. I never even felt it.
Well, that's because when you're a doctor at heart, you got a sensitive touch, a dexterity in your hands.
There's another reason, too, I bet you.
What's that?
You took the sliver out of your own finger.
My finger. Hey, Molly, bring the iodine. Hold on.
The King's Men sing Johnny One Note.
Oh, Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. For Johnny One Note sang out with gusto, and just overlorded the fame. For Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his ace. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself, by gum. Oh, poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note to howl like the north wind, a fourth wind that made critics rave. While Verdi turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the big trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood all alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping. Lions in the zoo were all jealous of Johnny's big trill. Thunder clapped, stopped clapping. Traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara's the sill. He stopped the train, whistled, whistle, whistle, whistle. All whistles bowed to his skill. Sing it, Johnny One Note, sing it out with gusto. Well, hold the crowd, louder and louder and louder and prouder and oh, sing Johnny One Note about. Sing Johnny One Note, sing Johnny One Note, sing it and sing it out loud.
What on earth are you doing, McGee?
I'm brushing up on my medical studies. Hey, we got to get a new dictionary, Molly. This thing hasn't even got a simple medical term like pneumonia in it.
Strange that our dictionary shouldn't have pneumonia. We leave it open half the time.
Ooh. Well, it ain't in here. Look, it skips from Newmarket right down to Newsboy.
Have you looked at the P's?
What good would that do? Pleurisy and pneumonia are two different kinds of things.
Come in.
Hello, folks. Remember me? I'm Beulah.
Oh, yeah. Toops is cook. Well, how are you, Beulah?
Come right in,
Yeah,
Beulah.
thank you kindly, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you getting along with the Toopses, Beulah? Mr. Toops like your cooking?
Oh, he do indeed, Miss McGee. He do indeed. As I just at breakfast this morning, he said, Beulah, he was addressing me personally, you know.
Uh-huh, yes.
Yeah, so he said, Beulah, he said, your biscuits are just like a feather. That's what he said.
Like a feather, huh?
Yes, and then he said, now can I have one that's more like a biscuit?
Old Mort, he's a clip. He's got more wheezes than a hawk shop accordion.
Hawk shop accordion, good man. Oh, he's real amusing, ain't he, man?
He's got the common touch, Beulah.
Well, what can we do for you this evening, Beulah?
Oh, nothing at all, Mr. McGee, sir. Nothing at all. I just brought you a half dozen cream puffs I just made fresh.
Oh, thank you very much. Himself here just loves cream puffs, don't you, dearie?
Yeah, I'd like to fall in a well full of them and eat my way out. Are you sure the Toopses can spare these, Beulah? We don't want to short them on ration points.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Toops, he ain't one for dessert, you know, and I saved some for the kids. Besides, I just want you to know Beulah's cooking, just in case.
In case of what, Beulah?
Oh, just in case, that's all. You know when a gal bend over a hot stove all day long, she can't get frozen to a job like that. Bye now.
Hey, McGee, you think she's hinting for a job with us?
Mm.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
There. She's a creature of impulses, as I read her character. Impulsive, warm-hearted, and loyal.
Yes, sir. She's the kind that...
If I only had my medical degree. At $5 a call, I'd have made $30 so far today.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. How are you today, my little hypothyroid?
Please, doctor, there's a lady present. I'd suggest we leave my thighs out of the conversation.
Don't mind me, boys. You know, it's been a long time since I was so delicate that I called a leg of mutton a limb of lamb. You know, you look tired, Doctor.
I am tired, my dear. I've been sick for a week, but my confounded patients won't leave me alone long enough so I can go to bed and rest. I'm so run down, I got tread marks on my shirt.
Trouble with you, Doc, is that you bungle your cases. Huh? You rely too much on materia medica, not enough on human nature. The best way to practice medicine is not with pills. It's from here, from the heart.
I see. And what would you prescribe for influenza, Dr. Gillespie? Long walks in the rain?
Not at all, my dear sir, not at all. But I'd mix a little kindness and warm-hearted understanding in the treatment.
You know, when you say things like that, dearie, you get the moist, happy look of a horse that's just had a nice roll in a dirt road.
Now, look, McGee, when I passed my medical examination...
You did? Oh, that's great, Doc. Hey, Molly, Doc passed his medical examination. I was wrong. He is practicing legally.
Why? Why, you insulting little gutter snipe? Are you trying to insinuate...
Now, boys, please. Come, McGee. Don't lose the common touch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I forgot myself.
Well, don't remember yourself on my account.
I was merely trying to point out, sir, that in the proper treatment of people, understanding is the prime factor. You got to get behind the illness, know what they're thinking.
I know darn well what they're thinking. They're thinking, A, is this going to hurt? And B, is Doc Gamble going to let me off cheap?
The answer is yes and no. The trouble with you, you lack the important essential for greatness in your profession.
Yes?
Yes, the common touch.
Well, of all the impudent, unmitigated, double-distilled arrogance, how you can have the infernal, shameless, insolent bumptiousness to stand there...
Hey, no sympathy, no understanding.
Stand there and tell me I don't understand my patient.
Well...
For 3 grains of monoacetic acid ester of salicylic acid, I'd kick your pudgy little carcass from here to Helsinki.
Oh, yeah, well, let me...
Now, hush, McGee. Look, Doctor, it's all from the letter that he got.
Yeah.
Letter? What letter?
This letter right here, Doc. It informs me in no uncertain terms that I got what you lack. Tolerance, understanding, the common touch.
Where did you ever get a letter like that? Off a Ouija board?
No. From a handwriting analyst, Doctor. She says McGee has the finest possible character to make a great physician.
Yeah, they could tell that from my handwriting, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't it wonderful how accurate they can size a guy up from a mere signature? My gosh,
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
When you submitted that handwriting sample, didn't you ask me to mail the postcard for you?
Yes, you did, McGee. I remember distinctly.
So what? So what, Doc?
This is wonderful.
What is, Doctor?
Huh? Why, his handwriting was so illegible I didn't have the heart to mail it. Huh? I filled another one out and signed his name to it myself.
He means they analyzed Dr. Gamble's handwriting and not yours, McGee.
Well, of all the dirty tolerance, my boy, understanding, don't lose that common sense. Of all the dirty, low-down, deceitful...
For those of you who have floors of asphalt tile, either in your home or place of business, you'll want to know that Johnson's Glow Coat is the preferred polish to use in protecting these floors. You apply Glow Coat to an asphalt tile floor in exactly the same way as to linoleum. There's no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It brings out the color of the tile, keeps it new-looking. It's a cinch to keep clean, and it leaves a tough film that protects the surface of the tile against wear, makes it last longer. And, of course, for the care of all your linoleum surfaces, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is the kind of product prescribed by linoleum manufacturers and good housekeeping authorities and proved in use on millions of floors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for the wonderful way in which you answered our recent appeal to you to buy war bonds. We're sorry we can't give you the final results as all the returns are not in. But we assure you, your response was magnificent.
And today is the final day of the fourth war loan drive. So if you haven't bought as many extra bonds as you possibly can, now is the time to show your friends and relatives in uniform that the home front knows what to do in the 0 hour.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Wellington heard on this program was...
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Every now and then, a lady asks me why I don't say more about one of her pet Johnson products, Johnson's Cream Wax. Well, perhaps I have neglected it, but I'll try to make amends. Cream Wax, you know, is the wax polish that was developed especially for furniture and woodwork. It's a white liquid that does a remarkable cleaning job, cleans as it polishes. Women like it particularly for cleaning and protecting light-painted woodwork, though it's equally good on dark woodwork and all furniture. And for keeping a white refrigerator spick and span, there's nothing better. Dirt, spots, and fingerprints are whisked away instantly when you apply Johnson's Cream Wax. It requires a minimum of rubbing, leaves a satin-smooth, dry wax finish that protects tabletops, chair arms, in fact, all furniture and woodwork, against minor scratches and stains. Cream Wax brings out all the beauty of the wood grain. And, of course, like all wax finishes, it does not collect dust as do ordinary oil furniture polishes. Next time you're shopping, get a bottle of Johnson's Cream Wax and try it on your furniture and woodwork. Statistics show that happy marriages result from A, mutual love and respect, B, a measure of economic security, and C, the ability of a wife to keep her little pink mouth shut when she sees the old man trying to do a job she could handle much better herself. Like just now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
No, that can't be right. This leg must fit into this socket here. Dead rat, that dead ratted. If I ever meet the lemon head that invented the folding ironing board, he'll be wearing an off-the-face nose, believe me.
You're still 75% right, McGee. Keep trying.
What do you mean, 75% right?
It has 4 legs. You've only broken 1.
Well, doggone it, look at the cheap wood they made this thing out of. It's just a piece of punk with knot holes.
Well, it was the best ironing board they had at the Bonton, McGee. Cost $5.95.
$5.95? For this worm-eaten, wobble-footed, loose-bolted, cross-grained collection of driftwood?
That's right.
Well, anybody that'd shell out that kind of dough for a Rube Goldberg contraption like this is just the kind of a bird brain that... Hey, is this the one that...
Yes, dearie.
Oh.
The one you picked out yourself. For my birthday.
Oh, well. There. I knew I could get it set up if I kept at it. But what makes it so much lower on one end?
Well, maybe because you got the legs folded the wrong way.
Huh?
Here. There.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and that busted leg don't even wobble, see? That's because it's cross-braced so strongly.
Yes, I know.
Thing is built like a skyscraper. Light but sturdy. When I buy something, baby, I buy quality. I could have got the $3.75 kind, but I says to myself, it isn't every day a guy buys his wife an ironing board, I says, so why not go first class, I says. So I lays $5.95 on the line, and what have we got?
A wobble-footed, worm-eaten, loose-bolted...
I was just kidding about that. This is a great little ironing board.
Well, what are you going to do now that you got it up, dearie?
I'm going to press my blue serge suit.
Oh, why don't you let me do it, or Beulah?
No, I like a razor crease on my pants, and a woman ain't got the strength for it. Besides, I got to sandpaper the seat a little bit.
Sandpaper the seat?
Mm-hmm.
Are you losing your grip on chairs?
My trousers are getting too shiny. Fellas at the Elks have started calling me Little Glitter Britches.
Look, dearie, why don't you take it to the tailor? The next thing I know, you'll be cutting your own hair and filling your own teeth.
The tailor got too uppity with me. That's why I'm not taking it there. Wanted 65 cents just to press a suet.
Did you want it pressed for some special occasion?
No, but a guy always needs a dark suit, and if an occasion come up suddenly, I didn't want to be caught with my pants down at the tailor shop.
But, McGee, he's been charging 65 cents for 15 years.
Exactly. That price is outmoded. With modern equipment, he can afford to do it for 50 cents, and I told him so.
And he said?
Oh, never mind what he said. It would have been a physical impossibility anyway. Better move the ironing board over by the window. To do an artistic job, you got to have a good north light.
Well, you better get started. It'll be dark very soon.
Okay, just as soon as I move the ironing board.
I don't think it'll fit in that space by the window, McGee.
Oh, sure it will. Look.
McGee, look out for the end table.
What end table?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Is that lamp seriously broken?
It's nothing that can't be fixed for $6 or $7. Don't worry your curly little head about it.
Now, let's see. I'll need a cloth and a pan of water, some sandpaper, and what else do I need to press a suit?
Well, maybe I'm just being a little silly, but how about a flat iron?
Oh, my gosh, yes, the flat iron. I was going to...
Is something the matter, Mrs. McGee? Did I hear something fall?
Hello, Alice. It was nothing important.
No, just knocked over the end table in a fit of temper, Alice. You know how I am. Always flying into a rage and throwing furniture around about.
Oh, creepers, Mr. McGee. I never knew that. You always seemed so good-tempered to me.
Oh, he's awful, Alice. He threw his brother down the stairs once.
Not really.
That's right, Alice. My brother, Byron. He come in the house and started to hang up his coat, and there wasn't any coat hanger in the closet, so he calls upstairs to me and says, "Hey, Fib, where's all the coat hangers?"
And McGee threw him downstairs, the coat hanger.
Oh, you're just fooling. But I know a boy named Rocco DeMarco who has such a terrible temper he always counts to 10 before he says anything.
Oh, I don't take long.
Well, he's a Latin and always counts in Roman numerals. He says I, V, V, I, V, I,
McGee ought to learn to count to 10 in Gaelic.
Uh-huh.
Then when he gets his Irish up, he can get it down again.
I can count to 10 in Gaelic now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Incidentally, Alice, a guy called you up. Says he was a Lieutenant Aldrich.
Oh, that's Skippy Aldrich. He's a flyer. And creepers, I never knew what they meant by a pursuit pilot till I met him.
Did he leave a message, McGee?
Yeah, he said to tell the mouse.
That's me.
Oh, to tell the mouse that he was chartering a crate tonight for a special hop. And if you didn't put him on oxygen, he wanted to fit some special equipment to your port wing. That stuff makes sense to you?
Oh, yes. He meant he was renting a car tonight for a big dance, and if I didn't give him the air, he wanted to give me an engagement ring.
Heavenly days. I just get to know the steering gear from the radiator on an automobile and the airplane around it. It's discouraging.
Well, if he calls again, Mr. McGee, tell him the field has closed in and we're not operating tonight. Tell him
You might as well answer it, Alice. For all the calls I get, I might as well be an unlisted number.
You're not as pretty as Alice, dearie.
Well, it might be for me at that. Hello? Yes, this is Alice. Oh, hello, you sweet thing. Yes? Well, you're simply a pet to call me. I certainly get a charge out of hearing your voice, honey.
The way she's buttering him, he must be a cigarette salesman.
Oh, you wonderful man, you. Of course I'd love it. I've never had a fox fur jacket.
Oh, let me talk to him when you get through, Alice.
Quiet, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, I think you're just too sweet for words. Remind me to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, what slush.
Creepers. A real fox fur jacket. Oh, but darling, will it be all right with your wife?
Oh, my God.
Now, just a darn minute, Alice. We don't let that
Oh, excuse me a minute, dear. Please, Mr. McGee, I can't hear.
Oh, I can't.
Well, you have it delivered any time you like, Angel, and thanks a million. Goodbye, grandfather. What were you saying, Mr. McGee?
Huh? Oh, nothing, kid, nothing. Well, one side, girls. I got to press my pants.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Tico Tico.
Hey, Molly, what are you doing? If you're making out the Christmas list, don't forget those anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals.
This is just a little memorandum, McGee. Why, what do you want?
The pliers. Where's the pliers?
I haven't the slightest idea, dearie. You were using them last night to crack those hickory nuts, you know.
Must have left them down in the basement. Oh, well, I can put this ironing cord back together with my fingers, I guess.
What's the matter with it?
Oh, I just tripped over it and broke it. Just in one place here, but... Having an instinct like I got for electrical stuff,
Oh, my God.
Did you see that flash?
Why, if you'd have been a horse, it would have killed you, dearie. Did you get burnt?
Just my eyebrows a little. Boy, what a spark. I'll bet our light bill just went up about $8.
That's all right. All the lights in the house blew out, so we'll save money till you put in a new fuse.
I will as soon as I get ready to press my suit. Now, let's see. I got the water, the iron, the sandpaper, the cloth.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. May I sit down a minute?
Sure, Doc. Spread yourself out. What's the matter with you? Your eyes are kind of baggy at the knees.
I was up all night last night. Delivered 4 babies, 2 boys and 2 girls. Very discouraging.
What? Why discouraging, Doctor? I think it's wonderful.
Just thinking ahead, my dear. Those 2 girls will probably grow up and marry those 2 boys, which means that 20 years from now, 2 doctors will have to get up in the middle of the night.
You poor lad. It certainly keeps you on the go with so many doctors in the service, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm like a man who's running too fast. He's got to keep going or he'll fall flat on his septum.
The ration board give you enough fuel to make your rounds, Doc?
Well, I can't complain. They give me enough gas to go around and tell my patients what to do for theirs. Sometimes I wish I were a streetcar conductor.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Doctor. As it is, when people give you a $10 bill, you can keep it. As a conductor, you'd have to give them back $9.95 and a dirty look.
Yeah, but he could spend the rest of his life telling people where to get off.
I do that now. I browbeat and insult people, trying to make them live sensibly or just live.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute I go out the door, they laugh and say, "Isn't he a sweet old character?" Say, by the way, it's getting dark in here. Why don't you turn some lights on?
Well, McGee blew a fuse, Doctor. He was trying to fix the cord to the flat iron. He's going to press a suit.
Why doesn't Goon Boy take it to a tailor?
Doctor, he thinks the tailor overcharges. He wanted 65 cents to press the suit, and McGee thought he should do it for 50.
And he should, too. He's got all modern equipment, presses a suit in a third of the time he used to, and charges the same high prices as he used to.
Why, you little cheapskate.
Who's a cheapskate?
To give you a short answer, you are.
Oh.
If in the course of my professional activities, McGee, I should encounter a sick nickel, I'll call on you. You can really nurse them. Well, I'm going to get back to the office. It's probably full of headaches with people attached. Good day.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
He's a sweet old fathead, that's what he is. Thinks I'm a cheapskate simply because I refuse to be jipped. Hey, raise that window shade a little, will you, Molly? It's getting pretty dark in here.
You raise it, McGee. You're taller.
Oh, okay. Slipped out of my hand. Now the cord's stuck.
Better let Mother do it, dearie. Those window shades are tricky, you know.
No. I can do it. My gosh, if I haven't got brains enough to pull down a window shade, it ought to be...
Well, that's better, sweetheart. Now it's much lighter in here. And it will be for several days.
No wonder there's a paper shortage. They're making window shades out of it. I hardly touched the thing when it...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Want to get your pants pressed? I'm about ready to go into business. Hey, Molly, get Junior my bathrobe so he won't be embarrassed when I go to...
No, thanks anyway. I can't stay that long. I just wanted to show you this.
Heavenly days, what a beautiful sampler.
Oh.
What lovely needlework. Who did it?
I did.
Huh?
Sure. Made it for my wife for Christmas.
Oh, she'll love this, Waxy. And that's a wonderful motto. I never heard that motto before. Read it aloud, Molly.
Home is where the heart is. We love it evermore, particularly with Johnson's glow coat on the floor. Isn't that nice?
Yep. Been working on it since last April. I wanted to say linoleum instead of floor, but I couldn't think of a good rhyme for linoleum.
Oh, shucks, it's practically the same thing, Junior.
Yeah, but Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is made primarily for linoleum floors. You may possibly have heard me tell how it brings back life and brilliance to faded and worn linoleum, and how easy it is to apply.
Yes, we may have.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the strongest possibilities I've heard today.
In fact, I was hoping to make a sampler with 3 verses and tell how you just pour out a little glow coat on the linoleum, spread it around with a long-handled plier, let it dry for 20 minutes or less to a sparkling protective finish. I didn't have time before Christmas.
Oh, I think your wife would have waited for it, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, and I'm sure we would have. Hey, where'd you learn to do needlework, Waxy?
Well, when I got married, my wife wanted me to give up polo, and gee whiz, a man has to do something.
Why, of course, Mr. Wilcox. And there's nothing like a couple of chuckers of tatting to keep a man in condition.
You ought to see the needlepoint golf bag I'm working. Hey, what do you got in your hand there, pal?
Oh, this? Oh, just the window shade, Junior. I always carry one of these around. Just in case I want to peek at somebody. You're sure you don't want your pants wax pressy? Or your pants pressed, Waxy?
No, thanks, pal. I got to get home and finish my sampler.
Oh.
I got 3 rose petals in the upper right-hand corner to do. Yeah.
McGee, why don't you learn something useful like that? Heavenly days, you can't even sew a button on.
No, you got to look for motives in a thing like that, Molly. What could you say about glow coat on a button?
Well, there's that, of course. And when are you going to start pressing that suit?
Well, it's too dark now without an electric light, and besides, the iron wouldn't work. Hey, run down and slap a fuse in the box, will you, Molly? No, wait a minute. Here's a penny.
It's worth a dime at least, Jerry.
No, I'm not paying you for the errand. I just suggested you put the penny in instead of a fuse. I've heard about people doing that.
No, not me, McGee. I may be hanged, but I'll be hanged if I'll be electrocuted. I'll use a fuse.
Okay, suit yourself. Hey, bring back a couple of shingle nails when you come back, will you? This ironing board's getting kind of wobbly again.
All right.
Okay. There goes a good kid. Does she scold and nag just because I mess up the house with a project like this? No, sir, not her. And will she give me little digs about it for the next 6 weeks? Yes, sir, I'll bet she does. My gosh, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. I haven't got time to punch the bag with you now, sis. I got to iron a suit.
Oh, well, I just...
I says I got no time for small talk, small fry. I got a pressing engagement.
I guess my daddy was right, I guess.
Your daddy was right about what?
You, I betcha.
What did he say about me?
He said your theme song ought to be Bright in the Corn Where You Are.
Your old man's quite a comic, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet he could get a great laugh with that gag if he had somebody tied down and was tickling their bare feet with a feather while he told it.
My daddy's a nice man. And he's going to get me a little pony for Christmas, too, I betcha.
Oh, he is, huh? I says he is, huh?
He is what?
He's going to get you a pony for Christmas.
Gee, is he really? Oh, goody, goody, goody.
Doggone it, how do I know?
How does he know either? I haven't told anybody but Santa Claus yet.
Well, now, I wouldn't lean too heavy on that, sis. You given any thought to how Santa Claus could get a pony down through your chimney?
Oh, he can do it, I betcha. Sure. He brought a piano down to it last year for my sister, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can take the legs off a piano. A pony ain't come apartable. Why don't you settle for a puppy or some goldfish?
Well, I got some goldfish, but I would like to have a puppy. Gee, I guess I'll write Santa Claus another letter and tell him that.
What kind of puppy do you want, sis?
One of those little low kinds.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy says they look like their mother was frightened by a taffy pull.
Oh, a dash one.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And I know just where Santa Claus can get one, too, I betcha.
Where?
At the Empress Movie Theater.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the sign they had up.
Why, that theater just shows Western pictures, sis. They don't sell puppies.
Maybe they're giving them away or something, then.
What makes you think so?
Well, gee, they got a big poster up in front that says, "Get along, little doggy, all this week." So long, mister. I gotta go write the letter.
And here are the King's Men to sing "Why Don't You Kiss Me."
Have you heard the latest lament from the Bobby Sock Brigade? When Johnny took his little chick for a quick little walk, here's the plea he made. Quote, "Why don't you kiss me like you kissed me when you kissed me like you kissed me when you kissed me last night? Why don't you tell me what
what you told me when you held me and you sold me on the moon shining bright. You sent my little heart a zooming. I'm only human. I fell, but now you're different. You're indifferent. Got me so mad I could yell. Well, why don't you hug me like you hugged me when you hugged me like you hugged me when you hugged me last night? Why don't you thrill me like you thrilled me when you filled me with that silly little thrilly delight? Why don't you give out with that fire that a fireman just can't fight? Oh, why don't you kiss me like you kissed me when you kissed me like you kissed me when you kissed me last night? Between the groaners, the tuner crooners, and the glamour boys with all their glamour manners, I'll admit that my chances are slight. But when their appeal is over and through, and you stop screaming, then you will kiss me like you kissed me when you kissed me like you kissed me when you kissed me last night.
Well, now that the lights are on again, McGee, are you going to press that suit?
You bet I am, Tootsie. I'm going to put a crease in them blue serge pants that'll cut through a solid wall of human flesh when I go Christmas shopping. Hey, did you see the crowds at the Bontown lately? I says, have you seen the... Hey, Molly!
Oh, I beg your pardon, McGee. I wasn't paying any attention. What'd you say?
What's that you're writing anyway? Don't tell me you're starting that diary again.
No, sweetheart. Not at this late date. Diaries are for people with no one to confide in. I have you.
Oh, shucks, thanks.
And you're much easier to read than my writing.
I can't understand that, me being such a fine type. Well, here we go.
What are you doing now?
Going to move this ironing board back by the wall so the light cord will leak. It's getting too dark outside to use the window.
Well, I wish you'd make up your mind just what... McGee, watch the end of the board.
Oh, I know what I'm... What'd I bust?
The window.
That's what I thought. Sounded like a window.
Better stuff something in it or we'll freeze before morning.
Maybe I can get the hardware man to come over and fix it. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Anderson's Hardware. Where have you been lately, Mert? I missed you.
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? 'Tis, eh? Your uncle joined the Vegetable and Delicatessen Dealers Businessmen Symphony Orchestra. Well, good for him, Mert.
What does he play, McGee?
Sweet potato. Doubles on the dill piccolo. What say, Mert? Well, I guess they must be closed. Well, thanks anyway, Mert. We can hang a blanket over it for tonight, Molly.
I wish we could hang a blanket over this whole afternoon, dear.
Well, you're not sore because I wouldn't let a guy tip me out of 65 cents, are you,
No,
Molly?
sweet, but look at this little memorandum. Broken ironing board, $5.95. Broken lamp, $6.50. Light fuse, 5 cents. New window shade, $1.25. New window, $1.50. Light bulbs, $2. Repair end table, $3. New extension cord, 89 cents. Total, $21.14.
Yeah, but you got to remember, 65 cents comes off of there for pressing my own suit.
When did you do that?
Why, just... Oh, my gosh, I haven't done it yet, have I? Well, I'm getting right at it. Where's my... Oh, hey, Beulah. Oh, Beulah.
You may modulate your tone, sir. Beulah is here.
Beulah, Mr. McGee wants you to bring down his blue serge suit.
Yeah, we're going to press it, Beulah.
Yes, sir, but that blue serge suit... Well, for goodness sake, what's been going on here? Tycoon?
You mean a typhoon, Beulah?
Yeah, Tycoon is a big businessman.
I don't mean to insult your friends, sir, but no businessman, I don't care how big, got any business wrecking a house like this. It's going to take me 3 days to get it back in shape for human habitation.
Well, Mr. McGee had a few little accidents, Beulah. You know how he is, all thumbs, elbows, and hips, and 2 left feet.
Well, my gosh, this is a lot of fuss about a couple of busted light bulbs and a broken window. Anybody think I took a hammer to your emerald necklace?
I haven't got an emerald necklace.
We ain't got no hammer either. Mr. McGee left it on the running board of the... What the God is confusing here?
Well, Mr. McGee was getting ready to press his blue serge suit, Beulah.
And sandpaper the pants, too. They're getting so shiny, if I ever tore them, I'd have 7 years bad luck.
7 years bad luck? What the I love that man.
Beulah, if you'll bring down the suit, we we can wind this whole unfortunate episode and make a well-dressed man out of my husband in the bargain, if you call this day a bargain.
Come on, Beulah, let's go. How about bringing down my blue serge suit? It's in my closet.
Excuse me, sir, but it's hanging in the kitchen. The cleaning man just brought it back.
Brought it back?
Yeah, I sent it out last week on account it looked so awful, and they charged 6 bits extra.
75 cents extra for what?
Well, the man said it was for refurbishing and renovating the posterior portion of the nether garments and minimizing the luster thereof. Sandpaper and repair.
If your linoleum floors could talk to you, they would probably begin about now to ask for a little extra protection against the wet rubbers and galoshes that winter brings. And I have an idea they'd probably say, thanks for the Glow Coat. You can so easily give your floors extra protection these days with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You can renew the Glow Coat film as often as necessary with a minimum of work because, as you know, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries without any work from you except spreading it around on the floor with a cloth or Glow Coat applier. If you're doing some war work, and who isn't, all the more reason for using labor-saving Glow Coat. Linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend this way of caring for all kinds of linoleum surfaces. They know it makes the linoleum last much longer and give greater satisfaction to their customers.
McGee, I think you better get a new suit. This blue serge is just about shot.
Gee, I hate to get a new suit without cuffs, too. Besides, this old suit has paid for itself many times over. In nickels.
In nickels?
Yep. You go into a telephone booth and start to put a nickel in the box, and you drop it. So you just laugh because you know you'll find it later in the cuff of your pants.
Wouldn't it be more delicate, dearie, if you said one would find it in the cuff of one's pants? I don't like that personal note.
Huh? Oh, yes. Excuse me. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The other day, a naval officer told us a new use for wax that I'd like to pass along as a suggestion to other officers in the service. You ladies know what to do with a piece of furniture or woodwork that's apt to get smudged with fingerprints. You wax it with Johnson's Wax, and that makes it easy to keep clean, and it's always polished. Well, you know how the visor of an officer's cap gets fingerprinted and how it's exposed to the weather? Well, what's more natural than to put a little wax occasionally on that visor? You can use either Johnson's paste or liquid or cream wax. It takes just a little, but it makes a big difference in appearance. It'll pay you to buy a small package of Johnson's Wax for your own use. It's also fine for your shoes and other leather articles, billfold, briefcase, luggage. It also protects articles made of metal. Perhaps you've already discovered its use in the past on your fishing rods, golf clubs, and other sporting equipment. The residents of 79 Wistful Vista have just had a close call. A man called for some clothes, and they weren't ready. But here in the living room, sorting out a big pile of clothing, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
My gosh, Molly, that's an awful big pile of stuff you're giving away there.
Well, it's in a good cause, dearie.
What is it again? The United what?
The United National Clothing Collection for Overseas Relief.
Oh.
I've told you that a dozen times. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I sort out this last pile...
Hey, wait a minute. You're not giving my old sweatshirt away.
Oh,
my good basketball sweatshirt. Why, my
Oh,
gosh.
look, Pet.
Hmm?
If you mean this 12-pound hunk of gray yarn marked Peoria Umberjack, why, you haven't worn that for 15 years.
Oh.
Incidentally, what is an umberjack?
Well, that was originally lumberjacks, but the moth chewed the hell out of it. There's a lot of sentiment attached to that shirt.
Yeah?
When I think of all the basketball games I've sat on the bench through in that old sweatshirt, that I'd have leaped in and saved the day for Peoria if the coach had ever called on me.
McGee, how about this pair of corduroy pants?
Huh?
Aren't they too small for you now?
Only around the waist and the seat. Legs are still perfect. One of these days I'm going to take off 25 or 30 pounds and I can wear all that stuff.
Listen, sweetheart, there are people in France and Greece and Poland and Holland that have taken off 75 pounds the hard way.
Okay. Give them the breeches. Here's something else you can give.
What on earth is this?
That's the sweater Aunt Sarah knitted for me for my birthday 6 years ago.
Why, this wouldn't fit a child of 9.
Not if he ate all his Wheaties. Every joke I make tonight, I die a little. Personally, I got a sneaking suspicion Aunt Sarah knitted that sweater for her fox terrier. And took it away from him because he was better dressed than she was.
Now, listen, don't talk that way about Aunt Sarah. She's a very nice old...
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Aerosmith. Have a chair if you can find one that hasn't got clothes piled all over on it.
We're getting some things together for the United National Clothing Drive.
Oh, yes, I know about it. It's a wonderful idea. But what's the pretty little garment you have in your hand, Molly? Don't tell me you still play with dolls.
That, my fine feathered friend, is a sweater which was knitted for me by Aunt Sarah in a moment of gay abandon.
For you? For you? She evidently didn't know how broad-shouldered you'd gotten in the hips. And those colors.
Looks like a rainbow with sleeves, doesn't it, Doctor?
She couldn't have been thinking of a rainbow when she knitted that for McGee. She didn't leave room for a pot at the end of it.
Look, tissue slicer. Why don't you shuck off that racetrack top coat of yours and throw that on the pile? I could cut that up into blankets and make some family of horses very happy.
For your information, hillbilly, this is an imported English topcoat. Genuine Harris tweed.
And very handsome, too.
Handsome, my clavicle. And if that's a Harris tweed, I can see why he came down to leading a band for Jack Benny.
I could take you more seriously as a style expert, drummer boy, if I didn't suspect you spent your childhood wearing flour sack snuggies.
Oh, yeah? Well, by George,
And what are you donating to this cause, little nobleman? A few socks you couldn't find mates for, and the wraparound leggings you wore in the last war when you stormed the YMCA hut at Fort Dix?
I found a lot of things, Doctor. Suits, dresses, blankets, socks, shoes, sweaters. I turned the closets inside out, which is quite a trick, holding the ceiling up with one hand.
Well, you're different, my dear. You have nice instincts. But you're 50% common stock there.
Well, I'd like to see the junk you turned in, you bedside bandit. I'll bet people in Europe will stand in line to refuse it.
Now, stop it, you two. To me, it's no joking matter that there are people in the world who are suffering from lack of clothing.
Well, you're right, of course, Molly. I'm so tired I don't know quite what I'm talking about anyway.
You do look kind of bushed, Doctor. Had a bad day?
Yeah, rather. Started with delivering twins at 4 a.m. Then at 5 o'clock, setting the arm the father broke, patting himself on the back. And at 5:45, finding out that the nurse told the wrong father.
Oh, dear.
Well, I better duck along, children.
Oh, don't hurry away, Doctor. I'll be glad to brew you a slug of tea.
Well, no, thank you, my dear. I think if I sneak up back alleys and hide my satchel under my coat, I may be able to get home long enough for a hot shower and a 10-minute nap.
Well, you ought to get away with it. You always look like you got a satchel under your coat anyway. Hey, why don't you take a shower here, Doc?
Why, of course, Doctor. Heavenly days, you can hide out in our guest room for as long as you like.
That's a great idea. Think of the people that'll get well without you around to doctor them.
This hospitality overwhelms me, but I don't think I'd better. I can just
Oh, come on, Doctor. Now, we've got plenty of hot water, towels, and soap.
McGee, get him your bathrobe and slippers.
Sure, you can wear the new patent leather slippers you gave me for Christmas, Doc.
Sorry, they're too big.
How do you know, Doctor?
Somebody gave them to me for Christmas. Come on, McGee. Show the weary physician where he can revive his failing corpus and rid his epidermis of the bacterial taint of civilization.
Okay, Doc, but watch your grammar. Don't say taint. Taint taints schism. This way, bud.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I'm beginning to see the light.
McGee, I never realized how much spare clothing we really had around this house. Look at that pile of things.
Hey, you're not giving that polka dot dress away, are you? Gee, that was always my favorite dress on you.
Oh, my goodness, I haven't had that on since 1927, when women were wearing their hips down around their hips.
How about this old pinch-back coat of mine? My gosh, who'd want to wear that thing?
Well, look, dearie, to the people who need these clothes now, style isn't very important. If it's clean and warm, they want it.
Yeah, I guess we're spoiled. We're like the nearsighted sculptor. He chipped away at anything because he took everything for granted.
Yeah?
Tossed that around.
You know, McGee, it's hard to realize that 125 million people are desperate for shoes and clothing while we are... What's that bundle you got there? Is that more your things?
Nah, this is Doc's clothes.
What?
I swiped him while he took his shower. I'm going to pretend they got taken away when the guy calls for the stuff, see? He'll throw a wing-ding that'll rock the neighborhood.
Oh, no, McGee, please now. Take the doctor's clothes right back upstairs. He'll want them any minute now.
No, he won't. He took a shower and went to bed in the guest room. He was asleep before he got his eyes shut.
The poor fellow was really worn out.
Mm-hmm.
What time does he want to be called?
About 1:30.
About what?
That's all he said. He got to sleep right in the middle of telling me. He says, please call me at 1:30.
Well, now, do put his clothes back, dearie. That's a dirty trick.
Well, I'll give him back after he worries a little. I might even give him one of my own ties. I like this one he was wearing. It looked better on me because I'm more the type...
Mrs. McGee, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice. Thank you very much, Alice, for the things you put in the relief bundle.
Oh.
You sure you can spare this full dress?
Oh, sure. I used to wear it to play golf in, but I don't play golf anymore.
Lose your ball, Alice?
No, I just haven't got time.
Oh.
Besides, the good-looking pro that was giving me lessons is flying a bomber now.
Mm.
He just wrote me and said his game was still good. He flew over some Japanese airplane plants and made a hole-in-one.
How about this navy blue skirt, Alice? It's still very smart-looking.
What do you mean smart-looking? It'll take a week to get them wrinkles out of it.
Those are not wrinkles, dearie. It's accordion pleated.
It is? Well, slip it on and play something, Alice.
I don't like that skirt anymore. It has unhappy memories for me.
You mean you still see the price tag in your nightmare?
No, but I was wearing that skirt the night I broke up with Archie.
Why'd you break up with him?
He didn't like that skirt.
Archie, you said. I don't think I remember Archie.
Oh, why should you remember him? Since Alice moved in here, I've seen more strange faces than a referee at a wrestling match.
Oh, you remember Archie. He was the nice-looking boy that went into the chemical warfare division.
Oh, yes, now I place him. Sure, he always had such a nice smell of mustard about him. Every time I shook hands with him, I'd look around to see where the ham was.
Oh, don't look at me. I was never here when he called.
Archie was one of the... Oh, what I came down to tell you was I think you'd better have somebody look at the plumbing.
The plumbing, Alice? Why?
Well, there's the strangest rumble upstairs near the guest room.
That's just Doc Gamble, Alice. He's asleep up there. He sleeps like the top of a concrete mixer.
Now, don't worry about it, Alice, and thanks again for all the clothing and shoes you donated to the drive.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. I'm glad if I can help dress some destitute woman in Europe or the Philippines. That's me, cover girl darling.
Why, she practically gave you her whole wardrobe, Molly.
Well, Alice is a very generous girl. In fact, I think most people are pretty good-hearted. But it's pretty hard to convince people that there are millions and millions that need clothes. They all think, what good will my little donation do among that many?
Yeah, but if you got millions of people giving stuff to millions of people, it comes out pretty good. Hey, when are they picking this stuff up?
Well, they ought to be here any minute now, dearie. There are more than 50 relief associations working on this, you know. I think the Women's Auxiliary are furnishing station wagons.
Well, they ought to be here by this time. Maybe I better call up and check. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Jimmy Wistful Vista, 1965. Not mistaken that voice. It's Mert.
Oh,
how's every little thing, Mert? Tis, eh? What's that, Mert? Your mother-in-law did what? Went with the paratroopers.
Nonsense, McGee. The paratroopers don't take women.
They took her. She bumped a cop off his motorcycle and went to the pokey with the paratroopers from the state police. What's that, Mert? Okay, thanks anyway. They must be on their way, Molly. The line's busy.
Well, I better tie a cord around these bundles so they'll be...
Hello, folks.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You're just in time. You wear a belt or suspenders?
I wear braces.
I didn't mean on your teeth. I meant to hold your pants up.
He said he wears braces, McGee. That's British for galluses.
Sure.
Well, then why didn't you say so, Junior? You're about as British as an Iowa picnic. I'll bet you think Sherlock Holmes is a housing project.
Well, isn't it?
Did you want to know whether he wore a belt or suspenders, McGee?
I was going to borrow his belt to tie up these bundles. Save me going out in the kitchen to find some string.
Say, what is all this stuff? United National Clothing Collection?
Yes. Did you know about it?
Oh, sure. I'm on the local committee. I came over here to tell you about it.
Well, you can climb right back on your little tricycle and pedal yourself back home, bud. We're hip.
Did you know that Henry J. Kaiser is national chairman of the collection?
Yes, we did, Mr.
And I'm glad Kaiser is in on this, Junior. You know, there's one pair of pants in there that needs a new hull. Kaiser builds ships and...
Yeah. Did you know that this is the largest clothing collection drive in history?
Yes, we knew that, too.
Did you know that in Holland there's only one blanket for every 5 people?
Sure, we know it.
That in Norway they even sew Nazi propaganda leaflets together and wear them?
We know that.
Did you realize that in Belgium there's only one usable shirt to a family of 7?
Yeah. You're wasting your time if you're trying to sell us on the idea of donating clothes, Junior. All we got left in our closets is mothballs.
Now, look, this isn't just a drive to keep war victims warm, you know. It's a matter of restoring their self-respect, too. It's pretty tough to keep your chin up when you have to keep looking down to see if your feet are frozen. Well, I just wanted to make sure you knew about it. See you later.
Well, I'll be... Hey, Wilcox!
What's the matter?
He forgot something.
What?
Oh, my gosh, he never said a word about the thing. The stuff.
Yeah, I know. And I think he has a nice sense of proportion.
Yeah, but we got to eat.
Now, McGee, see if you can find me a piece of strong cord to tie these bundles up with.
Oh, well, Beulah can find some. Hey, Beulah. Oh, Beulah.
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Beulah, will you see if you can find us some strong cord? We want to tie up these bundles of clothing.
Yes, ma'am, right away. My goodness, that sure is a barrel of apparel, ain't it? Is that for the clothing drive, folks?
Yes, it is, Beulah. You want to send something?
Yes, but my stuff is all packed up at home. Papa going to take it down to headquarters tomorrow. He's a good man, my papa.
And you're a good citizen, too, Beulah. You always do your part.
Well, ma'am, the way I see it, there's two kind of folks in this world, the gots and the ain't gots. And nobody got more sympathy for the ain't gots than them that ain't got much.
You can say that again.
Yeah, so the way I figure, there's two kind of folks in this world, the gots
No,
and
Beulah. Mr. McGee was just agreeing with you.
Well, that's mighty kind of him, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Oh, forget it.
Yes, I'll try to.
What's the matter, Beulah? You seem sort of worried about something.
I am, ma'am. It's Miss Alice. Her voice changed or something?
Why, Beulah?
Well, say, I've just been upstairs to vacuum the hall carpet, and I hear me the deepest snoring I ever listened to. Real baffled for fondness. I'm afraid Miss Alice coming down with laryngitis or something.
Oh, that's just Dr. Gamble, Beulah. He's asleep in the guest room. Poor lad was exhausted.
Not enough doctors in town, Beulah. He has more demands on his time than the Naval Observatory.
Yeah, he's a real kind man, Dr. Gamble is. He come over when my brother had a real bad indigestion. I say, what's the matter with Henry, doctor? And he said, Henry got acute appendicitis, Beulah. I said, you was nice to say so, but what's the matter with him? And he said, that's what he said to me. And he said, I got to operate. And I said, how much it costs? And he said, how much you got? And I said, $65. And he said, you pay for the anesthetic and I operate for nothing just to keep my hand in. Oh, he's a real sweet man.
Yes, he is. How much was the anesthetic, Beulah?
$20, ma'am. But that Anna, she give Henry a real fine anesthetic.
Well, that's pretty cheap at that, Beulah. I know some radio sponsors that pay thousands of bucks for a half an hour of ether.
He knows some radio. Love everybody.
The King's Men singing You Belong to My Heart.
You belong to my heart now and forever. And our love had its start so long ago. We were gathering stars while a million guitars played our love song. When I said I loved you, every beat of my heart said it too. 'Twas a moment like this. Oh, do you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. You belong to my heart now and forever. And I knew from the start that you were mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars still are playing. You are the song and you'll always belong to my
Now, look, McGee, please take Dr. Gamble's clothes back upstairs. It's cruel to play jokes like that on people, and he's our guest.
Oh, let me have just a minute's fun with him. He'll think he's macarooned here in a bathrobe and slippers.
You don't mean macaroon, dear. You mean marooned.
I thought Maroon was a girl's name, like Maroon O'Sullivan.
Now, that's Maureen O'Sullivan.
Marine, did she join the Marines? Well, good for Maroon.
Oh, I guess that's the people to pick up the clothing. Come in.
Oh, hi, sis. What can we do for you?
Is this the McGee residence?
Yes, it is. I am Mrs. McGee, by marriage.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Carstairs, Mrs. Franklin P. Carstairs.
How do you do, I'm sure. This is my husband, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you, sis. Your husband the big utilities maggot?
Magnet is the word.
Well, maggot is my word for him. Shut off our electric light last summer just because I forgot to pay the bill for a few months. And you can tell him from me...
I'm afraid my husband's business affairs are no concern of mine, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And I doubt very much if he was concerned personally with your trouble. He's merely chairman of the board of directors.
Why, of course. How should a mere chairman of the board know what's going on? Don't be silly, McGee. I'd ask you to sit down, Mrs. Carstairs, but all these bundles of clothes are, we're waiting for someone to pick them up.
That is why I came, Mrs. McGee. I have a station wagon outside to take them for you. Tell me, Mrs. McGee, haven't we met somewhere?
Oh, you girls have probably bumped into each other at a rummage sale or something, sis. Ever go to the boxing matches at Legion Hall?
No, I'm afraid not. Are you a member of the Granddaughters of the Puritans, Mrs. McGee?
No, I'm not, Mrs. Carstairs. I'm afraid I'm not much for clubs.
Yeah, she can laugh at other women's hats just sitting here in the front window. With a sewing basket full of socks, sis.
No doubt. I should be glad to put your name up for membership, Mrs. McGee. Your family is, I presume you are of pioneer stock.
I am that.
Oh, I'll say she is, kiddo. Her family sold the shoestring they strung the beads on. They gave the Indians for Manhattan Island.
Really? Interesting. Well, I'd better get these clothes out to the car. And thank you so much for your helpfulness in the clothing drive. Oh,
not at all. And McGee, help the lady with the clothes.
Oh, she's a big husky hunk of pioneer stock. Here, I'll open the door for you, Carstairs.
Oh, don't bother. I'll open it with my teeth. Good day.
Heavenly days, McGee. That was the Mrs. Carstairs. Imagine her calling on the likes of us.
Why shouldn't she call on us? What are we, a leper colony?
No. My goodness, she's very social.
Well, so am I. I'll talk to anybody.
Oh, McGee! McGee, where are you?
McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Take the poor man his clothes.
Not till I have my fun. I want to see him blow up. What's the matter, Doc? Anything wrong?
Where are my clothes, you little burglar? I want my clothes.
Give them to him, McGee.
Come on down, Doc, and tell me all about it.
I'll come down all right. And if you're playing any of your shenanigans on me, so help me, I'll kick you bicuspid down your epiglottis.
Oh, this is going to be rich, Molly.
Well, it'll have to work fast, and it's starting very poorly.
Hi, Doc. How'd you sleep?
Never mind how I slept. I slept wonderfully. Now, where are my clothes?
Look, Doctor,
The funny thing about that, Doc, I'm kind of embarrassed.
You're kind of embarrassed. How do you think I feel, slopping around in strange houses in a skimpy little bathrobe that barely covers my confusion?
Look, Doc, I took your clothes to have Beulah press them while you were sleeping.
You? Oh. Gee, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Very decent of you, McGee. Tell you, I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions. But I got to get back on the job, boy. Is Beulah through with my clothes?
Well, to tell the
Look,
truth,
Doc, what I'm embarrassed about was that your clothes were laying here on a chair when the people picked up the bundles for the clothing drive, and I'm afraid they...
You mean they... Oh, no. They couldn't have. McGee, you foul little fiend. I'm going to knock the very...
No. Take it easy, Doc. Take it easy. I was just kidding. I just wanted to see what you'd say.
Yeah, I told him it was a silly joke, Doctor. Give him his clothes, McGee.
Okay. I couldn't resist the temptation, Doc. Hey.
What's the matter?
Doc's clothes. I put them right on that chair over there. Where are they? They're gone.
Oh, McGee, you don't think Mrs. Carstairs accidentally...
Oh, my gosh, this is awful. I didn't mean to... I didn't...
Is the joke over? May I laugh now?
Well, I'm afraid it's no joke, Doctor. Your clothes are really gone. I'll call up Mrs. Carstairs right away and get them back.
Oh, gee, Doc, I'm sorry. I had no idea. No, Doc, don't. Now, cut it out now. Gee whiz, I was going to... Now, get away from me now.
Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. I merely wanted to shake your hand.
What's this? What are you going to do, Doctor?
I'm going back to bed. That's what I'm going to do. And don't call me till Friday. Bless you, McGee, you dirty little good Samaritan.
This is ridiculous.
You know, when you've gone to all the trouble and expense of putting down nice linoleum floors on your kitchen and bathroom, isn't it just common sense to take good care of them? For one thing, you can make them last practically forever if you protect them regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. And for another, you'll keep them looking like new, their colors as fresh as the day you bought them. You'll have shining floors you're always proud of, glad to have your friends see at any time. And the beauty of it is you can have all these advantages and still save yourself hours and hours of work, because when you apply Johnson's Glow Coat, there's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries. And what's more, it's easy to keep such a floor clean and beautiful, because with Glow Coat protection, spilled things wipe up in a jiffy. That's a great help in these coming days of early spring rains. Why not protect your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
Ladies and gentlemen, the United National Clothing Collection starts April 1st. Use the time until then to go through your closets and attics and trunks and storerooms to see what you can spare for the millions of suffering people in war areas. The goal is 150 million pounds of clothing.
This is not a charity drive. It's an appeal to you to give what spare clothing you can to restore the health and self-respect of war-ruined families.
Greatly needed are infants' garments, particularly knitted goods, and all kinds of warm, sensible clothing, shoes and bedding for boys and men and women and girls. There will be receiving stations set up everywhere, in churches, schools, factories, and clubs. So get ready, won't you?
You wouldn't like to be in their shoes, but they'd like to be in yours, if you'll send them.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Finishes for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If you've ever thought, why should I go to the trouble of cleaning and polishing my car, I'd like to suggest that it seems to be a matter both of good business and of personal pride. It's good business to protect the paint job from injury by removing destructive road grime and dirt, thus increasing the trade-in value of your car. And on that subject of personal pride, the impression your car makes on your friends and associates, the impression it makes on yourself, can be very important. So give your car an occasional beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New, the popular auto polish that both cleans and polishes with one application. Car New is so easy to use, you'll gladly do the job yourself. It's a liquid that dries on application to a white powder. Wipe off this powder, and there's that beautiful finish you'd almost forgotten. Car New is unchanged. Your dealer has it. Ask for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Anytime you pass 79 Wistful Vista and hear the windows rattling slightly and a low, nasty murmur coming out under the door, you'll know the squire has received his monthly bank statement. And here he is, rapidly losing his equilibrium while trying to find his balance, while his wife does her best to drown him out. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Dirty, double-crossing, pocket-picking book jugglers. You know what that Fourth National Bank done to me this month, Molly?
I can't imagine, dearie.
They figured my balance exactly the same as I figured it. Now I don't know where I am. I got nothing to go on. I have a notion to... Hey, can't you do that a little quieter, Molly?
I'm sorry, dearie.
I'm trying very hard to concentrate on this statement, and that noise is very distracting. Very.
Well, if your figures agree with the bank's, what is there to concentrate on?
Aha, that's just the point. Anytime they agree with me, they gotta be wrong. They know darn well that I... Hey, what are you doing with my wood-burning outfit?
Is that what this is?
Why, certainly that's what this is. Don't you remember that spool rack I made for you with all the design I burned onto it with that? You said that was the prettiest spool rack with that particular design onto it you ever saw.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as long as I was cleaning out the hall closet, I merely thought I'd put things away.
I'll be very careful with stuff like my wood-burning outfit. One of these days that fat'll come back and... You're what?
I'm cleaning out the hall closet.
Ooh.
Mrs. Carstairs is coming for tea this afternoon. I don't want her to wind up under an avalanche of moose heads, mandolins, and fish poles.
Hey, now, wait a minute, kiddo. If anybody's going to clean out that closet, it'll be me. I got a lot of valuable stuff in there. By the way, what'd you do with my stamp collection?
Heavenly days, did you have a stamp collection in there?
Did I have a stamp collection in there, she said.
She said that.
Didn't you see a little celluloid envelope with a 3-cent stamp in it that the cancellation was upside down onto it?
You had a collection of 1 3-cent stamp?
Well, it was the nucleum of a collection. The guy's got to start someplace. You better let me clean out that closet, Molly. Well, frankly, I don't think Carstairs coming to tea is a very good reason for it.
Do you want her to think you married a bad housekeeper?
What that old gooseberry thinks is frantically unimportant to me, Mommy.
Well, I don't want her to think now that...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice.
Hi, kid. Now, don't get in the way here now.
Creepers, are you cleaning out that closet? May I watch?
Sure, but don't touch things, Alice. I got a lot of personal valuables in there. I don't want them all around. Like this stuff here.
McGee, if that's what's been making this closet smell like a cider mill, throw it out.
What? Throw out my old chemistry set? I went clear through high school with this stuff.
Gee, did you really, Mr. McGee?
Yeah.
Yes, and I remember the day he did it, Alice. Yeah, he went clear through the high school and through the roof of a laundry a block away. You know his eyebrows haven't grown quite back yet. Look at him, Alice.
I wish I could remember the formula I was working on that day. Seems to me I was on the track of a new kind of high-powered gasoline. I was going to call it Ethel in honor of my chemistry teacher, Ethel Faditch.
But they've been making ethyl gasoline for years and years, Mr. McGee.
What? They have?
Sure.
Well, by George, if I had the dough, I'd fight for my rights all through the juvenile court.
Juvenile court?
Why, sure, I was just a kid when I invented it.
Oh, I think chemistry is wonderful, Mr. McGee. My cousin is a chemist, and he's just patented a new kind of glue that simply won't stick to anything.
Why, Alice, what good is a glue that won't stick?
Well, he says it will teach people not to break things in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's simple stuff like that makes fortunes for some people. I stumbled onto a freezing compound one day that kept a bottle of water cold for 2 days.
What'd you call it, dearie?
Ice.
Creepers. I've been using it for years, and I never knew who thought it up.
Yeah, and you know he never got a nickel from Sonia Henny for it either?
Well, I got an idea I'm going to work on one of these days that'll put us all on Easy Street. And I'm not going to breathe it to a soul, except a few close friends.
What is it, Mr. McGee?
Well, Shut the door, Molly.
Okay.
Thanks. After what happened with that ethyl gasoline deal, I'm kind of suspicious. You know what they feed silkworms on to make them make silk?
Certainly. Mulberry leaves.
Ever think what might happen if you fed them on leaves from a rubber plant?
Jeepers, girdles.
Exactly. Now, not a word of this to anybody, see? The nylon people would shoot me down like a dog if it ever got out. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One side.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, and The More I See You.
hall closet cleaned out, dearie. The house looked very nice.
It's a lot of wasted effort just to make an impression on old Mrs. Carstairs. Well, that old man-trap is so nearsighted that last week in the grocery she paid 2 bits for her left hand, thinking it was a bunch of bananas.
Ah, you're exaggerating.
Yeah, I was exaggerating. She only paid 23 cents.
You know, you'd like Mrs. Carstairs if you'd stop antagonizing her.
Me? Stop antagonizing her? You got the slipcover on the wrong love seat, Snooky. She antagonizes me. Why, she looks at me like I was something unpleasant she just found in her club sandwich.
Well, my goodness, I don't think she's so. Come in. Oh, it's Dr. Gamble.
Yeah, I recognize him.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Hello there, Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumple what skin?
Rumpelstiltskin. A legendary character, like you.
Oh, thanks.
Excuse the looks of the place, Doctor. McGee is cleaning out the hall closet.
Voluntarily, or did you get a court order?
As the trout says when he snapped at the fly, I'm doing this on my own hook. Don't get in my way, Batso. I'm busy.
Well, interesting evidence of a misspent life you have there, Chubby. Where'd you get the school bells? Christmas present from Mr. Chips?
Those are Swiss bells, Doctor. He used those when he was in vaudeville. Play something for the doctor, dearie.
He wouldn't appreciate it, or I would. That guy's got less music in him than a wet drum.
As usual, beanbag, you are speaking from the depths of your abysmal ignorance. I was seriously considering an operatic career at one time.
My goodness, were you really, Doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Tenor or baritone?
You sang second base with the Brooklyn Dodgers, didn't you, Doc?
I refuse to be drawn into a musical controversy with you, you illiterate little pack rat. You're the kind who'd sit through a movie 3 times to hear the Hoosier Hotshots play the Hawaiian war chant on a washboard and auto horn.
You're darn well right, I would, big boy. That's real music.
See what I mean, Molly? Every time he mentions a sextet from Lucia, he asks if you'll pardon the expression. Remind me to sing for you sometime, my dear.
Oh, that I will, Doctor. I will indeed.
Sing her something from Ada, Doc. She loves Ada.
From what?
Ada. That's the opera, Ada.
Are you by any chance referring to the opera Aida by Verdi?
Oh, yes.
First presented in Cairo, Egypt, December 24th, 1871?
I think that's what he means, Doctor.
I think so, too. And if you'll excuse me, I'll get out of here before I lose what little respect I have for the little music lover.
No, I was just kidding, Doc. I know my music. I didn't study the mandolin 25 years for nothing, you know.
That's one man's opinion.
Well, he really knows more music than you think, Doctor.
If he knows any music, it's more than I think. Let me ask you one question, Rigoletto.
Shoot, Siegfried.
What is counterpoint?
Why, that's when a kid in a candy store asks how many of these do you get for a penny.
That's all, brother. So long, Molly.
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee, I don't know why you have to tease people like that. Why do you pretend to be so dumb?
I like to be underestimated. Then when I do something unintelligent, I get twice the credit. Well, I better get busy. Got a lot of stuff.
McGee, I wish you'd get rid of that old moose head.
Oh, I will after she has her tea. Wouldn't be polite to give her the bum's rush the minute she gets here, you know. I can't.
Oh, I was not referring to Mrs. Carstairs. I meant that one in the closet there.
Oh, that. Well, I still think that'd look swell over the fireplace.
I think it would look better in the fireplace. It's such a... Oh, my goodness, I almost forgot. We're practically out of sugar. I wonder if Mr. Sale would send some over right away.
I'll call and ask him. He owes me a favor.
For what?
I called his attention to a misspelled word in one of his ads last week. He had an L in salmon.
Oh? Well, call him anyway, dearie.
Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Jimmy Sales Grow. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your brother. Judge gave him 20 years, eh? Gee, that's great, Mert.
Good heavens, McGee. What's great about that?
Mert's brother helped old Judge Jeffrey hustle some green corn. Did such a good job, the judge gave him 20 years.
Oh.
What's that, Mert? Yeah. Okay, I'll call later.
Well, maybe we can squeeze by with what sugar we have, dearie.
Carstairs shouldn't ought to use sugar anyway. She shows every lump she's ever eaten. Particularly around...
Hello, folks. I was just going by, and I thought...
Doggone it, watch your step there, will you, Junior? Now look what you did.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal. Very clumsy of me. What did I step on?
Just an old cigar box, Mr. Wilcox. Think nothing of it.
What do you mean, just an old cigar box? You know what I was saving that for?
No, what were you saving it for?
Well, I was... Oh, well, I don't remember right now, but I'll bet I had a definite use for it.
Excuse me for pointing, but just what are you doing, pal? Playing store?
No, he's cleaning out this closet, Mr. Wilcox. Mrs. Carstairs is coming for tea, and we want things to look real nice.
Yeah, she's the kind of old Snoopy puss that'll be poking her snozzola into all the closets, Junior. You know the type. Talking about the weather with one hand and counting the pillowcases with the other.
Oh, look, you've got her wrong, pal. Mrs. Carstairs is a very nice person.
That's what I keep telling him, Mr. Wilcox, but they just don't seem to get along together.
Ah, pata. She's just a wilted petal off the Mayflower. Why, she's one of the worst old... Hey, what are you doing, Junior?
Just looking in this closet, pal. I never saw it empty before. I want to satisfy my curiosity.
Curiosity about what, Mr. Wilcox?
The floor in that closet. Gee, it's wonderful. In spite of all that junk piled in there, year after year, the floor's in wonderful condition. What did you protect it with?
Waxy. If I wasn't a truthful guy with whom loyalty to a sponsor was a prime consideration, I could break your little heart.
But we have to tell the truth, Mr. Wilcox. Johnson's wax it is.
I knew it. Gee, I'd like to have a photograph of that closet floor. You throw moose heads in there, you toss in horseshoes and ice skates, you bang it with golf clubs and wet snow shovels, you heave in a lot of fishing tackle, shotguns, and mandolins, and look at it. Hardly a scratch. What a perfect example of how Johnson's wax protects and preserves a wood surface.
Look at his eyes flash, Molly. I'll bet Balboa looked just like that when he discovered the Panama Canal.
Ah, what a beautiful, beautiful floor. What luster. What a tactile delight to rub one's digits over such a luminescent patina.
Shaw.
What on earth is the man talking about?
Is the guest room made up? Maybe he better lie down a little while. You feel okay, Junior?
Oh, I feel marvelous, pal. Magnificent. What a day in my life to have everything I've ever said about Johnson's wax so completely justified, so marvelously exemplified. Its qualities of beautification, preservation, protection. Oh, I've got to write to Racine about this. See you later, folks.
Right to Racine. There goes the greatest ham actor since the Three Little Pigs.
I thought he sounded very sincere, McGee.
Oh, he meant it all right. It was those gestures that pulled my cork. Those rolling eyes, clenched hand on the forehead. Like William S. Hart bidding farewell to his favorite horse.
Well, never mind him, McGee. Mrs. Carstairs will be here very shortly. Better get this stuff put away.
Okay, I'll have it out of the way in 2 jerks. Now, let me see. Oh, gee, look what I found. My old camp stove. I'd like to have $5 for every pound of bacon I've ruined on that thing.
Speaking of stoves, dearie, I better see how Beulah's coming with the refreshments. Oh, Beulah! Beulah!
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, Mrs. McGee was just wondering if you were all set for the tea clutch, Beulah.
Yes, everything is 6-2 and even, sir. Best china laid out, cake all frosted, silverware polished, and a napkin start like Mr. Hoover's collar.
Well, we want to kind of spread it on for Mrs. Carstairs, Beulah. Send the ladyfingers out for a manicure if necessary. And see that the seams are all straight on the tea bags.
Oh, you just leave everything to Beulah, folks. Everything going to be done with finesse, eclair, and savoir-faire. Je ne sais pas?
Je ne sais what?
Je ne sais pas, ma'am. That's a French expression meaning you think I'm kidding.
You speak French, Beulah?
Well, just enough to get by with folks that don't speak it at all, sir. I tried to learn it once by phonograph records, but there was a bad rattle in the speaker, so I never know if my accent is wrong vocally or mechanically.
Mr. McGee tried to learn Spanish that way once, Beulah.
You have any luck with it, sir?
Nope, I took 5 lessons, then tried to order dinner in a Spanish restaurant. The hat check girl slapped me, the waiter gave me an apron, and the cashier handed over all her dough and called the cops. I guess I'm strictly a Latin from Peoria.
Get his face laughing away to him. A Latin from Peoria. I love that man.
The King's Man and the Fireman's Bride.
Fireman Joe McGee, who married in June, wants to be free. He bought a handsome love nest, but his hard-lying spouse likes a fire. How she wears a crimson skirt, a fireman's hat, a red flannel shirt. Whee! Clang goes the bell and she's off, boys, in a cloud of confusion and dirt.
Wait a minute, boys. I gotta run in the hole.
Well, hurry up. The fireman's bride won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in a fireman's net. Yahoo! She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, more, the fireman's bride. People confide, has the fireman goggle-eyed, high as a kite. Ain't she a sight? Naughty fireman's bride. Oh, the fireman's bride, the fireman's bride won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in a fireman's net. Yippee! She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, more! The fireman's bride, people confide, has the fireman goggle-eyed, high as a kite. Ain't they a sight, roaring around all over town with the fireman's bride.
Yippee!
McGee, I just looked into the hall closet, and I want to congratulate you. I think it looks wonderful.
Oh, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. His wife kept hollering at him about it. Hey, how does this shirt look?
Very nice when you put a tie on.
A tie? This is a sports shirt. Didn't you see that picture of Jack Carson in last night's paper? He was wearing a shirt exactly like this one.
Jack Carson is a comedian.
Hmm?
You're more the Herbert Marshall type.
Why, George, I think I am at that.
You are?
Does Herbert Marshall wear a bow or a four in hand? Because I want to... Oh, I'll bet that's her. It's too late for a necktie. If you can casually drop Jack Carson into the conversation, I'll explain about the sports shirt.
Just forget it, dearie. Let her take you as you are.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? So nice of you to have me for tea.
Hi, Carsty. Wiggle out of the mink and toss the weary frame on an orange crate.
Good day, Mr. McGee. Am I to construe that bit of jargon as an invitation to be seated?
You ain't whistling Dixie, babe. Try this chair over here. You can sink down in that like a sow in a swamp.
Let me take your coat, Mrs. Carstairs. I'll hang it right here in the hall closet.
Hey, look out. Don't open that. That's so... Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's okay. My gosh, I'm not used to this yet. Go ahead, open it.
Yeah, he's joking, Mrs. Carstairs.
Yeah.
He's always kidding me about this hall closet being too full of everything.
I'm sure it looks very neat, my dear. You are evidently an excellent housekeeper.
Oh, I sometimes think I'm almost too fussy.
I sometimes think so, too, myself.
Oh, well, it was so nice of you to come over, Mrs. Carstairs.
I have been looking forward to it, my dear. I think afternoon tea is such a pleasant custom. The English do those things so well, you know.
Yeah, but I bet it gets monotonous day after day, Carsty. 3 or 4 weeks of it, and I'd run out of small talk.
I rather doubt that, Mr. McGee. The longer I know you, the smaller your talk seems to get.
You're not saying that just because you admire me, are you, Carsty?
I rather doubt that my statement was motivated by any such consideration, Mr. McGee.
Well, you're not a bad kid yourself. Have a cigarette?
Thank you. I don't smoke.
Neither do I, Mrs. Carstairs.
Well, that needn't stop you kids from picking up a few packages for the old man now and then.
Are you quite sure we're not keeping you from some important masculine affairs, Mr. McGee?
No, I got nothing particular to do, Carsty.
This is such a charming little living room of yours, Mrs. McGee. And may I say that is an extremely handsome piano you have.
Well, thank you. I think very highly of that piano.
Yeah, I gave her that piano for Christmas 8 years ago, Carsty. I just happened to be walking through the Bontown department store one day, see, thinking about nothing in particular.
Naturally.
And I seen this piano, and I says to myself, there's the piano.
Excuse me a minute, Mrs. Carstairs. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Jimmy, my boy. Here's your check. It's all made out. $2.40.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here's the receipt.
How are the wife and family, Jimmy?
Just swell, thanks. My little girl was 8 years old yesterday.
Gee whiz, the time sure flies, don't it, kid?
Yeah. You know, she was born just a few months after you bought that piano.
Yes, she must have been if she's 8 years old now.
You're going to have that thing paid for before you know it. Well, thanks a lot, folks. See you next week.
Now then, what were we talking about, Mrs. Carstairs?
You were saying that Mr. McGee gave you this piano as a Christmas gift 8 years ago.
Yeah.
It was so thoughtful of him to make it a weekly remembrance. My dear, I would like to see the rest of your house.
Why, sure, Carsty. Come right along. It may not be a palace, but it's home.
Yes, do come and see it, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you.
This is the dining room in here.
Yeah, you can tell that by the table. This table seats 12 people when we put the extra leaves in, Carsty. Only thing is we haven't got any extra leaves. I used them to make some shelves in the garage. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think large parties are such a bore.
Oh, you're just self-conscious, Carsty.
And right through here's the kitchen, Mrs. Carstairs.
Something you wanted, ma'am?
No thanks, Beulah. Just giving Carsty the 40-cent tour.
Good afternoon, Beulah.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Carstairs.
You can take the tea things in any time, Beulah.
Coming right up, ma'am.
What a cozy little kitchen, Mrs. McGee. So convenient.
No, it's a pip for a small family like us, Carsty. You can build yourself a 5-decker salami sandwich and open a bottle of beer in here without walking 5 acres.
Really? And that, I suppose, is the service porch through that door, Mrs. McGee.
This door? No, this is just the back stairs, Mrs. Carstairs. You see...
Hey, don't open that. That's where I put all the...
Tea is served in the drawing room, ma'am.
Why is it that some homes seem to have so much more charm than others? Is it because of more expensive furnishings? Well, not as a rule. It's a matter of good taste and good housekeeping, in which richly polished floors and other surfaces play a very important part. Floors that are regularly waxed with Johnson's wax become more and more beautiful. They set off your furnishings to best advantage. There are many other uses for Johnson's wax in a well-groomed home. Picture frames, ornaments, windowsills, even the fireplace and the andirons. And, of course, you know that the tough film of wax protects all of these surfaces from wear, dirt, and moisture. Also, that it saves you hours of housekeeping work, because waxed surfaces are so easy to keep clean. Careful housekeepers call this protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's wax, which comes in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially developed for use on furniture and woodwork.
How long did Carstairs stay after I left, Molly?
Oh, about 3 cups and 6 crumpets. But what made you leave in such a hurry?
Look, Mommy, when a woman like Carsty takes my own mandolin back in the living room and starts playing Tea for Two on it, I can take a hint. I don't have to be hit with a brick bat.
No, although I'll admit the idea crossed my mind.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Down the country today, friends have been dropping in on other friends, exchanging New Year's greetings. It's a proud moment, isn't it, when your guests compliment you on the beauty of your home? Well, you can always count on a compliment like that if you use the wax method of housekeeping. Fact is, it's quite amazing how wax, genuine Johnson's wax, touches off the real beauty of the lovely things in your home. Waxed floors shine proudly with a new beauty. The wax polish gives a lovely luster to furniture and woodwork, too, and it brings out the beautiful grain. Picture frames and ornaments and leather articles grow lovelier each time you wax them. You see, Johnson wax things have a satin smooth surface that doesn't collect dust, is easy to keep clean. And because of its protective qualities, a coating of wax adds to their length of life. Why not have a lovelier home in 1946 with Johnson's wax? For non-professionals, there are 3 different approaches to typewriting: hunt and peck, hope and hit, poke and pray. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, we find the Squire combining the worst features of each. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
I can see why Remington makes guns as well as typewriters. If you don't type any better than I do, you can shoot yourself. Now, let's see what I got. One day in Africa during a kangaroo trapping expedition.
McGee, have you got time to help me? Still at the typewriter, huh?
Yeah, and you know what? I now got 2 pinkies on each hand. My forefingers are worn down to the second knuckle.
What are you doing, writing yourself an anonymous letter?
Nope. I'm writing out my entry into a contest.
Oh, heavenly days. Another one? What is it this time?
I'm writing a story.
A story?
Yep.
Long or short?
Tall.
Tall, huh?
Yep. Tall story contest at the Elks Club. $100 first prize. Entry's got to be in by 5 o'clock tonight.
Well, good for you, dearie.
Yep.
You might as well cash in on that talent as give it away to your friends for free.
Yep.
Your only rival for tall stories is the Empire State Building.
That's what all the guys at the Elks Club say, too, and they've all got big bets on me to win.
Well, why not? You're a cinch.
Yep.
Mind if I read what you've written?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Tales Theory by Fibber, 1/2, $, 2 smudges, McGree.
Better let me read it. My typing ain't very clean.
You're not kidding, sweetheart. This looks like you'd gone at the typewriter with 4 wooden mallets like a xylophone.
It says Tall Story by Fibber McGee.
That's fine, dearie. Very good.
Well, wait till you hear it. There's more.
Oh, pardon me.
One day in Africa, during a kangaroo trapping expedition.
Well, aside from the fact there are no kangaroos in Africa, I think it's fine. Read the rest of it.
That's all I got. I can't think of a good yarn.
Oh, nonsense. You've got a million of them, dearie. How about the one you told the milkman this very morning?
What?
About how you used to drive a milk wagon and your horse was so smart, he not only knew all the customers, but used to read the newspapers to see if anybody new had moved into the neighborhood?
Oh, they don't want true stories.
I see.
Besides, there's something about writing them down on paper that defeats me. They don't look reasonable. I think I better start all over. Now, one day when I was deep sea fishing at Acapulco. Hey, how do you spell Acapulco?
Where is it?
I don't know.
Well, make it Havana.
Oh.
You can copy that off your cigar band.
Good idea. Deep sea fishing at Havana, Florida.
Why, Havana's in Cuba.
Since when?
Well, that I couldn't say, dearie. I only know that...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Oh, am I interrupting your work, Mr. McGee?
Oh, not at all, Alice. I'm never bothered by minor disturbances.
Well, I'm not a minor disturbance, Mr. McGee. I was 21 last October.
Well, he's writing a tall story for the Elks Club contest, Alice.
Oh, creepers, isn't that wonderful? Maybe he could even write a novel or a play or something sometime.
What do you mean I could write a play or a novel or something sometime? I got one almost finished right now.
Oh.
I'm calling it Life with My Father.
There is a play by that name, McGee. Very successful, too.
What? Life with My Father?
No, it's just called Life with Father.
Well, how do you like that? You think up an idea, somebody takes it, changes one word, and you got no legal protection whatsoever.
I think playwriting is horribly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I go out once in a while with a fellow that he's a playwright. He's kind of a Noel Coward.
He is, eh?
Yes. He'd like to write like Noel, but he's afraid.
I'll never forget one time in New York, the Theater Guild come to me and asked me to write a show for them.
I suppose Elmer Rice was busy at the time, being thrown at a wedding party.
Well, sir.
I was a kind of a Broadway playboy in them days, which is why they wanted me to write a Broadway play, I suppose.
Well, Max.
They offered me $100,000 in a tryout in Washington, D.C.
Would that be called capital gain, dearie?
It would have if they'd ever seen it. But I found out just in time they wanted a play to be called Alabama so they could pay me off in Confederate money. So I nixes the deal, see, and they got a kid named Hammerstein to do one called Oklahoma. I understand it's going to make expenses, too.
Make expenses? They sell tickets for it in jewelry stores.
Well, I'll let you get to work, Mr. McGee. I've got to get downtown anyway. I have a luncheon date with Geraldine.
Who's Geraldine?
Oh, Geraldine is the mounted policeman who directs traffic at 14th and Oak Street on the Big Brown Horse's sister.
Oh, I see.
Well, good luck with it, Mr. McGee.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and two guitars.
Well, how are you coming along with your tall story?
Oh,
McGee?
terrible. I can't think of anything to write. I had a wonderful start on this one, too, but it petered out.
What was it?
It was about the time I flew a balloon over Mount Vesuvius while it was erupting.
Oh, why, that sounds very interesting. Why didn't you go on with it?
I couldn't. The balloon caught fire in the third line, and I got killed. I only had more imagination. I could win this thing hands down.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Working on the typewriter, Mr. McGee?
Who, me? Oh, no, Carsty. I'm teaching a sea lion to play the 1812 overture on a police whistle. And if you'll pardon my mentioning it, your skirt is split down the middle.
This, Mr. McGee, is a divided skirt.
That's what I said.
I have just come from a horseback ride in the park.
Oh, I've seen you riding, Millicent, and I must say you have a wonderful seat on a horse. McGee.
You quite an equestrian, Kirsty?
Well, I rather fancy that I am, Mr. McGee. I have taken several blue ribbons at horse shows.
Judges nearsighted, or were you whinnying at the time?
Now, McGee, don't be so rude.
I know he's just joking, my dear. As a matter of fact, Mr. McGee, when Roy Rogers had his last rodeo at Madison Square Garden, he made me a splendid offer.
My goodness, did he really, Millicent? What was his offer?
$10 for my hat. He said it frightened Trigger.
Used to be quite a horseman myself, Kirsty. Had quite a string of polo ponies at one time.
Really? What happened to them?
The string broke.
I even used to ride bareback in a circus with him. Funny thing happened in connection with that, too, recently, too. I happened to be in Indianapolis. You know Indianapolis, Kirsty?
Oh, indeed I do. It was named after one of my ancestors, an Indian who'd gone to Annapolis.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, Well, you know the big circle down there in Indianapolis? Well, I was walking along there one day, and I seen two of the horses from my old circus act from 20 years ago. And they were harnessed to a beer truck. Well, sir, the minute they seen me, they started snorting for joy. They tossed their heads and arched their necks and started galloping around the circle, round and round and round.
Oh, wasn't that delightful? I suppose it had been years since they'd seen a clown.
So what does I do but I throws off my overcoat, steps out of my shoes, and leaps onto their backs. And for 20 minutes we galloped around that circle, me jumping on and off, turning triple somersaults, handsprings, and flip-flops.
Well, after 20 years, I imagine a lot of your flips were flops, huh?
But I'd forgot I didn't have any rosin on my feet, and I slipped on one of their rumps, and whammo, everything went black.
Oh, were you knocked unconscious, Mr. McGee? I mean, more so than usual?
No, I wasn't, Kirsty. I flew through the air right into a Keep Our City Clean box, and the lid fell on me.
Hasn't himself here had the most fascinating experiences, Millicent?
Simply astounding, my dear. Sometime when you have a free hour, Mr. McGee, I should like to hear more of your circus stories.
Why, sure, Kirsty, anytime. Shall I give you a ring?
Well, under the circumstances, give me 3 rings. Good day, my dear.
Why not use that, McGee?
Huh? Use what?
Use that circus story as your tall story for the Elks Club contest?
Oh, my gosh, kiddo, I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, those horses may still be living. I wouldn't want to embarrass them. Boy, this is a tough assignment, you know it. I can't dream up any fantastic stories.
Well, now, you'd better, McGee.
Well...
If all those men at the Elks have bet big money on you.
Yeah, that scares me, too.
You know what? I talked to Mrs. Toops on the phone, and she said her husband said all the Elks are betting their teeth on you.
Oh, my gosh, I don't know.
Sure, they say you're a 3-to-1 shot. Or 3-to-1 to get shot, I forget which.
Well, doggone it, I just can't think of any wild yarns. I sit here and stare at this blank paper and nothing...
Hello, folks.
Oh, hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Feliz año nuevo, amigos.
No, thanks, Junior. We haven't used up the old can yet.
No, McGee, that was Happy New Year in Spanish, I think. Wasn't it, Mr. Wilcox?
Sure. I picked up quite a bit of Spanish when I was deep-sea fishing down in Acapulco.
Deep-sea fishing in Acapulco, eh?
Yeah.
You're just the guy I wanted to see, Junie. How do you spell it?
C-E-E-P-S-E-A-F-I-S-H.
No. He means Acapulco.
Oh, I don't know. I never paid any attention to the spelling. You see, I was down there with a bunch of Johnson Wax salesmen.
I'll bet you were, Waxy. And I'll bet all you sportsmen made an agreement not to talk shop on the whole trip, too, didn't you?
We sure did, Mac. For 5 whole days, not a word was said about fishing. All we talked about was Johnson's Wax.
It's a great topic in the tropics.
Yes, we swapped experiences about how we'd sold way over our quotas of Johnson's Wax. How housewives loved it because it gave their homes that immaculate, shining appearance.
Yeah.
How it made housekeeping so much easier because dust and dirt can't cling to a Johnson Wax surface.
I was deep-sea fishing down in Acapulco once.
And how a proud housekeeper kept finding new uses for Johnson's Wax. Floors, furniture, woodwork, picture frames, lampshades, window shades, Venetian blinds, luggage, banisters.
We were trolling for tuna, you see. We were trolling for tuna, and I had about a half a mile of line out.
And with your line, you could spare it.
Well, sir, suddenly I got a bite. I scratches it quick, and then like a flash... like a flash, I reels in. It was a terrific battle. But finally, I reaches over the side with my gaff, and what do you suppose I'd caught? A guy in a bathing suit with water wings on.
How exasperating.
Not at all, as it turned out. I yanks the guy on board, and I says, I'm sorry, bud, I thought you were a tuna. He says, I am. I'm a piano tuna. Shucks, this is a holiday.
Well, excuse me, pal. I've got to get going. I just stopped in to see how you were coming with your entry for the Elks Tall Story Contest.
Well, he's a little discouraged about it, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I can't seem to think of a thing, Junior.
Well, keep pitching, Mac. And remember, the deadline is 5 o'clock.
Ain't that awful, Molly? The deadline is 5 o'clock.
Well, how much have you got written?
All I got so far is this. An amazing thing happened to me when I was a cabin boy on a 12-masted schooner bound round the Horn.
Bound round the Horn?
Yeah, I got my nose all cut up in the fight, and I had it all bandaged up.
Well, what's the story of the 12-masted schooner?
I'm darned if I know. I just don't seem to be able to make up imaginary stuff. Maybe I better start fresh and just... Oh, my gosh. How can a guy get his work done? Our threshold has been crossed more times today than Southern California's goal line. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Hello, Molly. Good afternoon, Gargoyle.
For a doctor, Arrowsmith, you got an awful ignorant way of pronouncing gargle. What can we do for you? Break a leg?
No, I'm a committee of one sent by the more sporting members of the Elks Club to pick up your story, McGee. Got it ready?
Oh, heavenly
Gee
day.
whiz, Doc, I'm in a spot. No kidding. I haven't been able to think of a thing. My imagination is drier than a Kansas tea room.
Well, you better think of something, Bilge Pump. For I know 7 underworld characters, including me, who will tear your head off and throw it in your face. Personally, I have wagered $65 in folding money, 4 appendectomies, 2 adhesions, and a basal metabolism on you. Go on, concentrate.
Do what the doctor says, McGee. Concentrate.
Maybe he doesn't know how to concentrate.
Certainly I know how to concentrate. My gosh, I spent 6 years in India studying to be a faker, didn't I?
Yeah, and 40 years in this country.
Betcha. I learned how to sit on a board full of nails all day long and just concentrate.
Didn't it hurt, McGee?
Not after I learned the secret of how to do it. Then I could sit on them nails all day and never feel a twinge.
And what was the secret, Master? Mind over matter, or a heavy girdle over the derriere?
It was very simple. Just drive the nails into the board and flatten them out. It's only the points that hurt you.
Simple when you know the trick, isn't it?
You must show us the Indian rope trick sometime, faker. I'll buy the rope if you'll climb up it and disappear. For good. And furthermore...
I'll get it.
I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes. Yes. Well, I'll be over there as soon as I can, Ray. In the meantime, take 2 5-grain headache tablets and apply cold compresses. And don't worry about it, Ray. You're not the first person who's lost one. Bye.
Lost what, Doctor?
A weekend. McGee, do you know what time it is? 4:30. Where's that tall story?
Oh, my gosh, Doc, I can't. Well, gee whiz, this simply isn't my...
McGee, they're all depending on you, though.
You better get with it, Bugface, or your life won't be worth 10 cents worth of Hiroshima real estate.
Well, doggone it, I don't know what to do. Hey.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I do, too. I know what to do.
Well, write it out quick, boy.
Good for you, McGee.
I'll fix them.
Why, you leave these things till the last minute anyhow.
Look at how fast he's going.
Maybe you have it to do.
There.
Well, hurry up. Give it here, McGee. Come on, give it to me.
Wait a minute. Where's an envelope?
Here, McGee.
Thanks. Okay, Doc, give him that.
Thanks, son. I knew you'd come through. I listened into WVIS at 6:30. They'll announce the winner.
I knew he could do it, Doctor.
So did I. He's got more tall tales than a herd of giraffes. Bye now.
The King's Men sing I Don't Care If I Never Go to Bed.
I love music and crowded places. I love people and such. I love singing and smiling faces. Love to stay awake too much. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed. Never go to bed. Never go to bed. I don't care if I never go to bed, 'cause I'm having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never hit the hay. Never hit the hay. Never hit the hay. I don't care if I never hit the hay, 'cause the night is young and I feel fine. It must be somebody's birthday or anniversary, and that's a very good reason to sing this song with me. Oh, I don't care if I never go to bed. Never go to bed. Never go to bed. I don't care if I never go to bed, 'cause I'm having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never wink or sleep. Pardon me, I mean never sleep a wink. I don't care, 'cause I'm feeling in the pink, having such a darn good time. I don't care if I never snooze a take. Pardon me, I mean never take a snooze. I don't care, 'cause I'm doing what I choose, having such a darn good time. I want to adore all the ring bells. I'm feeling young and gay. I want to spot the high hits and like the dance away. I don't care if I never bed to go. Pardon me, I mean this is what I said. I don't care if I never go to bed, having such a darn good time. Happy New Year!
Well, what are you looking so gloomy about, McGee? You came through with a tall tale, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I came through with mine between my legs.
What do you mean?
I didn't send the Elks a story. I just sent my apologies. Told them I just couldn't handle it, that's all.
Oh, heavenly days. And all those people who'd bet on you, too.
I know. I feel like a dog. But gee whiz, Molly, I just can't sit down at a typewriter and deliberately prevaricate. Somehow it just don't seem honest, somehow.
Well, cheer up, Pet. My goodness. Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia, do come in, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia.
Say, I have some good news for you folks. Remember Wallace Wimple?
My goodness, yes.
You mean little Wally Wimp? You mean the henpecked little guy that when he was married, Frankenstein gave the bride away?
Yes, that's the lad. I just got word that he's out of the service and will be back in Wistful Vista on the 15th of January.
Oh, good. Very well.
It seems that the Navy finally saved up enough points to get rid of him.
Oh, my, it'll be nice to see him again.
2 weeks from today, eh? My gosh, that's...
By the way, McGee, did you send the Elks your tall story for the contest?
No. I guess I kind of fell down on the assignment, Latriv. I went into it real enthusiastic, too. I was going to whip out a yarn that'd have all the other contestants green with ivy.
You mean envy, dear.
Huh?
People don't turn green with ivy.
Oh, no? You mean I never told you about the kid I went to school with? Little Eddie Creeper? The poor kid that was working his way through school.
What about him, McGee?
Well, he got so hungry he'd eat the leaves off the vines on the chemistry building, just to keep from starving.
Well, if he wanted to browse, why didn't he go over to the library building?
The bigger leaves on the chemistry building. It was older. Well, sir, he ate so many of them leaves, he started turning green with ivy, you see.
Oh, dear.
I suppose you're going to tell us he came home one night potted.
No, the thing was, Latrivia, he ate so many of them ivy leaves, he got a peculiar habit of trying to climb the wall of the chemistry building.
Oh.
Every spring, right after the rainy season, he'd do it. We found out later his father had been one of the Virginia creepers. Creepers. Then a kind of a tragic thing happened.
I know. He was attacked by caterpillars?
No. It seems that one of the botany professors, I think it was a botany professor. Well, what's the study of plant life called, the trivia?
The National Labor Board.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor. What do you mean?
Never mind. Anyway, they discovered there was no nourishment in ivy leaves, and when this kid heard that, he fell right off the wall onto his history notebook. It weakened him so much, they had to feed him Vigoro and tie him to a trellis to hold him up for the graduation exercises.
That's a very interesting story, McGee. Is that the one you sent to the Elks Club?
Well, no, it isn't, Your Honor.
I'll probably have to resign from the Elks, Lativia. I wouldn't be able to show up there from now on without getting the hot foot every time I sat down.
What's a hot foot?
Oh, that's where you stick a match in the sole of a guy's shoe without him knowing it and light it.
It's a stupid practical joke, Mrs. McGee, dedicated to the proposition that all men should be cremated equal. But about your entry in the contest, McGee, I certainly hope you
Heavenly days, look what time it is. Time for the broadcast. Turn the radio on, McGee.
Oh, okay. Not that I want to hear it, except out of morbid curiosity.
McGee, I'm curious to know just exactly what you wrote.
Mr. Mayor, quiet. Listen.
And now for the announcement of the first prize winner in the Wistful Vista Elks Club annual Tall Story Contest. The winner, who will receive a check for $100, is Mr. Fibber McGee of 79 Wistful Vista.
What? Why are you? How on earth could he do?
Mr. McGee's prize-winning entry consisted simply of this brief note, and I quote, Tall Story Committee, gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I just don't seem to be able to sit down and deliberately tell a falsehood. Well, to anyone who knows Mr. McGee, this will be recognized as the most fantastic whopper of all time. Congratulations, Mr. McGee, and now we return you to the...
Well, I'll be a Happy New Year.
In the coming year, Fibber McGee and Molly will most certainly be making many new friends. Friends who perhaps will be using Johnson's Glow Coat on their floors and linoleum for the first time. Well, now any one of our many old friends could tell these ladies what a pleasing experience they have in store. With self-polishing Glow Coat, you can give your floors and linoleum the gleaming luster of a wax finish with practically no work at all. Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, come back and you'll find even old linoleum gleaming with a brand new beauty. It's amazing the difference it makes. And, of course, because Glow Coat protects the surface from wear, new linoleum stays like new, both in bright appearance and in the way it wears. Yes, our new friends have a pleasant surprise coming when they first use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat in the coming new year.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your country is at war, you naturally offer it your money, your services, and, if necessary, your life. But when the war is over, it's every person's privilege, yes, even duty, to think of himself again, his work, and his future.
The United States Merchant Marine, which made such a wonderful record of work done and heroic missions accomplished, offers a wonderful opportunity. It wants and needs you experienced officers and men who have been to sea, men with certificates. If you're looking for a job with a great future, write or wire collect to Merchant Marine, Washington, 25, D.C., giving your rating and address.
And if you've been on a well-earned holiday, we urge you to return to your ship. You won't be the first one who was smart enough to go back on the water after a celebration.
Good night, all, and Happy New Year.
Next Tuesday night. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the Johnson Wax people in Racine, Wisconsin and Brantford, Ontario, who join all of us in wishing you a very happy New Year. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. When your spring cleaning is over, all your light painted woodwork will be beautifully clean and shining. That's fine, but it's a problem to keep it spotless, isn't it? If you wash and scrub woodwork too often, you may injure the finish. What's the answer? Why, Johnson's Cream Wax, that newest Johnson's wax polish, especially designed for furniture and light woodwork. In addition to wax, this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients, so it cleans and polishes at the same time. Johnson's Cream Wax is easy to use, needs very little rubbing. You just apply it, then polish lightly. Fingerprints and smudges completely disappear. It also leaves the surface satin smooth and beautifully wax polished. Johnson's Cream Wax gives similar lustrous beauty and wax protection to enameled surfaces like refrigerators, to tabletops and kitchen cabinets, and many other things. You probably already use Johnson's paste and liquid wax. Well, try Johnson's Cream Wax, too. You'll like it. The time, early morning. The cast, Mrs. McGee, a charming housewife, her husband, a rather dreary character, and a large, wet fish wearing an expression of surprise and horror. The place, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Look at that fish, will you? A 10-pounder if he weighs an ounce. And I caught her. Look at him.
You look at him, dearie. A defunct fish has no beauty for me. They all have a look in their eyes like a head waiter who had just been tipped 10 cents.
Well, it's beautiful to me, baby. Lying there in that sink is the toughest, fightingest, smartest bass that ever had his picture on a hardware calendar. Old Muley, the demon of Dugan's Lake.
Old whaty?
Old Muley. The fish that every guy for 40 miles around has been trying to gaff for 5 years. And who finally hauled him in? I did. That's who, your ever-loving husband. A new chapter in fishing history has been wrote this morning.
Say, what time did you go out to Dugan's Lake, dearie? Something woke me up about 6, and I discovered it was you. Not snoring.
My gosh, at 6 a.m. I'd already been out on the lake for 2 hours. Oh, gee, it was beautiful. Did you ever see the sun come up behind Borgelstoff's brewery?
No, I never did, sweetheart.
And to think I was the only fisherman in town with ambition and energy enough to get out before daybreak. You want to hear how I landed him? Okay, well, sir, there I was, sitting in a rowboat. When all of a sudden I heard a big splash.
Old Muley.
No, my lunch. It fell overboard.
Tough luck.
No, it was a stroke of fortune. Old Muley went after them jelly sandwiches like Congress after Chester Bowles. That kept old Muley hanging around my boat, you see.
Too bad you didn't have some hot dogs. With a pickerel in the middle and the mustard, etc.
Well, sir, I eased my line gently over the side. And whammo, old Muley struck.
What for, shorter hours and longer worms?
No, sir, he hit that line like a fat lady at a nylon sale. And using a delicate wrist motion, I played him in and out like a yo-yo. Pretty soon, I could see he was getting tired, and he could see I was getting tired. It was a battle of strength and wits.
Well, knowing how it came out, this is sort of like sitting through a movie the second time.
Well, sir, there I was, sitting there in the boat, and suddenly it was all over. There he was in the bottom of the boat. There was tears in my eyes, and there is now, too. I was all choked up. I could hardly speak.
Well, you're very emotional about catching a mere fish.
It wasn't emotion. In the excitement, I'd swallowed my cigar butt. Anyway...
Come in.
Hello, folks. Anybody home?
Hello, Mr. Wimple. Come on out and have a cup of coffee.
No, thank you, Mrs. McGee. I see you have the same trouble with the city water we do. Imagine a fish that big coming out of the faucet.
That fish, Wallace, my lad, did not come out of the faucet. He come out of Dugan's Lake. That is old Muley, the biggest, gamest bass that ever thumbed his gills at a fisherman.
This is the opening day of the season, you know, Mr. Wimple.
My goodness. So that's what Sweetie Face meant.
What do you mean?
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife, told me just this morning, Wallace, you poor fish, she said, you'd better stay in the house for a few days, she said. But then she was a little annoyed with me at the time, I suppose.
Why was she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just because I made a teensy little joke. She was doing some weightlifting, and her forehead was all perspiration, and I came in and said, "Hello, sweaty face."
That's the kind of remark that'll get your neck tied in a lover's knot one of these days, Wimp.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. McGee. Particularly after last night.
What happened last night, Mr. Wimple, if you're healed up enough to tell us?
Oh, we had another argument, Mrs. McGee. I wanted to go out, and Sweetie Face didn't want me to. But I won.
Attaboy, Wimp. You went out, eh?
Like a light, Mr. McGee. Did you ever know you could knock a man my size unconscious with a copy of the Reader's Digest?
Is that possible?
It is if you leave it between two brass bookends. Gracious. When I came to, I had a headache clear down my shoulder and under my arm.
Horse feathers. How could you have a headache under your arm?
That's where my head was. My, that is a big mackerel you caught, Mr. McGee.
That is not a whimperel, Mr. Mackerel. I mean mackerel, Mr. Wimple. It's a bass. Isn't it a beauty?
Yes, I suppose so, but would you mind turning it the other way? It's got a look in its eye like Sweetie Face when she catches me shaking my piggy bank. Are you going to cook it tonight?
Cook it? We don't cook this fish, Wimp. It's going to be mounted on a plaque and hung over the mantel. Just as soon as I can get in touch with a dermatologist.
No. No, you mean taxidermist, dearie.
I do? I thought a taxidermist was a guy that stood out in front of a hotel with a whistle and stuffed people into cabs.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. Anyway, you don't mean a dermatologist.
Why don't I?
Because a dermatologist is someone who has made a study of the skin, Mr. McGee.
That's what I says, Dad Rabbit. I want the skin of this fish mounted for my study.
Well, I might as well go home, I guess. I can't win here either. Goodbye now.
Willie Mills Orchestra, the King's Men, and all the cats join in.
Play your favorite dear. When you dance with the Bobby Sox, you dance at your own risk. Rip! Everybody swing it, swing, till the rafters ring and all the cats join in.
Molly, I can hardly wait to see Doc Gamble's puss when he hears I caught old Muley.
Incidentally, I hope you don't plan to leave that fish lying in my kitchen sink all day.
Oh, I just want to leave it there till the photographer gets here. You see,
Till who gets here?
The photographer from the Wistful Vista Gazette. Going to take my picture holding the fish. I think if I sit here and hold it on my lap and you stand behind me with your hand on my shoulder and a proud look on your face...
No, No, thank you, pet. Not this time. Come in. Oh, it's Mrs. Carstairs. Hello, Millicent.
Good day, my dear. And Mr. McGee.
Hiya, Carsty. Did you hear about me catching old Muley?
Good heavens, no. Will you be quarantined?
Oh, Muley is not a disease, Millicent. It's a fish. In other words, it isn't catching, it's caught.
Oh, a fish.
The biggest, gamest, smartest bass in this part of the country, Carsty. I got up before daybreak, went out to Dugan's Lake and Jack Robinson.
Who's Jack Robinson?
The fellow I had this big fish in the bottom of my rowboat before you could say it. You done much fishing, Carsty?
Oh, some, Mr. McGee. Mostly deep-sea fishing.
Oh.
One year, Mr. Carstairs and I brought home a live octopus we'd captured. We kept it in a pool in the backyard.
Heavenly days, an octopus is a rather odd sort of pet, isn't it, Millicent?
Oh, this was a very intelligent creature, my dear. But it seemed to be at such a loss to know what to do with those 8 long arms that Mr. Carstairs taught it to play 2 tables of bridge.
Oh, now, Millie.
Oh, it's a fact, Mr. McGee. It was simply amazing to see the ungainly thing shuffle and deal.
I suppose the 2 arms that were playing dummy passed the time of the game of cribbage.
No, dominoes, my dear. 3 decks of cards were too confusing.
Whatever happened to him, Carsty? I presume it was a him.
Well, we think it was a female, Mr. McGee. It was always throwing kisses to the gardener. We finally had to dispose of her.
Shoot her, Millicent?
Oh, no, my dear. Not that handsome, intelligent creature. We sold her to the Chicago police, and she's now directing traffic at State and Madison. Well, this has all been very interesting. At least to me. So nice to have seen you. Good day.
I don't believe a word of it. An octopus playing bridge. I can't even play bridge very good myself.
Now, don't you say that, dearie. I don't know anybody who plays bridge more like an octopus than you do.
Gee, honest?
Cross my heart, when you get to dealing and reaching for the salted nuts, adjusting the lights, straightening the legs of the table, and passing the cigars all at the same time, I'd swear you had 8 arms.
Yeah, but I don't...
Come in. Well, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Jam Face.
Good morning, Lancelot. I'm glad you called because I have a very important announcement.
And usually people don't announce things to a doctor. He announces things to them.
Well, get with it, Gabby.
Okay. Now, look, Fatso, you know what I did this morning? I went out to Dugan's Lake, and with the skill, patience, and fortitude for which I am noted, I caught the biggest bass in inland waters, Old Muley.
Well, that isn't such a thing. You did what?
He caught Old Muley, Doctor. It's out in the kitchen sink, packed in ice cubes, which are melting slightly faster than our refrigerator can make them.
And if you're a good boy, little iodine, I might take you out in the kitchen and unveil it, so what's the matter?
Now, let me get this straight, you little bandit, you poacher. You went out this morning and caught the big bass?
That he did, Doctor, that he did.
Well, of all the dirty, double-crossing, illegal, low-down, unsportsmanlike
What's so unsportsmanlike and illegal about beating you guys to Old Muley on the first day of the season, you big sorehead? If I'm ambitious enough to...
What day is this?
May the 7th, Doctor.
He knows very well what day it is, Molly. He knows the fishing season opens today.
Yes, at midnight.
At midnight. At midnight.
Oh, my gosh, I thought it was...
You are in trouble, Buster.
Oh. Heavenly days, this is terrible.
Oh.
Doctor, is there any way you can give artificial respiration to a fish? Is it too late to... Yes, I suppose it is.
Gee, Doc, what am I going to do? It was all a mistake.
It's a mistake that'll cost you plenty, Chisler.
Is there a heavy penalty for fishing out of season, Doctor?
They'll throw the book at him, dear girl. He's going up the river, but not for fish. When you see him again, he'll have a crew haircut and be talking out of the side of his mouth.
I'll never know such a thing. This was an honest mistake. And when I explain it to the game warden... Hey, who is the game warden?
Chap named Jordan. Gordon Jordan.
How interesting. Gordon Jordan the warden.
Look, Doc, does he belong to the Elks?
No, he does not. And he's thoroughly incorruptible if you had any idea of buying your way out of this jam with a fast sawbuck.
Now, look, boys, let's be realistic. Who would report this to Gordon Jordan the warden? I'm sure you wouldn't, Doctor. And I know Mrs. Carstairs wouldn't. Who else knows about it, dearie?
Well, I called the Gazette. I told the guy at the filling station when I wanted to use the phone to call the Gazette. I told Mort Toops because I borrowed a nickel from him to make the call when I called the Gazette from the filling station. I told a fellow named Harry who was with Mort when I borrowed the nickel to use the phone to make the call.
In other words, you told everybody in town. Sonny, I wouldn't be in your well-worn, unshined, oversized shoes for all the ore in Oregon.
Now, look, Doc, you wouldn't turn me in. Not you. Not my old fishing pal, Doc.
Who's an old fishing pal of whose? Hello, Molly. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Junior.
What's cooking, fellas? Getting ready for the opening day of the bass season tomorrow? Because if you are, count me in. I want to crack at old Muley this year.
The fishing season for Old Muley is over, Harlow.
Yes, it is, Mr. Wilcox.
What?
This little piscatorial pirate, this poacher, this
thief in the night.
This thief in the night sneaked out to Dugan's Lake today, this morning, Harlow, in the wee small hours, and caught Old Muley.
Oh, no. Out of season?
He didn't mean to, Mr. Wilcox. For the first time in his life, he got somewhere early, and it was wrong.
Of course I didn't do it on purpose. You believe me, don't you, Harlow?
Look, ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law, pal. Oh, that's terrible. Old Muley.
He's out in the kitchen, in the sink, under a sack.
Well, never mind, McGee. I'd rather not see him. It's like an old friend betrayed.
Pal, I never thought you'd do a thing like that.
Yeah, but gee whiz, fellas,
Those laws are made to give the fish a chance, pal.
Yes.
That's the protection they have against their enemies. Yes. Just as Johnson's wax is the protection your furniture has against dirt and dust and dampness.
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox...
Johnson's wax protects your floors and fine woodwork against their enemies.
Yes,
Keeps them bright and gleaming, gives them the protection they need.
Yes,
the protection all worthwhile things must have if they're to survive.
Yes, but...
If you didn't protect your precious belongings, they'd soon be gone.
Yeah, but what that...
And if we don't protect our game fish against poachers, they'll soon be gone, too. And I've got to get going myself, kid.
I'll go with you, Harlow. We won't turn you in, McGee. That's up to your conscience.
Doggone it, my conscience is clear. I just made a mistake, that's all.
I hope the judge sees it that way.
Oh, dear.
Well, look, pal, don't you worry about having to spend any time in a dark, dingy old jail cell. I can at least keep you from that.
You can, Waxy? Well, gee, that's mighty nice.
Sure. I'll send you a couple of cans of Johnson's wax. You can have the brightest, shiniest cell in a couple of days that anyone ever served 6 months in. So long, Molly. King's Men and My Fickle Eye.
I'm a fickle guy. I've got a roving eye. Take warning from the start. My eyes are bigger than my heart. I can't be true to no one, no matter how I try, on account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. Now I may say I love you, and then bid you goodbye, on account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. When I look at someone I could adore, I see another someone much better than the one before, and so I guess I'll always remain a single guy, on account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. Just looky over here, what a cutie. There's another over there, what a beauty. There's one I like much better. How's about that chick in the sweater? Oh, me, oh, my, what a pickle eye. I just can't keep from looking at every passerby, on account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. I may fall in the fire, but I will never fry, on account of my fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye. All day long I keep on dreaming of love, but gee, I like so many, I don't know who I'm dreaming of. That's why my every promise turns out to be a lie, on account of my fickle eye. My fickle eye. My fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye, fickle eye.
Gee, this is an awful mess, Molly. I always been known as a pretty good sportsman. Always put out my fires in the woods. Never shoot a sitting bird. Never come into camp with my loaded gun. Obey all the rules, and now look at me. Catching fish out of season.
Well, you didn't realize it was out of season, dearie. You know what I'd do if I were you?
What?
Call the game warden and tell him the whole story. Your past record will speak for you. I thought you'd be doing that while I was out shopping.
Yeah, but what if this Warden Gordon Jordan is a toughie? He can throw me in the sneezer for 5 years. I'll have my picture in all the papers. Oh, my gosh, the photographer. If he comes, don't let him in.
He was already here. He was here.
Oh.
I told him the doctor had just been here and you had a severe attack of Eurofloridana and couldn't see anybody.
I had what?
Eurofloridana. That's Latin for largemouth black bass. I looked it up. Now, look, Pet, call the warden and confess. Get it over with.
I don't know. Maybe...
Everybody in town knows it anyway.
My gosh, they do at that. Well, sir, as long as somebody's bound to snitch on me anyway, I might as well do my duty. Never let it be said that Fibber McGee dodged an issue when cornered like a rat. Hand me the phone.
That's the spirit, dearie. Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Fish and Game Commission. Isn't that you, Mert? Not this week, Mert. I'm in trouble enough. Let me speak to Gordon Jordan, the warden. Yeah. Hello, is this Warden Jordan? Look, Gordon, this is Fibber McGee at 79 Whistle Vista. I caught a big bass out of season this morning by mistake. You want to come over and discuss it? You do, eh? Okay, Gordy. Goodbye.
How'd he sound, McGee?
Sounded like the voice of doom. Sore as a crapshooter's knees. That rat, why didn't somebody tell me the season didn't open till midnight? My gosh, I would have been glad.
If that's Gordon Jordan, the warden, he must be jet-propelled. Come in. Oh, thank goodness. Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee. Say, what's the matter? You're as pale as a fish's stomach.
An unfortunate simile, Mr. Mayor. Himself here's up to his clavicle in fish.
I done wrong, Latriv. I caught a big bass out of season.
Well, that wasn't very good judgment, McGee.
No.
However, as long as it wasn't old Muley out at Dugan's Lake,
Yeah, but it was old Muley, Your Honor.
What?
Look, Latriv, I didn't realize the season started at midnight. I thought it started this morning. That's all.
Well, everybody makes mistakes.
I'm sorry you didn't get a chance at old Muley yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. There are still plenty of fish out there. In fact, I think I'll take my rod and reel out there tomorrow morning.
You better not do that, kiddo. They don't approve of that stuff out there. In fact, if they know it, they won't even rent you a boat.
Who won't rent me a boat if they know what?
Your condition.
And what is my condition?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? You reeling out there with your fishpole and staggering...
I didn't say I was reeling anyplace.
You said you were going to take your rod and reel out to Dugan's Lake, Mr. Mayor. Now, personally, I am not one to criticize a person's habits, but if I may be so bold...
Just a moment, Mrs. McGee. I'm getting a little fed up with having you two people involve me in these nonsensical arguments. I think you're trying to bait me into making a fool of myself.
Let's drop it, Molly. Look at the trouble I'm in just from baiting a hook.
Very well, McGee. Sorry, Your Honor. You take your fish pole and go reeling out to Lake Dugan any time you like.
Thank you. Now then, McGee, if you'll give the exact circumstances of the case, I think I might influence the game warden to be...
Whatever you're going to influence him to do, get ready to do it, Mr. Mayor. Come in.
Stop shaking, McGee. This is not a hanging offense.
McGee's residence? I'm Gordon Jordan, the warden.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure. This is His Honor, Mayor Latrivia.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is the unfortunate lad who, in his manly way, wants to make reparations.
Look, Warden, I was merely...
Let me see the fish, please.
I'll get it, McGee. Though how a mere slip of a girl like me is supposed to carry a whale like that, I'll never know.
If I may intrude a word, Warden, without attempting to unduly influence your judgment, I can assure you that this whole matter was meant...
Let me handle this, Latriv. Now, look, Bud, Oh, excuse me. Have a cigar?
No, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner.
Well, here it is, gentlemen. The corpus delicti.
Let me have it, please, Miss McGee. Saprinus Carpio.
Ah, it's a beauty, isn't it?
Oh, of its type, yes.
What do you mean of its type? That's the finest bass that was ever caught in inland water, Bud. If you're so ignorant that
McGee!
Huh? Oh, have a cigar, Warden? No. Oh, you got one.
How do you fix the fines in cases like this, Warden? So much a pound?
Ordinarily, yes.
And this is about 10 pounds.
Yes, but there won't be any fine.
Oh, you mean he has to go to jail? Oh, McGee, you
It's
can't...
false arrest, that's what it is, and by George, I'll not...
Please, there won't be any arrest. There isn't even a case.
Mr. McGee, accept the thanks of the State Fish and Game Commission for removing this fish from Lake Dugan.
What?
This isn't a bass, it's a carp. Huh? We've been trying to clear them out of Lake Dugan for 20 years. You can catch all these you want anytime. Good day.
Well, I guess that settles that, McGee. Now I'll reel out. Now I'm going out to Dugan Lake myself and fish for old Muley. A good day. Good day.
He may fish for him, but he won't catch him.
Why won't he?
Because old Muley is still out in the kitchen sink.
What? Then what's this?
You heard what the man said. This is a carp.
Huh?
And don't think I didn't have to run all over town trying to find one big enough.
Oh, this is humiliating.
Have you noticed when your friends look in for a little visit in the evening, how often you all end up back in the kitchen? There's something very cozy about a little snack in this favorite of all rooms. Well, when friends and neighbors do drop in, you can always lead them proudly into your kitchen if you keep your linoleum floors wax polished and sparkling with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Even dull, rather old linoleum shines like a million when you Glow Coat it. The bright colors are restored and the attractive patterns stand out again. Spilled things or muddy tracks are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Of course, it isn't for looks or beauty alone that millions of women Glow Coat their kitchen floors. It's also because Glow Coat protects linoleum against everyday wear, makes it last much longer. Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries, doesn't streak either. Just apply and let dry. That's all there is to it. Try it, won't you? Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
You know, dearie, this ought to teach you a lesson.
It has, Snooky, it has.
Next time you catch a big fish like that, keep quiet about it. You have too much in common.
What do you mean? What have I got in common with a big mouth bass? I see. Insulting, but true. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Do you remember when your kitchen linoleum was brand new? You probably got a big thrill out of it, and you decided that you were certainly going to take good care of it. Well, have you? Does it still look almost new? It would if you'd begun right away to protect it with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Because when you apply Glow Coat to linoleum, you're putting down a tough shield that protects the finish against wear and dirt and moisture. The thin, invisible film of Glow Coat itself takes the wear, and the surface underneath is safe. That's why the regular use of Glow Coat makes linoleum last much longer, besides keeping it sparkling and beautiful. Glow Coat is easy to use because it needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Conservation begins at home. In fact, it begins in your own kitchen, the very first time you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Whoever said the hand is quicker than the eye never saw the squire of 79 Wistful Vista practicing sleight of hand. Get a load of the old Butterfingers right now. With a book of magic, a deck of cards, and 10 thumbs. As we meet, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Do that last trick again, McGee. That was very good.
What'd I do?
Made a card jump out of the deck into the cup of your pants.
Oh, so that's where that other card went. My gosh, I've been looking all over for it. Here, let me try this one. Here, take a card. Any card.
All right. I'll take this one.
It's the 10 of diamonds.
Well, heavenly days, that's wonderful, dearie.
Just a simple feat, my dear. The answer is quite amusing when you really... Whoop,
oh,
that's
dear.
all over the place.
I'll help you pick them up. They're all over... Say, I know how you did that trick. Huh? They're all the 10 of diamonds.
You'd have never knew if I hadn't have dropped them.
I like the trick better, though, where you made the glass of water disappear. You know, when the rubber band pulls it up your sleeve.
Hey, how'd you know it went up my sleeve?
I saw it go. Besides, your sleeve leaked for 15 minutes afterwards.
Now, I need a little more practice on that one.
What on earth is this all about, McGee?
I'm doing a magic act at the Elk Smoker tonight.
Why, you never did any magic before. Isn't the time a little short to learn a magic routine?
No, not for anybody with my natural dexterity. And after my years in vaudeville, I got a great line of patter to cover up any mistakes I make.
Well, I think it was mean of the entertainment committee to ask you to do this with so little time to prepare, though.
Oh, they didn't ask me. I volunteered. In fact, they begged me not to do it. They says it takes years for anybody to get to be a good magician. And I says, yes, for the average ham-handed oaf, I says, but not for me, I says. Give me half a day to practice, I says, and I'll make your eyes bug out so far it'll take a truant officer to round up your pupils.
What did they say, if it's fit for a lady's ears?
Well, sir, I showed them one simple little feat of legerdemain that stopped them right in their tracks.
Really?
Took a $50, see? Made a pass over, and whammo, no $50. Had them completely baffled.
Where did it go?
I'm darned if I know. I've been looking for it ever since I got home. But it takes a pretty smooth magician to fool even himself, you'll admit that.
What tricks are you going to do tonight, dearie?
Well, the way I got my routine laid out is like this here. First, I do a few simple stuff with coins.
Yeah?
Then I'll do some rope tricks, cut a rope in 5 places and restore it.
For goodness sakes, can you really do that?
Well, Natch, it's right here in the book. I just read it over once and I can do it like a mice. Here, I'll take this piece of rope, you see? Absolutely undamaged. Examine it, please.
I find it completely undamaged, Professor.
Exactly. Now then...
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Alice. Have a chair while the mighty mystic McGee mystifies, amazes, and instructs.
Yeah, get a load of this, kid. I'm practicing my magic act for the Elk Smoker tonight.
Oh, gee, I wish I could be there.
You like magic, Alice?
No, but I've never seen an elk smoke.
Let's leave the levity to the magician, shall we? You see this rope, Alice?
Yes, jeepers. That's a wonderful trick, Mr. McGee. Do it again.
Doggone it, I haven't even done the trick yet.
Oh. He cuts the rope in 5 places, Alice, and then makes it all into one piece again, you see?
It's an amazing illusion. Yeah. Most people think the magician has an extra piece of rope hid under his coat or up his sleeve.
Has he?
Why, certainly not. Anyway, I don't think so. Hand me the book there, Alice. Page 26. No rope up the sleeve.
Wouldn't it be safer tonight, dear, if you just took the book along and read him the tricks?
Oh, I can do them. Now, I'll take this piece of rope, see? I take it in the middle like this here and cut it. Whoops. Okay. I now have 2 pieces of rope, of which both pieces are of equal size and length.
Jeepers, this is simply wonderful.
He hasn't done the trick yet, Alice.
Oh.
Now then, your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. I will now proceed to restore the rope to one single undamaged piece. I take my magic wand. Hey, where's my wand?
What's the stick under your arm?
Huh? Oh, yes. I take my magic wand, wave it over the rope, abracadabra, presto, and I have here... My gosh, a bowl of goldfish.
Where on earth did they come from?
I'm doggone if I know. I must have been doing the wrong trick. Did you give me page 26, Alice?
Oh, I thought you said 76. I'm sorry.
No, forget it. In fact, I can use this trick in my act with a little patter like this. You see, folks, I always like to have a few goldfish around anyhow. Every 4 weeks, I walk through the woods trying to find a brook with goldfish in it. I belong to the Brook of the Month Club. Thank you. Now for my famous illusion, sawing a woman in half. Would one of you ladies kindly step up on the
Not
stage?
me, McGee. I've got to go make the bed.
Oh, I've got to go to work. Goodbye now.
Cowards. I'll pass.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and There Must Be a Way.
Dearie.
Oh, wonderful. I'm working on the trick now where I borrow a watch from somebody, smash it with a hammer, and then shoot it out of a pistol. Good as new.
Well, I shudder to think how many places that trick could go wrong.
But I got that one down slicker than a wet spaniel. Let me take your wristwatch.
No.
Oh, come on. I won't hurt it.
No.
Please.
No, McGee. Positively no.
Ah.
You gave me this watch as an anniversary present. I'll not have it hammered to pieces nor shot out of pistols.
It's just a trick. I'm pretty sure I can do it.
But, dearie, this watch is worth a great deal of money, aside from its sentimental value.
Yeah. But the better the watch, the more impressive the trick is, see? Nobody cares if you bang up a dollar turnip. But when you see a gold and diamond creation being battered to pieces...
Oh, no, McGee, it wouldn't be right to...
Who's that?
Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, hot dog. She's got a wristwatch that's worth $3,000. Platinum and emeralds. Come in.
Hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear?
Hi, Carstairs. I'm glad to see you. You're just in time to see some parlor magic that'll make your faded old eyes light up like a burning barn. You got your wristwatch on?
Now, McGee, for goodness sakes, don't...
Why did you ask, Mr. McGee?
I wanted to show you a trick, Kirsty. Come on, let me take it.
Very well, but please handle it carefully. It's extremely valuable.
If this doesn't work, McGee, you better reload that pistol fast. You're going to have to shoot your way out of here.
May I ask what this is all about?
I'm studying magic, Kirsty. I'm going to smash this watch with a hammer, vanish the pieces, then shoot it out of this pistol without a scratch onto it.
And if it doesn't work?
I haven't failed yet.
How many times have you done it?
Well, this will be the first time. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching, girls. Now, first, I place the watch on this little anvil. Then I take the hammer.
This is going to be wonderful, Mrs. Carstairs. He can do this with my eyes shut.
Please be careful, Mr. McGee. It would be very annoying if you hit your thumb with that hammer.
Now, don't worry, kiddo. Now, watch this.
Oh, dear.
Then, with a simple twist of the wrist, watch me closely, folks. Presto, the watch has disappeared. Time flies, don't it? That's a crack I put in there.
May I suggest that you proceed with your feats of magic without the humorous comment, Mr. McGee?
I second that emotion, too.
Okay. Now, watch this. I load the pistol, fire it into the air.
Oh.
And now... Wait a minute till I look in the book. I forgot what comes next.
The police would be my guess.
I don't mind the loss of the watch so much, my dear, but it had a lock of my husband's late hair in it.
Mrs. Carstairs, you mean your late husband's hair, don't you?
No, he's still here, but his hair is gone.
Hey, kids, I got it. Just feel in your left sleeve there, Carsty, and tell me what you find.
Oh, my watch. Well, that was very skillfully performed, Mr.
Are you sure it
McGee.
isn't damaged, Mrs. Carstairs?
No, it seems to be perfectly all right, Mrs. McGee. Even the lock of hair. Good gracious.
What's the matter?
The hair has turned completely white. Oh. Well, I simply must go tell Mr. Carstairs about this. Good day, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carstairs. My goodness, you certainly had me nervous there for a minute, McGee. That handful of platinum and emeralds is no dime store trinket, you know.
Ah, it is to old man Carstairs. He's rolling in dough like a baker's elbow.
Well, I must say I'm relieved. I wish you'd stick to simple tricks with cards and coins.
Wait till you see the one I do where I find the dollar bill in the grapefruit. Quite a production. The first thing I do is get the grapefruit.
Hi, Molly. Hello, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Take a card.
What?
Take a card. Any card.
Oh, card tricks, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I picked a card, pal. Now what?
What card was it?
5 of spades.
Correct. Now watch me do a trick where I take the...
Hey, wait a minute. Watch me do a trick. You got an egg?
I have some in the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox. Shall I get one?
Well, might need more than one. Let's all go out in the kitchen.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this, but come on.
I'll get you an egg out of the refrigerator, Mr. Wilcox.
What are you practicing this magic for, pal?
I'm doing a magic act at the Elk Smoker tonight. Founders Day dinner. Honor of Mort Toops.
You mean to tell me Mort Toops founded the Elks Club?
No, but he hauled in a bushel of clams one day in 1936, and we had a clam bake. We all ate clams till we almost foundered, so we celebrate Founders Day every year.
Now, here's the egg, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. Who's got a quarter?
Here.
Okay. Now then, I take the egg in my left hand, and with a slight movement of...
Oh, dear, and that was my last egg, too.
You're about as graceful as a moose on snowshoes, Junior.
Gee, I'm sorry, Molly. Give me a damp cloth and I'll wipe it right up. Here, may I use this cloth?
Sure, go ahead. Well, I'm surprised to see you can really kneel down like that, Junior. You got such a crease in them pants, I thought they were made of aluminum tweed.
There we are.
Now, let's see the trick, Junior.
All right, come on back in the living room.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Hey?
Go ahead. You're going to show us some magic.
I did.
You did?
Why, sure. Wasn't it magical the way that egg came off that Johnson glow-coated linoleum? That's just an example of how easily spots, stains, and smudges are removed when you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your linoleum. Isn't my kitchen magic as good as your parlor magic?
You mean you wasted our last egg just for that?
Yes. But you'll admit I showed considerable restraint. I didn't say a word about how glow coat protects and preserves the beauty and color of linoleum, or how it makes it wear 6 to 10 times longer, or how it shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less, and how...
Yeah, but what was the quarter for?
What quarter, Molly?
The quarter you borrowed from me.
Oh, that. That had nothing to do with the trick. I have to take a bus downtown, and I had nothing smaller than a $5 bill. I'll pay you back next week, pal. Thanks a lot. So long, Molly.
You know something, McGee?
What?
I'll bet he dropped that egg on purpose.
No. You think he did? He wouldn't do a thing like that. Now, let me see. I got these.
What on earth are those chains for?
That's part of my act. I padlock myself into them and escape. Later on, I'm going to develop the act so I can be chained up, handcuffed, nailed into a packing box, and dropped into the river.
What?
But that's for the future. Just now, I got to practice the basic escape. How to get into them and out in them.
I know one thing I'd like to see you get out of.
What's that?
Doing that magic act tonight.
Huh?
You're going to lay an egg that'll be the envy of every ostrich in Australia.
Oh, yeah? Well, by George, you just
Come
wait.
in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Afternoon, prune face.
Hi, fever chart. Coming to the Elk Smoker tonight?
I am indeed, if conditions permit.
You know I was putting on a magic act down there tonight, didn't you? The Elk Smoker?
Yes, Mandrake. I heard how you bowled your way onto the bill, and as an amateur magician myself, I'd like to know what tricks you're going to present. The miser's dream, guillotine, the disappearing birdcage, the levitation of Princess Mahula.
Heavenly days, I never heard of any of those.
Me either, Doc.
Naturally, they are the classics of illusion.
Mahula?
Yeah. And I wouldn't expect a tent show Thurston like you to know anything more involved than pulling a bunch of paper flowers out from under your vest.
Mm-hmm.
You're using those chains for an escape trick?
Yep.
Well, you better be sure whoever puts them on knows what he's doing.
That's a very good thought, Doctor.
Mhm.
I'd hate to go through the rest of my married life with a non-skid husband.
Ah, Panucci, I've studied this trick and I know what I'm doing. There's nobody in the world that could tie me up in these chains so I couldn't escape in 2 minutes.
Would you care to risk a small wager on that dreamboat?
You're doggone right I would, wise guy. Put your money where your mouth is. And make it easy on yourself.
$2.
2 bits it is.
Now.
$2.
Okay, $2.
Just a minute, McGee. Hadn't you better be sure?
Sure, I'm sure, all right. This guy's got more bluff than the Hudson River. Who are you going to get to chain me, smart boy?
Going to do it myself. Sit in that chair.
Okay.
Oh, this I love. Now, let's see. Around and under the... Under
My
the shoulders.
goodness, now. I don't know how anybody could get out of those things, Doctor.
You wait, baby. I'll slip out of these like a butterfly out of a raccoon.
You mean cocoon, dearie.
Oh, no, I don't. A cocoon is a small lake.
That's a lagoon, you illiterate little jackdaw.
I thought a lagoon was a white chicken.
No, that's a leghorn.
Go on, leghorns are a kind of puttees. Everybody knows that.
You're thinking of leggings and hold still.
Well, then what's a raccoon?
It's a small animal like a badger.
Why, certainly. And when I think how I badgered Doc into betting $2 on this thing, I... Oh, you through, Doc?
Yes, I'm through. And so are you for the afternoon.
Can you get loose, dearie?
Can I get loose, she says.
She said that.
Now, you watch this.
Oh, dear.
Well, I've got to be running along, Molly. I'll leave a few aspirin tablets for him. He'll have quite a headache in an hour or so.
Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I want you to see me win that bet.
Well, just call me up when you get free, Merlin. I'll be at my office till 7:30. Good day, Molly.
Goodbye, Doctor. Now, listen, he isn't in any danger, is he?
Only of losing $2, my dear. Goodbye now.
Anything I can do, McGee?
No. I'll be out of these chains in no time at all. Just give me time. Give me time. Just give me time.
The King's Man and Singing Down the Road.
There's nothing like the morning feeling fresh as the dew when you're going where there's taters to behold. The cows are in the meadow and they give me the moos. I go singing down the road. My little dog is tagging right along at my heels. He's so happy that he's hopping like a toad. His little tail is wagging 'cause he knows how I feel as I go singing down the road. The sun is grand, my face is tanned, I'm so carefree and gay. And as I hike, I feel just like a school kid for a day. And when the day is over, there's a girl I'm to meet. You see, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up, my dreams kind of neat as I go singing down the road. La 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 la. That sun is grand, my face is tan, and I'm so carefree and gay. And as I hike, I feel just like a school kid for a day. So when the day is over, there's a girl I'm to meet. You see, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up my dreams as I go singing down the
Dead rat, that dead rat. Hey, Molly, I give up. I can't get out of these chains. Call Doc.
I've been calling him every 15 minutes for the last 2 hours, dearie. There's no answer.
I sure talked myself into this, didn't I?
Well, what was the trick? How are you supposed to get out of him?
Oh, I had a little key in my mouth.
All I had to do was twist around so as I could drop the key in my hand, and boom, out.
Well?
Well, I dropped the key in my hand, okay, but it don't fit the padlock. That dratted magic store must have sold me the wrong lock or something. Oh, God, a doggone.
Oh, dear. You know, this could be serious, McGee. I'll ask Beulah if she has any little keys that might fit it.
No, that's too embarrassing.
Oh, Beulah.
No.
Beulah. Somebody bawl for Beulah?
You know, I thought I had some lumber money. Well, for goodness sakes, who do that to Mr. McGee?
Dr. Gamble did, Beulah. Dr. Gamble did it, but...
Dr. Gamble do this? He steal anything? How'd you get loose, ma'am? For goodness sake, he might have killed us all. I never figured him for a man who would do a thing.
Oh. I told him to do it, Beulah.
Yes, sir. You told him to?
Yes, Beulah. You see, it was a trick.
That's a dirty one, if you ask me.
No, look, Beulah, I'm studying magic, see, and this is part of my act.
Oh, you study magic, huh? I never see anybody so wrapped up in this studies. Ain't them chains awful heavy? Why don't you take them off?
Well, he can't get them off, Beulah.
Ever?
Look, Beulah, can you find me a little key someplace around that'll fit this padlock?
Try one of those keys to the padlock on his golf bag, Beulah.
Hey, loan them to Mr. Toops, ma'am.
Oh, my gosh. Well, find something. Do something. These dead-ratted things must weigh 90 pounds.
I think maybe we better...
I'll get it, ma'am. McGee Resdale. Who? Mr. McGee? Well, I'm sorry. He's tied up right now. Yes, sir. Who called, please? Post National Bank? Yes, I'll tell him you call Mr. National. Goodbye.
Gee whiz, I gotta get out of these things in time to put on my act at the Elks Club tonight. They start smoking at 8 o'clock.
Well, let's see if we can't find something to pick that lock with. Keep your chain up, McGee. Come on, Beulah.
Okay, ma'am. This here is the first time in my life I regret knowing only respectable people. Your boyfriend would have said a burglar two was coming mighty handy right now.
Doggone it, I wish you two would get going. You stand there gabbing with me, sitting here bound up like 10 years of the National Geographic.
Bound up like 10 years in the National Geographic? I love that man.
I'll bet a cookie Doc Gamble done this deliberate. If I ever lay my dukes on that witch doctor, I'll jam his stethoscope so far down his throat he can hear the clocks in his socks. Double-crossing, underhanded. Come in and bring a hacksaw.
Hi, mister.
Oh, my gosh. Here I sit hoping for a Pinkerton Dick or a Northwest Mounted Cop or the man called X, and what do I get? You.
Oh, boy, are you ever tied up. He said I'd probably find you squirming around like a can of live bait.
Who said that? I said, who said that?
Who said what?
Who said I'd be squirming around like a can of live bait?
Dr. Gamble, I bet you.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. He said he took your padlock and put his own on you.
That dirty lowdown. He did he? I says he did he?
Did what?
He substituted padlocks on me. No wonder my key wouldn't work.
He gave me the right key, though, mister, you see. Here it is.
Oh, thank goodness. Hand it here, sis. Come on, sis. Come on. Unlock me.
No.
What?
No. Dr. Gamble said not to unlock you till 8:30.
Oh, he did he? Well, what time is it now?
1:30.
1:30 what?
I don't know. There's only one hand on my Mickey Mouse witch watch. But, Mr. McGee, if I had 50 cents, I could get another hand on it, and then it would be 8:30, and I could unlock your chains, I bet you.
Oh, a bribe, eh? All right, I'll do it. But I can't give you 50 cents till you unloose me.
Okay. There.
Now, thanks, sis. And here's your 50 cents. Now, hand me that phone. Give me the phone. Hello. Operator, give me the Elks Club on, huh? No, Mert. I got no time for that now. Give me the Elks. Hello, Elks Club. This is Fibber McGee speaking. I just wanted to tell you I'll be a little late, but... Huh? What? Doc Gamble has taken over the magic act. What? He's on now? Why, that snake in the grass, that lowlife. I'll come down there and tear him limb from
That increase in the gasoline ration that's coming up was good news, wasn't it? Doesn't mean you can go gallivanting around the country yet, but it's a pleasant thing to have a few extra miles a week. Why not celebrate by giving your car a beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New? Then you can really enjoy that extra driving, because it's more fun and more satisfaction to drive a car that shines and sparkles. Now, if cleaning and polishing a car were still a big chore, you might argue the point, but Car New knocks that argument into a cocked hat. It is easy to give your car a showroom shine with Car New. This popular polish does two jobs at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. Car New is a liquid. You apply it with just enough rubbing to loosen the dirt and grime. It dries to a white powder, and when you wipe this powder off, you'll be surprised how beautiful the finish looks. There's only one way to find out about Johnson's Car New, and that's to try it for yourself. Why not do it this week?
Oh, I had a little cat, and I named her Ben-Hur, 'cause I sold all her kittens for $1 per.
Are you home, dearie? How's the elk smoker?
Oh, marvelous. And you know what? I had to finich Doc's magic act myself.
Why was that?
Well, he was supposed to pop up onto the stage through a trapdoor, see? But some dirty bum had moved a table over it, and he couldn't get out.
Heavenly Daisy might have been smothered.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good night, all.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If a man is judged by the company he keeps, so is he judged a little bit by the looks of the car he drives, which is as good a reason as I know for giving your car an occasional beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New. Cleaning and polishing is not a back-breaking job anymore, because Car New does both of these jobs with one application. Car New does a remarkable job of cleaning without injuring the finish. It leaves a satin-smooth, mirror-like polish that's easier to keep clean. In case you don't already know, Car New is a liquid. You apply it with a soft cloth, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the dirt and grime. It dries to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, you'll see the finish of your car as it was when your car was new. All of which you can quickly prove to yourself by asking your dealer for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Things are in a bit of a hubba-hubba at 79 Wistful Vista right now. But gee whiz, if a wealthy friend of yours offered you a chance to spend the summer in a classy spot like the exclusive North Shore of Lake Dugan, I'll bet you'd be busting your buttons, too. Like Fibber McGee and Molly.
My goodness, McGee, imagine us spending the summer at Lake Dugan and on the North Shore.
Yeah, wait till I get hobnobbing with those big bankers. I'll put on the dog till they have to chain me up at night.
I think it was pretty wonderful of Mrs. Carstairs to loan us her houseboat for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, do you know how to run a big boat?
Well, Natch. Suppose, for instance, you want to sail south-southeast.
Yes.
You just turn the nose of the boat till the hand on the compass points to south-southeast, you see?
Yes.
Then you take a thumbtack, pin the hand of the compass right there, and keep her there.
Well, thank goodness I'll be with somebody who knows what he's doing.
You betcha.
I don't even know which side of the boat is port and which is muscatel.
Well, I'll show you all about it when we get aboard, kiddo. Hey, did that tailor call?
What tailor?
Guy's coming over to measure me up for a yachting costume. I'm going to get some white flannel pants and a blue coat with brass buttons and a peaked cap with anchors on it and a parsley scarf around my throat.
What kind of a scarf?
Parsley, you know, one of them fancy patterns.
That's paisley.
Oh, good. Good, I don't like parsley anyway. Always flies across the table when I cut my steak.
Steak. Oh, come, dearie. Let's not live in the past. Now, let me see. I've got to sort out my clothes and see what I've got that's suitable for a houseboat cruise. Let's see now. I've got a...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Jeepers, Beulah just told me you were going to spend the summer on Carstairs' houseboat. Isn't that super?
Yes, you must come out someday and let us take you for a little cruise, Alice.
Yes, child, pray do. Just wave your handkerchief from the dock and I'll row a show for you in the dairy.
It isn't a dairy, dearie. It's a dory.
Oh, I just love boats. I'd give everything I have to take a long boat ride. In fact, on my last one, it was so rough, I did.
I'm a pretty good sailor myself, Alice. Had me a catboat on the Illinois River once, but it blew ashore in a cyclone.
Yeah, the police called up and said it was up in a tree by the public library. Remember, McGee?
Yeah.
They said, excuse us for mentioning it, Mr. McGee, but your sloop is showing.
Well, how big is the Carstairs boat?
Well, we haven't seen it yet, Alice, but you know the Carstairs is. When they go first class. I imagine it'll sleep about 20, eat about 30, and drink about 50.
Well, you've got to be very careful about exposure, you know. You can get terribly blistered on a boat.
Oh, we never get blistered, Alice. We stick to lemonade and root beer.
She means sunburn, Molly.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take along some of that sunburn ointment I invented years ago when I studied chemistry.
Jeepers, did you invent a sunburn ointment, Mr. McGee?
Indeed, he did. And it was marvelous, too. It'd be sold in every drugstore today, Alice, if himself here had ever found a backer for it.
Yeah. I did find one guy that wanted to promote it. Old George Dissop. Wanted to put $40,000 into it.
Wow, why didn't you let him do it?
Well, he insisted on putting his own name on the product, Alice, and McGee wouldn't stand for that.
I should say not. Imagine trying to sell anything named Disappointment. Maybe one of these days old man Carstairs will put some dough in it. Make us both a fortune. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to...
Oh, I wonder who that is. Come in.
Mr. McGee here?
Oh, hi, Harvey. Come on in. Molly, this is Harvey Knox, the best tailor in town. Going to make me a yachting outfit. Harvey, this is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
How do you do, I'm sure. Miss Darling, Mr. Knox. Mr. Knox, Miss Darling.
How do you do, you big ape?
Fine, you little twerp. How about a movie tonight?
Okay, meet you at the Bijou, 8:30.
It's a contract.
See you later, folks.
Well.
You work fast, don't you, Harv?
She's my cousin.
Oh.
Well, what are you going to have him make for you, dearie?
Well, first I got to have a blue double-breasted coat with brass buttons, Harv.
You go through these samples, will you, Mrs. McGee, while I measure them up?
Certainly. Be glad to.
What's the matter? Can't I be trusted to pick out my own material?
No. You wear clothes like you'd been shot out of a laundry basket. Incidentally, who made that jacket you're wearing?
Oh, he bought that, Mr. Knox. He paid $18.50 for it, and they threw in a harmonica.
What's the matter with it?
Look at the way that collar fits. What were you wearing when you bought it, a knapsack?
Well, gee whiz, I got...
Hold still, will you?
Okay. Write down the figures, will you, Molly?
All right.
Hips, 39.
Hips, 42.
He said 39.
Well, you got to sit down sometime.
Chest, 28.
Chest, 28.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Right leg.
Yeah, that's my left leg.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Love.
Waist, 41.
Waist 41.
Only 41? My gosh, I sure have lost weight.
You didn't lose it. You just mislaid it. It's right behind you. Left sleeve, 34.
Left sleeve 34.
Right, 32.
Right 32. My goodness, dear, your right arm is 2 inches shorter than your left.
It's always been like that. Causes me a lot of embarrassment in restaurants, too. I never can reach the check.
Shoulders, 16.
Which one?
Both. Okay, McGee. I'll make this up and you can have a fitting the end of the week. The coat will be $60.
Fine, that'll be the...
What? Why, you big purse snatcher, where do you get off charging that kind of dough for a yard and a half of this moth-eaten burlap?
Now, McGee.
You haven't got a tailor in your whole sweatshop that could thread a rope through a sewer pipe.
Oh, dear.
$60. Wait till the OPA hears about this, you hijacker. They'll lower your ceiling so you have to lie on your stomach to answer the phone.
Oh.
My gosh, even Schaffner and Marx have a heart.
Kidding, Harv. What's your best price?
This is a special price to you, McGee. We usually get 80 for a coat like this.
Were you under the impression that Mr. Knox was running a rummage sale, dearie?
I knew you'd feel this way about it, McGee. So I brought you a coat we made up some time ago that was never called for. Here.
Oh.
This'll fit you, and you can have it for $30.
Make it 15 and it's a deal.
25.
20.
33.
32.
Sold. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty good-looking hunk of stuff, kid.
Mm-hmm.
How much obliged, Harv? You'll get all my trade from now on.
Threats will get you nowhere, McGee. Well, nice to have met you, Mr. McGee. Good day.
Well, so long, Harv. Hey, why didn't the customer ever call for this coat?
He fell off a houseboat and was drowned.
Well, that's a mighty pretty piece of flannel there, McGee.
Yep. Fits me like a glove, too.
Yeah?
Wish it fitted me more like a coat. I'll still look pretty snappy lounging around the dock with all them rich millionaires.
Yes, you will. Maybe when Mrs. Carstairs offered us this houseboat of hers, she was just trying to get us into the high handshake crowd, huh?
Yeah, well, we can handle it. Anything you don't quite understand about society etiquette, you can ask me, Mommy. I know the answers.
Yeah. I remember the time we went to that Flossie dinner party and you choked on the liqueur.
I don't remember that.
You said, what is this stuff? And the host said, Napoleon brandy. And you said, no wonder he kept his hand inside of his shirt. I got heartburn already. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come in, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Good day, Ridge William.
Ridge William?
That's a high-grade hillbilly. Say, what's the brass button coat for, Perch Puss? You're joining the police force?
That's his yachting coat, Doctor. We're spending the summer at Dugan's Lake. On the North Shore, if you please.
Yeah. Mrs. Carstairs has offered us the loan of her houseboat for the season.
Won't you be a trifle out of your element, Dumbo, mingling with the Dugan's Lake aristocracy?
Oh, I don't know about that, Doctor. We're just as good as they are.
Oh, I didn't mean you, my dear. You are a lady by instinct.
Oh.
I was referring to little Slumgullion here. He thinks a dinner jacket is the skin off a baked potato.
I say, that's rather an amusing quip, old chap. You medical fellows are frightfully keen at that sort of thing.
Oh, stop it, you little phony. You're about as authentic as a Japanese newscast. So when do you shove off on this seagoing hitchhike, Molly?
This week, Doctor, and I'm really excited about it. I've always wanted to spend a summer on a boat and get a good coat of tan. I usually look like I'd spend July and August working as a subway guard.
Well, take it easy, my dear. Start with 15 minutes a day and work up to an hour or an hour and a half. You have a fair skin, you know.
How about me? I got a fair skin, too.
Yes, but yours is unusually thick. Well, bon voyage, kiddies. See you in October.
Have a nice summer, Doctor.
So long, Doc.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, I do hope he comes out and takes a little cruise with us. It's time he learned to fish for something besides appendixes. Is appendixes correct? What's the plural for appendix?
There isn't any. Nobody has more than one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I never thought of that. Well, anyway, if Doc...
Who's that, McGee?
Must be Wilcox. He telephoned and said he was bringing some girl over he wanted us to meet.
Oh, I wonder who it could be. Come in.
Hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine. Mr. and Mrs. McGee, this is Mr. Borga. Victor Borga.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Madame, I'm charmed. How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Bud.
My goodness, that's the first time I ever had my hand kissed. Rather fun, isn't it?
It's an old continental custom, Molly. Victor is from Denmark.
Well, they got something with that hand-kissing stuff. Never get any lipstick on your collar that way. Hey, where's the girl you were bringing over, Junior?
Girl? What girl?
When you phoned, you said you were bringing over a good-looking dame.
Oh, I didn't say dame. I said Dane. I meant Victor Borga.
That's a very old joke. But it's very good. I like it.
Is Mr. Borga with the Johnson Wax people, Mr. Wilcox?
As of next week, yes.
What do you mean, as of next week, yes?
He means, as of this week, no.
Victor starts working for Johnson next week.
Oh.
I've been helping him brush up on our sales story, how Johnson's Wax is the finest protection money can buy for furniture, floors, and woodwork.
But what I really...
And how Johnson's Wax seals the pores of wood and leather and painted surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness.
But my work is not exactly...
And how Johnson's Wax gives your home a new beauty and cleanliness. How it has 1,000 household uses and...
Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Oh, certainly, Victor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And how Johnson's Wax...
Doggone it, Waxy. Quit manipulating the whole conversation, will you? You chatter away like a worn brake band.
Well, I think Mr. Borga was trying to say something.
Oh, excuse me. What was it, Victor?
I was saying I'm not really a salesman for Johnson's Wax.
Oh, well, what do you do for them, Mr. Borga?
I play the piano.
You play the piano?
Thank you very much.
He plays the piano on the radio for Johnson's Wax as of next Tuesday night.
Oh.
And aside from being a concert pianist, he is also a comedian.
Oh, he is, eh? A comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh? Now, just a darn minute,
won't you play something on the piano for us, Mr. Borga? I just love the piano.
Of course. Perhaps the minuet in G.
I like the Moonlight Sonata myself.
The minuet in G is very lovely.
How about Begin the Begin, Victor?
Splendid composition. But not like the minuet in G. I'll play the first number that was requested. The minuet in G.
Well, who requested that?
Whoever it was, I will play it for him. The minuet in G. 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 Gee whiz.
That was wonderful, Mr. Borga, and so original.
Now, let's hear some jokes, Bud.
No, sir. No jokes. Not till next week. Come on, Victor. We've got to be going. Have a nice summer, folks.
You too, Mr. Wilcox. And Mr. Borga, I hope everybody likes your summer broadcast, and I'm sure they will. Good luck to you.
Thank you ever so much. And I hope everybody likes your summer vacation. Goodbye, Mr. McGee.
Well, so long, Vic, and have fun. Comedian, eh? New comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh?
Why on earth are you staring at the wall, McGee?
Trying to see if there's any handwriting on it. Oh, well, why worry when... Hey, where are you going?
I'm going upstairs and check over a couple of evening dresses. My goodness, if we're going to mix with that North Shore colony, I don't want to look like I told fortunes in vacant stores. You better start packing too, dearie.
Okay, I will. Ah, there goes a good kid. A few weeks on a private yacht and she'll be a new woman. What am I saying? I don't want a new woman. I'm satisfied with the same. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you just found a flat wheel on your roller skate.
I'm sad, mister.
Oh, cheer up, sis. Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and where are you going to get any Kleenex?
Please, mister, I'm in no mood for gaiety. My heart is heavy with grief. I'm a very unhappy woman.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worm in your apple, kid?
My problem, Mr. Anthony, is this. Beulah told Mrs. Toops' cook, and she told our cook, and our cook told my mother, and my mother told me that you and Mrs. McGee are going away for the summer.
Oh, I didn't know there'd been so much gossip about it, sis, but where there's smoke, there's 6 people waiting for the butt. It's perfectly true. We're spending the summer among the Gold Garter group at Dugan's Lake. Why should that give you such a hunk of sorrow?
Well, gee, mister, I bet you if someone very close to you was going away for the whole summer and you had scraped and saved and you had $1 to buy them a going-away present and you dropped the $1 down the sidewalk grating.
Here. Please, control yourself. You know I can't stand to see a woman cry.
I know it.
Yeah. It was pretty darn sweet of you to think of saving up for a going-away present, too.
Oh, $1 it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I dropped it down the sidewalk grating, and if I don't get a present...
Now. Cut it out, sis. Dry your eyes. You know I'm a pushover for sentiment. Why, I cry over greeting cards. Here's $1 for you.
Oh?
There. Now go buy your present and always think of me as old Bluebird for Happiness McGee.
Oh, boy. Gee, thanks, mister.
Yeah.
You're wonderful. Now I can buy that going-away present. 10 chocolate sodas.
10 chocolate sodas? Who for?
For me, I'm going away for the summer. So long, mister.
I still think that kid's a midget.
The King's Men and You Belong to My Heart.
You belong to my heart now and forever. And our love had its start so long ago. We were gathering stars while a million guitars played our love song. When I said I love you, every beat of my heart said it too. 'Twas a moment like this. Oh, do you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. You belong to my heart now and forever. And I knew from the start that you were mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars still are playing. You are the song and you'll always belong to my
Sailing over the bounding lake, and if we catch a lot of fish, believe me, boy, that's Jake. Sailing. Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
You see my jackknife anyplace?
No, I haven't, dearie. What'd you want it for?
I'll need it on the boat. Have to carve the daily report with it. You know, weather conditions, attitude and longitude, mutinies and all stuff like that there.
Well, can't you use a pen or a pencil? Why do you have to carve it?
Oh, just a tradition is all. Got to keep everything in the ship's log. Best way to write on logs with a jackknife.
I see. Well, maybe Beulah knows where it is. Oh, Beulah! Beulah! Somebody bowl for Beulah?
Hey, you see my jackknife anyplace, Bew?
You mean the one with the mama of pearl handle? And all the little gimmicks on it, like a corkscrew and a button hook and a nail file and a screwdriver and even a couple of knife blades?
That's the one, Beulah.
No, ma'am, I ain't seen her.
Keep an eye out for it, will you, Beulah? Be an awful handy thing to have on a yacht.
Yeah, so. You sure is going to have plenty of time this summer to play Mumbly Pig.
Peg, Beulah, not pig.
No, ma'am, I suppose this pig would get seasick. Me too.
Personally, I get internally uneasy at a fast-dripping faucet. That's why I'm awful glad I'm staying right here on good old terracotta.
Firma. Firma.
Yes, I've never been firmer about anything in my life. Well, I sure hope you folks have a good time yachting around.
Oh, I tell you, it's going to be wonderful, Beulah. We've rubbed elbows with millionaires before, but none of it has ever come off on us. Maybe this time it'll take, huh?
No, that's right. Well, you know what to say, ma'am. There's other things in the world besides money, but you can't get them without it.
The social aspect of the situation doesn't interest me, Beulah. It's the fishing I'm looking forward to. By the end of the summer, I'll pack up my fishing tackle and drop a $5 bill over the side of the boat.
What on earth for?
That'll be the only fin left in Lake Dugan by that time.
Be the only fin left in Lake. Oh, he whipped that one in there. I'm I love that man.
Please, Beulah.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Carsack? Come right here.
Thank you, Beulah. How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
Hello, Mrs. Carstairs.
Hi, Carsey. Been trying to get you on the phone all day, ever since Beulah gave us your phone message.
Oh, yes, I understood you were trying to get me, Mr. McGee.
Well, we just wanted to thank you for your generous offer, Mrs. Carstairs. It's simply wonderful of you.
Yeah, Carsey, you're a peach to do it. Just a fuzzy old peach. With a pit of gold.
Well, it seems a great deal of fuss to make over such a small thing, Mr. McGee.
Oh, but you don't know how much it means to him, Mrs. Carstairs. He loves boats and water and fishing so much.
Well, I can understand that, I'm sure. I come from a long line of seafaring men myself. My grandfather was a rear admiral, you know.
I suspected that the minute I saw you, Carsey. I saw you walking down the street one day, and I says to myself, I says, by George, I says, I'll bet there was a rear admiral in her family.
Thank you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear.
Oh, we'll even give you some sugar in it, Carsey, in appreciation of us using your boat.
What boat, Mr. McGee?
Why, your houseboat, Mrs. Carstairs. You know, the one you're letting us have the use of this summer.
Houseboat? Oh, but there must be some mistake, my dear. I didn't... Beulah.
Yes, Miss Costello?
You took my message to Mr. and Mrs. McGee, did you not?
Yes, I wrote it all down, too. Only nobody could read it because the pencil was broke.
Oh, my goodness, what's all this about?
You mean you didn't offer us your houseboat for the summer, Carsey?
Mr. McGee, I have no houseboat. I said we would be out of town and you would be perfectly free to use our boathouse this summer.
Boathouse? That's what you said. Boathouse. Oh, Beulah, you fool.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Have you ever stopped to think how linoleum brings the colors of the out-of-doors into your kitchen? The greens and yellows of spring and summer, the reds and blues of fall. When these colors are kept bright and cheerful, your kitchen is a pleasant place to work in, which is one good reason you protect your linoleum floors regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. Because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, this is a simple job. You just apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest, giving you in a few minutes a gleaming floor that's protected against wear and dirt and moisture. And because Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, you can be sure that the quality is uniformly high. The regular use of self-polishing Glow Coat will add greatly to the life and beauty of all your linoleum surfaces.
Ladies and gentlemen, for 11 years now, we've been thanking you annually for your wonderful loyalty and support of the Johnson Wax program, and we'd like to do it again.
We have a definite understanding with our sponsor that if you continue to like our show, they might take us on permanently. So, Thanks for everything, and don't go away.
Don't forget that next Tuesday at this same time, Johnson's Wax brings you that great pianist and entertainer, Victor Borga, in his own show. You'll love it.
And we love you.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Marlowe Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to listen in again next Tuesday night when we bring you that pianist, entertainer extraordinaire, Victor Borga. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax product for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. A beautiful piece of linoleum can do wonders in brightening up your kitchen, bathroom, or front entrance. But what about keeping the linoleum itself beautiful? Well, that's an easy job for Johnson's Glow Coat, the preferred floor polish in millions of homes. And no wonder Glow Coat gets first choice. It gives your linoleum and other floors great beauty. It takes practically no work. And it protects the surface against dirt, wear, and moisture. Actually adds greatly to the life of linoleum, as well as keeping its color and pattern fresh and new-looking. Glow Coat is self-polishing, requires no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry. It's that easy. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy, and that eases your work, too. So, for beauty, convenience, and protection, join the millions of satisfied users of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. This is a sad moment at 79 Wistful Vista, a sad moment and a tense moment. Because here in the living room, waiting for the verdict of the surgeon, the tree surgeon, on the fate of the old oak tree in the front yard, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
For goodness sakes, McGee, stop rushing to the window and pacing up and down. There's nothing you can do about it.
I know, but my gosh, I will, gee whiz. I don't know why cartoonists get so much fun out of a guy walking up and down outside of a maternity ward. This suspense is awful.
Oh, be calm, dearie. Relax. Look at me, sewing away as though nothing at all were happening.
Yeah. You've tried to thread the tape measure through the wrong end of that needle 3 times. You're going to hate to lose that old oak tree as much as I'm going to hate to lose that old oak tree.
Yes. Yes, I really am. I love that tree. It's always been...
Uh-oh. Here's the bad news. Come in.
Hello there, McGee. Hello, Molly.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Well, what's going on here, anyway? Molly, you've been crying.
Oh, it's nothing.
McGee, have you been beating your wife? Because if you've laid one badly manicured finger on a hair of her well-shaped head, so help me, I'll
No,
tear
Doctor, no, it's nothing like that.
It's just that we're expecting some bad news, Doc. The doctor's here.
Dr. Woodbury.
Dr. Woodbury? I don't believe I know. Wait a minute. What is this? Who's Dr. Woodbury? By George, I may not be under a yearly retainer to you people, but I know your medical histories like Amos knows Andy, and I won't... Where's this Dr. Woodbury?
Out in front, Doc.
Up in the tree.
Up in the tree?
Sure knows his business, too. Shinnied up that big trunk like a salmon up the Columbia.
He's been clear up to the top 4 times.
I see. Some emergency arose, so instead of calling old Doc Gamble, you consult some stranger. He goes out and starts climbing trees. Well, it's been nice knowing you folks. Good day.
Hey, wait a minute, Aerosmith. You don't understand.
He's a tree surgeon.
Oh, a tree surgeon. Oh, that's too bad.
What's too bad about it?
Well, much as I would have hated to terminate our relationship, in the event that you'd found a physician who suited you better...
Oh, nonsense.
It would almost have been worth it to have another medico in this town who knew his sphygmomanometer from a hot rock. Tree surgeon, eh?
I tell you, he's the best in town, too, Doctor. He's the one who saved Toops' horse chestnut tree from a serious case of Japanese beetles last year.
They say this guy can take one look at an acorn and tell you how many times the firemen are going to have to come and rescue a cat out of it when it grows up.
I'd like to see this miracle man.
Dear, I hope he says he can save it.
Cheer up, Mommy. There's still hope. Come in.
Well, I've finished my examination, Mr. McGee. Am I intruding?
Not at all, Dr. Woodbury. We'd like to have you meet an old friend of ours, Dr. Woodbury, Dr. Gamble. Dr. Woodbury is a tree doctor, Dr. Gamble.
And Dr. Gamble is a people doctor, Dr. Woodbury.
How do you do, Doctor?
Hello, Doctor. I take it all is not oak with the oak?
It's a pretty serious case, I'm afraid. Tell me, Mrs. McGee, has this tree of yours any history of Dutch moth? Any childhood diseases that you know of?
No, I don't think so, Doctor. Though, as I remember, it had a bad attack of woodpeckers in 1929.
Woodpeckers.
That's the first instance I ever heard where the patient got stuck with a bill before the doctor even arrived.
How about it, Doc? Will we have to,
is there any hope, Doctor?
If you good people would be so good as to leave the room a moment, I should like to consult with Dr. Gamble. Would you honor me, Doctor?
Delighted, I'm sure, Doctor. Although my arboreal experience has been limited to a certain lady patient of mine to whom we refer as the weeping willow bee. You'll excuse us, Molly?
Certainly. Come on, McGee.
Okay. Do everything you can, men. Remember, expense is no object, as long as it don't cost too much.
Well, I see where Alabama's picked for the Rose Bowl, Doctor.
Yes, I remember when Alabama played it in 1926 for the first time. Beat Washington 20-19.
Yes. Well, how was business, Doctor?
Oh, can't complain, Doctor. Though I sometimes envy you tree surgeons.
How so, Doctor?
Well, sometimes it seems so simple to slap 100 pounds of cement into a patient, paint him with tar, and brace him up with a few feet of wire cable.
Yes, it has its points, Doctor. On the other hand, you're in no danger of a patient falling over on you and breaking your leg.
Incidentally, Doctor, how about the oak tree out in front? Look bad?
That isn't a tree. That's a perpendicular stack of firewood.
Oh?
It's been dead longer than Julius Caesar.
Well, why stall around, Doctor? Why don't you tell him?
Well, it looks better this way. More dignity.
Oh.
But you better call him in now, I guess. And try to look more serious, Doctor. Remember, we've been consulting.
Oh, yes. Sometimes I'm inclined to forget I'm a doctor and act like a human being. Come in, McGee.
Well, Docs, what's the verdict?
My boy, I'm afraid it's bad news.
You mean?
Yes, Mrs. McGee. As it must to all trees. The end has come to the old oak tree. It's battled its way through life from tiny acorn to sturdy tree. It has stood between your home and the fierce heat of the sun. It has been a barrier between you and the tempest. But now the birds must seek another resting place. The whippoorwill must shrill his plaintive call from elsewhere, and my fee is $7.50.
Oh, and it was such a beautiful tree.
Oh, forget it, Molly. With that thing chopped down, maybe the paper boy can hit the front porch now and then. Well, here's your dough, Doc.
Thank you. Nice to have met you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. See you up in the maple tree sometime.
And now, if I could remember where you put my hat,
No, Doctor, not in there.
No, that's the hall clock.
hat in there.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Can't Believe That You're in Love with Me.
Boy, that sure is a tough old tree, ain't it, Molly?
Yes, it certainly is.
Yep. You take 50 more whacks at it, and then I'll chop for a while.
You take the axe now, dearie. I don't want all the fun. Besides, I've got a crick in my back that would float the Queen Mary.
Well, we better rest a while anyway.
What do you mean we'd better rest? All you've done is grunt.
Sure, but somebody's got to see that the works get started right. There's a lot of science to falling a tree, you know. Give me that axe and I'll show you.
All right, here, you chop and I'll grunt.
Thanks.
Oh! Ow! McGee.
Huh?
Why don't you keep chopping in the same place all the time? That tree looks like it was being chewed by some cross-eyed beavers.
It's easy to see you don't know much about lumberjacking, kiddo. Look, where do you suppose this tree's going to fall when it falls?
Well, I hadn't really considered that, dearie, but for a rough guess, I'd say onto the ground.
Ah, but where onto the ground? If it falls to the north, it'll crash through the roof of the house. South, it'll fall into the street and block traffic.
Yeah?
So I got to make it fall right straight down the center of our driveway. See?
Well, how on earth can you make it do that?
That's the trick, baby. That's where skill and experience comes in. You see, you got to make a deep cut into the trunk. Then right above it, you make a shallower cut. Then the tree falls to one side, you see.
Are you sure you don't make a deep cut above and the shallower cut below?
No, I don't think so. I always thought... Oh, hey, here comes Wilcox. Maybe he'll know. Hey, Junior, come here a minute.
Hello, Molly. What's the matter, pal?
Just a little matter of woodcraft, Mr. Wilcox.
You ever a Boy Scout, Junior?
Sure. Eagle Scout.
Oh.
Owl Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
Merit badges for bricklaying, bookbinding, picture framing, leather tooling, and housework.
Housework?
Yep. That's where I first heard about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Yeah. But what I want to ask you...
that was one merit badge I won like a flash. I took some Johnson's Glow Coat over to the scoutmaster's house, you see, and showed his wife what it would do for her kitchen linoleum.
Yeah, but look, Waxy, when you chop down a tree...
I showed her how simple Glow Coat is to use. How you just pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, let it dry 20 minutes or less with no rubbing or buffing.
Yeah, but what...
And how it helps restore the beauty and sparkle of the original pattern.
Yes, but himself here wants to know how to cut down a tree, so...
And boy, when the scoutmaster came home that night and walked into his kitchen, he was astounded. He said, "Who is responsible for that beautiful, gleaming linoleum?" And his wife patted me on the head and said, "Eagle Scout Wilcox, Benjamin." And the scoutmaster said, "Wilcox, I must ask you to resign from the Boy Scouts." So I did.
After fixing up his kitchen linoleum so it would last so much longer and make his wife's housework so much easier?
That was a dirty trick.
No, he was right. He just found out I was 31 years old.
Getting to be a bald Eagle Scout. But look, Waxy, did you learn much about woodcraft?
Plenty, pal, plenty. Look, if you get lost in the woods, you simply wait till October and see which way the geese fly, and that's south.
But, Mr. Wilcox, do you know how to chop down a tree and make it fall where you want to?
No, I don't. We didn't chop down trees. We were taught to love trees.
Doggone it, we love trees too, Waxy, but this is a dead tree. It's got to be cut down. It's dangerous.
And besides, it'll give us a lot of firewood for over the holidays.
Yeah. Well, what's so funny about that, Junior?
I just thought of a great gag about doing your Christmas chopping early.
Oh.
I want to get along home and tell Spaniel Eyes before I forget it. See you later, folks.
Spaniel Eyes. If my husband ever called me Spaniel Eyes, I'd give one sharp little bark and bite him in the garter.
You'll never get a merit badge for wit and humor either. Christmas chopping. Oh, well, I'm sure I'm right about putting the deep cut under the shallow cut. One side, Snooky. I'm going back to work. Whew. That's strenuous work, Molly. Great stuff to develop the gift-ceps, though.
You mean the biceps theory?
You can't buy ceps like mine. They're a gift.
Look, Pet, wouldn't it be simpler to call some professional woodcutters and have them cut this tree down for you?
No, sirree. I do this myself. Did Abraham Lincoln squeal for help when he wanted to clear a trail to the corner drugstore? No, sir. I come from pioneer stock, and I ain't selling it short. Did I ever tell you about my father being born in a log cabin?
No.
Well, don't let me, because it ain't true.
All right, but I'm still doubtful about your ability to lay this tree down the center of the driveway.
What do you mean, doubtful? You lay a walnut on that driveway, and I'll crack it with 4 tons of oak tree, that's all. My gosh, if I
look,
don't...
McGee, here comes Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, that rhinestone rhinoceros. She's so aristocratic that when she blushes, she looks like a blueprint of the Chase National Bank.
I think she likes us because she knows we're not after her money.
Yeah, well, what good would it do us if we were after her money? The way she handles a buck, you'd think there was a game warden on every corner. Besides, she don't like me, and that's mutual.
Well, maybe she is a little up... hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Glad for once to find you without your husband. Not that I dislike him particularly, although with a little effort...
Hi, Carson.
Is that you, Mr. McGee?
It ain't Clement Attlee. Though I am at president of the Labor Party till I get this job done.
I guess you didn't recognize him with those lumberjack clothes on, did you, Mrs. Carstairs?
No. May I ask what you're doing with the long-handled hatchet, Mr. McGee?
I'm chopping this tree down, Carsey. Didn't know I was a woodsman, did you?
Yes, I did. My husband told me.
Oh, your husband told you my husband was a woodsman?
Yes, indirectly. We passed Mr. McGee on the street one day, and my husband said, lumbering sort of a fellow, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, well, that sparring partner of yours is no Fred Astaire either, Carsey. He's about as graceful as an armload of coat hangers.
Please, Mr. McGee, for your
Tell Mrs. Carstairs what you plan to do about this tree, McGee.
Yes, do, Mr. McGee.
Well, sir, the problem is this, Carsey. I got to chop down this tree so it'll fall exactly down the driveway there. That's quite a trick of woodmanship, too.
Yeah, but he can do it, Mrs. Carstairs. He can do it.
Sure, I can do it. I'll drop this trunk like a nervous redcap.
Well, I should never have selected you as the lumberman type, Mr. McGee.
Oh, he knows his way around in the woods all right, Mrs. Carstairs. In fact, he's not out of the woods yet.
I'll say. Why, up there in Minnesota years ago, I was not only the greatest woodsman of my day, Carsty, but the greatest fisherman, too. In fact, I caught so many of one species of bass, they named me after it. Big Mouth McGee, I was known as. Big Mouth McGee, the bully boy of big bunches of burly, beady-eyed bruisers, bringing in big batches of beech, birch, and balsam, banding brisk banter with the brawny bandits, and booting up a junior out of the brainless brutes that busted their bill hooks, bewildering big bosses with my baffling business of balancing the books and bagging big bonuses, but there's too many words beginning with B, so excuse me, folks, while I chop this tree.
The King's Men and Come to Baby Do.
I took a choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. I came a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. I've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I'm hoping no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Stop me from guessing. Ain't no time to tease. Stop all this messing. Put your bacon baby at ease. I wanna love, 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 love just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do.
Better take it a little easy, dearie. That tree doesn't look very steady.
Which way does it look like it's going to fall?
Search me, McGee. I thought you said you could positively lay it right straight down the driveway, though.
I positively can. I think. My calculations are right, and I'm positive they are. I trust I can...
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here comes that girl from next door. The prize fighter's cousin.
Oh, her again. What do you suppose they're
Good
at?
day, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello there.
When you get through using that axe, may I borrow it for Punchy McClatchy? He's my cousin, the prize fighter, you know.
Yeah, we know, sis. Why do you want to borrow the axe?
Well, Punchy simply must get out and do some road work today.
You can't do road work with an axe, can you?
No, but we have to threaten him with something. I'll be back for it later. Thank you.
Mr. McClatchy must be the phlegmatic type.
Huh?
They have to threaten him with an axe to get him out of the house.
He's the dumbest pork and beaner in the business. He uses up more seconds than a Fred Allen ad lib. Fred Allen, that is. They say McClatchy's bed linen is made of old circus tents. He can't sleep unless it's on canvas.
I take it you're not one of Punchy McClatchy's greatest admirers.
You can not only take it, you can keep it. McClatchy is a victim of fate.
He is?
He's got a Sunday punch, and all his fights are on Saturday. Oh, well, so much for the manly art of assault and battery. You think I can take a few more wallops at that tree?
Well, I don't know, dearie. It's getting awfully wobbly. A breath of Chanel number 5 would bring it down right now.
Well, if it does, it'll fall right smack down the driveway, mark my words. But mark 'em in pencil, I could be wrong.
Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear the little man admit he could be wrong?
Hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia. Ever chop down a tree?
You must have me confused with George Washington, McGee. I'm just mayor, not president.
No, he's serious, Your Honor. He has a slight problem.
Yeah, look, when you want a tree to fall in a certain direction, do you make a big cut under a small cut or a small cut under a big cut? On what side?
Well, now, that's quite the most interesting problem which has confronted me today, McGee. And I have had some little dandies.
Such as what, Your Honor?
Such as the case we have in the corner lot at 17th and Oak Street.
Oh.
A carnival there was exhibiting a dead whale on a flat car. Night before last, the carnival moved out, leaving the whale. Now, a white elephant is popularly supposed to represent the acme of indisposability. But what does one do with a dead whale?
Well, you've got quite a problem there, Mr. Mayor. Can't you dig a hole and bury it?
And what would we do with the 100 tons of dirt that the whale replaced? Dig another hole and bury that? That approach is perpetual motion.
I got an idea, Latriv.
Yes?
Yep. That vacant lot ain't far from the county line, is it?
A few hundred yards, I believe.
What of it, McGee?
Well, suppose some dark night the flat car should break loose and run a half mile down the track. That'd be kind of take it out of your hands, wouldn't it, Latriv?
My boy, I thank you.
Oh.
You have solved the case of the fragrant mammal.
Why, shucks, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. Hey, you want to stick around and help me saw up some firewood with that buck saw over there? I'm going to chop down the old oak and bucket, you might say. You get it, kids? It's a paraphrase on the old music.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh.
And if I may make a suggestion, McGee, your tree is beginning to totter a bit. Hadn't you better bring it down?
Well, I'm a little dubious, Latriv, about the method. Like I said, undercutting or overcutting. I don't want to take any chances.
Well, being a politician at heart, I'll trade a favor for a favor.
Huh?
You got that whale off my hands, so I'll call my city forester and get advice on felling this tree.
Oh, wonderful. But you boys had better hurry. This monarch of the forest is about to abdicate.
Yeah. Now, let's go in and do it right now, Latriv. Come on in.
All right away. Hey, get to City Hall and ask for extension 42.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me the City Hall. Emergency. Hello, City Hall. Extension 42, please.
Mr. Stanislavski. He's the chief.
How do you spell it?
Ask for Jones. He's the assistant.
Hello? Is Mr. Jones there? Oh, it is? Well, this is Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista, and I wanted to find out how to cut a tree so... Hello? Hello, Mr. Jones? Is that you, Mr. Jones? Well, thanks anyway, Mr. Jones. Goodbye. Come on, Latriv.
Well, you did it, McGee.
Very efficient, McGee. Right down the driveway.
Well, Natch. I told you I could do it. Now I'll drive downtown and get a few guys to help me trim the branches off. Want to ride downtown, Latriv?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, I got to go fast. Hey, where's my car?
Right where you left it, McGee.
Huh?
In the driveway under the tree.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You know, if it did nothing more than make every room more beautiful, you'd be grateful enough for Johnson's Wax. But it does so much more. It protects all kinds of surfaces against wear and dirt, wood, metal, and leather. Its regular use does away with costly refinishing of floors, for example. It protects the finish of your tabletops, brings out the beautiful grain of the wood. And then, besides beauty and protection, Johnson's Wax saves you work all through the year. Waxed surfaces resist dirt and dust. They're so easy to keep clean. When you walk into a neighbor's home, you can tell at a glance if it's a wax-protected home. If its floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with friendly, mellow beauty, the chances are 10 to 1 you'll find Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream on the pantry shelf.
The car badly damaged, dearie?
That's exactly what Latrivia asked me.
He did?
Yes, he said, "Does this mean a new car, old top?"
And you said?
And I said, "Nope. New top, old car."
And he said?
He said, "Good night."
I see. Well, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Arguing with a banker is like riding a horse on a merry-go-round. You never get any place. But here on the corner of 14th and Oak Streets, Wistful Vista, who do we find beating his verbal brains out against Mr. McDonald of the Third National Bank but Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly?
And furthermore, McDonald, if you weren't a hide-bound, frozen-pushed old nickel nurse that wasn't too lazy to put in a honest day's work, you wouldn't close that bank at 2:30 every day.
Now, just a minute, McGee. Our banking hours...
Banking hours. 10 o'clock in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon. 4.5 hours. You call that an honest day's work? What do us depositors pay you 2.5% on our savings account for? So you
don't pay us. We pay you.
I don't care who pays who. My point is that you ought to keep your bank open from 9 to 5 at least. So a busy man like me...
And when would we do our clerical work? From 5 till midnight? If you had the sense of a barn owl, you'd realize...
Oh, clerical work, eh? Fixing up the books, eh? No wonder you pull down the shades at 2:30 every afternoon. By George,
Are you insinuating that my bank is dishonest, McGee?
If the shoe fits, lace up your tongue, Morgie Town.
That's enough, McGee. Step into this area and I'll show you.
Wait a minute. What time is it, McDonald?
1:30.
Oh, my gosh, I got to get home. I'll see you later, McDonald.
And what did Mr. McDonald say when you started to take off your coat, dearie?
He ran like a rabbit. One more word out of him, and I'd have slapped him into a Peruvian debenture.
Say, McGee, I almost forgot. While you were gone, Red Cross headquarters called up.
Oh.
You are the captain for this neighborhood.
For this neighborhood?
Sure.
You mean they didn't make me chairman of the whole Wistful Vista Drive? Why, those ungrateful, short-sighted...
No, dearie. You know they have the same chairman every year.
You mean...
Mr. McDonald of the Third National Bank.
Oh. McDonald, eh?
Yes. Incidentally, he's on your list to collect from, too. And it's usually his check that puts this neighborhood over the top, you know.
That's kind of like me, ain't it?
What do you mean?
I'm the kind of a lint head that picks a fight with Henry Ford in the morning and invents a new kind of a spark plug in the afternoon.
Well, I'm sure Mr. McDonald won't let your little argument affect his Red Cross donation, dearie. You know, he's a very fair man.
That guy couldn't be fair with 5 gallons of peroxide. Oh, well, I won't call on him myself, that's all. I'll have one of my insubordinates do it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, how many workers am I in charge of?
1.
1?
Just one? Who is it?
You.
Me? You mean I got to work this whole neighborhood all by myself? And I got to call on old McDonald? Why, my gosh, I won't.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. So nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. And good afternoon to you, leak cheek.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Mighty decent of you to stop in, sir. Won't you sit down, Doctor?
Excuse me, I must be in the wrong house.
Don't be alarmed, Doctor. Himself here has merely taken on a little dignity.
I have just been appointed a special field director for the American Red Cross, Doctor. In charge of accumulating funds in this particular territory to maintain our national and international activities in the service of humanity.
The appointment was made at national headquarters in Washington, I presume.
'Tis quite likely, Doctor.
Yes, I think so, too. No local official would be guilty of such a colossal blunder. Well, you couldn't collect broken glass in a picnic grove.
Oh, no, I don't know about that, Dr. Gamble. He's pretty persuasive when he gets started.
You're doggone right I am, Ether Drum. When I get warmed up, I can talk the feathers off a duck. Which reminds me...
Of what, Droop Snoot?
Of the fact that you're in my territory.
Territory, McGee.
Which means I got to get your Red Cross donation, Arrowsmith. The Red Cross is, you know... What's this?
My check.
Heavenly days, so quick. Thank you, Doctor.
Doggone it, you might have at least let me finish my sales talk, you point killer.
I don't need any sales talk, Lippy. Nobody knows more about the work of the Red Cross than we bromide and bandage boys. And if I can help ease the worry of one lonesome GI in a hospital gown, I'll consider it a beautiful investment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to the hospital. I have a major operation to perform.
Appendix, Doc?
Oh, no. Just have to sprinkle a little sulfa on a bruised knee.
Oh, I thought you said it was a major operation.
It is. Major Flanagan skinned his leg. Skinned his leg marching in the St. Patrick's Day parade. Okay.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Laughing on the Outside.
Well, who's next on your list, McGee?
Old man McDonald. And I'm going to skip him till later.
Why? Do you think your little argument with Mr. McDonald will affect his donation?
Affected. That guy wouldn't donate me his used pipe cleaners. Oh, wait a minute. Here's one of my prospect lists here. Now, let me see. Adam, I am neighborhood captain for the Red Cross and I'm calling for your donation. In times of disaster, flood, or famine, the American Red Cross is Jerry at the rat hole. The Red Cross is your representative in its work to relieve the suffering of humanity all over the world. And I...
Yes, what's on your mind, kid?
Well, heavenly days, it's the old-timer.
Hi, old-timer. Look, I represent the Red Cross, and I'm here to...
Hey! Oh, the Red Cross, eh? Great little outfit, the Red Cross. Cutest nurses in the South Seas. When I was out there with the Seabees,
Now, please, Mr. Oldtimer. We're here for your donation.
Yes, you'll appreciate the fact that the Red Cross still operates almost 650 servicemen's clubs. Germany, France, Japan, and all over the South Seas. The war hasn't ended for the Red Cross.
Hey!
He says that...
The war hasn't ended for the Red Cross. No, siree, kids. Anytime there's trouble, they get there on the double. I never will forget one little Red Cross nurse back there in the Solomons. Name of Gracie. If it hadn't been for Gracie, I wouldn't be here now.
Saved your life, did she?
Yep. Gracie pulled me through, kid.
Oh, were you wounded, old-timer?
No, daughter. Overstayed my leave and tried to crawl back into camp under the fence. I got stuck, and it was little Gracie who pulled me through.
Yeah, but look, about the Red Cross, old-timer, we need...
More girls like Gracie. That's what you need, Johnny.
Was she pretty, old-timer?
Pretty? Daughter, she was prettier than a moonbeam shining through a busted bulldozer onto a mess of kelp. We was in love for almost a year.
You were, eh?
Hey? Yes, we were. I was in love with her, and She was in love with a gunner's mate, third class. Very third class, if you ask me.
Well, that's all very romantic, old-timer, but now...
Hey, I can't stand here scuttlebuttling with you kids. I got to get down to the post office. Got to mail my Red Cross donation.
Hey, that's what I came to see you about.
Hey?
He said that...
Well, then maybe you wouldn't mind mailing it in for me. Here it is right here. Thanks, kid.
Well, you don't get much chance to practice your sales talk, do you, dearie?
Ain't it disgusting? The minute I open my mouth, somebody slaps a check into it. At this rate, I never will be prepared for old man McDonald. And he's the nastiest.
Wait a minute, dearie.
Huh?
This house is on your list. Who lives here?
Let me see. Lou Wasey. You know a Lou Wasey?
No, but maybe a stranger will let you get a few words in. Come on.
Madam, I represent the Red Cross in this territory. In this vicinity. The Red Cross, as you know, must raise $100 million in the 1946 drive. And, good afternoon, madam. We represent...
Who you calling madam, mister?
Who?
Oh, pardon him, I'm sure. Are you Mr. Wasey?
No, I'm Myrna Loy. Mr. Wasey left on the 12 o'clock rocket for Mercury. He's in the thermometer business, you know. Now, what do you want? I'm busy.
If you'd shut that big muskrat trap of yours for a minute, smart guy, we'd tell you. We're collecting for the Red Cross, which, as you know...
Well, why didn't you say so? Here's my check. Sorry I couldn't make it more.
Well, we're doing a fine business in a rude sort of way, aren't we?
Doggone it, don't anybody want to know why they're given to the Red Cross?
Well, I think most people know about the work of the Red Cross, sweetheart. They've been doing business at the old stand for a long time now. Here's your next call, number 94.
Okay, come on. We represent the Red Cross.
How do you do, madam? The Red Cross has asked us...
Oh, the Red Cross. Here's my check. Thank you for calling.
You may close your mouth now, dearie. It's all over.
I'm getting tired of this. Next place we go to, I'm just going to ring the bell and stick out my hand.
That'll probably be the place where they have a fox terrier which is allergic to human fingers.
I don't care. By George, I'm going to get in one sales pitch if I have to. Oh, hi, Junior. Just the guy I wanted to see.
Hello, pal. Hello, Molly. Out for a walk?
No, Mr. Wilcox. We're out collecting for the Red Cross.
And you're on my list, Junie. Now, look. Let me tell you a few things about the Red Cross. In the first place...
Oh, you don't have to tell me anything about the Red Cross, pal. And incidentally, here's my check, all made out. What's the matter? As much as I could spare, pal. A little more, as a matter of fact.
Oh, the check is very generous, Mr. Wilcox. I don't think that's what's annoying him.
Well, speak up, friend. Don't just stand there and glower at me.
Look, Junior, I worked very hard whipping up a sales talk about the Red Cross. And what happened? Every place I go, the minute I open my ruby lips, somebody puts their money where my mouth is. Nobody will let me talk. It ain't fair.
Well, maybe you've got the wrong approach, pal. Basically, you know, all selling is the same. In the first place, you've got to have confidence in your product.
Oh, he has, Mr. Wilcox. He knows the Red Cross is the finest.
Now, like me with Johnson's Wax, I'm selling quality. I'm selling cleanliness. I'm selling beauty. I'm selling a service as well as a product.
Well, that's very like the Red Cross, the service they give us.
And when I tell about the amazing number of things that Johnson's Wax is useful for, I feel that I'm a great deal more than just a salesman. I'm a friend of the family.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with what...
Why, with wax-protected floors, furniture, luggage, picture frames, windowsills, radios, and golf bags to talk about, I'm not just a guy that's peddling wax.
The heck you ain't.
I'm a front man for civilized living. I've got a sample case full of pride and hospitality.
Well, what would you do, Waxy, if every time you rang a doorbell, the door opened, somebody grabbed the Johnson's Wax out of your hand, shoved some dough into your mitt, and slammed the door?
Yes. Now, what would you do then, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, that never happened.
You don't, eh?
No. I never even have to ring the bell.
Oh?
One woman this morning came running halfway up the block to meet me. And then after she tried the Johnson's Wax, she wanted to adopt me.
Oh. Oh, really?
No, O'Reilly. But my wife didn't want to be Mrs. Harlow O'Reilly, so I didn't go through with it. See you later, kids.
Dear, I wonder if he cleared that with Danny Kaye.
I don't know, but I thought he was very encouraging, dearie. You know, you can't help it if people start buying before you start selling. Come on now, here's our next stop.
Oh, this is Carstairs' house. Oh, my gosh, she ought to be good for quite a slug of moolah. She gave $300 last year. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Now listen, give her the old sales talk, pet, and maybe she'll make it 500.
Just watch me, kiddo. Fireball McGee, the demon salesman. I'll work myself into such a lather you could shave me with a shovel. When I get through here, I'll be so hot I'll give old man McDonald a vocal bulldogging that'll have him...
Yes.
Hi, a Witherspoon. Remember us?
In what connection, sir, may I ask?
Oh, come off it, Witherspoon. Mrs. Carstairs has had us to dinner any number of times. Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
I am not Witherspoon, madam. Witherspoon is no longer employed here. I am Roebuck.
No kidding. Say, that's a beautiful catalog you and Shears put out. Yes, sir, I've spent many a long summer afternoon.
McGee?
Huh? Oh.
McGee, please tell Mrs. Carstairs that, Witherspoon, please tell Mrs. Carstairs that Mr. and Mrs. McGee would like to see her a few minutes, will you?
Immediately, madam. Will you come in, please?
Thanks, Robo.
Roebuck, sir. I shall see if Mrs. Carstairs is at home.
Hey, get a load of that walk, will you? He's either had military training or had his hips lifted.
You know, McGee, I'm glad we don't have a butler.
Yeah?
They always look like somebody had just cooked some cabbage in the next room. And I often do.
Yeah. I'd always be afraid Treacher would keep us after school. However, in a stuffy old mausoleum like this, it is... Oh, hi, Carstairs.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? Good day, Mrs. McGee. How nice to see you.
Tell Millicent why you are here, McGee.
Oh, pray do, Mr. McGee. And then you must excuse me. I'm packing for a flying trip to the West Coast.
No kidding, Carstairs. Business or pleasure?
Oh, both, Mr. McGee.
Uh-huh.
I have a niece in San Diego I haven't seen for many years. And Mr. Carstairs has an interest in a large walnut ranch.
Walnut ranch? Imagine that. Have any trouble with nut rustlers, Millicent?
No, my dear. But the Walnut Growers' Annual Convention is rather exciting.
It is?
I'll see that you get invitations to our next nut meet.
Well, thank you, Millicent. I hope you have a nice trip.
I'll bet you won't know your niece either, Carstairs. Kids grow up awful fast in them tropical climates, they say.
Oh, I know it, Mr. McGee. I once saw an actor named Victor mature one afternoon in Hollywood. But tell me, what can I do for you?
All right, McGee, now's your chance. Do your stuff.
Carstairs, for a lot of men and women, the war is not yet over. And for them, the American Red Cross is the link between...
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that, Mr. McGee. I have a check here all made out. Do you know to whom I should send it?
Well, we'll take it, Millicent. That's what we came for. Thank you so much. Come on, McGee. McGee, come on, we're through.
Thanks, Carstairs. Have a nice trip.
Thank you. Good day.
How big is the check, McGee?
I don't know. I can't read it till I stop crying.
Are you still worrying about your sales talk to Mr. McDonald, McGee?
Yeah, my gosh, I haven't had a chance to get any sample reactions from people. And I need McDonald's big check to make my quota.
Well, now, here's your last chance to practice your pitch, dearie. Mary Latrivia's house.
Oh, that's good. Your Honor, I represent...
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, McGee. Come in.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This is just a brief business call.
I'm the captain for Red Cross donations in this neighborhood, Latrivia.
Good for you, McGee. Tell me all about it.
Are you kidding?
Why should I be?
You mean you want to hear a few facts about the Red Cross, Your Honor?
I think it would be very interesting.
Well, in the first place, Latrivia, to carry on their work, the Red Cross has got to have $100 million this year for overseas, home front, and disaster activities. This is the most important...
excuse me a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Here's my personal check. Yeah. Now, what were you saying?
Does this matter now?
This is the most discouraging thing I ever tried to do in all my life. Hey, what's the matter with your foot, Latrivia?
Oh, that's why I'm home at this hour, McGee. I stopped on the street to pat a horse, and it stepped on my foot. It was a big gray horse.
You don't have to talk baby talk to get sympathy from us, Your Honor.
Baby talk, but I wasn't.
Anyway, what difference does it make what color the horse was?
I didn't even mention the color of the horse.
You said it was a big dray horse.
But it was a big dray horse. It was a roan.
It wasn't alone if you were there with it.
I didn't say it was alone. I said it was a roan, a brown horse.
Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color.
What's a horse of a different color?
A roan. First you say it's dray, and then you say it's brown. And
but it was brown. A big brown dray. A big brown dray.
Make up your mind, Mr. Mayor. Now, which is it?
Which? What?
Dray or brown?
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say it was a gray. I said dray.
We know you did, Mr. Mayor, and when a man your age gets kittenish about something...
I was not being kittenish. When I said it was a hay grouse, a gray horse, I was merely referring to the fact that when a horse is hitched to a roan, a dray, to a brown dray, a brown dray, a horse that the color has ice. It. McGee.
Yes?
There is a scale at the corner drugstore.
Yes, we know.
A nickel. Oh, well, never let it be said that McGee didn't go down with flags flying. Come on, kiddo. I represent the American Red Cross in this neighborhood.
Hello, Mr. McDonald.
Hi, Mac. Remember the friendly little chat we had this morning about your banking hours?
Of course I remember it. You ought to have your silly remarks tattooed on your scalp. They look good engraved on a pinhead.
Well, he came over to apologize, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, I was just kidding, Mac. Now then, do you realize, McDonald, that the American Red Cross...
I know all about the Red Cross. I'm chairman of the drive. My check for... Wait a minute. I had a check made out for $1,000. What did I... Oh, my goodness. I must have left it at the bank.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McDonald. We'll stop by and pick it up.
You can't do that. Why? The bank's closed.
What? The bank's closed at this time of day? Why, you penny-pinching public parasite. If you keep reasonable hours in that poor man's Fort Knox...
No, just a minute, McGee. You don't realize...
I do, too, realize. You keep your bank doors open just long enough for the morning deposit. You're so scared somebody will draw out $1.50 that you close...
Don't you talk to me like that, you petty larceny paper snatcher. All you come in my bank for is to steal bladders. Fill your fountain pen.
It's exciting, but it doesn't look as if we'll get that new car for some time, does it? While you're waiting, how'd you like to make your old bus look almost as shiny and...
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we have to give you any sales talk about the Red Cross either. So we'll just say give generously to them this year.
You couldn't think of a better cause to save your lives.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly.
makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. April showers are still busy working on May flowers, and that's very nice. But April showers also bring something not so nice, trouble for your kitchen floor. Wet, muddy feet come in with the grocery boy and the milkman and the children home from school. That means a lot of extra work if your floors aren't wax polished with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Of course, if your floors are kept sparkling with a beautiful Glow Coat polish, you don't have to worry about a little thing like wet footprints. A damp cloth quickly wipes up dirt and spilled things from a glow-coated floor, leaving it clean and beautiful, its colors bright and fresh. And Johnson's Glow Coat also saves you work in other ways. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Just spread it on the floor and let it dry. Glow Coat does all the work. In 20 minutes, your floor is protected with a long-lasting, shining polish. Naturally, this protection makes your linoleum last much longer, too. Try it, won't you? But be sure to ask for the real thing. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. It's a wise woman who knows how to turn off the heat when her husband comes to a boil. Listen to Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista lowering the flame under her so-called better half as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
And while I have no idea just what got you into such a temper, dearie, I'm sure you are justified.
Well, by George.
Knowing you as I do, I realize that something must have happened downtown today that annoyed you.
Annoyed me? If them stumble-buns, I don't.
So, if you'd care to tell me all about it, and I'm sure you do, I think it might do you good. Let me take your walking stick.
That ain't a walking stick. It's an umbrella.
Where's the rest of it, then?
I don't know. I was slapping trees with it all the way home.
But why?
Well, you've heard of the Society for the Preservation and Encouragement of Barbershop Quartet Singing in America, Incorporated.
Yes, what about it?
Well, they have a convention every year to find the best barbershop quartet. And the Wistful Vista Elks are going to send one.
Isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful about it? By George, when politics and influence keeps the best possible man from singing top tenor and nominates a guy that sings like the noon whistle on a fertilizer factory. By George, I got a good notion to resign from the Elks. I would, too, if I wasn't 6 months behind in my dues.
Well, who was selected to sing top tenor?
A guy who's got a voice like a worn brake drum, that's who. Doc Gamble, that's who.
Do I understand that you think you should have been picked as first tenor?
Why, of course. Who else? You've heard me sing. Is there any doubt in your mind that I make Gamble sound like a rusty nail being pulled out of a piano crate?
What mental reservations I might have, dearie, are completely submerged by my matrimonial loyalty.
You're darn right. I can sing rings around that poor frog.
Who are the other members of this shave and a haircut glee club?
Harlow Wilcox, Wallace Wimple, and Latrivia.
Didn't Mr. Wilcox used to sing in Chautauqua, dearie?
He claims he did. Personally, I don't think any of the four of them could sing their way out of an unlocked bathroom. I'm the only trained professional singer in the whole club. Why, I sang...
Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. I hear you've been selected for the barbershop quartet at the Elks.
Yes. Isn't it wonderful? And to think we might go to the national convention. Tell me, do men take their wives to conventions?
Oh, no, Mr. Wimple. Conventions are places where men go to let their hair down while they still have some. If this quartet goes to the annual convention in Cleveland next June, Mr. Wimple, will your wife let you go, do you think?
Oh, I've got that all fixed, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
She's going on ahead and meet me in Salt Lake City.
Hey, wait a minute. The convention is in Cleveland.
Yes, I know that, but she doesn't.
Well, it's too bad she isn't more reasonable, Mr. Wimple. Doesn't she love you?
Oh, I think she does, Mrs. McGee, in her big old quiet way. Yesterday, when we were walking along the street, she suddenly reached down and chucked me under the chin.
Did she really, Wimp?
Yes. Under the chin of a horse that happened to be passing by.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. Were you trampled underfoot?
No, I was awfully lucky about that, I guess. I recognized the horse immediately as one I used to bet on at the races.
Oh.
So quick as a flash, I reached up and put a $2 bill on his nose, and he stopped dead. I knew what the beast would do if I had any money on him. Well, see you later, folks.
Billy Mills from the orchestra and Souvenir.
Dumbbells. Them short-sighted wise guys. Picking a Johnny One note like Doc Gamble instead of a natural tenor like me. Of all the stupid, asinine, deliberate...
Oh, now forget it, McGee. Dr. Gamble was selected by the committee fairly and squarely, so be a sport about it.
It ain't a matter of sportsmanship. It's a matter of who's the best top tenor. And Doc Gamble can't sing Don't Fence Me In without Petrillo sending him a dozen pickets. Did he ever...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. We were just talking about you. That is, McGee was, weren't you, dearie?
Yes.
That's nice.
You think so?
I was just remarking, Doctor, that I don't know how you were going to be able to go to the Barbershop Quartet Convention in Cleveland this June with all your medical work here and all.
Don't worry about me, Bughead. I am combining it with a medical convention in Detroit. I can go from hold that tiger to let go that cirrhosis with no trouble whatsoever.
Himself here has generously suggested to me that if you found you couldn't make it, Doctor, he might fill in for you. He sings tenor, too, you know.
Does he indeed?
You know darn well I do, you big four-flesher. And if it hadn't been for rank favoritism... Oh, what am I saying? You sing a lot better than I do, Doc.
That's what everyone says.
Let's hear a little sample of your work, Doctor. I'll be glad to accompany you on the piano.
Yeah, she used to teach piano in Peoria, Doc.
John Charles Thomas studied with me, Doctor.
Did he really?
Not he, they. John Hanson, Charles Mikowski, and Thomas Nogafree. With what I taught them, they've really made good.
Are they singers?
No, they're piano movers. Do these barbershop quartets have names, boys?
Oh, sure. They've had some wonderful names at them conventions. There was the Wait Till You Hear Us For,
the Cleft Dwellers,
the Shaving Mugs.
The name I always liked was the We Often Wonder What We're Singing For. And incidentally, Molly, the use of a piano is forbidden.
Heavenly days, even for rehearsing?
Yeah, so Doc's got to get used to just the pitch pipe. As it happens, Arrowsmith, I got my old pitch pipe right here with me.
Is that thing supposed to give a pitch?
Yep.
I can strike a truer note than that by snapping my garters.
I think that's a pretty true note myself, Doctor.
Trouble with you, Lancelot, you're tone deaf. And I can fix it.
How, Chiselwit?
I'm going to train you.
You train me? Isn't that a little like Mickey Rooney training Lionel Barrymore?
Now, don't brush it off, Doctor. McGee was a public entertainer, you know. He really knows quartet singing, he says.
Well, never let it be said that I was allergic to education. What would you suggest, Bucklewort?
Well, first, Doctor, give me a good, sweet, clear tone. Take it from this.
Dear old girl, the robin sings
No.
Huh?
You got to loosen up, Doc, old man.
What?
You ain't getting any emotion into it. Look, maybe we make you nervous.
We make him nervous.
Well, what am I supposed to...
Here, take this pitch pipe. And believe me, you're the only guy in this whole world I'd lend it to. That's what I think of you, Doc.
You know what I think of you?
No, and I don't want to. It might embarrass you.
You said it, dearie.
Now, look, Doc, take this pitch pipe, see, and go into the dining room, shut the door, and practice getting off to a clean start. Like this.
Dear old girl, the robin sings above you.
Get the idea?
Boy, I've done you an injustice. You have a very good voice. Thanks very much. If I begin to disturb you, let me know.
McGee, I'm proud of you.
Huh? What for?
I think it's wonderful how you conquered your resentment and acted like a sportsman.
Oh, shucks. It's nothing that any red-blooded American boy wouldn't do if he had the idea in the back of his mind that I got. I got a notion that...
Hello, folks. Hey, pal, are you going to be at the Elks tonight to hear our quartet?
He wouldn't miss it for all the ham in Hollywood, Mr. Wilcox.
Matter of fact, Junior, I'm training Doc Gamble. For a so-called top tenor, he needs a lot of coaching.
He does? I thought Doc was in pretty good voice.
Well, McGee ought to know Mr. Wilcox. He's a veteran quartet singer. He sung Old MacDonald Had a Farm so often, somebody has to accompany him on a cream separator. Say, didn't you used to sing in Chautauqua, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, baritone.
Why'd you give it up, Junior? Tent begin to leak or something?
No, it was the impermanence that got me, I think.
The impertinence?
The impermanence, the temporary feeling of it all. Put up the tent, take it down. Put it up, take it down. Camp chairs, sawdust on the floors. Matter of fact, I think it was those sawdust floors that really did it.
What do you mean, Junior? Said he, winking slyly at his wife.
Well, every time I'd go home and see our beautiful waxed floors and furniture, the more unhappy I got with tent shows. Then I got a job selling Johnson's wax, and I've been happy ever since.
I know exactly how you feel, Mr. Wilcox. I've always...
You know, I never got the artistic satisfaction out of singing that I do out of a gleaming Johnson wax floor, or woodwork that glistens with cleanliness and cheerfulness.
And Johnson's wax?
Yeah. I may have given enjoyment to a few people with singing, although opinions on that are not what you might call unanimous. But nobody has ever been disappointed by Johnson's wax. The way it protects and preserves things against dust and dampness. And the feeling of good housekeeping and hospitality it gives a home is...
Say, McGee, how does the second... Oh, hello there, Harlow.
Hi, Doc. I hear Fibber is coaching you.
Getting along all right, Doctor?
Yes, but I better quit now. I've got some office calls.
Oh, no, you don't, Doc. You ain't doing this just for me. You know you're in this for the Elks and for the old hometown.
Yes.
You get right back in there and stay with it. Hey, wait a minute. Let me hear your tone.
Okay. Dear old girl, the robin sings above you.
I think that's splendid, McGee.
Well, that's great, Doc.
It's better, Doc, but it ain't right yet.
No?
Bring them tones up. Clear, pear-shaped tones. Yours are more like a pineapple. And another thing, you don't enunciate distinct. Don't say the robin sing above you. Say the robin sings above the you. Now get with it, kid.
Okay. Dear old girl, robin.
He's coming along nicely, don't you think, McGee?
Everything will be okay when I get through with him. You gotta go, Junior?
Yes, I do. See you at the Elks tonight, eh?
You betcha. Hey, what's a good hotel in Cleveland?
Oh, there are several good ones. Why, you going there?
Well, I'm not sure yet, Waxy. May have to go there on business this summer. Hey, you got a good name for your quartet?
No, not yet. I suggested the S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, makers of wax polishes for home and industry quartet. But nobody seemed to go for it. I don't know why. Well, I'll see you tonight.
He doesn't know why.
Yeah.
Say, has he got a pretty good baritone voice, McGee?
Frankly, it's brutal. In fact, they named a Broadway play after it.
What was that?
The Voice of the Turtle.
Well, how about Mr. Wimple as the lead?
Wimple, he's the worst of the lot. He sings like the dentist was working on his teeth.
You seem to have a rather low opinion of the whole group.
I'd like to have the money that they could sue me for if I published it. There ain't a voice in the lot that I'd hire to blow up balloons with.
Even Mayor Latrivia singing bass?
Well, the trivia ain't so bad, but he's like all bass singers. He gets peeved if every other song ain't Asleep in the Deep. He thinks singing isn't artistic unless it sounds like somebody had fell down a well.
Well, I'm afraid you're a little supercritical, dearie. Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Good day, Miss McGee.
Hi, Carsey. What's the matter? You seem kind of perturbed.
Something wrong, Millicent?
Oh, I've just had the most dreadful experience, my dear. Have you ever been chased by a moose?
My gosh, Carsey, did a moose chase you? Was it anybody we know?
This was a real moose, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I had always thought that a moose was just a head on a wooden plat, but this animal had legs. It might interest you to know that I have spent almost all morning in a pine tree.
Heavenly days, Millicent. Where were you? How did it happen?
Well, it disturbs my husband when I practice my trombone at home, my dear.
Oh, my gosh. You play the trombone, Carsey?
Oh, yes. I took up the trombone after I had a rather painful experience being pinched in the stomach by an accordion. So, you see, I usually drive up into the mountains or the woods to practice. I was just warming up on Sugar Blues when crashing through the underbrush came this monster.
Well, what happened, Carsey? Did you leap out of the tree onto his neck and bulldog him?
No, Mr. McGee. I broke off a small forked branch, took some elastic out of my pocketbook, and I made a slingshot and peppered the creature until he went away.
My goodness, Millicent, what'd you use for ammunition?
I broke the string on my pearl necklace, my dear. It gave me 65 shots. 67 counting the diamond clasp. Well, I must get home and replace the elastic in my pocketbook. Good day.
King's men sing. Skeet-a-dam a-humming on the honeysuckle vine. Sleep, Kentucky babe. Sandman, I'm a-coming to this little babe of mine. Sleep, Kentucky babe. You tell me your dream, I'll tell you mine. My dreams are sweet, dear, with love divine. Why keep me waiting? Why make me pine? You tell me your dream. I'll tell you mine. I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. She was a pearl and the only girl that Daddy ever had. A good old-fashioned girl with heart so true, one who loves nobody else but you. I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. Dear old Dad.
McGee, if the Elks want to send the quartet to the SPB WXYZ JPSDBG convention, why don't they send the King's Men?
Against the rules. They're professionals. The SPEBSQSA is strictly for amateurs.
Oh?
Hey, I wonder how Doc's coming along, speaking of amateurs.
Frankly, dearie, he's got me a little worried.
About what?
Well, I listened at the dining room door a few minutes ago, and he seems to be having some trouble with his throat.
Oh, my gosh, he's a doctor. Who are we to advise him about his own throat?
Yeah, but the quartet tonight, what if he can't make it?
Oh, he'll make it all right. All he needs to do is to keep on singing. Loosen it up. Look at all the opera singers. They're practicing all the time. My gosh, he can't...
Say, McGee. What's
the matter, Doc?
Well, I think I'd better... I think I've had enough practice if I'm going to be any good tonight. Don't you?
Well, McGee, maybe he had better rest a while.
Well, gee whiz, I'm no slave driver. I'm no Simon McGee. If he needs a rest, he can have it, but I got to be sure it's necessary. Give me a sample, Doc.
Okay. Dear old girl. The robin. Say, McGee, I'm tightening up.
Good, good. That's what I want you to do, Doc. You keep it up for another half an hour and you'll be singing like Crosby.
Yeah, but McGee, he might strain it. He already sounds like Andy Devine with a tight collar.
Look, you kids, what are the vocal cords? They're muscles. What do you do to develop muscles? You exercise them. Stay with it, Doc. Remember, this is for the old hometown boy. We're depending on you, fella. Don't let the old lodge down.
Yes, but what...
Now, you get back in the dining room there and give it another 20 minutes.
Yeah, but...
And don't baby yourself, see? Sing loud, pear-shaped tones. Right from the diagram. Now, go on.
Oh, okay. Dear old girl.
Say, McGee, are you sure you're giving him good advice?
My dear girl, I know what I'm doing. With my vocal experience, I gotta... Say, do you know what Lawrence Tibbett said to me one day in the old Auditorium Theater in Chicago?
No, what'd he say?
He said, "Where's the gentleman's lounge?" And I said...
Come in.
No, that isn't what I said, because I didn't...
Oh, it's the mayor, McGee. Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. All set for the quartet to sing tonight?
Oh, yes, indeed. Looking forward to it. I'm a member, you know, of the SPEBSQSA.
You done much singing, Latrivia?
Oh, yes, quite a bit, McGee. I belong to the Glee Club in college.
Oh.
The coach thought so highly of my singing that he got me an engagement to sing at a dude ranch in Arizona.
How interesting, Your Honor. Did you drive out?
No, I took the train to Flagstaff and then the coach.
Then the coach what?
The stage coach.
Oh, you were on the stage, too.
Yes. Yes, it was an old one with 6 horses.
Oh, an animal act. Did you ever get to the ranch?
Certainly. I took the stage to the ranch.
Well, good for you, Mr. Mayor. Did they enjoy it?
Did who enjoy what?
The folks at the ranch, did they like the act?
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What act?
The animal act, the one with 6 horses you had on the stage.
Carry your own audience, too, Latrivia?
No, I didn't. And I didn't have 6 stages on a horse, either. I mean 6 horses on a stage. The coach I was referring to...
We know. You're singing coach at college.
Yes. No! I mean the stagecoach which took me to the ranch.
What kind of a looking fellow was he, Latrivia?
He wasn't a fella. A man. A person. This was a carriage.
Oh, I like to see a man with a good carriage. I often tell himself here to throw back his shoulders and...
I didn't say anything about a man's carriage. This was a coach with wheels on it.
Oh, roller skates, you mean? I had a teacher once who wore stilts, but that got...
He didn't wear roller stilts. A wheel coaches. I merely said I rode to the horses on 6 ranges. The carriage had 6 coaches. In the Glue Club, the Glee Club, I said that you were the... McGee? Yes? Remember that traffic ticket you wanted me to fix?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Did you fix it?
No, but I will. I think I can fix it so you'll get at least 90 days. Good afternoon.
Heavenly days, you think he really will?
No, he was just kidding. Hey, I wonder what's happened to Doc. I haven't heard a sound out of him for quite a while. Hey, Doc.
Yoo-hoo! Oh, Doctor.
You called me.
My gosh, kid, what's the matter? You catching cold?
Oh, I guess I overtrained. I can hardly talk. Say nothing of singing. I'll never make it tonight, McGee.
Heavenly days, this is terrible.
Imagine a thing like this happening. You better call the Elks right away, Doc.
Oh, you call them. I can only whisper.
Isn't this awful?
Hand me the phone, Molly. Hello, operator. Give me the Elks Club quick. Hi, Elks Club. This you, Steve Cady? This Fibber McGee. I got bad news for you, Steve. Doc Gamble overtrained and lost his voice. He can't sing tonight. Huh? Who? Me? Oh, why, yes, I am. But not half as good as Doc, huh? Oh, I couldn't do that, Steve. I'd feel terrible taking Doc's place like that.
Yeah, just like you would if you were made president of Standard Oil.
Go on, McGee. Do it.
What say, Steve? Oh, well, if you put it like that, I don't know how I can refuse. It means dropping all my business affairs, but I'll make the sacrifice. Okay, Steve, I'll be right down. Goodbye. Hey, Molly, give me my hat. Hey, Doc, give me my pitch pipe. They want me to sing top tenor. I'll see you later, folks.
Well, it takes so little to make some people happy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Why, Doctor, your voice, it's cleared up. Were you faking all this trouble?
Well, sure, I can't go to Cleveland. There's a woman there wants to marry me. Well, thanks for the use of the dining room.
This is ridiculous.
Have you noticed all the car owners these days out polishing up the old bus for summer? Well, you'll be doing yours soon, I imagine. Don't forget that Johnson's Car New can save you time and also a lot of unnecessary work. Car New not only makes even an old model car shine like new, it's really easy to use, too. There's none of that tiring, hard rubbing with Car New. You see, Johnson's Car New is a special wax-fortified liquid polish that does two jobs at once. It both cleans and polishes in one application. You apply it, rubbing only hard enough to loosen the old surface dirt. Then you let it dry to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, dirt and road grime go right along with it. And man, oh man, your car really shines. Why don't you try Car New? You and your family will get far more pride and pleasure out of driving a clean, sparkling car. And when you do finally get that brand new model, you'll rate a better trade-in value. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U, Johnson's Car New.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Society for the Preservation and Encouragement of Barbershop Quartet Singing in America, Incorporated, is a very real and wonderful national organization. It has given pleasure and entertainment to millions, rich and poor and young and old. Our best wishes.
And we hope to have a very successful convention in Cleveland next June.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Ben and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, there's one thing we all have in common in this country. We love to entertain. Whether it's a big reception or just a get-together with the folks next door, there's nothing we like better. Of course, if you're one of the millions of women who use genuine Johnson's Wax, when friends do drop in, you always have a home that's sparkling clean and bright and something to be proud of. For example, that softly shining look on your wax-polished floors gives an immediate impression of charm and good taste. Your furniture glows with a delightful luster. Everywhere you look, you see things transformed by the magic touch of this wonderful wax. Picture frames and leather articles that gleam richly, windowsills that aren't afraid of a sudden shower. And don't forget, there's less work attached to a house that's protected with Johnson's Wax. Just a light dusting maintains its shining beauty. Try it, won't you? Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. It's a horrible thing for a woman to have a new dress, a new hairdo, and still be wondering if her husband will remember that this is their wedding anniversary. Apropos of which, just outside the La Parisienne beauty salon, we find the very social Mrs. Carstairs and the very sociable Mrs. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
You really like my hair this way, Millicent?
My dear, it's simply stunning. I haven't seen such a happy-looking wave since my niece got out of the Navy.
Well, I hope McGee notices it. This is our wedding anniversary, you know.
You mean he's forgotten it?
Oh, I don't think he's forgotten it exactly. He just hasn't remembered it yet. I think I can bring it to his attention in my delicate way, if I have to beat him over the head with the calendar.
Personally, I handle the matter somewhat differently. I always leave a note on Mr. Carstairs' shaving mirror wishing him a happy anniversary. That gives him all day to pretend he'd remembered it, too, and buy me something expensive to quiet his conscience.
Does it always work, Millicent?
Last year it worked 4 times.
Well, McGee won't be... Oh, heavenly days. Yoo-hoo, Otis. Otis Cadwallader, yoo-hoo.
Well, hello, Molly. Nice to see you. I'm sorry I haven't got time to talk, but I'm on my way to the airport.
Well, happy landings, Otis.
Thank you, Molly. Remember me to, what's his name, your husband.
I will, Otis. He'll be very... goodbye.
Good heavens, my dear. Wasn't that Governor Cadwallader?
Yes, a very old friend of mine. If I hadn't married McGee, I probably would have married Otis. Ah, lucky me.
Lucky? You mean you wouldn't want to be the governor's wife?
No, it'd be too much etiquette for me, Millicent. I wouldn't know which knife to use on the filet mignon and which to use on the politicians. Well, I've got to be getting home now.
Well, can I give you a lift, Mrs. McGee? It would save you a lot of time. The traffic is terrible these days.
Yes, particularly with so many cars on the street. Oh, McGee, I'm home, dearie.
Huh? Oh, hi, Molly. What'd you say?
I said I'm home.
Oh, you been out?
Yeah, for a while. Notice anything different about me?
Different? Well, let me look at you a minute. Oh, I know. You're not wearing a hat.
I was, but I just took it off. So you could see.
See what?
My hair.
What's the matter with your hair? It looks all right to me. Quit worrying about it.
Thanks. How about this dress?
Fine, I like it.
Good.
I've always liked that dress.
It's a new one.
Oh, it is? Well, it's very pretty. What are you celebrating, kiddo?
Dearie, don't you know what day this is?
What day? No, Oh, my gosh. Well, This is May 28th, and I didn't get my copy of Field and Stream. I'll write them guys a letter that'll... What's the matter, Molly?
Oh, nothing. I was just hoping that... Well, never mind. Say, do you know who Mrs. Carstairs and I met downtown? Otis Cadwallader. Oh, we had such a nice chat.
What? Cadwallader? I never did have any use for that guy. Him and his Stutz Bearcat and coonskin coat. Skin coon coat. Look, Molly, I never mentioned this before.
Yes?
But I once caught him cheating at croquet. He skipped the middle wicket.
Well, I'm sure he didn't mean to, dearie. And you don't have to be jealous anymore. I'm glad I married you. That certain day in May.
I'm glad you did, too, Tootsie. You wouldn't have been half as happy with...
Come in.
Hello there, kids.
Well, my goodness. Hello there, old-timer.
Hi, old-timer. What's on your mind?
I was just passing by, Johnny, and I thought I'd... Hey, you're looking mighty pretty there, daughter. New hairdo, eh? And a new dress.
Yes. You like it?
Like it? It's prettier than a guinea hen sitting on a haystack in a full moon.
Well, thank you, I think.
What was it you said you wanted, old-timer?
Hey! Oh, I was just passing by, Johnny, and I thought I'd tell you I seen an old friend of yours downtown. O.D. Cadwallader.
What do you mean, friend of mine? That slab-sided, money-hungry, boat-grabbing wolf in wolf's clothing? That guy's so two-faced he could dance cheek to cheek in a broom closet.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, McGee. I think Otis has always been a very nice man. The kind who remembers birthdays and wedding anniversaries and things.
Well, I've known Odie for many a year, kids,
And he's come a long way, too. Must be worth $1 million.
Oh, at least.
He may have it, but he ain't worth it.
No. No use to feel that way about it, Johnny. Just because you young fellers started out together and one of you is rich and one of you is you.
Why, of course not. Money isn't everything.
No, sir. Believe me, Johnny, you wouldn't want to do what Odie has done to get all that dough. You could have had $1 million, too, if you'd want to make that filthy money the way Odie made it.
Gee, really? How did he make it, old-timer?
He worked for it. Well, so long.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, and seems like old times.
Huh?
Look, do you think it's true that if a couple have been married a long time like we have, that if one of them thinks very hard about something, the other one usually knows what she's thinking?
Absolutely. I've always believed that there. Why?
Well, concentrate.
Hmm?
I'm thinking of something. What significance, if any, has the 28th of May to you and me?
28th of May, what's... Oh, my gosh, the 28th of May. Is that today?
Indeed it is, dearie.
This is the day I get my gray pants back from the cleaners. Hot dog. Imagine you remembering that. That's marvelous,
Thank you. I thought for a minute you weren't going to... Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Thank you, Molly. Hi, Needlepoint. What are you wandering around town for? Get kicked off the staff at the hospital and none too soon?
No, sack seat. I just got in a fresh shipment of arsenic, which naturally reminded me of you, so I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Well, it's nice to see you, Doctor.
I can return the compliment doubled and redoubled, my dear. Your new hairdo is extremely becoming. It's a new dress, too, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Doctor. I got it especially for today. This is a very special occasion for us, you know.
It is?
Oh, I'll say it is, boy. After 5 weeks, the dry cleaners are finally sending back my gray pants.
From the pained expression on your wife's face, Lip Switch, I would say that you were walking down memory lane with one foot in the gutter. Incidentally, Scuttlebutt, I saw an old friend of yours downtown this morning, Otis Cadwallader.
Yeah, that fathead is no friend of mine. I hated him in high school, and I hate him now. That apple polisher, bootlicker, teacher's pet.
None of mine ever did.
You know, Doctor, Otis was sort of an old flame of mine.
But she married me.
Yes, just goes to show what a drip can do to a flame.
Oh, yeah? Well, he wasn't so much competition, Fatso. Molly knew right from the start which was the best man.
Of course I did.
Then why did you marry this one? Don't answer that. Too late to do anything about it anyway. But to me, it's like picking a donkey out of a bunch of racehorses.
Personally, I think donkeys are cute, Doctor. And I read someplace that donkeys are the most patient of all animals.
Thanks, kid.
Well, if you'd practiced medicine as long as I have, you'd think that patients were the donkeys of all animals. Which reminds me, I better get back to the barn and look at a few of them. So long, Beauty and the Beast.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
He's old and he's a character. But if he's sweet, we got sand in the sugar bowl.
Well, I think he's nice. McGee, would it bother you if I played the piano a little while?
Not at all, kiddo. Not at all. Go right ahead. I love to hear you play the piano.
All right. Remind you of anything, dearie?
Well, now, let me see. Oh, I know. Yes, we have no bananas.
No, pet. How about this one?
Oh, I remember that one. That's, now, wait a minute. It's an old army song, ain't it?
No. But if something doesn't happen pretty quick, it's going to be one of the greatest battle hymns of all time. Now, look, McGee, this has gone far.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Say, you certainly look beautiful, Molly. New dress, new coiffure.
New what, Junior?
Coiffure.
Have you, Molly?
Certainly.
Let's see it.
Take a look.
Where?
That's her hair. Where do you suppose?
Where in her hair? I don't see any coif. What was that again?
Coiffure, dearie. That's a French word, meaning you'll keep coming back to us because you'll never be able to comb it this way yourself.
Say, now that you mention it, Molly, I notice you're doing it up different. Looks very chic.
Well, thank you very much, sweetheart. You say the nicest things to me, if you're prodded hard enough.
Say, Molly, I saw an old friend of yours downtown today, Otis Cadwallader.
Yes, I saw him too, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, Molly, didn't he once fling a little woo at you? Before you and Fibber decided that a home was warmer than a porch swing?
Yes, he did, Junior. He was the banker's son, with the underslung roadster and the wood-burning outfit and the overworked brains. He was such a heel, they say O'Sullivan once sued him for infringement.
Oh, now, McGee, Otis was a very nice boy. Though I'll admit I was rather impressed by that big shiny car of his.
Well, naturally. Women love to see a well-kept, gleaming automobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, will those of you who know what's coming next please jiggle the ground wire of your radio? Thank you. Go ahead, Waxy. I just didn't want you to catch anybody flat-footed. Let's play fair with this, I always say.
Okay, I was just going to say that a car polished with Johnson's Car New is a good car to ride in. Because a man who is proud of his car's appearance and careful to protect it against road grime and dust and dampness is probably a careful driver, too.
Oh, now, Mr. Wilcox, Car New as a safety device is rather far-fetched, isn't it?
Well, I don't think so. It's a matter of character. If a driver is reckless with his car's finish, letting it get grimy, spotted, and faded, he's apt to have a don't-care attitude about other things.
Yeah, but Cadwallader had 2 chauffeurs to do the work on his, so he doesn't get...
Now, there's no hard work to using Johnson's Car New. You know that.
He didn't do the work.
You just spread it on, let it dry, and wipe it off with a soft cloth.
Wait it on hand and
It
foot.
cleans as it polishes.
He didn't do it himself.
Car New is like a paid-up life insurance policy.
Why is it, Mr. Wilcox?
It protects your finish. Say, pal, speaking of Cadwallader, Doc Gamble says if Molly had her pick between him and you, and took you, what a horrible mug he must have been.
I'll say he was a... Hey, now, wait a minute there. You're insinuating
The
that...
opinion just expressed was Dr. Gamble's and does not necessarily reflect the opinion of my sponsor, S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, or myself. This is the National Broadcast... so long now.
Well, dearie, I suppose I might as well go upstairs and put my new dress away.
Yeah, might be a good idea.
Unless you think we might be going out somewhere tonight.
Such as where?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe to a restaurant or a nightclub or someplace.
Nah, let's save that for some special occasion.
Like maybe our anniversary or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what day this is, don't you?
Sure, Tuesday. Hey, when my gray pants come, let me know, will you, Molly?
Yes, dearie. Now you just relax and don't get excited about anything.
Okay.
A hinting we will go, a hinting we will go, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, a hinting we will go.
A hinting we will go. Funny how that brogue of hers hangs on. I remember one time. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny. Say, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been the past few weeks?
Cut for time.
Oh. Well, it's nice to have you back, sis. I was afraid. Hey, what you got on your finger there?
Oh, this is a cigar band, mister. Willie Toops put it on my finger. We're engaged.
You are, eh? I says you are, eh?
Are what?
You're engaged to Willie Toops.
Gee, how'd you know, mister? Did Winchell carry it?
Doggone it, you just told me yourself.
Oh, and it was supposed to be a secret. Gee, will Willie ever be sore if it gets around?
Oh, don't worry, sis. I'll clam up. But aren't you and Willie a trifle damp behind the ears to be considering marriage?
Why, mister, I think that when a woman chooses her life partner, it is best that she know him as well as possible.
That's what I mean.
I believe that with faith and understanding in one another, married people can surmount any obstacles which life may present.
Surmount any what, sis?
Obstacles?
I think not obstacles.
Okay. Anyway, I have studied Willie's character, and I think he is the type which he will never leave the refrigerator door open. And he will always bring me flowers and candy, which I like chocolate caramels the best. And I bet you, if we get married, he will never forget our wedding anniversary either, I bet you.
Well, I hope he doesn't, sis. If there's anything a man can do that'll put him in the doghouse quicker than anything else, it's forgetting his own wedding anniversary.
I'll say. When's yours, mister?
When's my what?
Wedding anniversary?
Oh, not until a long way about in... Ooh. Oh, my gosh. May the 28th. So that's what... Ooh.
Hey, mister, what you doing? What you banging your head against the wall for?
Go away, sis, go away. And tell Willie to get your wedding tattooed on his thumb, your wedding day. Oh, if I ain't a dope.
King's Men sing Out California Way.
Oh, made up my mind to go where I'm always going to stay. I lay a bet you know where I'm California way. I'm going to wear my Levi's and lay around all day. My life I'm going to revise on California way. Got a rope and a saddle that I've learned how to straddle like a old cowhand. I can walk pigeon-toed, I got a sob in my yodel for that sunny wonderland. I'm feeling mighty dreamy. I know I'm going to stray, and then you're going to see me from California way. Got a 10-gallon Stetson, a guitar, took a lesson, got a cowboy vest. Now I sing mighty wistful, got a pearl-handled pistol and a craving for the west. The sun'll soon caress me. Hi-yippee-oh-ki-yay. So, ho, partner, just address me out California way. Out California way. Out California way. Out California way.
Oh, what a fool I am. Oh, what a cad. What a rotter. What a thoughtless, selfish, inconsiderate bounder. What a stupid oaf. What a callous jerk. What a mean, narrow, nasty, ingrown egotist. Why, come in.
McGee's residence?
Yeah?
I am from the Wistful Vista Flowers of the Language of Love, and why not send that dear one a fragrant remembrance florist? 722 Oak Street. Call us at any time. We'll send you Rose a poppy or your poppy a rose. Just ask for Sweet William, the florist, who knows.
What are you talking about?
Package for you. Sign here.
What's in it?
Flowers. What's the matter? Is your nose deep?
Flowers, eh? Now, who's sending my wife flowers? Aha, just as I thought. Happy anniversary to Molly from an old admirer, Otis Cadwallader. Why, that rat. I'll fix him. Where's my fountain pen? Now then. Dear Molly, many happy returns of the day. Your loving husband, Fibber. I'm a dirty, underhanded thief, but anything's fair in love. Hey, Molly. Oh, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
Package just came for you.
Package for me?
Yeah.
What on earth is that from? I wasn't expecting it. What is this? Flowers.
Looks like it, kiddo.
Heavenly days. I wonder who... Oh, dear. Oh, what magnificent roses. Look, McGee, aren't they beautiful?
Who sent them? Read the card.
I'll bet I know. Dear Molly, many happy returns of... Oh, McGee, you shouldn't have done it. Oh, you darling. You did remember our anniversary. You were fooling me all the time.
My gosh, you don't think May 28th is that unimportant to me, do you, baby? I'll admit it was kind of a cruel joke, but look. Get back into that wonderful new dress, and we'll have dinner at the Bird of Paradise nightclub.
Oh, I've always wanted to go there, dearie.
Fine.
They say the food is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine me at the Bird of Paradise nightclub.
Yeah, great place. They give you a bird in the front room and a pair of dice in the back.
Well, in that case, some other place might be. Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia. Good day, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. Congratulate us, boy. This is our wedding anniversary.
Well, I most certainly do congratulate you. When I get home, I shall drink a toast to a lucky man and a courageous woman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What do you mean, courageous woman? And just what is that?
Excuse me. I don't want to detain you as you must want to go out and celebrate.
Right.
But I wanted to know if I could borrow a couple of eggs, Molly.
Why, certainly, Your Honor. And if you're going to a political meeting, I also have some very ripe tomatoes.
I intend to use these eggs not for throwing, but for cooking, Mrs. McGee.
What? You a cook, Latriv?
Yes, occasionally. I like to get up in the morning and make a batch of pancakes.
Isn't that wonderful?
I don't cook many things, but I often make batter cakes.
You make what?
Batter cakes.
Not than my wife, you don't make better cakes.
I didn't say anything about your wife, McGee. I merely said that I often make batter cakes.
If they're not better than mine, whose are they better than?
They're not better than anybody's. I was only trying
Well, if they're
to say
not better than anybody's, what are you bragging about?
I am not bragging. Good heavens, there are any number of prepared mixtures that one
Prepared
could...
by whom?
Well, by whatever company that puts it out, naturally.
You mean when you have company, they got to make their own batter cakes? By George Latrivia, if your hospitality...
I didn't say I made my company make their own hospitals. My own batter cakes makes... Look, I was only...
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Mayor. Heavenly days, if you want to sit around and ask your guests to cook their own breakfast, I'm sure it's...
I tell you, I don't sit around on my own guests. I mean, when I start greasing a greedle, greasing a grundle, a graddle, when I make batter cook-a-bakes, cakes, you would have... wasn't it enough to just... McGee?
Yes?
In about 3 weeks, I'd like you to come over and have breakfast with me. I'll mix up some batter tonight and let it set in a warm room in the meantime.
What? For 3 weeks? Why, it'd spoil, Mr. Mayor.
What are you trying to do, poison me?
What do you mean, trying? I'll guarantee it. Good day.
Well, come on, Snooky. Let's go. Get into your burlap and we'll do the town. Come on, let's go.
Oh, McGee, I'm so happy. And to think I thought you'd forgotten what May 28th was. How silly of me.
You know, Molly, this really wasn't such a sudden idea, this going out for some nightlife.
No?
No, all day long I've been wanting to take you to a club.
Well, isn't that a coincidence?
Why?
All day long I've wanted to take a club to you.
I see what you mean.
What's the most difficult part of your home to keep clean? Isn't it your kitchen floor? Every time you have it looking nice, somebody tracks it up or you spill something or the children bring in mud. But if you know the secret, it's really quite easy to have a kitchen floor that's clean and shining all the time. Just get some Johnson's Glow Coat, and in no time at all, you'll have a kitchen floor that fairly sparkles. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Just spread it around on the linoleum and let it dry. That's all there is to it. All you do is come back in 20 minutes to find your floor polished and gleaming, never streaked or uneven. Next time someone tracks in mud or you spill something, just wipe the floor with a damp cloth and it'll shine like new again. And apart from this handsome wax-polished beauty, you'll know, too, that your attractive linoleum is wax-protected by that tough film of Glow Coat so that it will retain its bright colors and pattern and newness far longer. Try it, won't you? Be sure to ask for Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
Oh, my, that was a wonderful evening, dearie.
Yeah, but Molly,
Yes?
look, I never had any secrets from you, and I hate to be deceitful on our anniversary. I got a confession to make.
Why, whatever is it, dearie?
About them flowers you got. I changed the card on them on account I forgot to send any. They were really from Cadwallader.
Well, don't worry about it, dearie. I have a little confession to make, too.
You have? What is it?
Those flowers.
Huh?
They weren't from Otis.
Huh?
I sent them to myself and put his name on them.
You did? Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnew, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Many philosophers have pointed out to us that the one thing we can count on in life for certain is change. It may be imperceptible from day to day, but there's a constant change taking place all around us. And in household things, it's usually a change for the worse. Well, to help prevent or at least delay that deterioration, we paint many surfaces and we wax our floors, furniture, and woodwork. Today, more and more surfaces of all kinds, including leather, linoleum, and metal, are being protected with Johnson's Wax. Why? Well, for one reason, wax is impervious to moisture. The wax film, as long as it endures, offers remarkable resistance to aging and to the wear and tear of normal use. What's more, it's easy to apply additional coats of Johnson's Wax as they're needed, so that almost a permanent protection can be achieved against wear and against dirt. Now, you don't ordinarily think this problem through when you apply Johnson's Wax to the many surfaces around your home, but it will really pay you to understand just how and why Johnson's Wax does give such lasting protection to your things at such small cost and with a large net saving in work, plus an increase with every application in the beauty of every room in your home. Somebody is knocking at the door of 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly. Hey, there's somebody at the door with a package.
How do you know it's somebody with a package?
Well, he knocked. If he had his hands free, he'd ring the bell.
He had his hands free to knock. He's got his hands free to ring the bell.
Oh, not necessarily. You can knock with your feet or your knees, but did you ever try to ring a doorbell with...
Oh, for goodness sakes, I'll get it.
Okay.
Who is this the residence of?
Never end a sentence with a proposition. And if you must know, this is the house that Mr. and Mrs. McGee live in.
What do you got, Bud?
Package for Mrs. Fibber McGee. Sign here, please.
Oh, a package for me? Oh, who's it from?
That lady will forever remain a mystery with me, as I am only an individual which has been entrusted by the parcel delivery company to lay this precious burden in your pale white hands and get your mitts off that package, Doc. It's for the lady.
Well, I'm her husband.
Leave us not delve into the strange ways of women, comrade. Sign here, please.
I'll sign for it. There you are.
Thanks, madam.
And if you'll take my advice, you untaverned Duffy, you'll keep a civil tongue in your face.
Please strain yourself, mister. Was I concerned with a future in the profession of parcel delivery, I would eagerly drink in your pearls of wisdom. But inasmuch as soever that I am tomorrow morning being induced into the armed forces, you may button your kisser.
Fresh mug. Fresh
fresh guy. If it wasn't that I didn't want to maim a future second lieutenant, I'd have parted his nose with a knuckle.
I wonder who this package is from. I don't remember ordering anything.
Well, one way to find out would be to open it up.
Heavenly Days flowers. Oh, and what a lovely bouquet. Oh, McGee, you sweet, thoughtful man. Give Mother a kiss.
Oh, I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Well, it'd be under false pretenses. I didn't send those flowers.
You didn't? Well, who did?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they were delivered by mistake. I hope.
Well, I'll see if there's a card in the box. Oh!
What's it say?
It says, please think of me. Signed, Ralph.
Ralph? Who the Sam Hill is Ralph?
Ralph. Now, let me see. There was a Ralph Onslauger in my geometry class. No, he has 8 children and is married.
Well, what Ralph is this? I want to know. I'm not going to have every anonymous Ralph in the country sending my wife flowers. By George, I'm going to...
Well, hello there, Molly, darling. And Fibber,
Uncle Dennis.
Hello, Uncle Dennis.
And what might you be celebrating this fine day with your handsome bunch of flowers and all? And McGee standing there with a silly expression on his puss. May them as loves cats forgive the loose use of the term, howsoever.
Well, I seem to have received these flowers from an anonymous admirer.
Yeah, well, he'll be anonymous till I catch up with him. Then he can easily be identified by his broken neck.
Well, now, isn't it a romantic thing? It reminds me of what happened to an old friend of mine by the name of Six Joseph O'Fegney, who was always trying to pick up a couple of bucks.
What did you say his name was?
Six Joseph O'Fegney. Well, sir, it seems...
Well, you mean his first name was Six?
It was that. It seems they didn't know what to name him when he was born, so they wrote several names on pieces of paper, and they put them in a hat. And his father, unfortunately, drew out the label. His real name is 6 7/8 Joseph O'Fegney. His father being a small-headed man.
Now, look, Uncle Dennis, do you know anybody by the name of Ralph who would be sending me flowers?
Oh, of course, anyone named Ralph who knew you would be wanting to send you flowers because you're the sweetest.
Oh, lay off of that mush, will you? Ever since you made that trip back to Ireland and kissed the Blarney Stone, you spread it on with a trowel.
Oh. Now, McGee, you know very well he went back to Ireland for his sister's wedding.
Oh, I did that. I couldn't resist it after getting a letter from Noreen that she was marrying an ostrich.
She was marrying a what?
An ostrich. Fella from Austria.
Oh.
Now, you don't mean an ostrich, Uncle Dennis.
Oh, I don't?
Why, certainly not. A guy from Austria is an Austin.
Oh.
No, McGee, an Austin is a little automobile.
I thought that was a bantam.
Oh, no. Oh, lad, I can correct you there. A bantam is a lad who drops chandeliers on people's heads in the theater.
Huh?
Yeah, did you see the Bantam of the Opera? I took care of that one, didn't I? That was a fella, though, that bantam that...
The Bantam of the Opera?
Yeah.
No, Uncle Dennis. No, that's Phantom, you mean.
That means a spirit or a ghost.
Sure.
Oh, well, fancy that now. My own little sister marrying a ghost. I thought he was a little thin, but nary a chain did he rattle nor a groan in the night. 'Twas a dirty trick he played on the girl, not telling her he was dead. Making her think he was a lad of spirit when all the time he was just the spirit of a lad. Oh, faith, begorra, bejabbers, wurra, and other alleged Irish expressions.
Stage Irishman. All he needs is a clay pipe, a shamrock in his hat band, and 2 friends named Pat and Mike.
Never mind him, McGee. Look at these beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
Aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
And to think of me having an unknown admirer.
Don't worry. He'll become known when I lay my hands on him. He'll become known as Rattling Ralph, the rat with the retractable ribs.
Why, sweetheart, I do believe you're jealous.
Jealous my clavicle. It's merely that I got no use for a hothouse Casanova that... Hey, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to call a private detective and have these flowers traced. Hello, operator. Give me the J. Edgar Hooper Detective Agency. It's across the street from that hot dog stand. Huh? No. The hot dog stand. Huh? HOTDOG. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that, Mert? You did? Oh, got word that he's definitely going to run again this year, huh?
Is that official, McGee?
I think so. Well, I always said he'd run again, Mert.
They got too much invested in him now to let him quit now.
Why, McGee, that's how...
I'll never forget the time I saw him, Mert. It was the first time he'd won. Ah, what a hero. Standing there with his hair rippling in the breeze, eyes flashing, whinnying like...
Whinnying? Who are you talking about?
Whirl away. Mert says he's going to run again this year. What's that, Mert? Oh, okay, I'll call later. By George, I'm going to find out who this Ralph is and
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Thou Swell.
Give me 1 dozen roses, put my heart in beside them.
Please. I wish you wouldn't sing that. Gee whiz, here I am, seeing my home being busted up, my wife getting flowers from other guys, and I guess I'm just a failure.
Oh, don't talk like that, dearie.
Well, gee whiz.
Heavenly days, you make me sound like I'd been hooping around town waving a pocket flask and dancing on tabletops.
Well, gee whiz.
I didn't ask this Ralph person to send me flowers.
Well, gee whiz. Something must have given the idea he could get away with it. You know the old saying, never go around with a married woman unless you can go 5 rounds with her husband.
Yes, but nobody's going around with me but you. I'm very happy. Can I help it if a perfect stranger sends me flowers?
Well, no, but my guy's a perfect...
Oh, here's Alice Darling McGee. Hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, FM.
Hello, A.D. And I don't mean antediluvian.
What's antediluvian?
I don't know. That's why I don't mean it.
Jeepers, get a load of the flowers. Oh, you're lucky, Ducky, to have a man who loves you enough after all these years to send you $15 worth of flowers.
Nobody doesn't.
Why, I do, too.
Well, I mean, of course, that McGee didn't send these flowers.
Well, I would have if I'd have thought of it. My gosh, just because some homewrecker with more money than sense comes...
Oh, you don't think it shows good sense to send me flowers?
Why, sure it does. I didn't mean that. I mean, he's got no right to send flowers to married women.
Oh, but who sent them to you, Mrs. McGee?
Ralph.
Ralph?
Yeah. They were sent as a dying request from one of my wife's admirers, Alice.
What makes you think he's dying?
If I catch him, I'll guarantee it.
Well, you mean you don't know who Ralph is?
Well, no. Do you?
Oh, I thought simply everybody knew about Ralph. He's always sending flowers to somebody.
Oh, he is he? Okay, Alice, give me the lowdown. Who is Ralph and what part of town does he crawl around in? When I get through with him, his own mother won't know him.
Oh, well, I guess I better not tell you on account I hate to think of such pretty flowers causing any trouble. I love flowers. I even wrote a poem about flowers when I was in school.
Oh, did you, dear? How did it go?
Oh, just fine.
She means, can you remember it?
Oh, of course. It was, I'm simply wild about flowers. I think all blossoms are dandy, but my favorite flowers for boys to bring me is candy. Gee, I wish Ralph would send me some flowers sometime.
Oh, So this Ralph sends flowers to lots of women, does he? That's disgusting.
Oh, McGee, now you're acting like a jealous schoolboy.
I never know such a thing. I'm acting like any self-respecting married man that his wife gets flowers from strangers. By George, if they don't, hey, where are you going?
I'm going to put these flowers in a vase. Have you seen the big blue one that Aunt Sarah gave us 3 Christmases ago?
Oh, that cheap little hunk of bric-a-brac.
Listen now, that's a very pretty vase, and I happen to know that Aunt Sarah paid a great deal for it.
Well, she took an awful rooking then if she did. Cheapest grade of glass I ever saw. My gosh, you can't even use it to crack a walnut with. Without it falling into a million pieces.
Fibber McGee, did you break that beautiful...
Well, hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Well, Molly, you look like a June bride, standing there with your arms full of flowers. Which reminds me, I think I'll send my wife a bouquet.
Oh, that's a nice thought, Mr. Wilcox. I'm sure she'll love it. I know I would.
What she's trying to say, Junior, is that I didn't send her those flowers.
Who did?
We don't know.
The card just says, please think of me, and was signed Ralph.
Yeah.
Oh, Ralph. Oh, him.
Do you, know them?
You know who the... Doggone it, Wilcox. Tell me who he is and how big.
Well, let me tell you how I know him, pal.
Yeah?
You see, I have another friend who has an attractive wife, too.
Oh, thanks for the 2.
And one day while I was visiting them, just sitting around the house talking, how Johnson's wax is so wonderful, particularly in the wintertime. Because with the changes in temperature and humidity, the wax protection does so much to keep furniture and woodwork and floors in good shape.
That's what you're just sitting around talking about, huh? Just casual conversation.
Yeah.
Small talk.
Yeah.
Trivialities.
That's it.
You know, Molly, I've often seen those ads in the magazines where a lot of people are sitting around in evening clothes talking about how Charlie is so much happier now that he started wearing neat neck, snug, fast, jolly collar shirts. I never believed people did that. But to think of spending an evening with Wilcox. Oh, murder.
I think Mr. Wilcox could make Johnson's wax a very interesting subject.
Well, I can talk about other things.
You can?
Why, certainly. I also discuss subjects like economics.
Oh.
And I can prove how much money you can save over a period of years by using Johnson's wax on luggage, lampshades, windowsills, and enamel surfaces. Because with that protection, they look well and last so much longer.
You see, McGee?
I retract, Junior. You can change the subject.
Why, certainly.
You can go right from how Johnson's wax saves your furniture, boom, right into how Johnson's wax saves your woodwork. Baby, what a conversationalist.
Yes, but how about this Ralph, Mr. Wilcox?
Who?
Ralph, the guy that sent the married woman the flowers while you were just sitting around fascinating everybody with your sparkling dialogue.
Oh, yeah. Well, there we were, just talking.
Yes, we know about that.
And suddenly, the bell rings.
Door, fire, school, Swiss, alarm clock, church, or telephone?
Door.
Oh.
Well, it was a messenger with flowers. Beautiful, too. Had a card in them from Ralph.
Well, get to it, Wilcox. Get to it. Who is Ralph?
I've been trying to tell you, pal. He's the guy who keeps sending married women flowers.
Oh, sure.
I'll run over and ask these friends of mine if they ever found out who it was. I'll call you back.
I wonder if I would be unfair to Mr. Wilcox if I sometimes suspected he only comes in here to deliver a message about that. Oh, I'm just being silly.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Doggone it, Molly, I wish you'd stop burying your face in those flowers. You're enjoying them altogether too much.
Now, look, sweetheart, the flowers don't know who sent them. When I start burying my face in Ralph's manly shoulder, you'll have something to...
Don't talk like that. And if I ever lay my hands on that home-wrecking hyena, he won't have any shoulders. I'll tear them off so fast you'll have to go through life shrugging his hips.
I'm sure it won't matter to me, dear. He has a nice taste in flowers, and that's all I know about him. Now, I got to get these in some water, too, before they wilt.
Ah, there goes a good kid. She don't get all fluttery and giddy just because some patsy sends her a couple of petunias. Why, shucks, I wouldn't... Oh, boy, I hope that's Ralph in person. I'll hide the body under the coal pile till spring. I hope he's a small man. We haven't got much coal. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl.
Gee, what smells so good in here? Smells like flowers.
Yeah, probably my after-shaving lotion, sis.
Must be pretty strong stuff, mister. You haven't shaved since yesterday, I betcha.
I have, too. My beard grows fast. Have to shave twice a day, unusually.
Yeah? Who do you shave the second time, the cat?
Now, don't you get impudent, sis. You know, if I'd talked to my elders like that when I was your age, they'd have given me to the Indians.
What Indians?
What do you mean, what Indians? Indians, they were all around us where we lived.
Oh?
Out there in Arizona. I was practically brought up as a Sioux Indian. For years, my legs were all out of shape from riding horses bareback.
Gee, honest?
Yes, sir.
I always thought you were knock-kneed.
Man, that's because I gripped those ponies so hard with my knees. The minute I got off a horse, my knees would spring together. Ping! Had so much strength in my legs, I could crack coconuts with my knees.
Oh,
yes, sir. I was quite a lad, sis. I had a little bow and arrow, and by the time I was 7, I could keep 9 arrows in the air at one time.
Gee, honest?
Yep.
What'd you do, tie a string around them and toss them up, huh?
Okay, scoff if you want to. But those days of the Old West won't come again, sis.
No?
And you'll be sorry you didn't listen to one who was there. You know what happened when I was 9 years old?
Sure. Sitting Bull stood up and you fell off his lap.
No, sir. When I was 9 years old, my pappy gave me a handful of bullets, a rifle, a skinning knife, 3 pounds of flour, a side of bacon.
Which side?
Right side. That's all that was left. And he gave me a pony. Then he slaps me on the shoulder and says, "Okay, son, get out into the world. You're getting to be a burden on my family."
You were 9 years old then?
Not quite 9, 8 years and 10 months to be exact. So I leapt onto my pony and sat there till evening.
Why?
Because I wanted to ride away into the sunset. Nothing dramatic about leaving home at high noon. And there we went, a boy and his pony, facing every kind of danger with high hopes and a stout heart.
Gee, where'd you go, mister? Where'd you?
Well, search me, sis. Nobody ever saw a hide nor hair of us again.
Oh.
So now, if you'll excuse me,
Hey,
sis,
mister, did a man come here with some flowers?
Yes, he did.
Who are they from?
Aren't you being just a trifle nosy, sis?
Sure.
Thanks. They were from a guy named Ralph.
Oh, boy, I win a nickel.
Hey, wait, what's the idea? How'd you win a nickel?
Willie Toops and I saw the man bring the package, and I bet him a nickel Ralph was sending Mrs. McGee some flowers. Hey, Willie, I win. You owe me a nickel, Willie. It was Ralph.
Hey, wait a minute. What the? Who? Doggone it, does everybody know Ralph but me?
The King's Men sing Don't Touch It.
When I was just a tiny tot down in Tennessee, I kept my mammy on the spot looking after me. I'd fool with this and fool with that, messing round about. And when I'd grab my pappy's hat, Mammy dear would shout, "Don't touch it, better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say." When Pappy missed his Sunday hat down in Tennessee, he'd fuss and cuss and start to look for me. Then pretty soon I'd have a date in the old woodshed, and with remorse I'd meditate on what my mammy said. "Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone, don't touch it. Nay, nay, you'll catch it, as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say." One day I went with Pappy downtown to buy a shoe. He said it was good for any man to have a sip of brew. But when he went to take a nip, we heard an awful roar. We turned around and there was Mammy shouting through the door, "Don't touch it, can't you leave it alone, don't touch it. Nay, nay, you'll catch it, as sure as you're born, if you don't mind what I say." How happy were those childhood days down in Tennessee. The dear old-fashioned country ways still appeal to me. I'd gladly be a boy again to mess around about. I'd step on Pappy's derby just to hear my mammy shout, "Don't touch it, better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it when Pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say."
McGee, these flowers fill 3 big vases. Don't they look beautiful?
I think they're gaudy and overdone. And in terrible taste.
I love to see you jealous, McGee.
I'm not jealous. I'm merely a... Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
Oh, I just tried combing it a different way. You like it?
Yes, I Hey, are you wearing your new dress?
What? Oh, yes. I just thought I'd slip it on to see how it went with the new hairdo.
Oh, Molly, I don't like this. My gosh, some stranger sends you a handful of silly asters and you go all coquettish. Fix your hair all different and wear new clothes.
Now, don't be silly. Though I will admit it's stimulating to get such a gorgeous bouquet. Say, McGee, the next time we're in Kramer's drugstore, remind me to try that new shade of lipstick. I think they call it person to person.
That's disgusting. Person to person. Oh, come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
What do you want, Aerosmith?
Himself is in a bad mood today, Doctor.
If I ever come over here and find him in a good mood, I'll bake you a cake. What's griping you, my boy? Draft board reclassify you LH2?
What's LH?
Level-headed. Flat on top.
Never mind the wisecracks, Doctor. When a guy's home is being broken up, a guy don't feel like swapping banter with guys.
Oh, now, McGee, you foolish boy.
He's foolish, all right, but he's no boy. Stop running your hands through your hair, beanbag. Get your chin off your solar plexus and tell the old family physician your troubles.
It's Ralph.
Ralph who?
We don't know.
Oh, fine. What has Ralph been doing? Writing limericks on your sidewalk?
He's been sending my wife flowers. That's what he's been doing. And if I ever lay my dukes on him...
Oh, that Ralph.
What's that? You mean you know who it is?
You too? Does everybody know this guy but me?
And me?
You mean you don't know who Ralph is?
I know who he will be. He'll be the guy they find floating down the river with every bone in his body broken by a blunt instrument named Fibber McGee.
But, Doctor, tell us now, who is he?
What time is it?
4:12. Why?
I can answer your question in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, but how?
You'll answer it right now, or by George, I'll pin your ears so far back, you'll have to add 3 feet to your stethoscope.
Don't get ambitious, my flabby little friend. If I didn't know you were upset about this thing, I'd hang a shanty on your eye that would solve the housing problem for the next 100 years.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Why, you overbearing, body-wrecking, supercharging, pulse-pinching...
What time is it?
4:14.
Well, turn on the radio.
Huh? What for?
Turn it on!
Oh, okay. Turn on the radio.
All right, dearie.
I don't know what you think you're
Now
going
be
to...
quiet, McGee. Listen.
Our great pleasure to announce that the lucky winner today is Mrs. Fibber McGee of 79 Wistful Vista. As you know, every Tuesday, some lucky lady receives a gorgeous bouquet of blossoms from Ralph, the friendly florist. Remember, friends, when you think of flowers, think of Ralph. And now we present Pink Sinatra in a transcribed...
Catch on?
Oh, this is...
ridiculous.
In normal peace times, when there isn't a labor shortage, nobody likes to do unnecessary work. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you'll find Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on the kitchen shelves of so many homes across the country. Glow Coat saves you work every week. In fact, keeping your kitchen and other linoleum floors clean and sparkling is no longer one of those chores you run away from. Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floors are gleaming again. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy, and scrubbing, which is very hard on linoleum, is eliminated. That helps explain why Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, in addition to keeping its colors fresh and new-looking. Yes, if you're not using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, it's time you tried it.
Well, McGee, are you still angry with Ralph?
No, just a publicity stunt, I guess. Matter of fact, I heard he's going into the Navy tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I thought I'd run downtown and wish him bonsoir.
Wish him what? What's that?
Bonsoir. That's French for happy landing, sir.
Oh, no, dear. You mean bon voyage.
Oh, and what does bonsoir mean?
Good night.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Uncle Dennis heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. As a car owner, you'll soon be getting plenty of advice on how to prepare your car for winter. Well, I'd like to join the procession and suggest that you don't neglect the finish. Winter, with its extremes of temperature and its snow, ice, and rain, is very hard on the paint job. Your car deserves the extra care you can give it so easily with Johnson's Car New. The first thing it needs, of course, is a first-rate cleaning. And one advantage of Car New is that it both cleans and polishes with one application, 2 jobs at once. This saves so much work that you won't mind cleaning and polishing your own car with Car New. It's a liquid applied with only as much rubbing as is necessary to loosen the dirt. Car New dries to a powder, and when you wipe this off, you'll see again a gleaming finish you'd almost forgotten. You can get Johnson's Car New right now at your dealers. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. The Squire of 79 Wistful Vista is strictly a guy who likes 3 good meals, particularly for breakfast. Get a load of him, getting a load of calories as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, McGee, you're marvelous.
I am? How?
The amount you eat for the amount of work you do.
What you mean?
It's like stoking a steel mill to make a button hook.
Well, gee whiz, a guy with as much energy as I got has to... Pass the butter, will you? Thanks. Has to build up his energy.
Go a little easy on that butter, dearie.
I'm trying to, but it tastes awful good on wheat cakes.
Yes, it has its points. 20 a pound to be exact.
Boy, am I full. Any more wheat cakes?
Let me look. There's about 6 more, dearie. You want them?
Oh, might as well finish them up. Much obliged. Now for the... Hey, get some more syrup, will you?
I'm sorry, McGee. That was the last of the maple syrup. But I'll have Beulah bring you some honey, huh?
Honey? On wheat cakes? What do you think I am? A peasant?
How about some jelly or jam?
My gosh, no. What's the idea of running out of maple syrup right while the guy's in the middle of breakfast? Wheat cakes without maple syrup.
Now, relax, McGee. I'll catch the first plane to Vermont and roll a barrel of it home for you.
Why go to Vermont? What's Vermont got that we haven't got?
Maple syrup.
And where does maple syrup come from?
The grocery store.
From maple trees, that's where it comes from. And what have we got standing right out there in the front yard?
Oh, that man from the finance company?
No, sir, a maple tree. That's what we got standing right out there in the front yard. And why we've been paying out our good dough for maple syrup all these years with a tree practically dripping with it out in the front yard, I'll never know.
Do I understand you're an expert on maple trees, too?
And why not? My Uncle Sycamore had one of the biggest maple tree orchards in New England.
Whereabouts in New England?
Just west of Columbus, Ohio. I'll never forget one maple tree he had that was right by my bedroom window. It'd been plugged for syrup in so many places it looked like a king-size piccolo.
Well.
I remember how I used to lie there in bed when the wind was blowing and hear that tree softly play in the old oaken bucket.
Now look, McGee, I don't like to be a killjoy, but I seem to remember that maple trees are tapped in February or March.
And that's the trouble with the whole maple syrup industry.
What do you mean?
Them dummies all throw their syrup on the market at the same time. Flood the market all winter, and when summer comes, you can't buy it for love or money.
Well, I wouldn't know. I've only tried money.
Let's see. What'll I need to tap that tree? I'll need a brace and bit. A 3-inch bit ought to be big enough to make a big enough hole.
3 inches?
Yeah.
What are you going to do, crawl into the tree and dip it out?
You don't understand the principle of the siphon, kiddo. You got to permit the passage of air around the aperture, thus permitting the gravitation to equalize the osmosis of the hydration. Otherwise, it creates a vacuum and inhibits the capillary attraction.
Heavenly days. Where'd you learn all that?
My gosh, I took biological chemistry for 2 years. Till I got thrown out of the class.
What for?
I couldn't spell biological chemistry.
Seriously, McGee, are you really going to tap that tree of ours?
Baby, that tree is ready. Now, that thing is so crammed with sap, it'll be like sticking a fork into a ripe grapefruit.
How much do you get out of one tree?
Oh, that's a ridiculous question. How much oil you get out of an oil well? It just keeps flowing, that's all.
Well, I'd rather have a maple tree than an oil well. It's much prettier in the autumn. Maybe we better ask Beulah how we're fixed for containers. You know, glass jars and jugs and stuff.
Yeah, step on the buzzer, will you?
I'm afraid to.
Why?
Well, because since you rewired it, every time I step on the buzzer, the electric heater in the bathroom burns out. The front porch light goes on and the phonograph starts up.
Well, must be some shorts in it, if you'll pardon the expression. Well, I'll call her. Hey, Beulah. Oh, Beulah.
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Mr. McGee is going to tap that tree out in front for maple syrup, Beulah.
Who's going to tap the which for what?
I'm going to tap that maple tree out in front, Beulah. Going to make our own maple syrup.
Well, for goodness sakes, is that where that stuff come from?
Yes, that's right, Beulah. According to Mr. McGee, all you do is poke a hole in the tree and out it squirts.
Getting it from the grocery store is even easier, ma'am.
Huh?
Yeah, you just call up and they send a little squirt over with it.
What I wanted to know, Beulah, is have we got enough containers to handle a few 100 gallons of syrup?
A few 100 gallons?
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm. That little old tree must be just a pile of juice with bark around it.
Oh, he's an authority on maple trees, Beulah, he says. His uncle was in the business.
Yeah, used to watch him do it every spring, Beulah, when I was a kid. We had a skating pond right near the woods and used to watch him while we skated. I used to be quite a skater, too. People used to just stand and watch me as I glid from one side of the pond to the other.
As you what, sir?
Glid.
You mean glided?
I do not. You don't say I slided down a hill on my sled, do you?
No, sir, that's slewed.
No, Beulah, it's slid.
When I was a little gal, I rid on a sled all winter.
You mean rode, Beulah.
Okay, so I glowed across the ice. Anyway, that's how I learned to tap maple trees. What have we got to catch the stuff in, Beulah?
Well, you can use that old wash boiler in the basement.
Fine.
Yeah, and we got a couple of big lard cans in the back room.
Great.
Haven't we got a lot of mason jars, Beulah?
Yes, but I didn't want to mention them on account of Mr. McGee not being a member.
Well, we won't tell the Masons anything about it, Beulah. I'll just put the stuff into the jars surreptitiously.
He's going to put it in the jars surreptitiously. Look what the man did. I love that man.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Cheek to Cheek.
can get a few barrels.
Few barrels of what?
Empty barrels to store the maple syrup in. Hand me the classified directory, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks. Let's see, barrels. The Barrel of Fun Dance Hall, 20 beautiful hostesses.
Yeah. 10 ugly bouncers.
There's Benny's Barrel House. Food and drink for man and beast. Try not to act like a beast.
Maybe you can find something under hogshead or keg.
Oh, no, here it is. Wistful Vista Barrel Company. Barrels made from seasoned oak staves and rustless iron hoops, my dear. Oh, that's the one. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Barrel. Come. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your grandfather. Been hollering his head off all week because somebody stepped on his corn, eh? Well, I don't blame him, Mert.
Well, that's a lot of fuss to make just because somebody steps on your corn.
He not only stepped on it, he spilled it all over the basement. What say, Mert? Oh, no answer, eh? Well, thanks anyhow, Mert.
No luck?
No. But I can get Joe's Tavern to send me over a few empty barrels.
That'll be lovely. We'll have maple syrup with a slight tang of stale beer.
Well, I got to get to work. Now, let's see. Here's my brace and bit and a funnel. I'll have Joe send me over a spigot, too.
That's a great idea. Then every time we have wheat cakes, Beulah can run out to the backyard and draw a quart of maple syrup.
Certainly. Remind me to send 5 pounds of maple sugar to Aunt Sarah, too.
She can't eat maple sugar.
Huh?
Hurts her teeth.
Oh. Well, then remind me to send her 15 pounds. She's got 3 teeth. Well, come on, Ma. Let's get started on things.
Hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hiya, Pop.
Doggone it, Alice. Quit calling me Pop. By George, I've never raised my hand against a woman unless it was necessary.
Now, McGee, when did you ever find it necessary to raise your hand to a woman?
Why, all the time when I was in the 3rd and 4th grades. The only way I could get out of the room for a quick chew of bubble gum. What was it you wanted, Alice?
Look, did anybody call on the phone for me?
Paul called, Alice.
Gee, did he? What did he say?
What'd he say, Molly?
Search me, dear. You took the message in your own unique manner.
See, I wrote it down on something. Let's see, I got it here someplace in my pockets.
Huh?
Oh, here's my draft card from the last war. Oh, here's a postcard from Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. He's the guy that he and I used to have a vaudeville act together, Alice.
Oh, what's vaudeville?
Oh. Vaudeville, my dear, was a form of entertainment where the same people use the same jokes for 15 or 20 years.
Oh, just like on the radio. Oh, what did Mr. Nittany say, Mr. McGee?
He says, Dear old pal Fib, trying out for star part in Oklahoma. Wish me luck. Signed, Fred.
Creepers, a star part in Oklahoma. Isn't that super?
What's that postscript, dearie?
Huh? Oh, it says, P.S. Don't get me wrong. I'm running for sheriff in Tulsa. Ha, ha.
Well, that's very funny. But where's the message you wrote down when Paul called?
Well, I don't know. I just swore I had it here. Oh, here it is.
Well, what does it say, Mr. McGee? What does it say?
It says, Paul called.
Well, creepers, didn't he say what it was about?
I seem to remember he did, but it sort of slipped my mind.
Giving you a message, dearie, is like sending a carrier pigeon home with an anvil. Did you have a date with Paul, Alice?
Well, tentatively, yes. I told Paul I'd go to the hockey game with him if I didn't go horseback riding with Goofer Harpstrite.
Is Harpstrite that lieutenant commander, Alice?
No, dearie. Mr. Harpstrite is a supply sergeant in the Army.
No kidding. Imagine that. I was a supply sergeant in the last war. I was in charge of the officers' mess, if you'll pardon the expression.
Well, if Paul calls again, will you... What are you going to do with all the tools, Mr. McGee?
He's going to make like Dr. Davy and tap a tree for waffle gravy.
Stick around, Alice, and see how an expert sugar man milks a maple.
I'd love to, Pop. When are you going to do it?
Right now, Alice. According to him, that tree is so bursting with maple syrup, why the squirrels are bearing wheat cakes this fall.
Okay, scoff if you want to. D-ride, but by George, you'll...
Hello, folks. I hope I'm intruding.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Waxy. Alice, you know Waxy Wilcox, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Alice. You still working at the airplane plant?
Yes, I am. And you know what?
No, what?
Well, one of the fellows that works at the next bench to mine, named Morris Mendelssohn, has dedicated a song to me that he just wrote.
Oh, isn't that nice? What's the name of it?
Mendelssohn's Welding March.
Is it copyrighted, Alice?
Well, it's righted, but I don't know if it's copied.
Look, kids, this is all very cozy, but I got to get to work.
Will you join us? Mr. Wilcox himself here is about to desap a maple tree.
He's about to what?
I'm going to tap that maple tree out in front for maple syrup, Junior. And if you have any comical remarks to make, just write them down so you can see how silly they'll look later on.
Well, I don't see anything funny about it. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Why, so do I. You know what a maple tree always makes me think of?
Yes, we do, Mr. Wilcox. It makes you think if it was cut down and made into floors and furniture, how beautiful and smart it would look if Johnson's...
Oh, no. It makes me think of the National War Fund.
It what?
It makes me think of the National War Fund. The way it has its roots planted so firmly in good American soil. The way it's hundreds of branches spread out like protecting arms.
Gee, if he wasn't married, I could reach for him.
What has the National... Mr. Wilcox, what has the National War Fund got to do with our maple tree?
Well, it just reminded me of it because the National War Fund is right in your front yard, too, in a way. Giving generously to charity is as typically American as a maple tree. And this is the greatest charity of them all. In fact, it's a combination of practically all of them. It's a united appeal for 120 related war causes. One of these days, a representative will call on you folks, and I hope you'll really give.
Is it deductible, Junior? The reason I ask is that the government can ask such nasty questions. I mind one year I loaned myself $45, and I charged it off as a bad debt because I knew I'd never get it back from myself.
Certainly it's deductible. Look, you actually pay only a portion of the money you give because you can charge off up to 15% of your individual income on war fund contributions. You see, it covers not only community projects, but it supports thousands of clubs for servicemen and women and merchant seamen, relief for our fighting allies, and sends aid to American prisoners of war. Look, kids, just bear this in mind when they ask you to donate. An American war prisoner has to live with the enemy. Send him some help, and you'll find it easier to live with yourself. And now, what was this about maple syrup?
I'm going to tap that tree out in front, Junior. Want to stick around and see how it's done?
We'll need all the help we can get, Mr. Wilcox. If it doesn't start flowing, we may have to squeeze the tree.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Molly. Gee whiz, the minute you bore a hole... Alice, stop staring at Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize I was staring. I was just thinking what a big, handsome, what a beautiful, those strong, sturdy limbs and... Gee, I think I'll go out and look at that maple tree again.
Well, it's a good thing you're safely married, Mr. Wilcox. I think you've made a conquest. Not that you haven't, you wouldn't have lots of competition.
She's a very popular kid, isn't she?
Popular? Just sit by our telephone some evening, Junior, if you want to know for whom the bell tolls.
Now, look, McGee, if you're just going to stand around with that brace and bit in your hand...
Oh, my gosh, almost forgot. Come on, Junior. You're going to see as artistic a job of maple syrup production as you ever... come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Harlow.
Hi, Doc.
And how are you today, Dreamboat?
We're all fine, strange to say, considering the spectacular incompetence of our family physician. And if you think I mean anything personal, you're darn right.
Won't you sit down, Doctor?
No, thanks, Molly. I've got a maternity case waiting for me at the hospital. Serviceman's wife. She hasn't got much money, so I give her a little extra attention.
Say, what do you do, Doc? Overcharge your rich patients so you can go easy on the unlucky ones?
Certainly. Robin Hood with a stethoscope. That's me. A germicidal Jesse James. Billy the Kid with a kidney pill. I can make one wealthy hypochondriac pay for 10 cases of mumps on the other side of town.
Is that ethical, Doctor?
It is if you tell them what you're doing, and I do. I say, look, Mr. So-and-so, I'm going to take out your appendix, but you're going to pay through the nose. A fair charge for my services on this case would be $40, but I'm charging you $100 because I know a boy with a broken arm who can't afford to pay for his x-rays. They pay it and think I'm wonderful. And I am.
You great, big, benevolent burglar. I'll bet you stash away about 40% of that dough you chisel out of the upper crust.
If I thought you really thought that, you minor accumulation of fatty tissue, I'd slap your lower maxillary so far down into your thorax it would take a laparotomy to extract your incisors.
Who's the fatty tissue? You big oxygen tent. You couldn't slap your way out of a wet newspaper.
Oh, yeah?
You got about as much...
Hey, wait a minute, pal. Say, Doc, do Do you want to watch an interesting operation?
I'd love to, my boy. Who's operating on whom for what?
Fibber's going to perform a saporotomy on that tree out in front.
He's going to tap it for maple syrup, Doctor. Isn't that clever of him?
This brace and bit is for the incision, Doc. Keep an eye on me, and you'll see a technique you couldn't have learned in that Cowtown College you bluffed your way through.
This I shall have to see.
Maybe he'll give you a few pounds of maple sugar, Doc.
I'm sure he will, Mr. Wilcox.
Wonderful. To think that I should see the day when I'd act as consultant to an amateur tree surgeon.
Well, the doctor seems amused.
Yeah, he's just feeling superior on account of this brace and bit.
Superior about what?
Because I'm about to bore my first patient, and you've bored thousands of them.
What?
God!
Here are the King's Men to sing the trolley song.
Ding, ding, bang, bang, thump, thump, bump, bump. Fares, please.
All aboard.
She was pretty in her high-top shoes and her hair piled high upon her head. She went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley, but she lost her heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. Well, he looked at her and she looked at him, then they both looked again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went their heartstrings. From the moment he saw her, he fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor, 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 motor. Bing, bang, squeak went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went the heartstrings. When she smiled, he could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon her feet. She dropped her eyes, the blushes came. Then he grew bolder and asked her name. The trolley shook to beat the band. He undertook to hold her dainty little hand. The day was bright, the air was sweet. That little trolley simply shook them off their feet. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Zoom went the door with a bang. Step by step they descended from the trolley with the clang, clang, clang. At the Parsons they were wedded for a honeymoon. They're headed on the trolley with the bump, rattle, buzz, jiggle, boom, zing, ding, 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 clang, 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 clang.
Well, say, I hope he doesn't damage this tree. After the years I've spent telling people how to preserve and protect things made of wood.
Oh, creepers, I hope he doesn't hurt it either.
He seems to be awfully confident.
It's a beautiful shade tree, Molly. It'd be a shame to hurt it.
Okay, everybody, about ready to start. What was you saying, Doc?
I was saying it would be a shame to damage this beautiful shade tree, McGee. If I lived here, I'd be sitting under it all day.
Ah, you'd never take the time, Doc. You're always in such a big bustle, if you'll pardon the expression.
Hey, look, get going, will you, pal? I've still got a lot of Johnson's wax to sell today.
From today on, Junior, you can give maple sugar for premiums. What's so funny about that?
Oh, come on, McGee. Let's have some action here.
Okay, now look, everybody. You, Alice, and Doc, and Harlow, and Molly, and me. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be watching the birth of a new industry in Wistful Vista. I may be laying the cornerstone of a great fortune here. Might corner the maple sugar market in the whole state. Therefore, it behooves us
Can't
all.
you poke a hole in a tree without making a speech?
I'm afraid you don't appreciate the importance of this occasion, Doctor. After all, the world owes all its progress to the ingenuity of individuals, original thinkers, like me. Oh, thank you, Alice. I'm glad there's one person who realizes the significance of this occasion.
Oh, I was just slapping at a mosquito, Mr. McGee.
To conclude my remarks, folks, I want you all to keep this occasion strictly confidential. I don't want anybody else in town to know I'm tapping this tree for maple syrup.
Well, I don't think it'll leak out, pal.
You don't think what will leak out?
The information.
Huh? Oh, I thought you meant that. Well, hand me the brace and bit, Molly.
Here you are, sir. Do you give the tree an anesthetic?
He just gave it a lot of gas in that speech.
Creepers, Mr. McGee, I wish you'd get started. I'm all excited.
Okay, here she goes. Must be a dull bit.
You ought to know. Been doing dull bits for 10 years.
You know, it wouldn't seem so dull, McGee, if you were turning it to the right instead of the left.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, here we go again. Better stand back, everybody. Might come gushing out and get you all over syrup. After all, we don't...
Wait a minute, Miss McGee. Wait a minute. Yeah, that wash tub you wanted to catch the syrup in.
Oh. Gee, much obliged, Beulah. I'd forgotten about that. My gosh, we might have had the front yard hip deep in maple syrup.
Yes, sir. You sure look professional with that old bracing bit, Mr. McGee. A logger with an auger.
Okay, now, everybody, out of the way. Stand back. I'm just about to hit the sack. Ah, there she blows. Look at it, spurt out.
Reminds me of Niagara Falls. It's so different.
Gushes out like a banker's tears.
Good thing you like wheat cakes, McGee. By the time you get enough syrup for them, you'll be too old to eat a steak.
Well, maybe it just doesn't want to come out while we're watching it.
Being bashful is one thing that makes a sap, I always say.
Doggone it now. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. There.
Well, that's 4 drops in 5 minutes. We ought to have a small pitcher full by August of 1947.
How does it taste, McGee?
Yeah, try it, pal.
Okay, wise guys, I will. It's not bad. All it needs is a little sugar. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? You've done nothing but sneer and snicker behind my back all afternoon. You think you could do better?
Not with that maple tree, pal.
And what's the matter with this maple tree?
Just one little thing, Bright Eyes.
And what's that, Doctor?
It isn't a maple tree.
It's an elm.
An elm?
An elm?
An elm?
An elm.
We hear a lot about modern streamlined living after the war. New labor-saving devices, new materials, beautiful equipment. And that reminds me that you've had one labor-saving streamlined product for quite a long time. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. No doubt your own linoleum floors are protected right now with Glow Coat, and you know without any word from me how many hours of work it's saved you. You know how bright and cheerful it has kept these floors. Perhaps you don't realize that the regular use of Glow Coat will make your linoleum surfaces last 6 to 10 times longer. Glow Coat doesn't require any rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. And remember, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is available now. Try it for all your linoleum floors, for floors of asphalt and rubber tile also.
Man making like a tree sturgeon when he don't even know the difference.
Beulah.
Ma'am.
Beulah, what on earth are you mumbling about?
Oh, just think, ma'am. Imagine getting maple syrup out of a whole elm. Mr. McGee, what are you going to think of next?
Well, who cares? I got a week to do it in.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Seconds? Oh, we got lots. Ooh.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The holiday season is a time when you want your home as bright and cheerful as you can make it. It's a time that proves, as much as any other, the value of protective wax housekeeping. If your floors, furniture, and woodwork have been waxed regularly with Johnson's Wax, then it's a very easy matter to put on the finishing touches and have that richly polished kind of home that everyone admires. There are many accessories from one end of the house to the other that you can protect and beautify with Johnson's Wax, either paste, liquid, or cream. Your windowsills, for example, picture frames, ornaments, lampshades, Venetian blinds, refrigerator. Well, many of you know the list as well as I. When you wax all these surfaces, you protect them because the wax itself takes the wear and the surface underneath is safe. When you go over your house tomorrow, try out several of these extra uses for Johnson's Wax. 3 of the most curious things in the world are the gyroscope, the pyramids, and the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista. And if you don't think he's curious, get a load of him sneaking a peek into the hall closet as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at all these Christmas presents. From Molly to Fibber with love. To Fibber from Molly with best wishes. To the best husband a woman ever had. Wonder who that's for. I thought I was the only husband she ever... Oh, well. Uh-oh. An envelope. Do not open before Christmas. Looks like it might be a war bond. Flap isn't sealed very tight either. If somebody's thumb ever got caught in there, it'd flip open like a... Oh, my goodness, it did it. Maybe she didn't even mean to seal it. And if it ain't sealed, I suppose it's okay to read it. My dear husband, get out of this hall closet and stop snooping. I like that. To think she'd think that I'd think of stooping to snoop when she knows.
McGee? McGee, where are you?
Oh, caught in the act. I better put this stuff back in here fast. This must be the new belt I've been hinting about. I hope this is a fountain pen. If this isn't a sweater,
McGee, where are you? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get the door closed on the hall closet, Molly. It's so full of stuff, it's sprung open. Aha! I got it. That was quick thinking, McGee, old man. If she ever caught you doing that stuff... Read it. I got to straighten out that closet right after Christmas.
McGee, what goes on here? I told you to stay away from that hall closet. You're much too snoopy.
Why, Molly, do you mean to stand there in one of the best-looking house dresses I ever saw and accuse your own husband by marriage of snooping?
Dearie, you can pump up more phony indignation than Donald Duck. Now get all that stuff put back in the closet. No, you better let me do it.
Something in there you don't want me to see, baby?
Well, if there was and I didn't and you already had, what's the difference?
I didn't unwrap a thing. I never even shook anything. Only thing that even aroused my curiosity is that big white package with the blue ribbon on it.
I don't remember any big white package with any blue ribbon. McGee, stop peering over my shoulder. Go read the paper.
Okay, but gee whiz.
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hiya, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Alice. Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
Well, she's just wearing it differently, McGee. Himself here is getting very observant with Christmas coming on, Alice. Ordinarily, you could wear your scalp full of neon lights and he'd never notice it.
You like my hair with the buns over the ears, Mr. McGee?
Yes, I do, kid. I like the buns over the ears much better than that old sweet roll on top. Or that apple strudel you used to have falling down in back.
My hairdresser says they're wearing it this way in Paris now.
It's a nice hairdo, Alice. What do they call it?
Hair Hitler. Because it's more trouble than it's worth.
Yes, I think so, too. You got your Christmas counterfacing all done, Alice?
Creepers, I thought I had, Mr. McGee, but now I'm as confused as a kangaroo at a pickpockets convention.
Why, dear?
Well, I had a terrific billfold for Harold, but I had to change the tag to Ronnie because I'm giving Ronnie's cufflinks to Rick to take the place of Rick's cigarette lighter because I quick had to give the lighter to Jimmy when he showed up here last night with a simply super pair of earrings for me.
That is a little complicated, isn't it?
That's like the year when McGee gave me nothing but napkins and handkerchiefs, pillowcases, and tablecloths for Christmas. He took the laundry list downtown instead of the shopping list.
Well, gee whiz, how
Alice, we're not doing very much for Christmas this year. The Treasury Department had beat Santa Claus down the chimney.
Well, I told all the boys not to spend their money foolishly on things for me this year. I told them all to take whatever money they intended to spend on me and put it in war bonds.
Good for you, Alice. Use the boys' dough to back up the doughboys.
Certainly. Anyway, I just assumed they gave me war bonds as anything else. Well, I've got to get back to the post office. Goodbye.
There's a girl who has her heart in the right place. On her sleeve.
I don't know. She's a lot like I was when I was a girl, McGee. Except that she has 20 boyfriends and I just had you.
Yeah, well, that wasn't because you were unpopular, Snooky. That was because there was an ugly rumor around Peoria that McGee had put a bear trap in Molly Driscoll's porch swing.
That was more than a rumor, sweetheart. For 15 years after that, my father never sat down without first slapping the chair with his cane. Now, listen, go away while I get this stuff back in the closet.
How about that white package with the blue ribbon on it?
McGee, I swear I know absolutely nothing about that.
You wouldn't kid me, would you? After all, when mysterious packages are hid away in a closet...
Heavenly days, what was that?
My belt. It busted. Remember how I've been telling you my belt was on its last legs?
Well, it's a funny place to wear a belt. But I do remember your mentioning it several times.
Looked awful, too. Supposed to have been genuine calf, but I'll bet a cookie its mother was a paper mill. Doggone it, my last belt, too. Oh, well, I can wear a necktie around my waist till I can get downtown and buy a new one.
All right, dearie, all right. You win. Here, open this package.
Why, this is a Christmas package. Gee, I shouldn't open this till Christmas.
Open it.
Well, okay. Well, what do you know? A new belt.
Sure.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle if this isn't a coincidence.
Remember me to your nephew.
Gee. And with my initials on the buckle. Oh, this is a beauty, Molly. Thanks ever so much.
Don't mention it, and Merry Christmas. First installment.
My gosh, this is really unexpected.
Well, it shouldn't be. The way you've been talking about a new belt the past few weeks, you should have taken out a hinting license.
Here, throw this old one away, will you?
All right, I'll put it in. Why, this is strange.
Huh?
Looks like it had been cut halfway through.
Oh, well, I've had a very sharp appetite lately, and my waist...
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Gary.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, you big front man for the Stork Club. Why call me Gary? You finally agree with me that I look like Cooper?
No, that's just my abbreviation for garrulous.
Why, Dr. McGee is not garrulous.
I should say not. I haven't been out with a girl since I married Molly.
Yes. Yes, I know. You two are the living exhibit A for the scientific theory of the attraction of opposites. Molly is so good-looking and sweet and quiet.
And I'm?
Yes, indeed, in spades. Say, what's all this Christmas stuff around here? You been unwrapping a present, McGee?
Well, he just broke his belt, Doctor. And as long as I was giving him one for Christmas, I thought he might as well have it now.
Beauty, ain't it, Doc? Real pigskin.
I shall not descend to any of the obvious retorts, my boy. It is a very handsome hunk of haberdashery. But aren't you a little ashamed of accepting your gifts now? According to my calendar, it's several days until Christmas.
Well, I was just trying to keep up his spirits and his pants for the next week, Doctor.
What do you use for a calendar, Doc? Cut a notch in a patient for each day of the week?
No, I just glance in the mirror. If I seem to have aged 10 years, I know another day has crept by.
You know, you ought to go away for a good long rest, Doctor. Someplace where you can't get near a telephone, like any drugstore.
Don't think I wouldn't love it, my dear, but I've got to stick around for the Christmas rush.
What Christmas rush? You running a black market in pink pills?
No, but us Cowtown pasteurs expect certain seasonal phenomena about this time of year. Like kids swallowing Christmas tree ornaments. Selfish little animals that they are, and ornaments so hard to get. And then, too, digital callosity is almost an annual epidemic.
Heavenly days, what on earth is digital callosity?
Calluses on the fingers. From people rubbing them over greeting cards to see if they're really engraved.
Well, it's nice to have you drop in, Doctor. Particularly without McGee starting an argument with you.
Now, just a darn minute. Whom starts all the arguing with whom? Doc always starts them, not me.
Oh, now, don't give us that, little Sir Decibel. You're as bad-tempered as a dime store jackknife, and you know it.
I don't know any such a dirty thing. Just because you always start snarling at me with your big fat teeth don't mean I got a bad temper.
Why, you peripatetic little biological aberration. You have the neurological reactions of a schizophrenic troglodyte.
King's X.
What do you mean, King's X?
Doc don't play fair. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I'll call it off till I look up some one-syllable words, McGee. Anyway, I got to get back to my office. It's probably full of expectant fathers.
Expectant fathers?
Yes, they expect me to tell them beforehand whether to have the nursery decorated in pink or blue.
What do you tell them, Doc?
I give them an evasive answer. I tell them to go fry a pig. Well, Merry Christmas, folks.
Thank you, Doctor. Same to you.
And a Happy New Year, Doc.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, great guy. It was a great loss to medicine when he started studying it. What a patient he'd have been.
Say, I wonder if it was he who sent us the big white package with the blue ribbon on it.
Are you kidding? You don't have to play coy with me, Tootsie. I wasn't born yesterday.
Well, you might as well have been. You're so changeable. Now, if you'll, McGee, if you'll go away someplace while I straighten up this closet.
I'll run over to Kramer's drugstore. I got to buy a new fountain pen.
Oh, no, McGee. Don't do that.
Huh? Why not?
Well, I was... Well, why do you need a new fountain pen just this minute? Can't you use your old one?
My old one? I only got one.
Well, I meant... Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, the point is pigeon-toed. Writes 2 lines instead of 1.
But maybe you'll get...
When I registered with it at a hotel last summer, the clerk looks at my signature and says, "You gentlemen want twin beds?" You go ahead and fix the closet, kiddo. I'll run over to Kramer's and get a fountain.
Oh, dear. You win again, McGee. Here, open this package.
What do you mean?
Go ahead, open it.
Well, okay. Well, I'll be a new fountain pen. Gee, thanks, kid. Oh, this is wonderful.
Merry Christmas. Second installment.
Boy, this is a wonderful pen. Just the kind I wanted, too. And just when I needed it. Why, you could knock me over with a feather, Molly. I never dreamed you... Hey, what are you looking for?
A feather.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Jingle Bells.
you, McGee. I've almost got this closet straightened up again.
How about that big white package with the blue ribbon on it? Does it gurgle or rattle or squeak or anything?
Well, I haven't touched it. Somebody around here's got to keep his curiosity under control. And as long as there's only two of us, it looks like I'm elected.
Hey, this is a wonderful pen you gave me, Molly.
You like it, dearie?
It's marvelous. Only one thing wrong with it that I can see.
My goodness, what's that?
I just worked a crossword puzzle with it, and it don't spell very good.
That isn't the pen, that's the ink.
Oh. Well, I'm really quite gruntled with it.
You mean disgruntled?
No, I'm very happy. It's the finest pen I...
Hello, friends.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, a waxy old man. How do you like the new belt Molly gave me for Christmas?
Say, it's beautiful. But aren't you folks a little previous with your Christmas presents?
Well, he was getting so snoopy, Mr. Wilcox, I just had to give him a belt one way or another. So I took the easy way.
Look, she gave me a fountain pen, too. Ain't that a darb? Writes 10,000 words without filling. Don't know how many he'll write when I fill it. Don't you get it, kids? I says it right.
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it had a kind of a funny taint. You like the pen, Junior?
It's very handsome, pal. But better get your name engraved on it. Be ashamed to lose a nice pen like that.
Well, I couldn't get it engraved till after Christmas, Mr. Wilcox. I took it to 7 different jewelers, too.
Gee, did you really, Molly?
Yes, and I got quite an inferiority complex. Leaning over $80,000 worth of diamond necklaces, trying to get a $3 job of engraving done.
Well, gee, you should have taken it to my cousin, Big Bill Wilcox, on Oak Street, Molly. One of the finest engravers in the country.
I thought all the really great engravers were working for the government, Waxy.
Oh, he used to.
In Washington?
No, Leavenworth. That's why they call him Big Bill. He got caught making 20s out of 10s.
They put him to work making little ones out of big ones for making big ones out of little ones, eh?
Yeah, he's a terrific engraver, though. Well, here, wait a minute. Here, take a look at this common, ordinary little pin.
Well, what about it?
Well, look at the head of it.
Kind of scratched up, isn't it, Junior?
Ha, ha, ha. Look at it through this magnifying glass, which I just happen to have with me.
Uh-oh.
Well, heavenly days, isn't that marvelous?
Let me look at it. Well, I'm a son of a gun. What does it say, Junior? Can't quite read it without my glasses.
It says you don't have to be sharp as a pin to know that Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the finest beautifier and protector of linoleum.
Imagine writing all that on the head of a pin.
Oh, there's more than that. It says if you're stuck with faded, worn linoleum, bring it back to life and beauty with Johnson's glow coat, the polish that shines as it dries.
My gosh, he is quite an engraver, isn't he, Waxy?
Well, you know, the funny part of it is, it only took him 20 minutes or less to do it.
Oh, that's too much.
Same length of time it takes for a glow coat to dry to a mirror-like finish on your linoleum. Now, wasn't that a coincidence?
Amazing. Here, let me put the pin back in your lapel, Mr. Wilcox. I'm afraid it might get lost.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's your story, Junior, and you got stuck with it.
Well, here, let me take your fountain pen, pal. I'll have Big Bill engrave it for you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Junior.
Don't mention it. I'll have it back Friday.
Okay.
Isn't he a sweet old... Oh, no, that's Dr. Gamble.
Look, Molly, no kidding. That big white package with the blue ribbon on it. Is that for me?
I tell you, I don't know a thing about it, McGee.
Cross your heart?
Cross my heart.
Well, my gosh, somebody must have... Hey, maybe Beulah put it there. Oh, Beulah. Hey, Beulah.
You call me Miss McGee?
Why should I? You never call me Beulah.
Mr. McGee wanted to know about this big white package with a blue ribbon on it, Beulah.
Did you put it in the closet here, Beulah?
No, sir. That package is a complete stranger to me.
Well, that's strange. Oh, well, we'll find out when we open it at Christmas time. Have you got all your shopping done, Beulah?
Yes, ma'am, practically. All I got left to get stuff for is Papa and Ira.
Ira? Who's Ira?
He's my one and only, sir. At least he's one of the few and far between. Ira, he's the FBI man.
Oh, heavenly days. Federal Bureau of Investigation?
No, ma'am. Friendly but ignorant.
What does he do, Beulah?
He's the insurance man, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he specializes in life insurance with double indignity.
Indemnity?
Yes, only he may have to give it up on account of a greeting card he got this morning.
On account of a greeting card?
Yeah, sir. You say, from the President of the United States, greeting.
What's his present status, Beulah?
5'9.5" in his socks, Sam.
No. No, how's he classified now?
I classify him as ready and willing, sir. So he's suffering with flat feet and astigmatism.
Tism.
Oh, yes, tis, ma'am. He's so short-sighted he don't know his best friend across a taffy pull.
Well, they don't pull taffy in the Army anyway, Beulah. He'll be okay if he can see well enough to pull a sergeant's leg.
Yes, that's what I mean. Love that man.
Hey, Molly, I think we ought to open up that package. I think it must have been delivered by mistake.
Well, it might have been at that, McGee. There's no tag on it or anything.
You think we ought to?
Well, I don't
Yes,
know.
I think we ought to. One side, baby. I'll soon solve this mystery.
Well, if you really... Heavenly days, it's a beautiful negligee.
Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
Oh, gee whiz. Oh, my. That was my present for you, baby. I bought it a month ago and forgot all about it. If I ain't the dumbest bunny
Oh, now,
that ever...
McGee, I think it's lovely and just what I wanted. It's the most...
Oh, now, who... Come in.
Hi, mister. We're all ready.
Ready? Who's all ready for what?
Kenny and Johnny and Buddy and Reddy and me.
Huh?
We're all ready to sing. Come on in, kids.
Well, folks, 3 years ago, Ken Darby of our King's Men wrote for our Christmas show an original musical setting for the poem, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." Everyone seemed to like it so well that we've been asked to do it every Christmas since. And we're glad to do it again tonight.
Okay, Mr. McGee. Go on. Sit down now.
Okay.
You and Miss McGee sit in a circle. You sit at the piano, Kenny. Ready, everybody? A 1 and a 2 and a 3. "'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their wee little beds, while visions of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering, I should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around when down the chimney he came with a pound.
His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses. His nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow. The beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a little old pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke went around and around and around his head like a wreath. He was so chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf. Then I laughed and I laughed and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He had a broad face, and a little round belly that shook when he laughed, like a bowl full of jelly. He gave me a wink of his eye and a twist of his head, a chuckle and a smile. I knew all the while I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings.
Oh, boy.
Then turned with a jerk. Then laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team, gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, and he cried, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night after Christmas and all through the house. Not a creature is stirring, not even the mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while memories of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are settled at last for a long
Ladies and gentlemen, 2,000 years ago, a star shone over Bethlehem to light the way to peace and goodwill on earth. Tonight, that star is reflected in the windows of millions of your homes.
So our Christmas wish to all of you is that the men and women who have gone out to fulfill the promise of that symbol may soon return. Mission accomplished.
Good night.
Good night, all.
I heard him exclaim, and he drove out of sight. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I've just been reading a long letter from a serviceman's wife, and I wish I could read every word of it to you. Those of us who still live in our own homes with our own furniture can't possibly realize the discomforts and extra work many of these service wives have to put up with. This lady writes that the first thing she and her husband do to make an unattractive furnished apartment clean and livable is to give everything a good shining coat of Johnson's Wax. Here are her own words. When I was back home, I never appreciated the expression, her house just shines, because all my friends' houses shone. Now I know that until my own things come out of storage, the Johnson's Wax shine on the furniture is my biggest link with the quality and cleanliness I hope for someday. It adds dollars to the appearance of any atrocity it meets, and a fairly presentable piece will respond in a way to make any girl sing. Please, Mr. Wilcox, keep right on telling them. The families I've moved in after are people who haven't yet heard you. Thank you, service lady. I'll do my best to get everybody to use Johnson's wax. A barber is usually a bald-headed man who sells hair tonic. His customers are usually men who like their hair and the conversation cut short around the ears. Like the man in the chair right now, a Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
So I'm writing President Roosevelt a letter, see? And in it I'm saying to him, Dear Mr. President, look, kid, I got great ideas.
Yeah, now, look, Nick, you told me how...
Then in my own handwriting, which I am dictating to my wife because I don't write so somebody can read it, including me, I'm going on to say, look, I say, the Army is needing plenty ladies for nursing, is not?
Yeah, but...
So, also we got 1,000 guys who are too small in the eyesight for the draft, or maybe they got 7 toes on 1 feet or something. So I'm saying, why not take the rejectees and make them into guys for giving sick people the pills?
Yeah, but if you don't mind, Nick,
Of course, so far up to now, President Roosevelt, he don't sending me the answer.
Yeah.
Which is all right. He's just as busy as me, I guess. Maybe I better send a telegram to the Manpower Commission and say, how about a shampoo?
How can you give the Manpower Commission a shampoo?
That question was not for the commission. You, I'm asking.
Huh? Oh, I need a shampoo?
Everybody's needing a shampoo at the regular periods of the interval. Are you different?
No, I guess not, Nick. Go ahead. Only after you shampoo it, put some dressing on it quick, because I got a natural part in my hair that runs from one ear across my head to the other ear, see? Looks kind of funny until it's plastered down.
Yeah, smart my hair. After shampooing, we always...
Hey, wait a minute. How much is a shampoo? 50 cents?
75.
What? 6 bits just to wash a guy's hair?
Those are the ceiling prices, kiddo. That we got posted on the wall because nobody can reach the ceiling to put them up.
Why, that's enough. Why, that's a dirty jip. 75 cents to whip up a lather on a guy's skull and rinse it off again. Why, you scissor bill. You high-handed, low-minded brush bandit. I got a good notion to report you to the OPA.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. McGee. Let's not lose our temperature just because
I won't wait a minute. Here's the 4 bits for my haircut, and you can take your shampoo and...
The haircut was 75 cents, too.
What? Another 6 bits for cutting off not enough hair to make a toupee for a tadpole? You got a lot of nerve. I'll wash my hair myself. Let me out of this chair. Why, George, any time you get me into this nest of thieves again, you'll have to threaten me more than with a razor.
Well, just put the 75 cents on the counter then, kid. Okay, Mr. McDonald, you're next. Step in the chair.
6 bits for a shampoo. That's the dirtiest way to get clean I ever heard of. So long, Dillinger. 6 bits for a shampoo. Why, I'd shampoo the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral for 6 bits. Compared with that guy, Jesse James was just a scared kid with a dry water pistol. I'll get his life. $6 for a simple little shampoo. My gosh, I used to get my car washed for 80 cents. You must think I'm some kind of a yokel to sit still for a kind of a deal
All right, dearie, all right. Relax. You're home now, safe with Mother.
Hey, Molly, you know what that Nick the barber tried to do? That ham-handed scout gardener tried
He tried to charge you 75 cents for a shampoo.
Yeah.
And you stormed out of the shop and you're going to shampoo it yourself.
Yeah, 75 cents for a... Hey, how'd you know?
Well, the barber just called up. I lit the hot water heater right away so the water would be hot and you could shampoo your own hair.
Oh, so he called up, did he? What did he want?
He wants his apron back.
Well, he... Huh?
Here, let me unpin it for you.
Oh, my gosh.
There.
Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. No wonder everybody looked at me so funny.
Why, you look like a flat-chested Mother Hubbard, dearie. I'll have Beulah drop this bib off at the barber shop on her way home. Now sit down and relax.
Gee, boy, am I embarrassed. Wearing that big apron all the way home.
You must have really been angry, huh?
Angry? One more word out of him and I'd have shoved his barber pole down his noisy old throat.
Oh, dear.
6 bits for a shampoo. Why, that's outrageous.
I don't think that's so unreasonable. I always pay $1.50 myself.
Though it's worth it not to have to sit there and hear the patriots talk about how much revenue the government is losing by closing the racetracks.
Well, my gosh, I
Hello,
don't...
Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice.
Hi, Alice.
You've been out in the wind, Mr. McGee? Your face is awfully red.
Well, he had a little argument with the barber, Alice. He came home hotter than a depot stove.
Well, my gosh, 6 bits for a shampoo at that barber shop. Don't you think that's ridiculous, Alice?
75 cents?
Yeah.
Oh, it certainly is, Mr. McGee. They can't make any money at those prices.
I don't know, Alice, why he doesn't wash his hair when he takes his shower anyway. Except that he's usually singing so loud he couldn't hear himself ask himself if he wanted to.
Oh, well, I never hear him. But lately I've been so busy with my charts, I don't hear anything.
What charts, Alice? You studying navigation so you can find your way home between the boys? Hey, that's not so bad. Between the boys. You see, if you spell it B-U-O-Y-S, it's a play on words.
Ain't funny, McGee.
I was kind of pleased with it myself. What charts, Alice?
Oh, my astrological charts.
Oh.
I was casting some horoscopes for some friends. I'll do yours sometime. Are you a Capricorn?
Am I a Capricorn? I'm an elk and a legionnaire, and I'm mighty proud of both.
No, I mean, what month were you born in, Mr. McGee?
Well, he was born shortly before Thanksgiving, Alice. And all white meat he was, too.
Oh, he's a Scorpio.
What do you mean I'm a Scorpio? A Scorpio is a big crab with a stinger in his stern. And if you mean that
No, McGee. Scorpio is merely the sign under which you were born.
I was not born under a sign. I was born 5 miles west of Peoria on top of Kickapoo Hill.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. Now, look. There are 12 different signs of the zodiac, see?
Is that so?
Yes. And everybody is born under the influence of certain stars and planets, depending on what time of the year you were born.
I think McGee was born during an eclipse of the moon, Alice. He throws such a big shadow.
Oh, no fooling, Mr. McGee. It's very interesting. I've started to study astrology. For instance, your horoscope for January warns that people born under this sign must not let themselves be imposed upon financially.
Aha! You see, Molly? That barber was trying to impose on a Scorpio financially. I knew all of it. Is Scorpio a good sign, Alice?
Oh, Creeper's one of the best, Mr. McGee.
Yes?
Yes, but you must do as your horoscope says if you want to be happy.
Yeah?
You must control your temper, make allowances for other people, and follow through on any projects you have started.
Like washing your hair.
Oh, is he going to wash his hair? I just washed mine. That's why I'm wearing this towel around my head.
Oh, my gosh, is that a towel? I was just about to tell you I thought that was the best-looking hat I ever saw you wear.
How long ago did you wash your hair, Alice?
Oh, I just finished. I'd have taken a bath, too, but the hot water is all gone.
What? The water I was planning to use for my shampoo? Now, just a darn minute, Alice. What's the idea?
Scorpio? Control your temper. Make allowances.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. McGee.
Oh, forget it, kid. It's okay. Far be it from me to stand between you and glamour. Use all the water you want. However,
what?
However, if she don't want her pretty little neck wrung, she better light that water heater before I count to 10. 1, 2, 3.
I'm going.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and fascinating rhythm.
think the water's hot enough yet so as I can have a shampoo
It
for myself?
should be, dearie, although Alice used every drop of it, you know.
Yeah, just like a woman. With 3 of them in the house, a man hasn't got a chance.
Oh, now listen. Men are just as bad.
Huh?
When Uncle Dennis was staying here, he was always taking a shower.
Oh, well, I didn't begrudge him, though. The only way he ever took water was through his skin.
Well, my goodness. Oh, your water's probably hot enough now, McGee.
Okay, I'll run up and have my shampoo before... Hey, tell Beulah to see that nobody turns off the heater for a while.
I'll tell her right now. Oh, Beulah. Beulah.
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, I'm going to shampoo my hair, Beulah.
He got a little irked at the barber, Beulah. Thought he was being overcharged, so he's going to do it himself.
Yes, but them poor barbers, they sure work hard giving folks a shampoo. They just wax their fingers to the bone.
Are you inferring that I have an ossified skull, my good woman?
Oh, no. But my cousin, he's a tonsorial artist. I hear a lot about how hard he works.
Well, Mr. McGee doesn't need a tonsorial artist. He had his out in 1928.
Tonsorial refers to barbers, Molly. It's from the Greek, tonsolasi marabasorium, meaning the quickest way to a man's scalp is to take a shortcut.
Well, for goodness sake. You university man, Mr. McGee.
No, he isn't, Beulah, but he has an unusually well-rounded background, though.
Yes, I can see that.
You know what that big razorback wanted to charge me for a shampoo, Beulah? 75 cents. Imagine that. 6 bits for a gob of soap suds and a dash of Schlemiel number 5.
That don't sound like no overcharge to me, sir. Barbers give you a real good shampoo. My cousin says 4 men in one day tell him he ought to charge at least $1.
4 customers?
No, ma'am, 4 barbers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. My barber is named Nick, and if he can't nick you with his razor, he'll nick you with the price list.
Well, personally, I think barbershop prices are very reasonable, McGee.
My cousin thinks so, too, ma'am. And he's the head of his class in barber college.
Get a degree, Beulah?
Yes, a Ph.D.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Doctor of philosophy?
No, ma'am. Oh, physiognomy is de-whiskered.
Well, this isn't getting my curly locks beautified. See that nobody turns the heater off for a while, will you, Beulah?
You want me to light it for you, sir?
Oh, it is lit, Beulah.
No, it ain't, ma'am. Excuse me.
What do you mean?
What?
Well, I see the tank was full of hot water a little while ago, folks, so I embraces the opportunity to wrench out some window curtains.
Oh.
You mean it isn't hot now, Beulah?
Right now, sir, it's as cold as a walrus's knees.
Well, light the heater again, Beulah, if Mr. McGee still wants the shampoo.
You're doggone right I still want a shampoo. Though I don't know why I need any hot water. The number of times I've been in a lather today, I ought to be as pure as a bookstore in Boston.
He ought to be as pure as a bookstore. Love that man.
This is a fine state of how do you do.
How do you do?
Fine. How are all the... Look, now, this is no joking matter, Molly. Gee whiz, a man can't get enough warm water in his own house to steam a monocle. If I ever build another house, I'll build it in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Well, the barber's probably just as perturbed as you are, McGee. He thinks you stole his apron.
Well, it takes a thief to catch a thief. I'll tell him when he can get it back. He should live so long. Hand me the phone.
Certainly, Scorpio. Here you are, and wear it in good health.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Nick's Barbershop at 14th and... Okay, Mert, how's yourself?
Oh, dear.
Tis, eh? What's say, Mert? Your brother. Dropped 1,500 feet out of a what?
Heavenly days, McGee. Was he killed?
No, just amused. He's a movie operator. Dropped 1,500 feet out of Gone with the Wind, and nobody even noticed it. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later. Mine's busy.
Well, the water ought to be hot again half an hour or so, and you can get this shampoo over with, which will make me very happy indeed.
Make you happy? My gosh, I never been so exonerated in all my life. Everybody stealing my hot
You
water.
don't mean exonerated, you mean exasperated.
Go on. Exasperated is when your time is up. Like when the time limit on a contract has exasperated.
Nah, that's expiration.
I thought expiration was when a guy put on a pair of fur pants and went looking for the South Pole or something.
Are you thinking of exploration?
Well, then what does exonerated mean?
Exonerated is when you have been found not guilty of something.
Well, who's been guilty of snitching all my hot water? Me? No, sir. Everybody else in the house has been the one.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, Molly. Hiya, pal. What are you scowling at?
I'm living in a nest of water pirates, Junior. You'd think this was the Mojave Desert, the way everybody steals water.
Well, somebody explained the situation to me. I came in late.
Well, he thought 75 cents was too much to pay the barber for a shampoo, Mr. Wilcox, so he came home to do it himself, and every time he gets a tank full of hot water, somebody uses it.
Yeah, the way people glom onto it around here, you think it was the dew off the last rose of summer.
Hey, look, pal, you're getting very irritable lately. Huh? Last week you were raving and ranting because nobody trusted your hand-picked mushrooms. Now you're sourpussing around because you have to wait for a shampoo. What's the matter with you?
Well, gee whiz.
McGee, Mr. Wilcox is right. Your temper is getting as ragged as a $2 retread.
I can't help it. It's hereditary. If you think I'm nervous and irritable, you should have known my great-great-grandfather. Ooh, was he irritable?
Why?
Well, he was just impatient. Couldn't wait for letters to be delivered and answered. Couldn't wait for anything. Kept saying, why don't somebody invent the telephone? What's everybody waiting for? What's that guy Bell doing anyway? Why don't he get with it? They say Grandpa was a terror.
Well, that bad temper should have smoothed out in 3 generations, pal. What if you do have to wait a few minutes for some hot water? What's 20 minutes or less in a lifetime?
Tell him what can happen in 20 minutes or less, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, you don't have to tell me.
Why, in 20 minutes or less, pal, a Johnson's glow-coated linoleum dries to a perfect protective finish.
Yeah.
Restores new life and luster to the faded and worn surface.
You gave him that opening, Molly. Whose side are you on, anyway?
Say, listen, sweetheart, we're all on the same side. Aren't you happy with our product?
Well, no, not too happy. It don't spell anything backwards.
Look, pal, I was merely pointing out that 20 minutes or less can be a happy little period of time. Think of the housewife who pours a little Johnson's Glow Coat out on her tired old linoleum and spreads it around with a long-handled applier. Then think how the world brightens for her in just 20 minutes or less as the Glow Coat magically gives her kitchen floor a new lease on life.
You ever spend 20 minutes or less in a dentist's chair, Waxy?
Certainly, and well spent, too.
You were?
No, it was. But look, I didn't come in here to tell you how to improve the shining hours, pal. Nick sent me.
Who?
Nick, the barber. He said to tell you to keep that bib you walked out with.
Well, that was very kind of him, I'm sure.
Yeah, he said Fibber could keep it till spring when he comes in for his next haircut. So long now.
So he said that, did he? If he didn't give the best haircut in town, I'd never darken his hand towels again. Bye, George. Hey, you think the water's hot again, Molly?
Well, it should be, dearie. And this time I don't think anybody will cheat you out of it.
Well, they better not. The first mug, male or female, that lays a hand on a hot water faucet in this joint is going to get the...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Mushmouth.
Hi, Doctor. Hey, you look kind of bushed. What you been doing? Treating the centipede for fallen arches?
Oh, same old routine. Get to bed at 3 a.m., phone rings at 4:15. 5:30, a new little taxpayer starts squawking as loud as a full-grown one. At 7, I'm back in bed. At 9, I'm back at the hospital trying to be patient with patients who are trying my patience.
Well, you certainly look like you could use a good night's sleep, Doctor.
I wish my father and mother had been grizzly bears so I could sleep till about April. As it is, I'm in and out of the hay like a Nebraska pitchfork.
Don't you even get time to shave?
Haven't for 2 days. Just stopped in here because my car broke down the next block. Take 'em half an hour to fix it. You know what?
What, Doctor?
I'd give my right eye, that's the one with the evil leer in it, for a hot shower and the use of McGee's no doubt dull razor. Got any hot water in the house?
Why,
hot water?
Yeah, hot water. You know, that stuff you toss a bone in to make soup.
Why, certainly, Doctor. As a matter of fact, we just heated a tank full.
Yeah, you see,
I see you are two lovely, charming people. Mm-hmm. And now, if you'll excuse me, I shall run upstairs and swab the frame. If you hear a rusty clatter, pay no attention. It'll be my pores opening.
Well, say it, McGee.
Yeah, and go back to vaudeville.
are the King's Men with the Whistler's Song.
Whistle all the day, you will find the sun is shining while you whistle your blues away. Like a symphony of the birds and the bees and the sigh of the trees in the morning. Whistle all day long, the clouds on high will say goodbye and lazily roll along. Whistle loud and clear, all the world will be bright if you start the day right in the morning. See the sunbeams dancing round so happy and gay. Hear them saying, isn't this a wonderful day? Whistle your blues and whistle your cares and whistle your troubles away. You will be in style if you pucker up your lips and keep a whistling all the while. Like a whippoorwill, at the break of the day you will say, what a wonderful morning. Pucker that kisser, then you blow real hard. Everybody tweet. You will get a grin or a cheery smile from everyone you meet. Soldiers, sailors, they all know this system can't be beat. If you want to be popular, pucker your choppers and tweet, tweet, tweet. Whistle all the day, you will find the sun is shining while you whistle your blues away. Like a symphony, you will be bright if you start the day right, like the birds and the bees and the sigh of the breeze at the break of the day. You will say it's a wonderful morning.
I've been standing in the shower for almost half an hour. The door fetch me in.
Hey, McGee, I helped myself to a couple of your clean handkerchiefs. I hope you don't mind. Where's McGee, Molly?
Out in the kitchen, Doctor. You feel better now?
My dear, I feel so much better that with a little luck I can get through the day without folding up like a summer resort card table. Thanks for the hospitality.
Not at all, Doctor. And the man came to the door and said your card would be ready in about 10 minutes.
It's a wonderful world we're living in, isn't it? As I told one of my patients who had sat on a darning needle, why worry? Everything comes out all right in the end. What's McGee doing?
Well, he's just sitting there with his shotgun across his knees.
A shotgun across his knee?
Yes.
What's the idea? Going to flush a covey of quail out of the icebox?
No, he's just making sure that, well, it's a long story, Doctor.
And if it's about your husband, I'd like to hear it. He's a fascinating little character.
Well, it started in the barber shop. The barber was going to charge him 75 cents for a shampoo, and McGee thought it was too much.
He would. McGee thinks no more of a quarter than I do of my third cervical vertebra.
Yeah. And he came home to give himself a shampoo. But Alice used all the hot water, and he waited and heated some more, and then Bewley used all the hot water, and he heated some more, and...
I get it.
You got it.
Well, my epidermis is more important than his scalp, if only because there's more of it. But what's this about the shotgun?
Well, after you took your bath, he lighted the heater again. Now he's sitting there guarding it with his shotgun. He says anybody who steals this batch of hot water is going to be so full of lead, you could use them to write a letter to your Aunt Minnie.
Well, I haven't got an Aunt Minnie, but my sister Gertrude would be happy to get a postcard. Tell McGee I'm very sorry that... No, I'll tell him myself. Where's the kitchen? Through this door?
No, please don't.
What's the matter?
That's the hall closet.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, sure.
Will you excuse me while I smoke a hot water pipe of peace with your bitter half?
Well, I'll do better than that, Doctor. I'll come with you. Right this way. You know, it really has been exasperating for him, Doctor. And you know how he is when he sets his mind on doing something.
I do indeed. He follows through like a broken garter. Shall we knock?
Pray do.
Who is it?
Your best friend and severest critic. Or, reading from left to right, your wife and your physician.
Okay, come in. Oh, hi, Doc. Feel better?
Infinitely. I'm sorry I used your hot water, my boy. In extenuation, I can only plead my ignorance of the situation.
I told him how many times you'd lost the hot water, dearie.
No, that's okay, Doc. But believe me, I'm making sure of this tank full. Anybody lays a hand on this water is going to wind up as full of holes as a German treaty. Is your car fixed yet?
Well, it will be any minute. I just dropped back here to say goodbye and thank you for a delightful dunk.
Well, I'll go out with you and see you get started all right, Doc. I don't think anybody will swipe this water now. I've warned them enough.
McGee, now, please be careful with that gun.
Okay. I'll just set it down here in the corner.
Oh,
70 days, McGee. Look what you did.
What a neat third act curtain, boy.
Oh.
You blew a hole right through the hot water tank.
Why, this is impossible. The gun wasn't even loaded.
Maybe I should read you another short paragraph from the service wife's letter I mentioned earlier. Wherever I go, she writes, I'm just one of your lieutenants. Long before we get all the hooks where we want them or all the woodwork cleaned, we have the kitchen and bathroom floors washed and glow-coated. And honestly, the saddest of cracked linoleum can look at least some better with glow coat. Yes, it can, as many of you other ladies have discovered. But the tragedy of it all is that same linoleum would still be looking very much like new if it had been protected with glow coat from the beginning. The gradual destruction and ruin of linoleum surfaces caused by continual scrubbing and neglect is tragic and so unnecessary. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat actually saves work. It needs no rubbing or buffing, makes cleaning so easy, and its regular use makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, besides making it more beautiful.
My, your hair certainly looks nice since you had your shampoo, McGee.
Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it?
And we're sorry we had to make you keep your barber shop open after hours, Mr. Nick.
Forget it, sweet sis. I couldn't lock the door till I got out of here anyway. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From the Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Ontario, and in conjunction with the 9th Canadian Victory Loan, we bring you the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Have you taken a good look at that kitchen floor of yours today? Don't you think it could stand the beautifying, protecting coat of Johnson's Glow Coat? I think you'll soon find out why millions of good housekeepers prefer Glow Coat to any other floor polish, especially for their linoleum surfaces. In case you don't already know, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Come back in 20 minutes to a gleaming floor. Glow Coat is so perfectly blended that it's never streaked or uneven. Linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the choice of millions of experienced housekeepers. It's so easy to use Glow Coat, and your dealer has some now. Why not try it? When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista goes shopping, it's apt to be a very expensive day. Not because she buys so much, but when a husband like hers has the free run of the house, almost anything can happen. And here, coming home from her morning's marketing, arms full of bundles and heart full of apprehension, we find Molly, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, wonder what McGee's been doing while I've been gone, I'm afraid. Be just like the rascal to take the piano part to get a G-string for his mandolin. Must be getting a massage. Oh, McGee! McGee, darling, I'm home. What in the name of... McGee, what on earth are you doing?
Go away, sis. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any today. Come back sometime when my wife is here.
McGee, sweetheart, remember me? I'm your wife.
I'm glad to meet you, sis. Now sit down and be quiet. When my wife comes, won't you? Huh? Oh, hi, Molly. You home?
What's going on here? What's that pile of mud on the piano stool?
My dear girl, that is modeling clay. Have you led such a sheltered life, so remote from artistic circles that you fail to recognize a sculptor at work?
Oh, I knew I should have taken you with me or stayed home myself. What's that thing on your head?
That, my dear girl, is a beret. All us artists wear berets. Keeps our hair out of the paint if we're painters. Out of the sculpt if we're sculptors. And we are.
Oh, we are?
Yep. I've entered a sculptor contest. Wistful Vista Art Center. First prize, $100. And I can use $100 like Herman Goering could use a fast plane to Patagonia.
But you've never had any training in sculpture, dearie.
Neither did Victor Hugo, but he was a success, wasn't he?
Victor Hugo was not a sculptor.
Neither am I. So I start even Steven with Victor Hugo. Now, if you'll excuse me, my dear, I must have at it.
I say, McGee.
Please, Molly. When a creative artist is at work, one must never intrude with commonplace things. You have broke my mood.
I'll break your... Now, Molly, control yourself. He's just a boy at heart. Where'd you get that Mother Hubbard effect you're wearing, dearie?
That, my dear girl, is a smock. Borrowed it from a guy at the filling station.
I see. Then the message on the back of it is an advertisement, not a character reading?
Well, what's it say?
Tires quickly.
Used to say tires quickly repaired. It's an old pre-war smock. Now, let me see. A little more height to the forehead. Please, my dear, please, don't come between me and the mirror.
Oh, now this is too much. Do you admire yourself so much in that smock and beret that you have to strut in front of a mirror?
I gotta use the mirror, Molly. I'm making a clay model of my own head and shoulder.
Oh, no.
I'm calling it Self-Portrait of a Common Man. Now, let me see. Would you say I was about 3 inches between the eyeballs?
Open or shut?
They're the same distance apart, open or shut, aren't they?
I don't know. When they're shut, I can't see them.
Oh, that's right. Well, never mind. I'll use the tape measure and...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Who's the little goblin in the almost white nightie and the beret? He looks like Michelangelo's grandmother.
Well, no one expects a lowbrow like you, Aerosmith, to appreciate anything more artistic than a souvenir leather watch bob from Niagara Falls, Aerosmith.
Do you know what he's doing with that clay, Doctor? He's making a bust of himself.
Well, I don't think I can add anything to that remark, my dear. That leaves him as wide open as a dropped watermelon.
I'm calling it the Self-Portrait of a Common Man.
And a very apt title it is, too, my boy. If a commoner man than you exists today in this weary world, I've been lucky enough not to meet him.
Isn't that nice?
You're not just saying that because you admire me, are you, Doc? Incidentally, how do you like my sculpture as far as I've gone?
Well, speaking professionally and as a snap diagnosis, I'd say the model for that sculpture had an incipient cirrhosis, a chronic malfunction of the spleen, undetected adenoids, and a weakness for cheap cigars. The prosecution rests.
Look, Jack the Ripper. As an art critic, you're a fat-headed old tissue slicer. You probably think anybody with an etching is just allergic to seafood. After all, this is not a finished work, Doctor. It is just a hunk of common clay.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Tell me, termite, just what do you plan to do with this wrung-out blob of river bottom after you get tired of teasing it?
Convert it into a housing project for homeless earthworms, or bake yourself a batch of marbles, of which you could use a few.
Ignoring your crude attempts at humor, Doctor, I am entering this sculpture in the Wistful Vista Art Competition.
Oh, no.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. He's going to win the first prize of $100, he keeps telling himself.
He would. He's as self-centered as a yogi contemplating his belt buckle. Look, Cellini, take the advice of the family physician and throw that muck out the window. Then go take a long walk. Go bowling. Go skating. No, don't go skating. Your ankles would fold up like a street map of Pittsburgh.
Is that so?
Say, now, he used to play hockey, Doctor, for the Peoria Bullfrogs.
Yeah.
And very well, too. Golly, what a goalie.
He played hockey?
Yes, I played hockey. And I got old man Skinnamer to donate the rink, too. Skinnamer Ink McGee, I was known as in them days. Skinnamer Ink McGee, the slyest slashingest skater that ever slid sideways to shoot a sharp shot through center or slap a spectator silly with a slick stick. Set in the stands to screaming as I slam in the score that sews up the series, making me a sensation from Saskatchewan to Salem, but I promised him a sculpture and I wouldn't want to fail him.
The King's Men, and it's a grand night for singing.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. It's more than the moon. Maybe it's more than the birds. Maybe it's more than the sight of the night in the light, too lovely for words. Maybe it's more than the earth, shining and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling head over heels in love.
Let me see. A little more on the left shoulder. That's it. Uh-huh. I'm a dreamer, Montreal. Hey, Molly, how's it look now? How are the ears? Too far forward?
I can't tell, dearie. Why don't you stick 'em on with a hairpin till you step back and see how they look, huh?
Hey, that ain't a bad idea. I think I'll...
No, McGee, let me do it.
Huh?
I wanted to pin your ears back for a long time. Here's a couple of bobby pins.
Interruptions. Our doorbell gets more fingers pointed at it than the tray of French pastry. You get it, Molly? I says our doorbell gets more...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh. Okay, come in anyway.
Mr. McGee?
Yes?
We're taking a poll. Do you mind?
Not at all, sis. Glad to help you.
Thank you. Good day.
Wait a minute, miss. What pole is this?
The one that holds your clothesline up. We just moved in next door.
Well, the nerve of some people, those new neighbors.
No, I can't be bothered with them now, baby. Time's getting short on this sculptor contest. I gotta get busy. How am I getting the mouth? Is that smile right?
No, I don't think so, dearie.
No?
Looks like you just come from the dentist with lips full of Novocaine.
Well, there's no use guessing on this thing. Might as well do it right.
take this tape measure.
And?
I'll smile real big. You know, the old personality stuff, the happy old Donna Meach, you know, corner to corner. Then you measure. Okay, go.
Hold it.
Huh?
There, I got it.
What's it measure?
29 inches.
Ooh. Wow. I'm happier than I thought I was.
Ah, dear, I was using the wrong end of the tape.
Oh, shucks, now we got to do the whole thing all over.
Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. What's all the putty for? Tightening up the windows for winter?
That's Clay, Mr. Wilcox. Himself here is entering a bit of sculpture in the Wistful Vista art competition.
Sit down and be quiet, lad. I must work fast. Don't want to lose the north light, you know.
Hey, does he do all this with his bare hands, Molly?
He does indeed, Mr. Wilcox.
If you'll observe carefully, my boy, you will notice that I can achieve with my thumb an effect which could never be duplicated by mechanical means.
What's that, dearie?
A thumbprint.
Please. Please, don't talk like that.
Oh, I'm
Talk like what, Mr. Wilcox?
Like mentioning thumbprints.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did.
You know how I feel about thumbprints and fingerprints, especially on furniture and woodwork. They're so unnecessary with Johnson's wax so available. Oh, say, by the way, I'm going to Canada tomorrow for a few days.
Oh, business trip, Waxy? I'll give you a note to an old friend of mine, Hiram Walker. Old friend of mine up there. Known him for years. He raises birds.
What kind of birds?
Swallows.
Well, I'm going to visit the Johnson Wax plant in Brantford, Ontario. You see, my cousin, Big Sedgwick Wilcox, is helping with Canada's ninth victory loan.
Hey, I got a great slogan for them, Junior. Sign your name to victory.
That's the slogan they're using.
Oh, they can't do this to me. I just thought that up. How can... There's... Oh, tell them to go ahead and use it. It's okay with me.
Ah, you're sweet, McGee. That's a good slogan, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, indeed it is. It means that when you buy a bond, you help guarantee a sound and lasting peace. You're making a promise to help pay the costs of bringing the fighting forces home, rehabilitating and maintaining the wounded, provide essential aid to liberated countries, and build a personal stake at home. You know, one of the greatest expenses of a war is the peace that follows. You've got to get your country off its planes and ships and tanks and jeeps and put it on its feet again. And besides that...
Hey, please, one side. Please, Mac. You're in my life, and I got to hurry with this sculpture.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal, and I wish you a lot of luck with your new career.
Thank you.
Oh, say, if it interests you, my nephew, Big Phelan Wilcox, works in clay.
That's so?
Yeah. He made $100,000 last year.
Heavenly days, $100,000.
I told you there was dough in this stuff, Molly. What does your cousin make out of clay, Junior? Statues, busts, fountains, or what?
Bricks. Oh. Well, so long now.
That boy. Oh, well, I must have that here.
McGee, what on earth are you doing now?
Huh?
What's that big round gob of clay on top of the head?
Oh, I had some clay left over, so I thought I'd put a hat on it. The easiest hat to sculpt is a derby. Kind of carries out the thought of the common man, too.
Very realistic, I'm sure. Maybe now...
Dad ratted luck. Everybody crashing in here when I only got an hour to work.
Come in.
This is a fine state of how do you do.
How do you do? How do you do? Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs. I trust you will forgive me, ladies, if I proceed with my work. One must create when one is in a creative mood, you know.
Oh, of course, Mr. McGee. But, who is that you're boxing with?
He isn't boxing, Mrs. Carstairs. He's sculpturing a bust of himself.
Oh, so sorry. I'm a little nearsighted, you know. Interesting piece of work, Mr. McGee.
Thank you, my dear. Won't you sit down and watch me work?
Thank you, no. I'm on my way to take my music lesson.
Oh, is that your bagpipe you have with you, Mrs. Carstairs? Won't you play something for us?
Sure, Carsty, play something. There's nothing like music to inspire us artists to finer efforts. Come on, kid. Pump up the old hot water bottle and squirt us out a little Highland boogie.
Oh, no, I really... well, if you insist. You do insist, don't you?
Oh, yes, we do indeed, Mrs. Carstairs. What are you going to play?
With a bagpipe, Mrs. McGee, one does not plan to play anything. One takes what comes out.
Kind of a musical punch board, eh?
However, I shall endeavor to render a little song composed by my husband entitled, "The Drummer Can Always Beat It, But the Piper's Left Holding the Bag." Well, Are we ready?
Go ahead, Mrs. Carstairs.
I'm all ears.
Right.
Why, Millicent, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
That was the shortest bagpipe number I ever heard by a player in the longest kilt I ever saw. Are you Scotch, Carsty?
Half Scotch.
What's the other half, Mrs. Carstairs?
Soda to be amusing. Canadian to be truthful. Good day.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs.
Must be quite an inspiration to you, dearie. You were really working like mad while she was playing.
Yeah, but she threw me all off. I found myself making this derby hat into a tam o' shanter. It's almost finished. Aha! There. It's done.
Well, all I can say, dearie, is that is a piece of sculpture.
Yep.
And I'm so worn out from watching you slap it around, I'm going upstairs and lie down a while.
Okay, Mommy. There goes a good kid. Does she try to discourage me when I take up a new career? No, sir. Does she threaten to get a new hubby when hubby gets a new hobby? No, sir. Is she the kind... Come in.
Oh. Hi, mister.
Oh. Yeah. Hello there, Teeny. Now, look, I haven't got time today.
Oh, boy. Mud pies, huh? Gee, that's a big one, mister. Can I play too? Can I, mister? Can I, please?
This, my dear child, is not a mud pie. This is a prize-winning sculpture entitled, How'd you like to pick up a fast dollar, sis?
Gee, that's a good name for it, mister.
No. Look, the art contest closes in half an hour. You deliver this to the judges, and I'll pay you $1.
How much you win if you get first prize, mister?
$100.
1%,
Yep.
huh? You realize, mister, in a court of equity, the party of the first part having contracted to deliver as per agreement certain stipulated charges...
Okay. $2.
It's a deal.
Yeah. Now get going, sis. I got to get this entered before the contest closes, and if
Gee, what do I cover it with, mister?
Cover it? Oh, let's see. Where's there some wrapping paper? Oh, I know. There's some right here in the hall closet.
No, mister. No, please.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and good.
it yet, McGee?
No, but I ought to hear from him any minute now that I got first prize.
Or at least an honorable mention.
Honorable mention, my clavicle. I take first prize or I take nothing. My gosh, if you'd have seen some of the sculpts they got down there. Why, they got one sculpt down there of a guy with the wings going out of his heels.
That's Mercury, dearie.
Well, I'll bet he dropped 10 degrees when my sculpt came in. The minute the judges see my self-portrait of a common man, that must be my prize money being delivered right now. Come in, come in, come in.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Ella Trivia.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee. What's this I hear about you entering a sculpture competition?
Oh, he has indeed, Your Honor. He's got a 50-50 chance of winning first prize, too. They either say no or they say yes.
Well, I do hope you win, McGee. Then perhaps you would make a small donation to a new civic project of mine.
What project is that, Mr. Mayor?
We're considering building a bridle path through the outskirts of town. There's been considerable...
A bridle path? What do they need a path for? Every bride I ever knew of took a cab from the church right to the airport or the railroad station. Or
I was speaking of a bridle path for equestrians, McGee.
Equestrians or Episcopalians, the principle is the same, Mr. Mayor. No bride wants to walk around the outskirts of town after...
I didn't say anything about a bride walking. I merely
Now,
said...
just a darn minute, Latrivia. I realize you're a politician and you got to get votes. But by George, if you're going to build special paths for newlyweds and let us old married couples tramp along the hard pavements...
Newlyweds have nothing to do with it, I tell you. But when citizens who keep horses come to me...
Don't change the subject, Mr. Mayor.
I was not changing the subject. I was trying to tell you that a bridle path for horseback riders...
And how many people get married on horseback? Answer me that. Maybe somebody trying to get their picture in the paper.
But that hardly justifies the expense of building a special path for them.
Nobody intends to build a special path for newly horses. I mean horseback riders. Look, did you ever own a horse, McGee?
Had me a little Shetland pony when I was a kid, did you? Her name was Fibber. He used to get up early every morning and curry Fibber so my father would...
Where did you ride this pony?
What'd you say, Mr. Mayor?
I said, where did he ride his pony?
He rode it where everybody rides a pony, halfway between his neck and his tail.
That isn't what I... If you had a... Listen, suppose this pony was in the city.
Yes?
Wouldn't you like to have a special road where it was safe to ride out of the traffic?
Why, certainly, but what that got to do with getting married?
It has nothing to do with getting married. You started this marriage business, not I.
We did not start it. People have been getting married for 1,000 years.
And they don't have to have a special path to walk home on after they do it, too, either. And I think that any...
Will you listen to me? I merely stated that this city was building a bridle horse. A path for you to that. I mean, when a man wants to take a bride, a horseback... McGee?
Yeah?
May I say just 2 words?
Why, certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Good day!
You know, Molly, I sometimes think he deliberately gets me into those arguments.
Just the same, McGee, building a special path for brides was kind of a sweet thought. Very romantic. With rose bushes along the sides, a bridal path might be a very lovely thing.
Yeah. First thing you know, people start using it for horseback riding. Ain't practical. But Latrivia's kind of a dream. Hot dog, there's my $100. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
Well, did you bring it, sis? Did you bring my prize money? Where is it, sis? Hurry up.
Relax, McGee. Maybe you didn't win first prize. Let's face it.
Of course I won. That was the finest piece of sculpture I ever did. It had to be. It was the only one I ever did. Come on, sis. Come on. Didn't they give you an envelope for me?
Sure they did, I betcha. Here it is, mister.
Thanks, sis. And here's your $2. Open the envelope, Molly. See if they sent cash or a check.
And you've got the most sublime self-confidence, McGee.
Well, heavenly days, a check for $100.
Well, Nat.
And a little note.
Huh?
Dear Mr. McGee, congratulations.
Well, I had to say that.
Enclosed fine check for $100 for your winning entry.
You betcha.
Torso of a goat.
Yeah. What did I tell you? When you got a talent like mine, you can't... For what? Torso of a goat! What are you snickering at, sis? Just because them judges don't know a portrait of a common man from the torso of a goat?
Well, it was kind of hard to tell by the time I got here, mister.
Huh?
Boy, was it ever a mess.
What you mean?
I fell down with a try.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Toronto tonight in the interest of Canada's 9th victory loan. The objectives of this loan are the objectives of all of us on both sides of the border.
Buying victory bonds means that you sign your name to victory, that you subscribe not only your money for the return and rehabilitation of our fighting men, but that you subscribe to the principles for which they fought. The right of living in peace, with a future security for yourselves and your families.
So invest in victory bonds today to the very limit of your ability.
Peace with security is expensive, but it's the biggest bargain ever offered.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Right now, in December, you can bring a little springtime into your kitchen with Johnson's Glow Coat. Yes, sir, Glow Coat will make your linoleum floors so bright and cheerful and downright beautiful that you'll think of the sunny days of April and May. And Glow Coat will do that little job almost by itself because it's so easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing with self-polishing Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, your floors gleam with a beautiful, tough, long-lasting polish. Glow Coat protects linoleum and other floor surfaces against wear, dirt, and moisture. It actually adds greatly to their life. If you haven't yet tried Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, get a package this week. Notice how smoothly and evenly it dries without any streaking. You'll be delighted with its uniform high quality, and you'll understand why millions of women everywhere give first choice to Glow Coat. When it comes to politics, and almost everybody does, the real power is swung by mysterious little men with big fat cigars who talk out of the corners of their hotel rooms. The men behind the scenes. Well, here's a scene, 79 Wistful Vista. And here's one of the little men, Mr. McGee, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Yes, sir, it's just like I says, Molly. When I throw my political savvy behind a candidate, he's as good as elected. Now, you take the last election they had here in the state.
The gubernatorial election?
No, the one for governor.
Oh, that.
Yeah, they consulted me on tactics all through the campaign. How to get the veterans' vote, Up to what age can a candidate kiss a baby without getting his puss slapped? And what happened? He was elected.
Who was?
The governor.
Well, naturally, but which candidate?
Well, mine, of course.
Which one was that?
Why, the one that won. You don't think I'd go to work and throw my weight behind a loser, do you?
Well, what was his name?
Is,
I should know it, I suppose, but now, wait a minute. Isn't it Jones, Governor Jones?
Oh, yeah, Jones, that's it. Governor Jones. I knew it was a foreign-sounding name. I'll never forget when I first...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. You're looking well.
That's more than we can say for you, Arrowsmith. You got a longer face than John Carradine from a side seat at the Bijou. What's the matter, Doctor? One of your patients get well before you could operate?
No, Super Mouse. I'm just in a bad mood. Just been realizing how badly nature has arranged things.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Well, by the time a man gets old enough to appreciate a 2-inch New York cut steak, he has to eat it with store teeth. When he gets to the age where he can recognize good music and literature, he's into the bifocal and ear trumpet department. And by the time he's earned enough money to go places and do things, he's too tired to go and wouldn't be able to do them. I think people ought to be born at the age of 75 and live backwards.
Wouldn't work, Doc. Wouldn't work. When you got down to be a child of 7, it'd be too dangerous to have all them old razor blades laying around.
Is that what's depressing you, Doctor?
No, it's about the proposed new wing on the hospital we need so badly. Looks like those tightwads in the legislature are going to fold up without making an appropriation.
Well, why don't you go see the governor about it, or ask McGee to?
Oh, why, sure, Doc. Anything I can do, be glad to. Just write me a letter stating briefly what you have in mind, if anything, which I doubt, and I'll railroad it through for you.
You mean to stand there, beaver tooth? Mean to stand there and tell me you're personally known to the governor of this state?
Am I known to him? It is to laugh. My gosh, I practically put him in office, single-handed. You see these 2 fingers, Doc? Well, me and the governor are just like that. This one's me and that one's the governor.
Grimy little chap, isn't he?
My boy, you and I are going to pay a visit to the governor. You'll introduce me and I'll do the rest.
Be mighty happy to, Doc, but I haven't got time to go to the state capitol now. I'm too busy. I'll give you a note to him, telling him I think you're a ham-handed old iodine artist and the mortician's best friend, but a nice guy for all of that.
I haven't got time to go to the state capitol either, McGee, but we don't have to. The governor will be here in town this afternoon at the Wistful Vista Biltmore.
Isn't that wonderful, McGee? Your old buddy, the governor.
Imagine that. He's going to be right here in town. And... What? Oh, my gosh.
What a break this is. Running into a friend of the governor's. Why, this is destiny. I'll pick you and Molly up at 4 o'clock. Now, be ready.
No. Oh, my gosh. Me and my big, fat, loud voice. Now I am in a spot. What am I going to do?
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and It's Only a Paper Moon.
gosh, Molly, I'm in an awful spot, you know it? I got introduced Doc to the governor, and I don't know the governor from John's other wife.
Well, dearie, when you claim to be the governor's right hand, you mustn't be surprised if everybody wants to shake you.
Yeah, but what'll I do? My gosh, I can't...
Mrs. McGee. Mr. McGee, creepers, are you ever the talk of the town?
Yeah?
I am?
Everybody's talking about how you and the governor are going to have a private consultation about appropriating enough money to build a wing on the hospital this afternoon in his hotel room.
I think a hospital wing in a hotel room would be rather unique. Imagine the house detective peeking over the transom at your fever chart.
So, that Doc Gamble's been blabbing his head off, has he? That guy's got a bad habit of turning on his voice and leaving it running.
Jeepers, I didn't know you were a big shot in politics, Mr. McGee. Wait till I tell the kids at the store that I've got a room at a boyhood friend of the governor's house.
Yeah, well...
As long as you are such a big politician, Mr. McGee, I wish you'd do something about that stoplight at 14th and Oak Streets. It turned red again this morning just as I drove through it. And I almost hit a policeman.
Again? That's the third time that's done that to you, isn't it, Alice?
Fourth, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Well, I always say you can't trust a stoplight or a salad with radishes in it.
I'll speak to the governor about that light, Alice. What this town needs is more red lights that stay green.
Well... If they'd only fix that one light so it wouldn't turn green when I wasn't looking, I'd be satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't that I want to butt into somebody who is more important than I am's business.
Hand me the phone, Alice. I'll fix this.
Here it is, dearie. Mention my name and get a cell with 2 windows.
Hello, operator. Give me the 4th Precinct Police. Stay right where you are, Mert. I know you.
Oh,
How's every little thing, Myrtle? Tis, eh? What's say, Mert? Your grandmother got pinched in the Bonton department store.
Heavenly days for shoplifting, McGee?
No. She didn't go through the revolving door fast enough. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later. Police department's line's busy, Alice.
Well, thank you anyway, Mr.
Oh,
McGee.
he'll keep after them, Alice.
Yeah, I'll speak to the governor the first chance I get, Alice.
Oh, gee, thanks very much, Mr. McGee. Tell him I appreciate it, and any time he wants to be impeached, I'll be the first to vote for him.
I don't think Alice quite knows what impeach means, does she?
I'm not worried about what Alice don't know. I'm worried about what I don't know, and I don't know the governor. That's what I don't know.
Look, I've got an idea.
Well, what is it? What is it? Don't just do there. Stand something.
What about this now?
Huh?
Go down to the hotel right now and make an excuse to get acquainted with the governor.
Yeah?
And then when you go back with Dr. Gamble, you won't be a stranger to him.
Say, that's a wonderful... No, that wouldn't work. My gosh, the governor's got more bodyguards around him than the Shah of Persia.
It isn't the Shah of Persia, it's the Shah.
That's where you're wrong, baby. Shah, he's the guy who makes absorbers for automobiles.
Absorbers?
Yeah. Sure, you've heard of shock absorbers.
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
Oh, you're just in time. You were never welcome, kid.
Hi, you Mr. Wilcox.
In the pink, Molly, in the pink. Hey, have you seen the early afternoon paper?
Huh?
Got a big story about Fibber and the governor. Look, here it is. Someplace here.
They spell my name right? Let me see it.
For goodness sake. That news about McGee's being a pal of the governor certainly spread like a cowboy's knees, didn't it? Let's see it, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, now let me see. What page is that on?
Oh, come on.
I know it was near our Johnson's Wax advertisement. Incidentally, did you see our new ad?
No, I didn't, Junior, and I'm not the slightest bit interested in...
Careful, dearie. Little Wisconsins have big racines, you know.
Well, what I mean is I'm more interested in seeing that story about me they're running. Hurry up, Junior. Hurry up.
Well, it's right here someplace. But hey, don't miss this Johnson Wax ad. Look at the gleam on that furniture. Look at the cleanliness of that living room. And get a load of the happy look on that housewife's face. Isn't she the most delighted-looking woman you ever saw?
Please, Mr. Wilcox, get to the story.
I see. Well, that beats me, kids. I could have sworn that story was in this edition. Because when I turned the page with the Johnson Wax ad on it, hey, did you notice the headline on this ad? It says, "Is your living room really living? Do your windowsills, lampshades, floors, furniture, and woodwork sparkle with that Johnson Wax beauty treatment?" And then it goes on to say that Johnson's Wax is such a labor-saving product.
Look, Waxy.
Hey?
You must realize that there's very little you can tell us about Johnson's wax. But there's a lot you can tell us about what it says about me in that paper, and why don't you do it?
Yes, I'm all a Twitter myself.
Well, can you beat that? I can't find it. Oh, it must be in a later edition. I'll tell you what, as soon as it comes out, if that story's in it, I'll give you a buzz. So long now.
Imagine him taking all that trouble, McGee. Isn't he nice?
Nice? He was ribbing us. How could he have read a story in an edition that ain't out yet?
Heavenly days, I never thought of that.
Well, I've thought of that. He's heard about me claiming to be a pal of the governor's, and it's his little way of needling me. And that's just a sample of what I'm going to get if I can't wiggle my way out of this date with Doc. Gee, can't you think of something, Molly?
No, dearie. You've dragged yourself into this mess.
Oh, well.
And you've got less chance of backing out than a lobster that's already on the menu.
Me and my big fat mouth. Why can't I ever learn to... I'll get it.
I'll get it. Come in. Oh, my goodness, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do, my dear? Oh, I'm so glad to find Mr. McGee at home.
You are? Oh, what's on your mind, Carsty? Besides that hat, which looks like 4 bits worth of material and $90 worth of sales promotion.
I think that's a lovely hat, McGee. Who made it for you, Millicent?
It was not made for me, my dear. It was an accident, you might say.
I might, and I do.
You see, when our wire-hair terrier upset the hall table, everything simply flew into the air. Some flowers, my gloves, my purse, and a handful of Mr. Carstairs' golf tees. They all came down on my head, and I simply left them there.
Well, all I can say is, Millicent, if Hedda Hopper ever saw that hat, she'd never speak to John Fredericks again.
What was it you were so glad to see me about, Carsty?
What? Oh, yes. Well, having heard that you were a dear friend of the governor's...
That's putting it mildly, Carsty. We're old school chums. We used to sleep together in geometry class.
Why, Mrs. Carstairs?
Well, I had hoped that Mr. McGee would persuade him to come to a little buffet dinner party I'm having tonight. It would be such an honor to entertain the governor.
See what you can do about it, McGee.
Why, certainly. But frankly, Carsty, his nibs ain't much for social gatherings. He'd much rather set in a game of poker with a bunch of close friends, like me.
Well, that can be arranged, Mr. McGee. After the other guests have left, we 5 can settle down to a lovely evening of dealer's choice.
Heavenly days. Are you a poker player, Millicent?
My dear, when I first met Mr. Carstairs, I was dealing blackjack in a gambling trap. Oh, what did I say? Well, do what you can about the governor, Mr. McGee. Black tie, you know. 7:30.
Hey, don't go out that door, Carsty.
That's the hall clock.
Noisy little room, isn't it?
The King's Men sing Chicory Chick.
Once there lived some chickens, some feathery, feathery chickens, who cackled loud and cackled long and cackled every day. But this is all they ever had to say. Then they heard a brand new word. Now they cackle gaily all the day. Chicory chick, chala, chala, checkala, roll me in a banana, kabalika, walika, can't you see? Chicory chick is me. Chicory chick, chala, chala, checkala, roll me in a banana, kabalika, walika, can't you see? Chicory chick is me. Every time you're sick and tired of just the same old thing, saying just the same old words each day. Be just like us chickens who found something new to sing. Open up your mouth and start to say, oh, chicory chick, chala, chala, checkala, roll me in a banana, kabalika, walika, can't you see? Chicory chick is me, oh, chicory chick is me. Chick, 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 chicory chick, chala, chala, checkala, roll me in a banana, kabalika, walika, can't you see? Chicory chick is me. Chicory chick, chala, chala, checkala, roll me in a banana, kabalika, walika, can't you see? Chicory chick is me. stretch your neck and flap your wings. Open up and sing. Chicory chick, cha-la, cha-la, roll me in a banana, cabanica, wallaka, can't you see? Chicory, 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 chick is me. Chicory, chicory, chick is me.
Ouch. Oh, I almost did it that time. I'll try once more.
McGee, what broke?
The arm broke off this chair.
How?
I was twisting my leg around it.
Why?
I was trying to bust it.
Well, why on earth were you trying to break the arm off the chair?
I was trying to break my leg. No go, though. It hurts too much. I got to think of something else.
Well, it does seem a little drastic, breaking your leg to get out of an appointment. Why don't you just call Dr. Gamble and tell him? I'll get it.
I'll get it. Come in.
Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Good day, Your Honor.
Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. McGee, my dear fellow. Glad to see you, old chap. Have a cigar. How are you feeling?
I'm a little suspicious of that jolly approach, to be strictly truthful. When I shake hands with a politician, I always count my fingers afterward.
Oh, that's very good, McGee. Very good. Do you mind if I send that to Reader's Digest?
It'd be only fair. That's probably where McGee got it.
What's on your mind, Latrivia? And don't tell me this is purely a social call. There's a gleam in your eye that I haven't seen since election time.
My dear lad, I assure you I have no ulterior motive. That is, unless you consider a request for a small favor ulterior.
Well, considering that he doesn't know what ulterior means, Your Honor, you may proceed with whatever you have in mind.
Yeah, open up, kid. What's the small favor? City treasurer get caught with his budget down? You want me to go to prison for him for a few years, or what?
It's just this, McGee. As it happens, Governor Jones and I are on opposite sides of the political fence. But that does not keep me from admiring him for his integrity and decent administration. Why, since those hallowed days when our pioneer ancestors first set foot on the shores of this great country, with intolerance behind them and the wild elements,
pardon me,
surrounded on all sides by fierce savages and... Did you speak to me, Mrs. McGee?
She's trying to hand you your hat, Latrivia.
You dropped it on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. I guess that's what started me off. I always make a speech at the drop of a hat. I'm sorry. Look, McGee, just ask the governor one thing for me, will you? Ask him if the new racing commissioner...
I'm sorry, Latrivia. You better ask him that stuff yourself.
But I can't get an appointment with him. I've been trying all day. Then when I heard you were one of his bosom friends...
Throw out your chest, dearie, and show his honor what a bosom friend looks like.
Look, Latriv, once I got the governor elected, he was on his own, see? I didn't tell him how to run the state. When he comes to me for advice, that's different. But I never butt in. You better write him a letter.
Very well. That's to be your attitude, McGee. But don't come to the city hall asking for favors, because you strike me as being...
He didn't strike you at all, Mr. Mayor.
I never lifted a finger at you, you big baby.
I didn't say you did. I merely said you struck me as being...
I was watching you both every second, and he didn't touch you.
You're just whipping up a case of false arrest for assault and battery, Latrivia. I'm onto your tactics just because I won't go to bat with the governor for you.
I am not whipping up a case of anything.
That's perfectly all right, Your Honor. If we want a case of anything, we'll buy it ourselves. Just because root beer is hard to get.
I was not referring to a case of beverages of any kind. I was just saying...
Why don't you want to refer to beverages, Latrivia? What are you trying to hush up? You working in with the liquor interest?
No, I am not. I am not, and you know it. I'm a teetotaler myself.
How much tea do you total in a year?
I don't teetotal. Total tea.
I mean that I'm not
Don't get so excited. Take it easy.
I'm not excited. It's merely that you impressed me.
Oh, so now he impresses you.
Flattery will get you nowhere. I may impress you, but
I didn't intend to flatter you. I merely stated that I struck you. You struck me as an assault and bat. You said you had some ulterior motive. That is what I was. The governor. He did. It's not.
McGee.
Yes?
Come to see me at the City Hall tomorrow. Come up in my private elevator.
I thought your private elevator was out of order. Safety control busted or something.
Oh. I didn't know you knew that.
Great guy, Latrivia. Except he's always trying to get me into an argument.
He does very well at it, too.
Well, if he thinks I'm going to talk to the governor about... Hey, what time is it? What
3
time?
minutes to 4.
Oh,
and the
dear.
doctor said he'd call for you at 4, so you better be...
Oh, dear.
Come in.
All ready, folks? Come on, let's go.
Be right with you, Doctor. Ready, McGee?
Well, I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
Now, watch yourselves on that front sidewalk, folks. It's pretty slippery. Don't want little bluegill here to break his leg.
Break my... Where? You say it's icy out there? Well, come on. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
McGee, not so fast. Wait a minute.
Take it easy, boy. You'll slip.
Look, Doctor, hadn't we better call the governor's suite and be sure he's much too busy to see anybody?
Yeah. We just can't go busting up there without being expected, Doc.
I've taken care of that. I just called his room and told him his old pal, Fibber McGee, was coming up to see him.
Oh, well, what did he say to that?
Well, I didn't actually speak to the governor himself. A state trooper answered the phone. He talked to the governor and said to come right up.
Tell me something, Doctor.
Yes?
If a woman bakes a cake with a steel file in it, what keeps the file from getting rusty?
What are you talking about? Good heavens, Will.
Look, Doctor, you and Molly go on up. I'm going to get a cigar. Don't wait for me. Always takes me a long time to select a cigar.
Oh, no, you don't. You stay with us, McGee. Whoever saw Governor's suite without cigars in it? Come on, get in the elevator. 4th floor, son.
Yes, sir.
This is the slowest elevator I've ever ridden in.
Seems like the fastest one I ever rode in.
Where is suite 32, son?
Standing right beside you, I'd say, mister.
You're very nice to say so, young man, but... But he meant Governor Jones' suite.
Oh, 4 doors to the left, madam.
Oh, thank you. Come on, McGee. McGee, come on, we're here.
Huh? Oh, okay.
This way, folks. And stop leaning on me, McGee. Can't you walk by yourself? What's the matter with you?
Well, it's just the prospect of seeing an old friend again. I'm all drippy.
Shall I knock, Doctor?
Go ahead. Good day, Governor. Here's an old friend of yours.
Well, if it isn't old monkey-faced McGee. How are you, boy?
Why, Chicken Wire Jones from Peoria. What are you doing here?
What do you suppose he's doing here, dearie? He's the governor.
And little Molly Driscoll. What a wonderful surprise. Molly, I thought you'd married Otis Cadwallader and $1 million.
No, Chicken Wire. I married McGee and $1 million laughs. By the way, Governor Jones, this is an old friend of ours, Dr. Gamble. He wants to talk to you.
Hello, Governor.
I'm glad to know you, Doctor. Any friend of Monkey-Faced McGee's is a friend of mine. Have a chair. My goodness. But it's been a long time, McGee, hasn't it?
Yes.
Remember the time that we played hooky and went to see Uncle Tom's cabin?
Yeah. And remember how you let the cat loose on the stage when the bloodhounds came on?
know, there's something important I haven't mentioned lately, and that's the health advantage of a waxed home. Besides beauty and protection for your things, your home is cleaner, more sanitary if you keep your floors, furniture, and woodwork regularly polished with Johnson's Wax. The wax seals the pores of the wood, guards against dirt and moisture. Johnson waxed surfaces are easier to keep clean because dust and dirt do not cling to them so readily. Areas that get extra heavy wear, such as hallways or windowsills, can be touched up as often as necessary without re-waxing the entire surface. And after you've used Johnson's Wax for a while, you'll notice that with every application, your floors and furniture take on greater beauty. That's why your favorite antique has such a soft, mellow luster. It's probably been protected with wax for a long time. And whether your things are old or new, it will pay you to polish them regularly with genuine Johnson's Wax.
Gosh, Molly. Imagine the governor turning out to be old Chicken Wire Jones.
It was a better break than you deserved, dearie. And look.
Huh?
They say President Truman might come through Wistful Vista next month, so...
Harry Truman? Well, what do you know? I gotta get out to the station and see him. Ah, good old Harry. Why, Harry and I are...
Yes?
Perfect strangers, come to think of it. Good night.
Good night, all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I know a good many women who made a resolution a year ago and are still keeping it up. They resolved to practice protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, and are they pleased? They tell me that not only are their homes lovelier than ever, but they've saved themselves hours of work, too. The fact is, things that are Johnson Wax do get lovelier with every application. I don't mean just floors, but many other things in your homes. Furniture, picture frames, ornaments, tables, doors, and refrigerators. All of these things have a lovely, lustrous, satin-smooth polish that adds immensely to the beauty of your home when they're protected with Johnson's Wax. You save yourself work, of course, because dirt and dust don't cling to a smooth, waxed surface so readily. Just a light dusting with a cloth restores their lovely luster in a jiffy. The year's only a week old. How about it? Let's resolve to have a lovelier, cleaner, healthier home in 1946 with Johnson's Wax. Kramer's Drugstore in Wistful Vista always has an interesting window display about this time of year. It consists of a glass fish bowl full of navy beans, and you're supposed to guess how many. Now, if you don't think that's a pretty fascinating exhibit, get a load of the crowd on the sidewalk, which includes Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Somebody could win first prize by betting the same number of beans that won last year. It couldn't be far off.
They say Kramer puts a big rock in the middle of the bowl and piles the beans around it.
Who won the contest last year?
Kramer's mother-in-law.
My gosh, there ought to be some way to figure this thing out scientific.
Yeah, well, why don't you do it, McGee?
Oh, you think I can't, wise guy? Okay, by George, I'll show you. One side there, fellas. I got business. Hey, Molly. Molly. Hey, Molly.
Get your voice down to a shriek, dearie. I'm right here. Heavenly days, what do you got?
A fishbowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Well, that's nice. If there's anything we need more than a diving helmet or a high-wheel bicycle, it's a fishbowl and 10 pounds of beans.
Don't insult the quarterback till you know the score, Tootsie. I'm going to win Kramer's how many beans in the fishbowl contest.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
Yes,
McGee,
sir.
not another contest. You were just in one last week, remember?
And I won, too, diddle I?
Well, I will say it was nice of Mr. Kramer to let you bring his fishbowl and beans home with you. Or did you just steal them out of his window?
These are my very own.
Oh?
I purchased them. I'm going to count beans into this bowl till it's full and enter the total figure in the contest, and bingo, the McGees have just won a brand new radio.
Well, isn't that a little unethical, sweetheart? Aren't you supposed to guess how many beans in the bowl?
Ah, Pata, leave the guesswork to the peasants. I'm going to do this thing scientific. What have I got a brain for if it ain't to count beans into a bowl?
Well, you got me, dearie. That must be what it's for, all right.
Now, let's see. Help me clear off this table, Molly. I want to get to work right away. There. Now, I'll pour the beans out on the table.
Oh, dear.
I love them.
You've taken enough beans out of circulation to reduce Boston to a crossroads village.
You'd be surprised to see how many beans this bowl will hold. Well, here we go, laughing and scratching. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee.
Huh?
I just happened to think. Has Mr. Kramer a 99-year lease on that store? I'd hate to have him go out of business before you finish counting these beans.
Oh, this won't take so long. How many beans have I counted so far?
3, I think.
Oh, yeah. 3.
That makes 4.
I thought you said 3.
It was 3 before you said 4.
You mean before... I got to start all over. 1, 2, 3.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. McGee, it's Mrs. Carstairs.
7, 8. Hiya. 9. Carsty. 10.
Is Mr. McGee checking up on the grocer again, my dear?
No. No, he's counting those beans for a contest, Millicent.
Oh, my goodness. It must be wonderful to be married to a man who can amuse himself so easily. My husband has to resort to doing jigsaw puzzles or planning a world cruise or tickling the upstairs maid.
23, 24, 25.
Say, maybe we better go in the other room and leave himself here with his beans, Millicent.
I must be running along anyway, my dear. Careless girl that I am, I was playing my accordion without my girdle on and pinched myself rather badly. I wanted Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building. Do you know it?
Oh, of course, dear. It's 816. Or is it 618? McGee, what is Dr. Gamble's office number in the medical building?
618.
Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Don't mention it, kiddo. 618, 619.
Well, good day, my dear.
Goodbye, Millicent.
620, 621.
Pardon me, dearie, but aren't you a little ahead of yourself?
Huh?
There aren't more than 35 beans in that bowl.
622. Why, there must be. I've been counting without missing a beat. 623, 620. Oh, my gosh, you're right.
What?
Now, how do you suppose I did that? Doggone it, now I gotta start all over again.
Dear.
Oh, well, it might have been worse. I might have been up in the thousands sometime. 1, 2...
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and Let It Snow.
1,172, 1,173, 1,100. Hey, this fishbowl's filling up, you know it? The bottom is practically covered solid.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm. You'll win that radio about the time television becomes obsolete.
Don't worry about that, my dear girl. It's going pretty fast now, and by the time I get...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
1,177. Hi, Doc. 1,177. Give me a pencil. Write that down. 1,177. Hi, Doc.
You said that.
I did?
Yes. And incidentally, Einstein, what are you doing? Your homework?
He's counting beans in the bowl to win Kramer's drugstore contest, Doctor.
Going to do it, too, Aerosmith. I got the scientific approach. All them other yokels...
Other yokels is correct.
All them other yokels will stand and gawp at the fishbowl in Kramer's window and make a stab in the dark. I go at it intelligent and come up with the right answer. Well, within 5 or 6 beans.
Look, Bubblehead. I am no mathematician, but I do know that in computing numbers, one must take into consideration the factors of variability.
What on earth is that? Or those?
Break that down into one-syllable words, Bonebender. Remember, I'm just a barefoot boy with cheeks of tan whistling merrily down the road of life.
I doubt if I could explain the mechanism of a hacksaw so you'd understand it, Dim Dome. But in counting these beans, you should ascertain if you're using the same size navy beans that Kramer used. Also the same size bowl with no false bottom and the identical thickness. Then you must allow for the refraction of light through the drugstore window, which would make his beans appear larger or smaller, plus a consideration of atmospheric conditions. Dampness, for instance, would make the beans swell, thus reducing the number. Have I succeeded in leaving you utterly confused?
Are you, by any chance, entering this contest too, Fatso?
Yes.
Ah.
I thought so.
Sure.
Well, you can't blame a man for trying to discourage his competition.
Uh-huh.
But I've got to get along, kiddies. Say, are you through with this copy of Field and Stream, McGee? I missed mine this month.
Oh, go ahead. Take it along, butcher boy. Anything that'll teach you how to hunt and fish will help your next appendix operation. See you later.
Righto.
Now, let me see. Where was I?
1,100 and something. You wrote it down.
I know I did, but what did I write it down on? It's right here on the table. Oh, my gosh, that magazine.
Heavenly days, the one the doctor took.
That's why he wanted to take it, the underhanded old pirate. He saw me write the number down and wanted to mix me up.
Well, that's too bad now, dearie. Going to forget the whole thing and give up?
No, sir, by George. I got my dandruff up now.
Oh.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pour them out and start over again.
Oh, dear.
I'll show that fat-headed old 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
6, 7. Hi, Junie. 7. I guess I can remember that all right.
Hey, I don't like to be nosy, Mac, but are you doing what you seem to be doing? Counting beans?
You guessed it, tall, dark, and commercial.
He's checking the number of beans that will go in the fishbowl so he can win a radio on the Kramer's drugstore contest, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, you'll never get them counted that way. What you need is more room.
What you mean?
This table is too small. Pour them out on the kitchen floor where you can count better.
I can count on this table, all right.
Not the way you can count on that kitchen linoleum if you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on it.
Oh, dear.
Why, with glow coat on your linoleum, you can count on it lasting many times as long, looking infinitely more beautiful and saving you hours and hours of housework.
Yeah, but what that got to do
You
with...
can count on being able to wipe up spots and spill things with the greatest of ease. You can count on it being so much easier to take care of. Just pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry, and in 20 minutes or less, you can count on a lovely, sparkling...
Okay, Waxy, okay. You made it. Gee whiz. Don't whip your horse after you pass the finish line. You got any other suggestions? Otherwise, sit down and be quiet. I got a lot of beans to count here.
Now, don't be impolite, McGee. I'm sure Mr. Wilcox was only trying to help.
And I can help, too, Mac. I got another great idea.
Yeah?
If I can only locate a batch of them, I'll be back in half an hour. It'll cut your work way down.
What's that, Mr. Wilcox?
Jumping beans.
Huh?
Let them leap into the fishbowl by themselves. But you better start doing it the old way in the meantime.
jumping beans. If that wasn't the silk... Oh, they wouldn't do it. Hey, I better get going. I wish there was some easier way to... Oh, I got it. Give me a teacup, will you, Molly? I got an idea.
So have I, but if I'm smart, I'll keep it to myself. You better keep counting while I'm gone now.
Okay. She ain't kidding. This guppy globe is beginning to look as big as a rose bowl. Ah, well, 19, 20. Oh, now, Boone. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Long time no. Seat yourself on a chair and relax. You don't mind my going ahead with my work?
Oh, sure I don't, I betcha.
Thanks. 21, 22...
I know how it is when somebody's trying to do arithmetic, I betcha.
Mm-hmm.
You just hate to be interrupted.
Yeah, that's right, sis. 23, 24...
I know I do anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody does. 25, 26...
Oh, do you know how many presents I got for Christmas, mister? Do you? I got 15. Gee, imagine, 15 presents.
Well, good for you, sis. 15, 16, 17...
Willie Toops only got 12.
12, huh? 12, 13, 14...
I got a dandy set of building blocks with the alphabet on them. 26 of them.
That's fine. 26, 27... Hey, look, sis. Wait a minute till I write this down. I don't want to get thrown off my count. What was that again? Oh, yeah, 27. Now, look, sis, I'm doing some very important work. If I give you a quarter, will you scram out of here?
No, I got a quarter.
Well, what'll you take to beat it?
A story.
Oh.
You tell dandy stories, mister. Will you tell me one, will you please, will you?
Oh, okay. Now, let's see. Ever hear the one about Gus the Grub?
No, I didn't, I betcha.
Well, sir, once upon a time there was a little grub named Gus. You know what a grub is, sis?
Oh, sure I do, I betcha. It's a little baby caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
That's what I said, mister. Caterpillar.
You're saying caterpillar, sis.
Well, what'd you say?
I said caterpillar.
That's what I said, caterpillar.
Never mind. Anyway, this little Gus was a very ugly little caterpillar. Caterpillar.
You almost said it right, mister.
A very ugly little caterpillar. He was kind of green and brown and had orange spots on him.
Oh. Oh, gee.
Yes, sir. Gus was really a creep. All day long, he'd inch himself along a lilac leaf trying to hold back the tears when the other when the other insects and beetles and birds and bees they'd poke fun at him for being so ugly. Ah, poor little Gus.
Ah, poor little Gus.
Yeah. Oh, now cheer up, sis. It's got a happy ending. Well, sir, one day Gus couldn't take it any longer. He crawls up onto a tree and he spins a little nest around himself and just gives up.
Oh, gee, did he die?
No. He thought he did, but he didn't. He just went to sleep. And one day in the spring, he felt the sun on his back, and he found his cocoon had broke open, and there he was, a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, goody.
Yes, sir. Gus was now a gorgeous creature. Flew around and heard the ladybugs whistling at him. And the potato bugs giving him the eye. And he lived happily ever after. And you know what the moral to the story is, sis?
No.
Never complain about the grub, because you can't tell what's cooking tomorrow. Now, beat it, will you?
Sure I will, I bet you. And thank you for the story, mister. Say, is it going to take you long to get all those beans in that bowl?
Oh, quite a while, Teeny, I'm afraid, the way I'm doing it.
Well, then I'll help you, mister. Here. Here's 2 handfuls in the bowl.
No, hey, don't do that.
The King's Men singing Dr. Lawyer, Indian Chief.
There's a doctor living in your town. There's a lawyer and an Indian, too. Neither doctor, lawyer, or Indian chief could love you any more than I do. There's a barrel of fish in the ocean and a lot of little birds in the blue. Neither fish drugstore fowl, says the wise old owl, could love you any more than I do. No, 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 it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. I'm gonna warn all the dead-eyed dicks that you're the chick with the slickest tricks, and every tick of my ticker ticks for you follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his practice. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the engine chief to take his Tommy Hawk and go back to Little Rain in the Face. 'Cause you know, no, no, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. And confidentially, I confess, I sent a note to the local press that I'll be changing my home address for you follow through. Tell the doctor stick to his patients. Tell the lawyer man to settle his case. Tell the engine chief to take his Tommy Hawk and go back to Little Rain in the Face. 'Cause you know, no, no, it couldn't be true that anyone else could love you like I do. 'Cause nobody else could love you like I do. No, 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 no.
McGee, what'd you ever do with that teacup I brought you? What was it for?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Look, I simplified my counting with it.
How?
You see, this teacup holds exactly 329 beans leveled off at the top.
Why, McGee, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
All you have to do is fill the teacup, dump it in the bowl, and you have 329 more beans. Why, that's marvelous.
Yeah, I was thinking about patenting it, but I guess there ain't anything basic about putting beans in a teacup. Look, I'll show you how it works. I got the teacup full of beans, you see?
Yes.
I dump it in the fish bowl thus. Write down the new total, which is now 397. Then I refill the teacup like this. 1, 2, 3. Till I get 329 again, see?
Isn't it wonderful what the human mind can do when it...
Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Molly. And you?
Just splendid, Your Honor.
And how are you, McGee?
17, 18. Swell, the trivia. 19, 20. Excuse my not shaking hands. I'm busy counting beans.
Well, every man to his own hobby, I suppose. I once knew a chap who spent his life carving wooden chains out of 10-foot poles.
Where did he get the 10-foot pole?
I was hoping you'd ask me that, Mrs. McGee. He got them from people who wouldn't use one to touch a man who was always counting beans.
Well, this is no hobby, Latrivia. I'm finding out how many beans this fishbowl will hold so I can win the contest in Kramer's drugstore's window.
Do you mean to tell me, McGee, that you are actually counting out enough beans to fish that fill that fish bowl?
How else would you find out how many it holds, Your Honor?
Why, I would simply compute the volume of the fish bowl by a rather commonplace mathematical process available to anyone who happened to attend high school.
How?
You merely take the circumference of the bowl, multiply it by the depth squared over pi.
Any particular kind?
Any particular kind of what?
Pie, Mr. Mayor. You said pie, didn't you?
Oh, yes, but the kind of pie I was referring to...
You didn't refer to any particular kind, Latrivia. That's why I asked.
Mathematically, McGee, there is only one kind of pie. And that is...
maybe that's why mathematicians always look so hungry. Only one kind of pie, for goodness sakes.
I don't suppose you'd use a custard pie or any of them soft kinds for a job like this. That'd be pretty messy.
Wait a minute. Now, let's get this thing straight. When I said pie, I was only referring to the Greek pie.
Well, of course, if you prefer Greek pie to homemade pie, Mr. Mayor, I can only...
I do not prefer Greek pie. It is not a matter of preference. You can't eat the kind of pie I mean.
Oh.
Didn't you ever hear of 31416?
Ah, go on. There aren't that many kinds of pie. After the different berry pies, all you got left...
Stop it, McGee. Stop it. Will you understand once and for all that the pie I mean is a mathematical term? It's a figure. An indefinite
figure.
Yeah, you eat Greek pie all your life, Bud, and that's exactly what you'll have, an indefinite figure. I knew a guy once that ate that...
I have never encountered such stupidity in all my days.
Ooh.
Never to have heard of such a thing as pie. Such colossal, abysmal ignorance. Why, anybody who ever... Pie is simply... Some people... You...
I'm sorry, McGee. I was merely trying to get you the volume of the bowl to simplify your problem.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would that tell him how many beans it holds?
No.
When how do I find out?
As the Countess said when her husband dropped ashes on the rug.
Count!
We must have said something that upset him, McGee.
No, it's just indigestion with him, I think. And no wonder. Imagine owning 3, 1, 4, 1, 6 kind of pies. Oh, well, I'm going to finish this job. 3, 1, 4, 26, 27.
You know, I'm awfully proud of you for counting all those beans, dearie. How many did you have for a total?
9,707. That's the figure I'm going to give Kramer. Oh, come on, let's go in. Hi, Kramer. You got a minute?
Oh, hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. What can I do for you?
Well, McGee thought...
Oh, excuse me a minute. Mr. Shaw, please.
Sorry, Mr. Kramer.
What was he doing, Kramer?
Walking backwards again. He says so many products are spelled that way now, he can fill orders more easily. Now then, what was it?
Well, McGee has his estimate of the bean bowl already, Mr. Kramer.
And I'm a sure winner, too, boy. That is, if there's nothing phony about your fishbowl.
Oh, there isn't anything phony, I assure you. Just an ordinary fish bowl. I want to examine it.
Yes, if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. I'll just reach into the window and get it. Here you are, McGee. Take a look. No, you hold it. That's it.
Oh, thanks, Kramer. Well, there certainly doesn't seem to be anything wrong with... Whoop!
Oh, McGee! Heavenly days, the contest is over and nobody won.
Oh, gee. I'm sorry, Kramer. I didn't...
Oh, forget it, McGee. I'm delighted.
What?
Huh? That fishbowl stunt was getting pretty stale anyway.
Oh.
This year, I'll have a real contest. Oh, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Kramer.
Bring me that empty barrel from the back room. Now we'll make it a real contest, McGee. A whole barrel full of beans.
Oh, Shaw.
Did you speak to me, Mr. McGee?
No, come on, Mom.
The wives of men in service have had to learn housekeeping the hard way, many of them. We've received letters from many Army and Navy wives telling us how they've improved shabby linoleum floors with Glow Coat. A letter just received ends with this paragraph. My husband is home now, it reads, and in a few weeks we'll move to a home of our own. One of the first items on my list of musts will be Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You may be sure I'll never accept a substitute for it again. There just couldn't be any substitute for Johnson's products. Well, of course, we're glad to have people feel that way about Glow Coat and other Johnson's wax polishes. The fact remains that a very great many do. Glow Coat is a wonderful floor polish. It gives your linoleum and other floors great beauty, it gives them protection, and it saves you hours and hours of work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing.
609, 610, 611. Hey, Molly, what time is it?
Just after midnight, dearie.
Oh, that late? Well, I guess I better finish this in the morning. Help me out of this barrel, will you? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night, all.
A very important announcement. Next Tuesday night, we welcome back our old friend Bill Thompson. Bill rejoins us after almost 3 years in the Navy to bring us again his famous characters Wallace Wimple and the Old Timer. And now this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Fibber
Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, how goes the spring cleaning? I'll wager your house is clean as a whistle and simply beautiful. In fact, I'll go one step further and say that if you gave your floors and furniture a few finishing touches with Johnson's Wax, you've got one of the most beautiful homes in town. That's not just flattery either. Wax polishing really does make a wonderful difference. Take your floors, for instance. How beautifully they respond to a protective coat of Johnson's Wax. It gives them that mellow wax polish sheen. Johnson's Wax does wonders for all kinds of furniture, too. Chairs and sideboards and radios glow and sparkle beautifully. Your tabletops take on a lovely satin smooth luster that adds immeasurably to their good looks. And beauty isn't the whole story either. A waxed home is far easier to keep lovely. An occasional quick dusting is all that's needed to have things always bright and sparkling. Why don't you highlight the beauty of your nice clean home right now with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream? If you want to live to be 100 years old, here are a few basic rules to follow. A, never try to beat railroad trains to crossing. B, don't try to breathe underwater. C, avoid falling off tall buildings. Now, these rules should keep you in reasonable health. But if you really want to get technical about it, read the little book just brought home by Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
What on earth are you reading, McGee? I haven't seen you so interested in anything since you had your thumb caught in a bowling ball.
Oh, this is really fascinating, Molly. It's a book on how to live to be 150.
Heavenly days, 150?
Yep.
I didn't know anything lived to that age, except redwood trees, elephants, and radio jokes.
According to this guy, it's a thing. You just got to go primitive, that's all. Wear fewer clothes, breathe more air, eat simple things, and most of all, don't get excited.
Who's excited? I think it's very dull.
Well, by George, I've only been reading this book for an hour and a half, and I feel 5 years younger already. I feel like I could leap clear across the room.
Well, naturally. You're sitting on my knitting needles.
Huh? Oh. Well, anyway, I'm going to live up to what this book says and see what happens. We got any goat's milk?
What? Dearie, fantastic as it may seem, we haven't a drop of goat's milk in the house.
Any turtle eggs?
Well, now, let me think. Turtle eggs. Turtle eggs. McGee, I'm sorry to say that even if I had known that turtles laid eggs, which I didn't, I probably wouldn't have forgotten to order any, which I did. Even if the milkman was silly enough to carry them, which he is.
Oh, well, that isn't your fault, baby. How about figs? We got any figs?
Well, we have some fig Newtons. You could scrape the cookie part off and eat the filling.
Great, great. Now we're getting someplace. Now, let me see.
Incidentally, Methuselah, what's the name of that book?
Huh? Oh, it's called Be Middle-Aged at 100.
Huh? Who wrote it?
A fellow named Young. We'll be young. Here's his picture in the front of the book. Look at that physique, will you?
My. He looks strong enough to fight his weight in tigers.
You betcha.
And stupid enough to try it.
Yeah, but look at that chest expansion. He has to have pleats on his necktie.
Do you think you'll ever look like that, heaven forbid?
Why not? I'm muscular, but I'm just not developed yet. Now, my dear, if you'll excuse me, I must do some exercising.
Such as what, said she, trying to remember where she put the liniment?
Well, the book says a simple exercise for the novice is open the window wide, remove or loosen the clothing, Sit on the knees and practice holding the stomach in.
Why don't you start with something even simpler?
What do you mean?
Try sitting on your stomach and holding your knees in.
No, according to the book.
Put your biceps back in your arms, dearie. We've got company. Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hiya, Carsky. Hey, do you know where I can get any goat's milk?
I've always heard, Mr. McGee, that one of the most reliable places is from a goat.
Well, that sounds very reasonable, I'm sure.
Reason I inquired, Carsky, is I'm starting a new health program. I got a book on how to live to be 150.
I think it's a very hazardous idea, Miss McGee. One of my great-great-grandfathers lived to be 103. And do you know what happened?
Drafted, was he, Millicent?
No, my dear. But at his 103rd birthday party, they had to make such a big cake to put all those candles on that the dining table collapsed and killed him.
My gosh, I'll remember that. Make a note, Molly. On my 150th birthday, no cake.
Pardon me while I run out and turn off the oven.
Must you have goat's milk, Mr. McGee? And if so, why?
Goat's milk, Carsky, has nutritional elements which are lacking in ordinary cow's milk, according to the book anyway.
I think it's overrated, McGee.
Why do you?
Well, I've seen goats that were only 6 years old and they had beards a foot long. You know, that's grown old pretty fast.
But you must remember, my dear, that Mr. McGee will probably not eat any tin cans. Or will he?
I eat nothing but simple, natural foods, Carsky. Pigs, dates, bananas, turtle eggs, and grass.
Heavenly days, grass.
Certainly. Science has discovered that ordinary dried grass has got practically all the vitamins there is into it.
Are you permitted a dandelion or two for dessert, Mr. McGee?
Bring your lawnmower over someday, Millicent, and we'll have lunch with McGee.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride me. But by George, 50 years from now, when you two old ladies are being pushed around in your wheelchairs, I'll be waving to you from the handball court.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss McGee, if I seem skeptical of your health program. I really wish you every success with it.
Well, gee, thanks, Carsky.
You really think it might be good, Millicent, huh?
Indeed I do, my dear. Particularly the diet of dried grass. I'm only sorry he started it too late.
Too late for what?
To enter you in the Kentucky Derby. My, what a thrill it would be to walk down into the winner's circle, lift up the floral horseshoe and say, "Why, I know that horse's neck." Well, I must be going. Good day.
Willie Mills and the orchestra, The King's Men, and One More Dream.
Hey, Molly, it's working. This book is marvelous.
Is it, dearie?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to me you're bulging any new places.
Maybe not, but I feel wonderful. I wish I knew where I could get some goat's milk, though. Do you mind if I buy a goat?
Frankly, dearie, yes, I do.
How about a camel? According to the book, camel's milk can be used if goat's milk is unattainable. According to the book, there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia that lives entirely on camel's milk and wild honey.
I never heard of milking a camel. Is that why they call it a dromedary?
You're thinking of a different kind of a dairy. Besides, camels and dromedaries are two different kinds of animals.
What's the difference?
One advertises dates and one advertises cigarettes. That's why they have to...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, Mayor Latrivia, and so early in the program.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. Have a caraway seed. Take two, they're small.
No, thank you. You consider caraway seeds a confection by any chance?
Well, he's on a new health program, Mr. Mayor. Raw vegetables, seeds, nuts, and goat's milk, if obtainable, which it doesn't seem to be.
Going to live to be 150 years old by this system, Latrivia.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Wouldn't you want to live to be 150, Mr. Mayor?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because by that time, the new cars will be available, and I won't be able to buy one out of my pension. Just what is this new system for longevity, McGee?
It's got nothing to do with longevity, Latriv. This is a system that if you follow it closely, you'll live a lot longer.
Oh, pardon me. You know, my grandfather drank a great deal of goat's milk. No one knows how long he would have lived if he hadn't met with an accident at 99.
Heavenly days, 99. What happened to the poor old man, Mr. Mayor?
He was thrown from a polo pony.
My guy. He's off on a horse at 99, huh?
It was his own fault, McGee. He'd been up all night carousing around the nightclub. Oh, I warned him, but he said he simply had to do something to forget the pain.
The pain of what, Mr. Mayor?
He was teething again. His third set.
That settles it, George. Trivia. Is it against any city ordinance to keep a goat in this neighborhood?
Living as I do, McGee, only 2 blocks from here, if there is no such ordinance, I shall see that one is passed immediately.
Well, that's what I keep telling him, Your Honor. You'd better just forget that part of your health program, dearie.
Well, is there any law, then, against my swinging through the trees in a leopard skin?
Yes.
What law is that?
Gravity.
Nobody says anything when Johnny Weissmuller does it.
Well, movie actors can get away with things like that, dearie.
Well, I've been in the movies, haven't I?
You have, McGee? When was that?
In 1936. Remember the newsreels of the Legion Parade in Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was the guy that kept running back and forth across the street and making faces into the camera.
Sure, Fox Movie Tone News offered him a contract, too, Mr. Mayor.
Did he sign it?
I most certainly did not know never such a thing. Nobody can make me stay at home when there's a parade in town. Not even for $18 a month.
Strange that they should have offered so little to gain so much. Well, I must be getting along. Unless
what, Mr. Mayor?
Unless you would enjoy involving me in one of your annoying little word mix-ups.
Oh, not this week, Latrivia. According to the book, I ain't supposed to get excited. Shortens one's life.
Yes, I've been on the point of murdering you a number of times. Well, good luck with your health system, McGee. Good day.
What's the matter? What are you looking for?
My book. Oh, here it is. Now, let me see. How to sleep. It says open air sleeping is preferable.
Mm-hmm.
If one must sleep indoors, open all windows and doors and sleep on floor covered with pine needles or place a flat board under mattress. Hey, where do you suppose I could get 100 pounds of pine needles?
Well, now, if you think I'm going to get up 20 times a night to cover you with pine needles, you're wrong.
Don't mean to cover me with pine needles. It means to cover the floor with pine needles.
Look. Why don't we just sell the house and go live in the woods? We could hibernate all winter, being natural hibernians.
How about clothes?
Well, you could go out and skin a moose and I'd tan your hide for you. That Yes, I do.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Have a pistachio?
Oh, I used to have, but I shaved it off when I...
No.
Oh, a pistachio. No, thanks.
Look, McGee, it might be all very well for you to eat just nuts and carrots and caraway seeds, but does the book say to eat them all day long?
It don't say.
What book is that, pal?
Well, it's a book on how to live 150 years, Mr. Wilcox. It's wonderful. He's only had it a few hours, and I've aged 10 years already.
It's called Be Middle-Aged at 100, Junior. Just a few simple rules of health that anybody can follow. Hey, do you know anybody that owns a camel?
No. Why? Are you going to join the Foreign Legion?
He thinks he has to drink camel's milk or goat's milk, Mr. Wilcox. Like most diets, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Where'd you get the book, pal?
Out of Doc Gamble's office. I went up there to see him to get vaccinated, and I saw this book on the table, so I bought it. What would it be doing in a doctor's office if it was no good?
That doesn't prove anything. I've seen your cousin Morton in a doctor's office, and he's no good.
Well, anyway, I didn't say it was no good, pal. Might be very worthwhile. Frankly, I'm in the same business.
What business, Junior? Inquired fun-loving little Fibber. His blue eyes dancing with mischief because he knew darn well what the answer was going to be.
Well, my business is making people live longer and happier, particularly housewives.
See?
But the minute they start using Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, they have more leisure, more time for fun and frolic, and consequently more happiness.
If your little blue eyes are through dancing with mischief, McGee, you can sit this one out.
Well, I was merely
The reason I say I'm selling longer life is double-barreled, folks. I sell longer life to people because it eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And I sell longer life to
Linoleum.
Yeah. Because Johnson's Glow Coat protects and preserves it against wear and scuffing. Helps restore faded and worn, scuff to its original bright beauty. No rubbing, no buffing. It shines as it does.
Still having trouble with that word, Waxy?
What word?
Linoleum.
Certainly not. I can say it any time I want it.
Say it.
I don't want to.
Now, come, Mr. Wilcox. You'll simply have to get over that. Remember what happened to McGee? He had to give up a good job selling encyclopedias.
That's encyclopedia.
Oh, well, I'm not worried. It'll come back to me one of these days.
What will?
Linoleum. Say, about this book you're studying. Does it really claim you can live to be 150 years old?
Well, according to the book, Mr. Wilcox, there is a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who all live to be over 100.
My gosh, what do they do for a living?
I think they sell each other life insurance, Junior. Hey, do you know where I could buy some good fresh turtle eggs?
No, I don't, pal. Could you use any goose eggs?
The book don't say anything about goose eggs, Waxy. You got some?
No, but my little nephew brought some home from school. 4 of them.
Huh?
In arithmetic, spelling, geography, and deportment. Let me know if you want them.
I wonder what school his nephew goes to.
Why?
I'd like to visit there sometime. Imagine teaching a goose geography.
Why not? As I remember, you laid an egg in both history and English.
No, that's different. I used to copy all my examinations from the guy in front of me. Remember him, Webster Foote?
Oh, sure, old Webfoot. I wonder whatever became of it.
Just in time, didn't it? I don't know where we'd have gone with that one. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Wimple. Nice to see you.
Hi, Wimp. Have a fig? Good for what ails you, if anything. If nothing does, it soon will if you eat enough of these.
No, thank you, Mr. McGee. I'm not eating very much these days.
Gaining weight, Mr. Wimple?
No, losing teeth, Mrs. McGee. Please?
My gosh, Wimp. You got 4 teeth missing.
Oh, they're not missing, Mr. McGee. I know where they are. They're under the desk in our living room.
Oh, I'll bet you've been having more trouble with Mrs. Wimple, huh?
Oh, yes. A little, Mrs. McGee. She gave me a rabbit punch for Easter.
What was she sore about, Wimp?
Simply because I brought her a big bouquet of flowers, Mr. McGee.
Well, that's a pretty silly thing to be annoyed about, Mr. Wimple. What kind of flowers were they?
Lilies. Sweetie Face was taking a nap when I came in, so I just tippy-toed over it, laid them on her chest, and folded her hands over them. She looked so natural. When she woke up, she just flew into a rage, believe me.
What'd she do, Wimp?
She grabbed me and threw me against the ceiling.
Ooh.
Down I came, crashed. Then she threw me up again. Down I crashed. Then she threw me up again.
What happened? You go through the plaster?
No, I landed in the chandelier. Then I stuck my head over the side of it and stuck my tongue out at her.
Oh.
My goodness, what a brawl. I'll bet that infuriated her.
Boy, it really did. She jumped up on a table and grabbed my leg and tried to pull me down. But I fixed that all right.
How, Wallace?
I took out a light bulb and stuck my thumb in the socket.
Ooh.
There was a big flash of blue and white light, and Sweetie Face turned green and purple and landed across the room in a red and yellow wastebasket. It was a very pretty effect.
Well, how come you didn't get an electric shock yourself, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I couldn't, Mrs. McGee. You see, my father and his father were both streetcar motormen. I come from a long line of non-conductors. Goodbye now.
Kingsman and Ezekiel saw the wheel.
He saw the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for to sing and shout, way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months is all turned out, way in the middle of the air. Jesus saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Jesus saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hip riddle do way in the middle of the air. You talk about me, you talk about you, way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, but when 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air. This whole world is gonna reel and rock like Daddy is his rocking chair. You saw the wheel rocking away in the middle of the air. You saw the wheel rocking away in the middle of the middle of the air. You saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, you saw that wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air.
What say? You haven't, eh? You got any idea where I might get some? You haven't, eh? Okay, thanks anyway.
What are you trying to get, McGee?
Goat's milk. Let me make one more call. Hello, operator. Give me Underdunk's Golden Holstein and don't keep the bottles any longer than you have to dairy. That's right, I'll test. Oh, hi, Mert.
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Is it? What's say, Mert? Your brother. Got a job with the United Nations organization, eh? Doing what, Mert? Oh, well, that must keep him fairly busy.
What does he do, dearie?
He opens the door when the Russians walk out. What say, Mert? Oh, well, never mind. I'll call later. Boy, I can't locate any goat's milk anyplace.
Well, maybe you should call it. Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Good day, shortening bread. B-R-E-D.
Hi, delivery boy. I was down to see you for a vaccination this morning, but the nurse says you were busy. Did you put your two heads together and have a consultation with yourself?
Tell the doctor about borrowing this book, dearie.
Unless you think he hasn't missed it, in which case let your conscience be your guide.
Oh, yeah. Look, Doc.
Yes?
I was up at your office this morning, but I didn't see you.
Thank you very much.
He wants to be vaccinated, Doctor. And he says he wants it where it won't show in case he ever has to pose in a bathing suit for Charles Atlas. Now you tell one.
Hey, by the way, Doc, when I left your office, I picked up a book off your office table.
Yes, I know. The nurse put it on your bill, $2.50.
He didn't think anybody saw him take it, Doctor.
My nurse not only has eyes in the back of her head, but they're better than the ones she has in front.
Well, you got a lot of moxie, you big tummy thumper, charging me $2.50 for a little skinny book like that.
Like what? I don't even know what book you stole.
He just borrowed it, Doctor. He's very conscientious about borrowed books. My goodness, he knows to the exact dollar how much he owes the public library on Anthony Adler.
The book, Doctor, is called Be Middle-Aged at 100. It's all about how to live to be 150. Did you realize there's a tribe of people in Eastern Asia who live simply on wild honey and camel's milk?
No, but I have a patient who has lived for 15 years on just nuts and dates.
Really, Doctor? What does he do?
He runs an escort bureau.
No kidding, Doc. This book says to drink lots of goat's milk. Is goat's milk really healthy?
Well, it must be. I haven't had a goat in my office for years.
Have you read the book yourself, Doctor?
Oh, yes.
Like it?
It's amusing.
Amusing?
Look, my fine feathered physician and sturgeon, just because you're loaded to the gills with professional jealousy...
Professional jealousy has nothing to do with it, my boy. In fact, that book was written by a good friend of mine, Will B. Young.
Oh.
Fine lad. What a physique. Too bad.
What do you mean, too bad?
Oh, he died when he was 22. Simply keeled over while milking a goat. What's the matter, McGee? Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I was just wondering if you'd like to join us for dinner, Doc. We're going out for some chili con carne. Aren't we, Molly?
Are we?
Sure.
I hope you finish off your spring cleaning as I suggested earlier tonight. I mean by waxing your floors and furniture. When you step back and admire that wax-polished beauty, you'll certainly be glad you did. And while you're about it, don't forget that Johnson's Wax has 100 extra uses. All through your home, you'll find many things that grow lovelier with every wax application. You'll have picture frames whose richly polished beauty performs miracles for your walls and pictures. Your leather luggage will have a handsome, glowing luster and be protected, too, against scratches and scuffing. You'll have window sills that'll laugh at sudden showers and ornaments and lampshades that sparkle with new beauty. Yes, all these things and many more when Johnson Waxed will add immeasurably to the charm of your home. And remember, the shining beauty of a waxed home reflects your good taste. Be sure to get Johnson's Wax, though, paste, liquid, or cream.
What are you doing now, McGee?
Writing a book.
About what?
It's a health book. How a guy can eat anything he wants, stay out as late as he likes, and avoid all exercise.
My goodness. What's the name of it?
How to be middle-aged at 35.
35. What a memory.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Remember, daylight saving time goes into effect in certain areas next week. This may change the time at which Fibber McGee and Molly are heard in your community. So please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next Tuesday night and each week thereafter. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Molly Show. The Armed Forces Radio Service presents the Fibber McGee and Molly Show, a special rebroadcast for all you men and women in the Armed Forces of the United Nations, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills and the orchestra. The horses of America should be thankful that every middle-aged, dream-world, armchair buckaroo doesn't actually head for the open range. For instance,
as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, boy, is this exciting. Listen to this, Molly.
I'm defenseless. Go ahead.
Listen. Topping the rimrock, Gunsmoke Gilroy encountered his ancient enemy, Dirty Shirt Digby. Like a streak of lightning, he went for his shooting iron.
He went for his what?
Went for his shooting iron. His pistols.
Where were they?
Why, they were on his hip.
Well, that's not so far to go for a pistol. Unless he was a very tall man.
The point is, Mrs. McGee, that in the Old West, they never pulled out a gun. They always went for them.
Oh?
Now, quit interrupting, Molly. This is quite exciting.
Go ahead.
There was a thunder of gunplay, and Dirty Shirt Digby toppled from the saddle, never again to blast a peaceful rancher into eternity, nor raise the dust of wickedness on the old Santa Fe trail. Ah, those were the days, Molly. You know, I come from an old Western family myself.
Western Illinois.
Oh, sir, the old Wild West of the United States. My Uncle Sycamore McGee was one of the old-timers out there. Why, he spent half his life as marshal of Dodge City.
Yeah, and the other half dodging the city marshal.
Ah, the stories he used to tell. How he'd get up at dawn with the smell of the sagebrush permeating the desert air. How he'd saddle his old paint.
Don't you mean he'd paint his old saddle?
Of course not. Saddles were never painted. A paint is a kind of a horse.
I suppose a man had to have a paint to ride through the brush.
Molly, you got no romance in your soul. Personally, I got the Old West in my blood. Ah, to squat before a campfire, inhaling the clean odor of wood smoke as the coyotes howl in the canyons. Baby, that's for me.
Well, you can have my share, too, dearie. I'll take my chances with mice and mosquitoes, but you can have a country full of sidewinders and tarantulas.
You don't mean tarantulas. You mean tarantellas.
I don't either, McGee. A tarantella's a Spanish dance.
Oh, no, it ain't, sweetheart. A tarantella is a long, thin cigar.
That's a panatella.
Go on. A panatella is your kneecap.
Your kneecap is a patella.
I thought a patella was a small mistake.
No, that's a peccadillo.
A peccadillo? Well, then, what's that kind of a cucumber that soaks in brine?
A dill pickle.
Oh, yeah. Well, how'd we get here from tarantula?
Well, I don't know, but the farther the better. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to build a wood fire. Reading that Western stuff has made me hungry for the good, clean smell of wood smoke. We got any greased wood in the corral, partner?
No, my little maverick, nary a stick of greased wood. But them Western magazines ought to make a nice hot fire.
I'm not through with them. I'm reading a serial about how Hash Knife Horton brings peace and security to Varmint Valley. Drives out the rustlers with his trusty 6 guns.
6 guns? How on earth did he carry them all?
He didn't have 6 guns. They called the guns 6 guns because they fired 6 shots without loading. Come, Sarah. See?
Well, how many would they fire if they were loaded?
Oh. Hey, where's the hatchet? I got to chop some kiddly wood.
It's on the back porch.
What's it doing out there?
Waiting for you to come back and crack some more walnuts.
Oh. Well, I'll go out and get us some firewood and build us a nice roaring fire on the fireplace. So long, gal. Keep your powder dry.
I can't do it, partner. There's a leak in my compass. Take care of yourself there.
Sure will. Ah, the old West. Sometimes I wish that Molly had more of the fine this. I can just imagine her in a pretty little sunbonnet, up on the seat of a covered wagon. While I kept an eye peeled for Indians, why, if we only... don't do that! My gosh, Oh, hi, sis.
Oh, what you talking to yourself about, mister? What you doing?
Oh, just recalling the old days when I was out west, sis.
Oh?
Sit down a spell, partner. Tell old Panamint McGee the news. Ain't seen a white man in these parts for years and years. Teddy Roosevelt still president?
Oh. You know it's Franklin also, bet you.
Franklin, eh? Kept it in the family, did they? You spent much time in the Old West, sis?
No, but my brother's a ranger, I bet you.
Boy, a Texas Ranger?
No, ranger for Billy Mills Orchestra.
Oh. I said, oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, if you only knew.
Oh.
Personally, I was out west for quite a spell, sis. Used to drive the Charles cart for the old XIT outfit in Texas.
The what, mister?
The Charles cart. Most ranchers called it the chuck wagon, but we had a very fancy spread. Whew. I'll never forget the time the boss ride up to me and he says, Panamint, he says. Always called me Panamint.
Panamint, he says?
I bet you they called you that on account of the Panamint Mountains, I bet you. We had them in geography.
No, they called me Panamint because I was so fond of candy, sis. Always had a mint in my pan.
Oh.
Panamint McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh.
Panamint McGee, the pride of the prairies, perennially pursuing pesky poots on my Tintle pony, patiently prodding pioneer pals into proper pastures, picking up a pocket full of pesos, prospecting perilous properties, and probably the picturesquest of the pistol-packing poppers from the pedestrian-packed pavements of Old Fort Bliss to that's a wonderful country out there, sis.
70 days, McGee. Do you need all that firewood?
Certainly. I've been yearning for the sight of a big roaring wood fire, and boy, George, I'm going to have a big roaring wood fire.
Well, you use all that wood, and we'll have a few roaring firemen in here, too.
Don't worry, baby. I know all there is to know about fire building.
Say, McGee, you've got enough wood there to fuel the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee.
Oh, no. Just got a handful of kiddly wood, that's all.
You mean kindling wood?
I said kiddly, did I? Handful of kiddly wood, a few hunks of 2x4 to get her started well, and an armful of logs to pile on top. Oh, let's see.
What smells so funny?
What do you mean, funny? There's no sweeter smell in the world than fresh cut wood for a fire.
Smells like oil.
Oh, maybe you smell that transmission grease.
What transmission grease, said Caesar in the works?
Well, you see, I was really yearning for was a real western fire, see? And what do they use for a fire out on the open range? Greasewood. We didn't have any greasewood, so I smeared some grease on this white pine.
Oh, great, great, great.
Yeah.
Now, if you need any cottonwood, I've got an old sweater you can wrap around the broom handle.
Okay, Mrs. McGee, scoff if you want to. D-ride, but by George, when you see this beautiful fire...
Coming in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Ah, good day, Mrs. McGee. And McGee? Hi, Wellington. To what clumsy stroke of fate do we owe your charming presence?
Would it be rude of me, old fellow, to inquire as to what you propose to accomplish with that stack of potential Charlie McCarthy's?
Wellington, you're as nosy as a photo finish. Just between you and me and the insurance company, I'm building a big fire in the fireplace.
He got to reading a Western story about life on the range, Mr. Wellington, and he had to have an open fire. He fancies himself another Skip-Away Harry, didn't he?
It ain't Skip-Away Harrigan, it's Hop-Along Cassidy.
Oh.
You run them pictures at your theater every Saturday, don't you, Wellington?
Oh, I do indeed. Oh, I almost forgot. What I came for. In fact, I did forget what I came for. However, I shall probably remember by the end of this.
We?
Terribly, but I can make it home all right. Goodbye.
What a character.
Well, he's always... Say, what are you doing?
I'm whittling this stick so it's fuzzy on the edges. That's the scientific way to build a fire, see? Catches fire easier.
Very clever idea.
Shucks, what I don't know about building a fire you could engrave on the head of a bubbling fountain. Well, here we go. First the paper, then the kiddly wood. Now for the 2x4.
Quite a production.
Yeah.
Now all you need is a lantern and Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Don't worry, I'm going to light this fire the way the cowboys do.
Well, this ought to be interesting. How do the cowboys light a fire?
They use matches.
Oh.
Well, here she goes. Now for a good old fire.
Well, hello there. Say, what is this, a weenie roast?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Howdy, stranger. Lie down and hunker up to the fire. I'll have one of the wrangles hobble your horse. Care for a cigar? Real good. Bought 'em in a store.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you tonight, Roy Rogers or Wild Bill Elliott?
Well, he's got the West on his chest tonight, Mr. Wilcox. That's all.
What's your outfit, neighbor? Seem to recognize your face somehow. You one of that wild bunch from the Cherokee Strip?
Stranger, here in the West, we don't aim to ask personal questions. I got my guns tied down and I'm on the prod. Maybe I better be sashaying along. I can make the stage station by sunup.
No, mister, you said a spell with Paul here. You know, train often we get a handsome stranger down from the hills.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you kindly. What's your brand, neighbor?
The Lazy FN.
What's yours?
I'm with the J.W. spread, partner.
The J.W. spread.
You don't mean...
Yes.
You hear that, Ma? This waddy rides for old J.W.
Well, what's new down that way, stranger?
Now, Ma, you shouldn't have asked the boy that.
Well, the Reckon I'll get aboard my bronc and split the breeze, neighbors.
Better spread your bedroll by the fire, stranger. Hate to have you hit a gopher hole in the dark.
If the law should inquire, stranger, have we seen you?
You ain't seen me, partner.
We ain't seen you.
The King's Man and the Surrey with the fringe on top.
When I take you out tonight with me, honey, here's the way it's gonna be. You will sit behind a team of Snow White horses in the slickest gig you ever hope to see. Sing and dance and keep that scurry when I take you out in Surrey. When I take you out in Surrey with the fringe on top. Watch that fringe and see how it flutters when I drive those high-step strutters. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With eyes of glass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Two bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no fine a rig I'm thinking. You can't keep your rig if you're thinking that I care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top. All the world will buy in a flurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. When we hit that road bent for leather, cats and dogs will dance in the heather. Birds and frogs will sing all together and the toads will hop. The wind will whistle as we rattle along. The cows will moo in the clover. The river will ripple out a whispered song and whisper it over and over. Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever and never stop? In that tiny little Surrey with all the fringe on the top.
Say, McGee, you better fan that fire a little. It's smoking pretty badly, and it's hardly old enough to smoke.
Yeah, it'll settle down all right. Got to get the cold air out of the chimney first. You see, the cold air being heavier than the hot air...
Never mind about the cold air, dear. Stick to the things you're familiar with.
Well, there can't be anything wrong with the chimney unless maybe an owl built a nest in it. Maybe I better call...
Oh, hello, Alice.
Hello. I thought I smelled smoke upstairs and wondered if something was burning.
My fire in the fireplace is a little slow getting started, Alice.
Oh. Yes, himself here claims to be a wizard at building fires, but so far it's had fewer flames than a homely hermit.
Gee, I love a fire in the fireplace.
Yeah.
I can just look into the glowing coals and see all sorts of imaginary pictures.
If you see one in this fire, it ain't imaginary, Alice. I just tossed in that awful old photograph of Aunt Sarah we had on the piano.
McGee, why did you do that? That was a nice picture of Aunt Sarah.
Yes, and an awfully cute pose, too. One elbow on that marble column and one finger under her chin. When was it taken?
The year before the camera was invented, I think. You like a nice fire in the fireplace, Alice?
Of course she does, and if this one gets nice, I want her to come back downstairs and see it.
Gee, I wish you would, Mrs. McGee. Maybe we can pop some corn.
What she means is some more corn, McGee.
Well, I think that'd be a swell idea. You break out the popcorner, Molly.
Oh, you mean the corn tipper, Mr. McGee.
No, he means the crop corner.
I mean the cream tipper.
The pip corner.
The crop corner.
Yeah, let's make fudge.
Oh, goody, I'll get the stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fudge, eh?
No sugar.
Why not?
No sugar.
Oh. Hey, I wonder what makes that fire smoke like that. Mine shouldn't smoke. My gosh, many fires I built in my life.
Come in.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Bud. If you're selling magazines or something to work your way through a walnut grove, that you poking me in the ribs, Molly?
McGee.
Huh?
It's Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor? I was just kidding, Eddie. Just kidding. I knew you the minute you laid eyes on me. I'm Fibber McGee. This is my wife, Molly.
Glad to know you, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Likewise.
Did I drop in at an inconvenient time? I mean, if you'd rather finish burning those old overshoes and rag rugs.
Oh, no, Mr. Cantor. He just started a fire in the fireplace and it's smoking a bit, that's all.
Everything's kind of damp this wet weather, Eddie. The reason I started it, I was reading the Western magazine and got a yen for a nice open fire. You familiar with the West, Eddie?
You mean the Wild West, where men and women both wear blue jeans, but the overall effect is quite different?
My very words, Mr. Cantor. Say, you seem to be familiar with the scenery out there.
Ah, great country, Eddie, great country. You'd love it. The atmosphere and the music. Ah, the old Western music.
Yes, and one of my favorites is the Grand Canyon Suite.
Take it easy there, stranger. You just met the gal.
Now, the Grand Canyon Suite, dearie, is a musical composition. It's got hoofbeats all through it.
Oh, a horse opera.
No. No, look, Fibber.
Uh-huh.
It's a symphonic arrangement, a musical description, you might say, of the grandeur and scenic magnificence of the Grand Canyon.
Oh.
The sweep and bigness of it, the sudden meteorological changes and puny insignificance of man against the awesome background of mighty nature. And did anybody write this down so I can see what I said? Well, thanks very much, folks, and good night. I hope we'll...
No, man, I'll be able to go. Not that
That's the house racket.
I've heard about it, but I never believed it.
The Kingsmen sing the polka dot polka.
Listen, Gate, it was great back in 1880 when your old Aunt Katie did the polka. People say in the day it was too shocking when she showed her stocking in the polka. By and by, every guy wore a tie with polka dots when he died. Darling, what's your answer? In a polka dotted gown, she would hate to turn him down. So she came, Mr. Brown, you're quite a dancer. But before the dance was through, she would whisper, I love you, while the band played the polka dot polka. Yes, your old Aunt Katie was a fancy looking lassie back in 1880 when a blowout was a ball and her heart went wacky for a damper whispered snapper when he said, by cracky, you're the sweetest girl of all. Polka dot necktie, polka dot dress, polka dot question, she'll answer yes.